hello, chat. We are live with day number 9 of FIDE Grand Swiss and आज क्या ही इंपॉर्टेंट दिन होने वाला है बिकॉज हमें पता है कि निहाल सरीन इज लीडिंग द इवेंट विद 6 पॉइंट्स। आई नो आपको दिख रहा है कि भाई एक बंदा मिसिंग है, वेयर इज द मिसिंग सहज। सो सहज भाई ज्वाइन करेंगे हमें लगभग 5-7 मिनट में। सो जो करेक्ट गेस करेगा कि सहज भाई क्या कर रहे हैं उन बंदे को मिलेगी मेरी तरफ से शाउट आउट। सो फिलहाल के लिए चैट वी आर रेडी। प्रोड्यूसर लेफ्ट साइड पे आई थिंक वो गलत दिख रहा है मैं बोर्ड, आई डोंट नो इफ देयर इज अ वे टू फिक्स इट बट ठीक है सेंटर में बोर्ड दिख रहा है। एक बार निहाल का बोर्ड लगा दिया जाए बिकॉज निहाल सरीन इज लीडिंग द इवेंट। वेलकम चैट, क्या हाल चाल? एक बार स्टैंडिंग्स दिखा दो यार प्रोड्यूसर, एक बार देखा जाएगा स्टैंडिंग्स कौन कितना पानी में है, कौन कितना विस्की दूध क्या बोल रहा हूं भाई, हाई हो चुका हूं। The other standings chart we can see Matthews Bluebomb 6 points, Nihal Sarin 6 points leading the event. Nihal of course टाई ब्रेक में पीछे है थोड़ा सा मैथ्यूज ब्लूबॉम से, तुमको थोड़ा सा अच्छा खेलना पड़ेगा मैथ्यूज के कंपैरिजन में, बट ऑफ कोर्स हम पेयरिंग पे देखेंगे, पेयरिंग बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग है। एंड यू कैन सी उनके अलावा निहाल के अलावा द ओनली प्लेयर्स हु हैव अ चांस, वी गो बैक टू द स्टैंडिंग्स फॉर अ सेकंड, वुड लव टू चेक इट आउट। अगर हम स्टैंड देखें 5.5 पॉइंट पे अभी कोई भी इंडियन नहीं है, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग राइट। सो इसका मतलब कि 5 पॉइंट पे फिर बहुत सारे इंडियंस हैं, प्रणव है, अर्जुन है, प्रग है, विदित है, गुकेश ऑफ कोर्स आई थिंक इज अ बिट बिहाइंड। सो इसका मतलब जो 5 वाले लोग हैं हाइपोथेटिकली, क्योंकि लीडर्स आगे नहीं निकले, वो 6 पे ही रह गए, दे हैव एन आउटसाइड चांस। लेकिन वो तब जीतेंगे व्हेन दे विन ऑल देयर गेम्स। क्यों? क्योंकि उनका टाई ब्रेक भी बेकार है। सो एज ऑफ नाउ प्रणव, वेंकटेश एंड अर्जुन हैव अ वेरी गुड चांस if they win all three. In fact, I can genuinely put Maggies on the line and say कि अगर अर्जुन यहां तीनों जीतते हैं he will make it to the candidates। लेकिन आधा पॉइंट भाई, आधी मक्खी भी कहीं ड्रॉप हो गई तो भाई कुछ नहीं मिलेगा, फिर सिर्फ कैश प्राइस से काम चलाना पड़ेगा। एंड नाउ वी गो टू द स्टैंडिंग्स। क्या आज की पेयरिंग्स है विल बिकम सुपर क्रूशियल अगर है हमारे पास पेयरिंग्स भाई तो। Yep, there you see it. Going back to board number 1, Nihal Sareen versus Ali Reza Firouzja। भाई लोग क्या इंपॉर्टेंट मैचअप है ये, अपनी प्रिडिक्शन डाल दो भाई। इज इट गोइंग टू बी निहाल और इज इट गोइंग टू बी फिरोजा? पोल तो मैंने डाला ही है बट चैट में जाता चाहूंगा निहाल का विन, ड्रॉ या लॉस, क्या लग रहा है? कम ऑन चैट। Also, not to forget, Pragg against a Wonder Liangs. That's going to be an important match. And Arjun against Sam Sevian. So it is literally India on the left versus USA on the right. So बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है। यू नो आज यूएस वाले चेक कर रहे हैं, लाइट वाले जीते, इंडियंस चेक कर रहे हैं, लेफ्ट वाले जीते। वेरी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग पेयरिंग देयर। एंड ऑफ कोर्स Pragg and Arjun in a must win situation. Do we have pairings for second section also? Because Pranav Venkatesh और विदित के भी टेक्निकली अभी भी चांसेस मेंटेन्ड है। यू कैन सी विदित अगेंस्ट चांस सर्गीसियान एंड प्रणव अगेंस्ट अमीन तबातवाई। लेट्स कीप इन माइंड प्रणव, Vidit, Arjun, if you go back to the first pairing again, as well as I think Pragg, इन चारों के लिए इट इज डू और डाई। तो कमिंग बैक टू द बोर्ड, बहुत मजा आने वाला है चैट, इट्स गोइंग बी एक्साइटिंग। हैंस इवन भी है विन मिश्रा के साथ, तो बहुत अनीश गिरी भी अभी फाइट कर रहे हैं, विंसेंट काइमर पर मकसूदू एंड नोदिर बेक अगेंस्ट मैथ्यूज ब्लूबॉम। निहाल ड्रॉ, अनीश जॉर्डन, या बिल्कुल एग्जैक्टली दैट्स गोना बी नितिन नंबर 1, नितिन नंबर 2। तो जॉर्डन कहेंगे अनीश भाई तुम तो बहुत बार कैंडिडेट्स खेल दिए, इस बार मुझे भी खेलने दो भाई, अपनी बारी कब आएगी, मेरा नंबर कब आएगा। So going back to the board chat, we are ready and देखो देखो कौन आया। Wait.
Hell, no, I thought like एक second के लिए, but I'm good. What's up, everyone?
साज भाई
Um,
looking like a cool boy today भाई, क्या क्या सीन क्या है भाई?
oh, exactly, भाई कल मेरी birthday party थी, so now I'm
ओह,
still in that zone right now, so.
तो आपने आपने आई एम प्रीटी श्योर निहाल के ओपोनेंट को यहाँ बर्थडे फिरोजा को इनवाइट किया होगा ताकि वो डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो जाए। आई एम प्रीटी
भाई
श्योर, मतलब यू केयर
भाई
अबाउट इंडियन चेस
भाई
साज भाई।
आज का दिन is tough. I have to say it. But Firouzja is a tough guy. Also, भाई imagine we reach a situation जहाँ पे 20 साल के बाद दोनों के पास 5 मिनट से कम है. Who do we root for?
आई मीन
What do we
इट्स,
say?
you know the thing is Sahaj, it's very interesting because Matthews Bluebam, अगर हम board 2 पे जाएं, he is playing Nodir Bek Abdus Khattaro with the black pieces। जैसे ही उनकी पोजीशन वर्स होगी ना, द फर्स्ट थॉट दैट विल एंटर हिज माइंड इज भाई कल निहाल के अगेंस्ट पुश करना चाहिए था जब वाइट पीसेस थे, एंड देन आई थिंक नोदरबेक के चांसेस बहुत बढ़ते हैं कि उन ब्लू
हम्म।
को हरा सकते हैं या एटलीस्ट ड्रॉ तो कर ही लेंगे. सो इफ निहाल विंस ही इज लाइकली गोइंग टू बी इन सो लीड. सो इंसेंटिव इससे ज्यादा हो ही नहीं सकता निहाल, बिकॉज आप सबसे आगे हो, अच्छी तरह से खेल रहे हो, और दो
हम्म।
राउंड टू गो, एक पॉइंट चाहिए. आराम से आई थिंक इट शुड बी at this level pretty comfortable to make the candidates.
भाई also let's not forget कि if Nihal actually defeats Firouzja then his tiebreak also improves. Yeah, if I'm looking at the situation correctly, his performance rating is 2819. If he beats a 2754 player, then naturally that's gonna increase, right?
Hmm.
It's going to become, I think, 2830, 2840, and then basically this is the crunch moment for Nihal. I mean, this match might be the biggest, at least stakes wise, this might be the biggest match of his career so far.
I agree. And Nihal Sarin, I think, as we all know, is one of the most talented chess players in the world. But I think he's not made it to the exact rating where he belongs. And I would say that's around 2750 plus. So this is the chance, a life-changing opportunity. Anybody who qualifies to the candidates is guaranteed of a big prize fund, at least relatively. You get more sponsors, so automatically you can hire a bigger team, and that enables you to, let's say, upgrade your chess skills overall, your opening repertoire overall, and so on. So Sajbhai, a golden opportunity for Nihal. I'm pretty sure. Okay, I have a question, Sajbhai, in chat. निहाल जब आया होगा यहाँ पे ग्रैंड स्विस में, और अभी सिचुएशन के बेसिस, डू यू थिंक द नंबर ऑफ सेकेंड्स ही हैज गॉन अप ड्यूरिंग द टूर्नामेंट? लाइक स्टार्टिंग में लेट्स से 1-2 सेकंड थे, एंड अब तक ऑलरेडी ही हैज एडेड अ कपल ऑफ पीपल टू द टीम.
भाई पता है, I think I'm a bit superstitious when it comes to these things because I feel like when something is working, you should not change that, right? Because
हम्म.
there is a reason why it's working. So अगर आप और
हम्म.
चीजें उस पे ऐड करते हो तो maybe the dynamic doesn't work, maybe the positions you get are not, what you prefer in an actual game. Maybe it doesn't suit your style. So there are many like small nuances in this situation. So I would hope he hasn't. बिकॉज देर इज अ रीजन.
हम्म.
या अगर छः में से आठ अगर 1 या 2 सेकंड से बने तो कीप दैट टीम बिकॉज वट एवर दे आर डूइंग फॉर यू इज वर्किंग रियली वेल. दैट
या.
वुड बी माई टेक ऑन दिस.
फेयर
What
पॉइंट.
do you
एंड
think?
नहीं,
You
आई
think he
एग्री, आई
has
थिंक दैट्स.
added?
No, I think that's a fair point. I think that's a fair point. And I would also actually do that, to be honest. जब कोई thumbnail काम करता है ना, you don't change it. चाहे कुछ भी temptation हो, it works, it works. You don't change it ever. I think so. I can totally relate to that. But the best part
तो
is
कितने
Sudhir
थंबनेल
18
है आपके
हमारी
गुकेश
chat.
की पिक्चर के साथ?
क्या क्या?
कितने थंबनेल है गुकेश की पिक्चर के साथ?
कितने? आई थिंक
बिकॉज
लगभग
वाई नो इट
5.
वर्क्स.
एग्जैक्टली. लोग मुझे कई कमेंट करते हैं, टिक्कू भाई आपकी थंबनेल गेम सही नहीं है. मैंने कहा भाई जब थंबनेल गेम चेंज करी तो सीटीआर कम हो गया, तो भाई फिर अगर चल रहा है तो चलने दें.
हम्म.
अली बाकी मनसी साज भाई.
या श्योर श्योर श्योर. नो वरीज. Guys, it's crucial for Arjun to win to remain in the top spots. Even if he doesn't qualify, it will increase his circuit for 2025. But I think Pragg is already very far ahead. I think abhi catch up karna might be next to impossible. But yeah, of course, he has to win. And also, he's playing against Sam Savion with the white pieces. So also not an easy match, I would say, at all. But Arjun agar form mein aa gaya, to of course, we know what can happen. By the way, Pragg also playing against a Wonder Liang. So that's another very tough matchup. A Wonder Liang, he played the Chennai Masters as well. I mean, he was the Pookie of the tournament. I'm not sure if you guys know that. But yeah, so two very tough matches. Actually, two players playing against American, players. So India versus USA वाला जो match होने वाला है, we are seeing like the starting phase of it already. And I think we have liftoff on one of the boards because I see Abdusatorov has already made his move.
भाई नोदिरबेक जल्दी में है. नोदिरबेक कह रहा है भाई कैंडिडेट स्पॉट थोड़ा जल्दी चाहिए.
Inaugural move होगी मेरे को लग रहा है.
हाँ 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 हाँ.
Interesting why he chose Abdusatorov. अच्छा, because it's in Uzbekistan.
हाँ हाँ हाँ. And maybe that's why I've not seen the inaugural move before. Maybe that's why they chose this day, because Nodrbek is on board number 2.
Hmm. And very good chances of being on board number one tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
by the way,
agreed.
after yesterday's game, Abdusattorov did take over Gukesh. in the world rankings. He's now, I think, world number 10, if I'm not
Oof.
mistaken.
Yeah. And also, I think Gukesh is world number 12.
Yes, world
12.
number 12.
Wow.
Anish has also taken over
Wow.
Gukesh in that sense.
Nihal not wearing red shirt, टिक्कू भाई आई थिंक निहाल का चक्कर नहीं है, रेड पहने ब्लू पहने यार पिंक पहने डजंट मैटर, चेस बोर्ड के ऊपर मूव्स बढ़िया होने चाहिए. सो साज भाई लेट्स हैव द निहाल सरीन बोर्ड on the screen because the moves should be coming in just about 30 seconds. So what do you think will be the first move for Nihal? Sahaj and chat, it's an important game, the game of his life. What does he play?
I think he's been playing D4 this, and I mean D4 or C4. I mean, he's going for those reti weird setups, but I know he's gonna go for some. Like I remember his game against Anish in Chennai Masters, and that was fantastic. I think it was E4, and he went into some end game. It was like opposite color bishop type of a situation where I felt like he has much better understanding of it. So whatever he starts with, I feel like he's gonna go into some complicated territory which he has studied more than Ali Reza. That's like the ideal
Hmm.
situation for Nihal.
Yeah. And also, these guys are kind of similar in style because Firouzja also an online expert. We know how strong his bullet chess is. I mean, he destroyed Nihal in bullet chess, Sahaj, if you remember
Mm.
that bullet chess championship match. So Nihal will have some traumatic memories from that match. So we'll have to see. And all the games have started apart from the Nihal game. So what's happening, Sahaj, bhai?
Is Nihal meditating? Could be. Could be.
भाई इसलिए ऑटो रिक्शा बेस्ट है भाई, ये कैब शैब लेट होती रहती है भाई. कहाँ है निहाल, मूव चलो.
I'm a second. I will guarantee you will play knight f3 by possible. I think I'm expecting any of the four moves. Oh, by the way, e4.
Oh, भाई that's surprising. Nihal in a crunch game choosing pawn to e4, as you mentioned Sahaj yourself. कई बार if white wants to force a draw, then e4 can be a good choice. Is that a potential reason why he chose e4, or do you think he thinks e4 is objectively better against Firouzja?
I think firstly it's a surprise weapon. I don't think he's gonna play for a draw. I think he understands कि भाई उसके 6 पॉइंट है, अली रेजा के 5.5 है, एंड इफ ही विंस टुडे देयर इज अ वेरी बिग चांस दैट ही विल हैव अ 1 पॉइंट लीड, and it's a white color, so I think definitely he's gonna go and play for a win. And
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he has prepared something offbeat early on, a position that he understands better than Firouzja. Abhi Firouzja सोचते हो because probably he hasn't expected e4 from Anish either.
Hmm.
भाई सेकंड जो
Interesting.
सेकंड कह रहे थे भाई, आपके फर्स्ट ने तो धोखा दे दिया आपको.
हाँ, अरे वो सेकंड उल्लू बना रहा है ना हमें. लाइक ही इज ट्राइंग टू से कि भाई समझ रहे हो मेरी बात, लाइक. हम्म.
By the way, by the way, C5 played by Firouzja, and look at, just we're taking a very quick look at Nodirbek's board. Just look at what he chose. E4, E5, knight f3, knight f6, and D3.
सो साज भाई एक्सप्लेन टू अ चेस बिगिनर, चैट अपनी ईएलओ एक बार स्पैम कर दो कमेंट्स में कि चैट चैट जल्दी से व्हाट्स योर ईएलओ. सो साज कई 400 500 वाले देख रहे होंगे, एक्सप्लेन टू देम व्हाई डी3 इज अ ग्रेट मूव एंड देन जी3.
He just wants to have a very long game. Just a very long game. And of course, D3 is not something you expect. And I think classical chess यहाँ पर, has taken a massive shift where people are not necessarily playing mainstream openings because उनको बहुत ज़्यादा study किया जा रहा है. Then it's almost like you're playing against a computer, and then it becomes a memory game. So D3, throws him off. Yeah, he has played knight c6 really quickly, but G3 के बाद he's gonna think a bit. Should I play D5? Should I play bishop C5? But also he's starting a bit slow. Yeah, he's trying to keep a lot of pieces on the board, and he's ready for a long battle. I think that's his point. By the way, going, oh, look at this. Nihal plays the Alapin defense.
भाई,
Now,
if I
that is
remember
something
your
I didn't expect.
words, if I remember your words from yesterday, you said E4 C5 पे भी कई ड्रॉइश वेपन होते हैं, जैसे नामक अलाडिन अलापिन whatever. So the point is कि C3 के बाद I'm again gonna ask you Sahaj bhai, is Nihal okay with a draw today?
I I don't think so. I still think this is his way of, throwing his opponent off. And depends what he plays. Eh? Black can play D5 and knight f6 both, and he has something weird prepared here. some
Hmm.
offbeat line which I've said has he understands better than his opponent. I think that's what's the thing is. But yeah, C3 is a very very solid weapon. I would say most players जो C5 जीतने के लिए खेलते हैं black से, because C5 is the main line you play as black because you get dynamic positions, and this is the problem. Because C3 के बाद
Hmm.
जीतने के लिए खेलना is can be very difficult. जो अर्जुन के साथ कल हुआ with 4 knight scotch, it's quite similar. अगर आपको एक वाइट से रेpertoire बनाना है कि आपको एकदम सॉलिड लाइन चाहिए हर हर चीज के अगेंस्ट, तो जो अर्जुन के साथ किसने खेला था, इट वाज शांत शांत सर्जिसियन.
हाँ.
That weapon against e4 e5 and e4 c5 by c3, like both of these games you can study and your repertoire is basically ready.
Yeah. And also very interesting to me that Firouzja is thinking. So it's definitely something he did not expect. So it's too early to say, but I think move number one ke liye at least, Nihal has kind of confused matters for Firouzja a little bit.
Already move 2 पे कंफ्यूज कर दिया भाई.
Hmm.
All
I
weird
super.
openings I'm seeing actually all across. By the way, also we have a a Dutch matchup once again from the Chennai
Yeah.
Masters, because they played in the last round as well, and this was, I think, Anish's second win if I'm not mistaken. He was making a bunch of draws, and then in the last round he won, and then he finished second, or he tied for the third place if I remember correctly. Anish Giri versus Jordan, and I think
Yeah.
he played him with the black pieces last time, but today he's playing with the white pieces. And again, if Anish wins today, then also his chances of qualifying to the candidates become really, really high.
Agreed. And Anish, of course, has a good record against Jordan. Jordan needs to overcome that. Jordan, at one point was 27-30, and he was about to reach the world top 10, and he's dropped a bunch of rating points. What do you make of that, Saj? Like, why can this happen to a player who was almost there? Yeah, he even won Tata Steel out of many, many strong players.
It's a good question, but I think he's still quite motivated, and I think he's working on his chess. I mean, quite a lot. And I would say 2730 or 2700 mates, there is not a very big difference. But I still believe that Jordan is capable of defeating any 27 or 28 player on a given day if he's
Hmm.
having a good day. So he is right up there with everybody else. But yeah, he's a bit stagnant on the 2700 mark, but I think he's very much capable of, beating anyone on a given day. And I think that's what matters.
True, true. And yeah, it's going to be very exciting chat. अपनी poll में फिलहाल के लिए 66% people saying Nihal Sarin will win and 16% saying Firouzja, 18% draw. So Firouzja clearly will not be happy to see this poll. I'm hoping he's not happy at the end of the game as well. And Saj bhai, Firouzja is still thinking. That's very, very, very interesting to me.
Ooh, 5 minutes in. Yeah, I mean, of course, he knows this, and he's trying to figure out what has Nihal prepared. He's trying to collect his thoughts. Should I go for d5? Should I go for knight f6? How can I play for a win in this position as black? Because Nihal has done, I think, the right thing. Because he knows कि अगर ड्रॉ हो भी जाता है तो निहाल को उतना फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा जितना अली रजा को पड़ेगा. Right, because
Hmm.
he's half a point below everybody. So this could be
Hmm.
some reverse psychology as well. I think a very very nice choice. And by the way, another very nice matchup today is Hans versus Abhimanyu. So I think two of the players are playing against their country mates. And क्या लगता है साहिल भाई आपको, आज अभिमन्यु की स्ट्रीक टूट सकती है क्या?
How Nihal came back against Hans, sorry, how Hans came back against Firouzja was very impressive to me.
हम्म.
And I think Hans बहुत तगड़ी फॉर्म में है, लेकिन मिश्रा is even like in even better form. So मुझे लग रहा है maybe that's gonna be a draw, and it's gonna be great for all of us.
But look, look at his opening choice though. D4, knight f6, c4, g6, and chat. Can you guess his third move? ये बड़ा ये
H4.
ओपनिंग वाला कैसा है? Yes, sir. He went for h4 immediately. On move 3, while
Wow.
let's go. Black plays
Wow.
d5, he takes, and then he goes c5. So he was prepared against this as well. Otherwise, you would never play a move like c5. He takes en passant, knight c6, knight f3 आता है, bishop g7, knight c3, and short castle. This is the current position. भाई हांस ने h4 खेला, but somehow अभिमन्यु का टाइम ज्यादा है.
Hmm. Interesting. Yeah,
Ali
Avenue, I
Reza
think is very well prepared.
still
Well
thinking.
prepared.
One second, I'm just gonna get my water bottle. One sec.
हाँ हाँ हाँ. Saj bhai, cool boy getting his cool water bottle. Meanwhile, chat, let's go. I think no moves by Nihal just yet. So Saj bhai, maybe as Firouzja thinks, maybe we can check out the game of Praggnanandhaa. We have a lot of moves there.
ओके लेट्स गो फ्रॉम द बिगिनिंग सो नाइट ऑफ थ्री भाई आप जो जो सेकंड वाले कह रहे थे आई थिंक आप प्रग के सेकंड हो गए ओ निहाल से कंफ्यूज कर दिया आपने वो
हाँ
नाइट ऑफ थ्री प्रग ने
हाँ
खेला
हाँ हाँ
एक्चुअली
हाँ हाँ, ही
ही
सो
गोज फॉर
स्टार्ट
द
स्टार्ट भूल ही
रेती
गया किसका सेकंड है भाई, हाँ ट्रू।
हाँ 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 इतना ज्यादा काम है बट यू नो व्हाट कैन यू डू सो ही गोज G3 ब्लैक प्लेस E6 इंटरेस्टिंग चॉइस बिशप G2 D5 आता है शॉर्ट कासल बिशप E7 C4 ही प्लेस शॉर्ट कासल एंड D4 सो बेसिकली रेती से स्टार्ट हुई बट वी हैव स्विच्ड इनटू कैटलन and a wonder plays C6 in this position. You know, usually you play C6 when you want to take and play B5, and Pragg kind of says, okay, knight C3, go ahead, take my pawn. It is completely fine with me because if you take, then I have knight E5, and if you play B5 to defend this pawn, then I have knight takes B5. Yeah, because the bishop is pinning the rook over here. That's his plan, and he thought for around a minute before he plays this, and black goes B6 almost instantly. So I wonder very much in Pragg still. And Pragg is thinking.
Pragg is thinking indeed, and although I think we saw Wonder Leong, like he's such a cool guy. He mentioned that he doesn't like playing against Indian players. Record बहुत खराब है. And if there's one person who's had a great record this year is Pragg. So I'm hoping थोड़ा psychological, थोड़ा stress पड़ेगा लियांग के ऊपर. बार already plus point कुछ बता रहा है सहाज भाई. Why is B6 a slight inaccuracy कि बार थोड़ा ऊपर है?
I think this has been played around 800 times.
Hmm,
B6 से पहले knight BD7 was the main move. So I think he's still very much in prep. I don't think this is a mistake of any sorts just yet.
got it, got it. Meanwhile, chat, मैं निहाल को thumbnail में डाल रहा हूँ. So please, साज भाई continue.
Absolutely, absolutely. Don't worry. By the way, Halireza is still thinking on move two chat after elephant defense. How crazy is this?
Wow.
How crazy is this?
सोच क्या रहा है लेकिन समझ नहीं आ रहा है मुझे भाई.
वही ना, आई मीन ही इज थिंकिंग भाई D5 खेले या नाइट D6 खेले एंड ही इज ट्राइंग टू थिंक भाई मैं जीतने के लिए कैसे खेलूं बिकॉज दोनों
हम्म,
पोजीशंस में इट्स सुपर सॉलिड एंड यू माइट बी राइट यार निहाल इज नॉट आई मीन अनहैप्पी विद अ ड्रॉ बट फिरोजा डेफिनेटली वुड बी बिकॉज दिस इज हिज शॉट ही वांट्स टू qualify to the candidates obviously and last time I think he did it with the a bunch of games I think rating के through ही हुआ था if I'm not mistaken
हम्म,
but yeah, this time he doesn't have that option. So the pressure is on Alireza. I think great
या
choice by Nihal. I mean, his second would be so happy in this position already. I can already sense that 10 minutes सोचना, I think this is already a sign. Okay, we made the right call.
बाय द वे हैज VD played 1B3?
No chance.
ही
Oh,
हैज आई
भाई.
थिंक.
No, no, he's second move B3 भाई. Second move. Knight
हाँ
F3,
सेकंड
D5
सेकंड
B3.
सेकंड.
Vidit ऐसे B3 नहीं खेलता, Vidit second move for B3 is still normal, but because you are playing kind of this Nimzo Larsen attack, I think it's called. Bishop F5 आता है, Bishop B2, E6, G3, so double fianchetto. Knight F6, short castle, Bishop E7, D3, castle, and now Knight to C3. Correct me if I'm wrong, but did we see this from Abdusattorov in this tournament? I'm pretty sure we did. Like in this
मैं
position, I think White was playing
हाँ
C4 somewhere here, which I remember mentioning as well, and Knight C3 was Abdusattorov's choice in one of the games. And I think with it sort of going
हाँ
for the
हाँ
same
हाँ
approach here.
ये नाउ रिमेंबर या 9C3. यस यस यस, यू राइट साज भाई.
Yeah, so knight c3 is what he goes for. I think it looks like a pretty odd move to me because generally you want to play c4 here, but clearly Vidit wants to play for a win as well. I mean, they're on 5 points, all of these players, and they know that if they want to have any chance of qualifying in this tournament, then they need to win all 3 games and hope that
या
their tiebreak is good enough.
and साथ भाई, so I think tie break maybe I'm thinking is just my guess कि अगर आप 8 पॉइंट पे हो, maybe I think there'll only be like 3 people in total on 8 and higher, like not more than that. How many people do you think chat will have 8 or more points? Because last time 8 और more में सिर्फ 2 लोग थे. I am even thinking 8 में भी 2 लोग ही होंगे, not even 3 maybe. Do you think that's true?
There's around 25 people for now.
तो कितने लोग 8 पॉइंट पे पहुंचेंगे क्या लगता है? 8 पॉइंट पे कितने लोग पहुंचेंगे चैट? कम ऑन, बिकॉज आई थिंक टाई ब्रेक्स कितना मैटर करते हैं उस पर डिसाइड होगा.
Might even be less than three, huh?
Yeah, I'm thinking two or maybe even one because right now only Nihal and Blue Bum need two out of three. बाकी सबको तो तीन में तीन चाहिए.
Hmm. And also, साढ़े पांच पे भी I'm guessing players can score 2.5.
Yeah. Well, my idea is maybe if there are only two people on 8 points, your tiebreak might not matter. That was the case last time as well. So if you do reach 8 points, you can forget about the tiebreak. So that's the best part. But if you don't make eight, then again the tiebreaks don't matter because you will not make it regardless how good your tiebreaks are. So tiebreaks might not be as important, Sahaj, at the end.
Hmm. I think you might be right. Yeah, you might be right.
Oh, by the way, Firouzja has played knight to f6 on the board. So e5 played instantly by Nihal.
Yep, knight d5. Now I think we'll get a bunch of moves quickly because he has made his decision. He knows what to go for now. I'm guessing some e6 d6 variation. Generally white goes either d4 or knight f3 here, and
Hmm.
basically they are, you can interpose them, you can transpose them essentially.
Hmm.
अभी ब्लैक के पास तीन ऑप्शंस है, नाइट c6 d6 एंड e6. ऑल ऑफ देम आर प्रीटी डिसेंट एंड दे आल्सो काइंड ऑफ ट्रांसपोज इनटू वन अनदर. द ओनली काइंड ऑफ डिफरेंस इज दैट आप नाइट c6 को डिले कर सकते हो like as much as you want, because there are variations when you delay knight c6 and you play this d6 e6 wala setup, and this bishop kind of comes out to d7 and you play bishop c6 instead of going knight c6 straight away. So that's the one
Hmm.
difference in this opening. Naito, if he goes knight c6 immediately, that means the game is already, I mean, kind of decided because we know which position they're going to go for.
Hmm. Hmm. And Sajbhai, as they calculate, maybe it's time to check out all the other games. So we saw Pragg's game. Did we see Arjun's game? I think Arjun's game is just kind of reached the initial Catalan position, so nothing fancy. But look at the clock time on Sam Sevian. I mean, why is he even thinking for 14 minutes already?
'Cause wasn't expecting knight f3 from Arjun. या भाई आपने आपने निहाल गलत बोल दिया जो भी सेकंड था भाई. अर्जुन ने भी नाइट एफ थ्री खेला है, विदित ने भी नाइट एफ थ्री खेला है, प्रग ने भी नाइट एफ थ्री खेला है. लेकिन निहाल गलत बोल दिया आपने. एक प्लेयर है जिसने नाइट एफ थ्री नहीं खेला. आई थिंक आप सबकी प्रिपरेशन कर रहे हो. एंड
तो
एक की
तभी
आप.
तो ही इज ट्राइंग टू डिस्ट्रैक्ट अस चैट ही सेइंग वो निहाल का है पर वो बाकी सबका सेकंड है भाई सबका. सो दैट्स क्रेजी ब्रो. सो या वी विल ऑफ कोर्स हैव अ लुक बट साल आई थिंक ये तो स्टार्टिंग पोजीशन ही है. वी आल्सो लुक एट विद दिस गेम. कैन वी लुक एट द एमवीएल गेम बिकॉज इट फील्स लाइक कि यहाँ पे जो आग लगेगी वो इंडियन स्पाइसी फूड से भी बहुत आगे है. व्हाट इज दिस साज भाई?
आई हैव नो क्लू व्हाट इज दिस. एंड लोग अब एर्दोग में इसको बाय द वे वी ऑलरेडी हैव अ ब्रिलियंसी. भाई आधा घंटा भी
या
नहीं हुआ स्ट्रीम को. वी ऑलरेडी लुक एट
कैन
दिस
वी
चैट आफ्टर h6 queen c2.
can we go from the start साज भाई? आई थिंक दिस इज जस्ट ब्यूटीफुल. एक बार.
Okay, so this is the Spanish. Bishop b5, a6 आता है, bishop a4, knight f6, short castle, knight takes e4. I would say this is one of the bigger problems with short castle. Knight e4 is not solved yet. I mean, people believe that this is completely equal, but he goes d4, b5, bishop b3 आता है, d5. Still mainstream theory here. Pawn takes pawn, bishop e6 and c3. Black plays bishop to e7, the best move. Knight pd2 आता है, challenging this knight on e4. Black steps away with knight c5, bishop c2, and d4. So far, we are in mainstream theory here, and I believe here knight b3 is the best move. Yep, knight b3 best move. Black plays d takes c3. So this is the first time that Erdogan sidesteps. d3 is the main move
Wow.
here. So dc3
Hmm.
is sidestepping, but MVL knew this. Yeah, he goes knight c5, bishop c5, bishop e4, attacking the knight on c6. Black plays queen d7, bishop g5. Wow, beautiful move. I'm guessing to stop black from long castling, but I didn't even
Hmm.
realize black had to long castle here. That's interesting. But okay, h6, queen c2 आता है,
Wow.
brilliancy on the
Wow.
board. Black takes, and now rook d1 attacking the queen. When the queen moves, I can go bishop c6 and also capture your rook on a8 as well. Erdogan plays knight b4, queen takes c3 aata hai, and bishop f2 only move. You can see the blue arrow. King takes f2, and now knight d5, another good move, and now queen to c1. And now long
And
castle again,
Saj,
only move.
long castle is the only move for black here. So I don't know what to say, chat. Sometimes ऐसा लगता है कि भाई मैं मेरे को थोड़ा बहुत चेस आता है बट देन फिर ऐसी गेम देखता हूँ लगता है कि भाई मे बी आई नो मोर कबड्डी देन चेस. साज भाई व्हाट्स हैपनिंग? आई मीन मुझे बताया गया था कि इनको सेफ रखना होता है बट क्लियरली दैट रूल ओनली अप्लाइज टू मी, नॉट द टॉप प्लेयर्स.
भाई वाइट का किंग F2 पे पड़ा हुआ है, एंड आई वुड आर्ग्यू कि किंग अगर शॉर्ट कासल करता है और लॉन्ग कासल करता है डजेंट रियली मैटर, लाइक दोनों जगह पे
Hmm.
अनसेफ लग रहा है मुझे, बट या लॉन्ग कासल इज द बेटर चॉइस हियर। आई हैव नो क्लू व्हाई, बिकॉज इट लुक्स सुपर
Hmm.
स्केरी। But short castle, I mean, you have the bishop, knight, and the queen already looking in this direction, so kind of makes sense why you would want to go long castle here. But yeah, Erdomus, सोचते हो यहाँ पे? Ooh,
काफी
Arjun के
इंटरेस्टिंग.
board पे we are seeing some. By the way, long castle played by Erdomus, so
वाह.
no mistake so far. Arjun के board पे, look at this. He went for D4, so the game is on against Arjun. Let's go.
वाह.
The most dynamic setup that black can choose, by the way, is D4 here. Because here you go into this, अगर किसी को Benoni system पता हो, we are playing kind of Benoni with like reversed colors. White can play E3, black can play C5. I can just play it out on the board. You take, and this is playing Benoni, but आप white से खेल रहे हो. Usually आप Benoni black से खेलते हो. So you have an extra tempo and very very sharp position. So यहाँ इस game में बहुत आग लग सकती है. Very good chance.
Yeah, yeah. And also, by the way, chat, Firouzja has played. He played knight to c6. Saj, as you mentioned, that fixes and now d4, yeah? Or maybe bishop c4 also possible.
Yeah, D4 is most logical. Bishop C4 also possible, but I think D4 is most logical. Yeah, I'm curious why Nihal is thinking here. He goes Bishop C4. Okay, interesting. Some preparation here. I'm telling you,
But after
this is
knight,
this is this is what he's looked
hmm.
at.
And knight b6 का तो idea क्या है? Because bishop b3, how what does the main line look like here, Sahaj, after
You
bishop
play
b3?
C4, Bishop C2, and then Black plays D6 or D5. I think D5. You take, and Black goes Queen takes, and this is where my I think knowledge of this position ends. But quite a. Oh, by the way, Knight B6 played. But yeah, this is where my knowledge here kind of ends because I never liked this position from the white side. But clearly, he has looked deeper here. You can play short
Hmm.
castle around 400 games in short castle, and I'm guessing you are looking for some B3 break, and the game is on
Hmm.
basically.
Wow, quite complex actually. I went through the lines on the most popular moves on chess.com. Very complex line. Bishop b3 played quickly, so Nihal still in his preparation. And now c4 is one move chat, as Sajwa mentioned. Even d5 is possible here apparently. And after e takes d6, then sometimes even c4, which is very
Transposing,
interesting.
yeah.
So yeah, yeah, yeah.
बेसिकली द सेम आइडिया पॉइंट इज के अब बिकॉज आपका बिशप एक बढ़िया जगह पे बैठ गया है, यू डोंट वांट टू अलाउ D4, यू डोंट वांट द पॉन टू रिमेन ऑन D4, क्योंकि अगर
Hmm,
आपने ब्लैक ने कुछ ऐसे नॉर्मल चाल चली तो D4 CD4 CD4 एंड नाउ दीस पॉन्स आर फैंटास्टिक
hmm,
फॉर वाइट, तो इसलिए वाइट को C4 खेलना जरूरी है यहाँ पे ताकि D4 पे यू कैन अर्न परसेंट.
hmm. And Sajma already 16 minute पीछे Firouzja. Now he's having another think. As he thinks, maybe we check out. Are there any Indian games? I think we can have a look at the Pranav game because that's also super important. That's also his last chance, I feel, Sahaj, if he wants to strike.
Wait, I mean, Chess.com says there is a blunder on the board. Wait a second. Oh, wait. Knight B8 he played. Okay, this is a mistake for sure. This is a mistake. I think
Yeah, yeah,
कुछ
likely.
आई थिंक probably castle के बाद उसने H3 खेला हुआ है, which is what you usually do, and black plays knight B8 and then you play D4. Yeah, so just for everyone, on the games it shows D4 पहले and then knight B8 and then H3, but उसने H3 पहले खेला था, so this is known as
Hmm,
a Breyer system. So I don't think there is a blunder on the board. Knight b7 and c4. Okay, Pranav coming up with new ideas here as well. Generally, आप knight d2, knight f1, knight g3 करके खेलते हो इस position में, which is usual. बहुत बहुत deeply analyzed है ये variation. But c4 is something new. Black
hmm.
plays c6, knight c3 आता है, b4 and knight e2. So offering this pawn on e4, and black says thank you so much. And now white kicks the knight away, knight df6, and now c5. And already there's an only move on the board, which is bishop
Wow.
f5, of course.
So Pranav looks prepared. I mean, he's playing the best moves, but look at the clock. So Amin Tabatabai seems to be playing very quickly. घर की preparation लग रही है ये. But as we know, Pranav is in a must-win situation. So I think ऐसी complex game ideal है Pranav के लिए. You need something like this to get a win under your belt.
Hmm. I think
So
very good point.
Raj bhai, can we go to the Gukesh game because it does feel like there is some sort of attack brewing potentially from Robert Hovsisian against Gukesh, who, as we know, is not in great form. What do you make of this position? Whenever I see a pawn on h5, I am a bit scared. Luckily, white doesn't have the dark square bishop. That gives
Hmm.
black some defending chances, but it's still quite risky optically.
Yeah, dark squared bishop की वजह से you are safe, but I am not gonna take hg6 here. I'm gonna go h6. By the way, this is typical, I think, Sveshnikov, जो मैग्नस ने बार बार खेला था in the World Championship, I believe against Fabi it was. This was like his main weapon, and he basically like revived the opening, yeah, in many ways, because a lot of top players
Hmm.
started playing this opening after that. I think h4 h5 काफी normal होता है इसमें, because since you have the bishop you don't really have to worry about an attack. आप h6 h6 मार भी दोगे तो how will you transfer the queen to h4? Even if you do get the h7 square, I'll just
Hmm.
move king f8 and then what? ये bishop सब कुछ बचा के रखता है यहाँ पे. So I think
Hmm.
overall completely fine, and I think Gukesh, maybe this is his first think in the entire position. So I'm guessing it's still his preparation.
Yeah, yeah, it feels like his preparation. So Gukesh, although under slight pressure, but I think holding for now. Maybe we can have a look at the Nepo against Saraj game. Saraj is white. Chat seems to be going crazy, and I had a look. It does feel pretty insane, Saj.
Oh, what is this? Okay, going from the top, it was knight c3. So this is, of course, Najdorf with a6. We're going to start from here. Bishop e3, English attack. e5 आता है, knight b3, bishop e6, f3. Very, very normal so far. Knight c6 is the first, I would say, surprise for me, because knight usually d7 पे जाता है.
Hmm.
Any time you play knight off, the knight goes to d7. Queen e2, interesting choice. And I think also he played it after 4 minutes of thinking. So I'm guessing maybe he was trying
Yeah,
to remember his prep. Knight
yeah.
e7, g4. Knight e7 क्या चलती, by the way? g4 anyways, h6, long castle, and d5. Okay, now we see the point of knight c6 and knight e7, because he wanted to play d5. And look at white's next move. It's
Chat,
insane.
chat, guess karna hai. What is White's move in this position? Anybody who's not seen it already, this is a great way. This is a great. साथ में कहते हो कि chess improvement कितना important है as a chess player, and this is a great way, this position, to realize that you cannot become a chess player. So come on, chat. What is the best move for White in this position?
Yeah, Rohan, bhai, I know you are checking the games live somehow, because it's an insane guess. But yes, the move is knight to d4. What is this? I mean, you don't play this without preparation for sure.
Yeah, yeah. And it took
Anyways,
like
it
1 minute for this. I mean, कम
yeah,
से
yeah.
कम 200 साल तो लेना चाहिए था इस मूव के लिए, साज भाई। 1 मिनट क्या होता है भाई?
Crazy, crazy move. He takes, bishop takes, still maintaining a very good advantage. Queen f5 आता है, only move for white, and it takes. Pawn takes e4, queen takes e4, gf6, only move. Queen b7, only move. And rook c8, another only move by black. And this is the current position. White having a slight advantage, at least according to the bar, but position is super crazy, especially considering the fact that white is a piece down, but somehow the best move is queen takes a6, like exchange the queens on the board, which is very irregular. But okay, it kind of makes sense, because I think after
Yeah,
queen a6, bishop a6, you're threatening bishop b5 check, and
yeah.
hitting the king over here. But still
And
a
also in
weird
many,
move.
या सिसिलियन डिफेंस में से वो एक बिशप b5 सैक भी होता था, साज भाई याद है, जहाँ पे यू टेक ऑन b5, you take the queen side pawns, couple of three pawns, and then you
Oh,
push these
yes, yes. Yeah,
queen
that's
side
also in
pawns. So
Sveshnikov, yeah?
yeah.
In
So kind
Sveshnikov
of
में
makes
होता है.
sense. Feels like a even better version, yeah, because black structure on the king side is damaged. But
Hmm.
yeah, quite a crazy game. And another crazy fact is Firouzja has still not played and is already 22 minutes behind. Saj, what is happening?
I think his opening battle, I mean, Nihal has won for sure. I think the opening battle here. He's probably trying to understand what has Nihal prepared, because we know something crazy. I remember his game against Anish in Chennai, where he found that crazy variation from the white pieces, and he went into some offbeat variation, and it went really well for him. That game. I think something similar is going to happen here. I think Nihal is definitely in driver's seat.
या साथ में एक सवाल है, सो एक स्पोर्टिंग टर्म है इन द ड्राइवर सीट, मैं भी बहुत यूज करता हूँ. What happens when there are autonomous cars, yeah, because there is no driver in the seat, so what do we say then?
What do we say? Where?
जब autonomous cars आ जाएंगी हर जगह, खुद ही गाड़ियां चलेंगी, so driver सीट में तो कोई है ही नहीं, then the phrase kind of lose significance, right?
No, then you say driver's seat because AI. आप AI की तरह खेल रहे हो. Because AI driving कर रहा है ना.
But
That's what
it's not in
driver's
the
seat
seat.
means.
It's in the software. So
So we'll switch the thing saying that he's playing. He's definitely in the driver's software.
that sounds fair. That sounds fair. Actually,
Yeah.
that's a nice adjustment. I
Chess
like it.
GPT.
That sounds fair. So meanwhile, Firouzja is definitely not in the chess. That sounds wrong, bhai. Chess software nahi bolta. That sounds so wrong. That sounds so wrong, Sahil bhai. I can't use that term.
Sahil bhai. Okay, switching to Vaishali's game, yeah, quickly. This is
Hmm.
the position. By the way, some crazy prep by Vaishali yet again. Not even sure what's happening here. Okay, so let's go from the top. E4, C5, knight C3, knight C3, by the way. And she goes G3. So close Sicilian. Some very interesting prep by Vaishali here. G6 आता है. Bishop G2, Bishop G7, D3, E6. And she plays F4 here. So very typical for this position. D6 आता है, knight F3, knight E7. And now look at this. Usually you go castle, फिर आप कहते हो okay, I'm gonna go queen E1, bishop E3. Okay, you try to play F5, but Vaishali says no. You want a castle? Here. Come, try to castle. I'm gonna go H4. So another very nice opening surprise by Vaishali. H5 आता है and then she castles because now maybe short castle is not as comfortable because you're always worried about ideas like
Hmm.
G4, knight G5 and all of that. So black plays rook B8, A4 आता है to stop B5. Black plays A6, knight G5. Very nice move. B5 आता है and now takes and this is the current position. I think the including H4, H5 has two benefits. Yeah, number one, this knight on G5 cannot be kicked. आप पहले आप H6 से इसको kick कर सकते थे, but you don't want to play F6 because it's the golden pawn. It disrupts also it creates weaknesses on the E6 pawn, on the G6 pawn. So F6 is something you should avoid. And secondly, I can always play G4 and H5 and try to attack on the king side should black castle. So
Hmm.
I think an interesting choice by Vaishali, but the drawback here is that what if black doesn't castle? What if black just tries to keep the tension on the queen side, maybe plays b4, queen c7, makes slow moves? तब आप अटैक कैसे करोगे यहाँ पे?
Hmm. Hmm. Good point. Also, I think black's pieces are pretty have good squares. Yeah, bishop g7, knight coming to d4, bishop coming to d7, maybe b7 also. I think looks pretty normal. So at some point we have to take a call. But साथ में वैशाली निहाल की तरह क्यों लग रही है यहाँ पे?
वैशाली क्या?
निहाल की तरह लग रही है भाई.
क्यों?
भाई वो लेफ्ट में देखो ना, वो आई कैन सी निहाल्स सोहे भाई, डू चेक.
ओ अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा. स्नीकी स्नीकी, वेरी स्नीकी साहिल भाई, वेरी स्नीकी.
नहीं स्नीकी नहीं भाई, दिख रहा है भाई.
I think let's switch back, no, because I think we might have some.
हाँ
Okay, we
हाँ
don't have
हाँ.
any updates, but this is the current position. So we have the right faces right now on the board, and Ali Reza फिर से सोचते हुए यहाँ पे जितना खुश वो पिक्चर में लग रहा है उतना खुश I think वो इस पोजीशन देख के नहीं होगा अभी. And his time is a testament of that. आधा घंटा
भाई
almost.
भाई निहाल सरीन के मन में जो लड्डू फूट रहे होंगे ना अभी, लाइक डज इट अफेक्ट यू? इमेजिन यू आर सिटिंग इन निहाल सीट चैट, बी ऑनेस्ट, ठीक है, नॉट डिप्लोमेटिकली करेक्ट. would you start, your subconscious would start imagining yourself within the candidate, कहीं ना कहीं एक बार you have to remind yourself, भाई रुक भाई अभी हुआ नहीं है काम. would this happen to you in this situation जहां फिरोजा ऑलरेडी 27 मिनट पीछे
I think too early यार. अगर उसके पास
है?
50 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा ना होते भाई 40 साल के बाद मे बी.
है ना, थोड़ा बहुत होने लगता है मुझे तो पक्का होता भाई. आई वुड स्टार्ट थिंकिंग थोड़ा अपने आप को वापस लाना पड़ता रियलिटी में. भाई नहीं भाई अभी नहीं हुआ है कुछ भी, अभी करना काम बाकी है.
Hmm. I mean, Alireza is not going to make it easy, of course. He's going to find something. He's going to make it, not easy for him for sure. But I think Alireza अभी भी sure नहीं है कि उसका idea क्या है निहाल का. Because I think that idea has not shown itself yet. I think,
बाय द वे,
of course, Alapin was a surprise. This Bishop C4 was a surprise. But I think the real idea is not on the board yet.
चैट यूजुअली आई थिंक वी सी अ बंच ऑफ ड्रॉज, राइट? रिजल्ट देखने के लिए, विन देखने के लिए हमें बहुत इंतजार करना पड़ता है. बट आज आपके लिए स्पेशल नो इंतजार. इफ वी कैन गो टू द गेम ऑफ याकुबोव वर्सेस डेंचेंको. सहज भाई, 12 मूव में गेम खत्म होने वाली है.
What?
या
भाई ये कौन सी लाइंस लेके आते हैं मेरे को भी आई थिंक स्टडी करनी पड़ेगी. Some queens have it accepted. If Shri is listening, why this is you did a course on this from the black side, so something to look out for. White plays
या
knight f3, bishop b4, knight c3. Okay, this I used to play this as well. Knight d7, okay. I'm not fully sure about knight d7 here. Yeah, knight d7 is not the best move. Knight e7 is the most popular, which I remember studying. But knight d7 आता है anyways. Bishop c4, knight f6, and now bishop takes f7, king f7, queen check, king e8 only move, and now short castle. भाई queen b4 पे तो c5 है मेरे पास, so makes sense why you're not taking it. Short castle, bishop c3, queen c3, black plays knight f8, and now bishop to g5. I'm guessing this was the surprise for Demchenko, and he committed a blunder immediately with queen e7, and now the position is lost after knight f5. Plus 3,
Wow.
basically.
Wow. Can we show how it's lost? So knight f5, queen attacked. I think मारना पड़ेगा, right? Otherwise,
Oops. Yeah, you have to take
yeah, take,
ef5
take.
and rook e1 incoming. But long castle है ना मेरे पास.
भाई लॉन्ग
Ah,
कैसल
I
हो?
cannot, I cannot long castle.
बिशप सेवन था। ओ
भाई वो भूला तो नहीं होगा ना?
आई थिंक भूल गया भाई। आई थिंक भूल गया। आई थिंक ही फॉरगॉट ही कैनॉट कैसल बिकॉज दैट्स आई वाज ट्राइंग टू मूव द किंग। आई वाज लाइक, ये जा क्यों नहीं रहा है भाई, क्या हो गया? सडनली आई रियलाइज।
भाई सच में लग रहा है कि
ओह
वो भूल गया होगा. It's possible, very much possible. Because queen e7, why else would you play queen e7? Queen e7 you're playing because you want a castle long, right?
या या ओ माय गॉड, that's gonna be insane and hilarious at the same time, yeah.
It's
And the
plus
thing is,
4.
knight f5 is wow. And chat idea is knight g7 check followed by bishop f6 resigns. So you can't ignore, for example, queen f7, knight takes g7 check, queen g7, bishop f6, and you can pretty much wave the white flag. So you have to take, and then the king is stuck. Saraj, maybe king d8.
King D. I mean, rook e1, rook d1. I mean, it's queen f7. Ah, okay. You have to find bishop f4 here.
No, rook
What
c1
side?
also, I mean, is logical, yeah?
I would play rook at d1 check here, just based on instinct. Ah, bishop f4, but it's nice, no? Because now you
Hmm.
cannot play knight d7 because queen c7 सीधा मर रहा है.
Hmm.
It's a nice move
True.
actually.
True.
This is gone. Just dead loss on move 12.
I think he forgot. I think he forgot कि भाई मैं
Could be
कैसल नहीं कर
fatigue
सकता.
also, yeah. I mean, he must be tired. He must be super tired because I remember he started
Yeah.
off 2 out of 2,
By,
and
by the
he's
way,
had some really, really difficult games.
apparently Liang has made a slight inaccuracy, if we can call it slight, and Pragg is now better.
He thought for 3 minutes only, though. Is it an inaccuracy?
I
I
think
don't
so.
know.
भाई इस पोजीशन में है, 7 गेम्स में DC4 खेला गया, 5 गेम्स में खेला गया बिशप A6, बट इन दोस 5 गेम्स वाइट
कौन थे
हैज
वो पांच
लाइक
गेम्स? एक बार चेक करना. जस्ट क्यूरियस.
भाई खुलता कैसे है यार ये?
वो गेम पे क्लिक कर दो.
हाँ, ओ दीज आर नॉट स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर्स लाइक, एक चेस्कॉम 2700 है, बाकी 2200 है, 2300 है, 2400 है, मतलब तो इट्स नॉट लाइक सुपर स्ट्रॉन्ग सम GM प्लेइंग दिस. सो
Hmm.
बिशप A6 seems to be a slight inaccuracy, and now E5 gives Pragg a plus 0.8 advantage.
Oh, okay, okay. So Pragg, I think, would be happy about this. Not a very difficult move to play e5 also because e4 आपने last move में खेला है, right? Your plan
Yeah.
is to play e5 basically in this position anyway. So, oh, but he doesn't.
Oh, Pragg doesn't find it, yaar.
I'm telling you, I think probably I'm still thinking a wonder is in his preparation. वो थोड़ा fast खेलता है wonder in general, but I feel this is prep.
Yeah, I think he should have played though. He should have played. Okay, ठीक है. B3, I mean, Pragg is still okay, yeah. No issues there.
By
Meanwhile,
the way,
Sahaj,
let's go to
huh,
Nihal's board because some updates have
yeah.
happened there. This is the current position. So we stopped at bishop b3, जहाँ पे d5 आया, a6 and c4 exact move order जो साहिल भाई recommend कर रहे थे. White plays bishop c2, queen takes d6 आता है, short castle and then he plays g6.
Wow.
Interesting. Interesting, because in this position, bishop g4 is the most popular move, yeah? So g6 is Firouzja sort of sidestepping here as well.
Very interesting, actually. Wow. By
अभी
the way,
तक
chat,
मैं वो बेचारे डेमचेंको
हाँ,
के बारे में सोच रहा हूँ यार. कितना खराब होगा
भाई,
उसको.
Demchenko is not the only one. Apparently, Mamidyarov is crushing Abhimanyu Puranik, who's completely lost.
क्या बात कर रहे हो? और नहीं नहीं नहीं
हाँ,
नहीं 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 भाई, नहीं नहीं, व्हाट आर यू सेइंग? यू डोंट नो दिस ओपनिंग. भाई,
भाई भाई
come on, come on,
12
you know
मूव
this
के,
opening.
भाई 12 मूव हुए भाई, 12 मूव।
भाई, this is where you sack the piece, yeah? What is it
हाँ बट
called?
इतना नहीं है, इतना नहीं है ना।
हाँ हाँ, इतना होता है इसमें भाई, होता है इसमें।
+2 होता है।
नॉर्म हाँ हाँ, नॉर्मल है, बता रहा हूँ मैं,
क्या
नॉर्मल।
बात कर रहे हो भाई,
अगर वो
मजे
भूल
फिर
गया
की ले।
होगा प्रिपरेशन तो नहीं पता मुझे, बट दिस इज नॉर्मल।
नहीं आई थिंक प्लस
और एल्स
पॉइंट
दिस
सिक्स
इज,
होता है, बिकॉज मैग्नेस
नहीं नहीं नहीं
प्लेड
नहीं,
दिस वंस आई रिमेंबर।
+1 तक जाता है फॉर श्योर।
अच्छा।
+1 तक तो जाता है फॉर श्योर, बट
प्लस 2.5 दिखा रहा है।
आई एम गेसिंग सम वेरी मेजर मेस अप हैपेंड हियर इन प्रेप। सो
हम्म।
नाउ दिस इज जस्ट माय माय व्यू ऑफ इट। चेस बेस पे जब आप अपनी लाइंस देखते हो, यू डोंट गो थ्रू एवरीथिंग, या कुछ चीजें ना पढ़ लेते हो कि इसमें मुझे ये खेलना है, ठीक है। तो आई एम गेसिंग इन दिस
सहज।
पोजिशन, अभिमन्यु, जस्ट
या
जस्ट लेट मी फिनिश। आई एम
हाँ
गेसिंग
हाँ
अभिमन्यु ने पढ़ लिया होगा कि उसको क्वीन 7 पे खेलना है, तो ही रेड क्वीन E7 एंड क्वीन C7 में वो कंफ्यूज हो गया। दैट्स माय गेस, बिकॉज क्वीन
हाँ
E7 इज द
एग्जैक्टली।
बेस्ट मूव हियर।
भाई दैट इज सो सैड यार। भाई क्वीन E7 खेलना तो क्वीन C7 खेल दिया यार, और दो ही 7 वाले स्क्वायर है।
सो आई एम गेस
ओ
दिस होता है यार, ये काफी प्लेस के साथ होता है कि यू जस्ट रीड लाइक, सब कुछ देखने का आपके पास टाइम नहीं होता, एंड ऑफ कोर्स इट्स अ बिग रिस्क फॉर अभिमन्यु एज वेल, या टू प्ले, टू सैक अ पॉन अगेंस्ट ममेद यारोव, वन ऑफ द शार्पेस्ट माइंड्स ऑफ ऑफ today's world. I mean he's such an attacking player. इनके साथ अगर पॉन सैक करके आप ऐसे लॉन्ग कासिल कर रहे हो, that takes guts. So props to him, but yeah, he definitely messed up here.
एंड डू यू थिंक ही
Queen,
रियलाइजेस नाउ कि भाई थोड़ा कुछ अपन से मिस्टेक हो गया है?
I don't think so. I don't think so. And
आई
I
थिंक आई
think
थिंक
उसका
आई थिंक कुछ तो
second will
आएगा,
be
बिकॉज
raging right
उसको
now.
उसको यहाँ पे बेस्ट मूव है रुके ची हिट, एंड ही मस्ट बी थिंकिंग यार ये बिशप E3 और रुक E3 चेक के साथ आ रहा है, गेम में तो रुक से मर नहीं रहा था E3 पॉन। अरे यार गेम में तो मर नहीं रहा था यार E3 पॉन, रुक से ये कैसे मर रहा है? अरे यार damn, that's gonna be sad, but okay, hard luck there. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, Liang making another, not an inaccuracy, but definitely a slight error, and giving another chance for Pragg to play E5. Come on, Pragg, ab to kar do bhai.
I'm telling you, this is still prep for a wonder. I'm telling you.
Are you
दिस
sure?
इज स्टिल प्रेप भाई, इतना फास्ट थोड़ी रुक A7 भाई, 2 मिनट में कौन खेलता है? आइडिया पता है क्या है? टू प्ले रुक D7, कौन खेलता है 2 मिनट में? ये दिस इज अ मूव वेरी विच यू थिंक फॉर 15-20 मिनट्स, यू आर श्योर कि व्हाइट के पास कुछ डायरेक्ट नहीं है, यू कैलकुलेट ऑल द ऑप्शंस। ही क्लियरली हैज लुक्ड एट दिस बिफोर।
Got it. Got it. Interesting. I think if Leong has seen this at home, then of course E5 उन्होंने बहुत डेप्थ में देखा होगा. Maybe Pragg did see E5 and he took that call कि this is preparation. I don't want to enter preparation. But still, E5 is the best move. There's also Bishop B2, a very logical move. आप piece develop कर रहे हो, defending the pawn indirectly on D4 as well. But E5 is the most logical move because आपका Rook D7 का आइडिया है, and Knight D7 आप खेल नहीं सकते because Rook का स्क्वायर लेंगे, तो Knight E8 खेलना पड़ेगा. And then Saj, apparently Queen G4 is the best move already, and we are starting to look towards the black king side.
तो अगर मैं अभी रुक D7 खेलता हूँ, तो हाउ आर यू डिफेंडिंग दिस? आई एम गेसिंग Knight F3, या लेट्स सी।
Sorry, Rook D1. Rook D1 is the
ओ
move.
रुक डी, हाँ, बिकॉज D4 में Knight C4 मारोगे, एंड द
Knight
रुक काइंड ऑफ
C4.
डिफेंड्स द D4 pawn. ओके 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 ओके, दैट मेक्स सेंस।
And this is already very scary, actually. Matlab, it's only +0.7, +0.8. So
बट साहिल भाई,
Pragg
लाइक,
hopefully.
but
Hmm.
Saib, like, let's be real here. Like, if you look at this position and you haven't like analyzed this, right?
Ha.
How weird does Queen G4 and Rook D1 look?
Very weird. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Very weird though.
Like
But
white के लिए
E5
भी तो
isn't
weird है.
weird. But E5 isn't weird.
Yeah,
E5 is fully
E5 is not
normal.
weird, but the follow-up is pretty weird, I
Ha.
would say. Rook D1
True.
especially is very weird, I think, to me, because you are focusing on the king side. कभी आप F4 F5 भी फेंक सकते हो इस position में. तो what is,
True.
I mean, I don't know. Rook D1 feels a bit odd to me. And Bishop B4 आएगा तो Bishop B2, and plus you're always afraid of F5 ideas as well.
True.
जिसमें आपको,
True.
by the way, Queen H5 खेलना, you're not supposed to go EF6, which also
Okay,
feels
that I can
natural.
still understand, but yeah, Queen G4, Rook D1 is still a bit weird.
Why?
That
But
I
look at
agree with
this.
you.
If you played Queen F3 in this position, now Black can go G5. This could be part of his prep.
Could be. Actually, could be. Why G5 is insane. So, and Prague is behind the clock by 16 minutes. So, there's definitely a lot of spicy things happening on the board. And Sahaj, I'm confused, not confused, I'm worried for Nihal कि G6 के बाद he's actually thinking a lot. Is there a chance he's not seen this before?
0%. 0%. Of course, he has seen it before. He has played, I'm sure, many games in this online for sure. Over the board, I'm not sure, but online for sure, he has played this before. He knows the general ideas like you go B3 and you try to challenge this pawn. You invite CB3, AB3, and then you go for some D4 ideas. But maybe this is something he didn't look at last night or this morning. That is possible.
True. And chat, yes, there are no Indians on 5.5. So Nihal, हमारा best bet है honestly. There are a bunch on 5, but they literally have to win all three. And सालू आपको याद होगा कि फिरोजा ने हराया था निहाल को बुलेट चेस चैंपियनशिप. वी मेंशन दिस ऑलरेडी कि फिरोजा बुलेट चेस में खतरनाक प्लेयर है. बट क्लासिकल चेस तो बहुत डिफरेंट है यार. क्लासिकल चेस में आई थिंक निहाल सरीन डेफिनेटली कैन डिफीट फिरोजा. एंड फिरोजा उतने साज में वुड यू से फिरोजा इज बेटर एट क्लासिकल चेस और बुलेट चेस in terms of world rankings, let's say, if we had to put him into world rankings?
Bullet chess. I mean,
Bullet chess,
of
right?
course, I think Ali Reza is a fantastic player. I think one of the best in the world in both, but Bullet mein I would be more scared of him for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Bullet chess, he's
Like,
top three in the world for sure.
but top two
Classical chess,
even.
maybe.
Top
Yeah,
two
yeah,
even.
yeah.
Like the only person I think who I would put above him is probably Magnus, yeah. But I
Hmm.
think Ali Reza is also. I mean, Hikaru is also there. I agree,
Huh.
but I feel Firouzja is more dangerous in Bullet. यार
Hmm.
वो बुलेट
Definitely.
चैंपियनशिप्स में यार सबको डबल डिजिट से यार आ रहा था.
Exactly. Double score से भाई. Double digit से
हाँ,
ही नहीं. Double score से भाई. That was crazy.
exactly, that's what I meant, but yeah, it's
हाँ.
crazy, I think overall.
So
So I yeah,
yeah, in the classical section, I think he's maybe world top 10, world top 8, but Bullet may he's definitely top 2, top 3, depending on how you look at Hikaru versus Firouzja. But I think the Esports World Cup will solve that debate for us soon, this next year. But Bilal ke liye Firouzja definitely more beatable in classical chess than Bullet chess. Um, Divya game, please. Sarvaj, definitely worth checking out Divya's game. I think how she has been playing in this event has been crazy. And she's playing another 26-20 player who must be wondering भाई यार थोड़ा गलत पेयरिंग लग गई.
I would say so. And I was, before even going to the game, I was gonna comment like, already let's figure out how Divya has got the position, has got the exact position that she wanted out of the opening. And of course, that is the case here as well. She has more time on the clock. She has a slight advantage, nice little, I mean, this black pawn chain may be a bit uncomfortable for black. Some bishop e3 plans and this pawn on c5 can be attacked in the future. Some b4 ideas can also be possible. So nice little pawn chain over here. This a4 a5 is a wonderful idea by Divya. Black ke paas double bishops hai, true, but the position is closed. So unless the position opens up maybe via f5 at some point, then I don't see how these double bishops are going to come into play. But for now, I think Divya looking very comfortable, and I'm sure she probably feels super confident after defending that end game with Gukesh, Rook Knight versus Rook. And you're playing that game for what 6.5 hours and defending against the world champion. I mean, that sends you to another world. भाई 2600 का player तो weak लगेगा उसके सामने. I got a
मैं
break finally.
ब्लैक से 2770 से ड्रॉ करके आ रहे हैं वो भी बेटर पोजीशन में. तो आई थिंक दिस इज नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम एट ऑल. एंड ऑल्सो सहज भाई आई थिंक बेस्ट मूव फॉर वाइट इज पॉन टू h4 which is already making me very very happy because उसके ब्लैक को h5 निकालना
Pawn
है.
to h4.
Yeah, that is a crazy move indeed. Also h3 looks very logical. I think board गायब हो गया. सहज भाई रिफ्रेश कर देगा प्लीज. सहज भाई मुझे ऐसे नजरों से ना देखो. सहज भाई
Is it
रिफ्रेश
mind in
रिफ्रेश.
it?
हाँ बोल्ड रिफ्रेश भाई बोल्ड रिफ्रेश.
Oh, okay. Was it mind in it? क्या?
हाँ 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 बट नाउ you're back, now you're back.
Okay, perfect. I just refreshed the board. I think it should be on now.
Yeah, yeah, we can see it, we can see Divya's game.
Yeah, there we go.
आ गया आ गया आ गया. So
Perfect. Didn't Ali Reza
हाँ
win the Esports World Cup? No, no, he lost in the finals, I believe, to
yeah
Magnus. Uh, so it was a good choice. By the way, you were saying H4 was the best move in this position, if I heard you
yeah
correctly. Was that true?
yeah.
Really?
H4 was the best. H3 also very logical. I think H3 would be a normal choice. H4
By
का
H4,
idea
I would
H5.
never play in this position. Yeah, everything I know about Rosolimo, you should play on the queen side. And what Divya played, I think, is exactly what I would do here as well to try and push B4. But H4 is crazy. Some new
Yeah.
territory here.
Yeah, yeah. And meanwhile, Sahaj, I think we have a couple of moves in the Nihal game as well. If we jump back, knight a3, best move played by Nihal Sarin. Nice find. Putting pressure on that c4 pawn. Also, knight b5 sometimes. Yeah, always a pattern in this in these structures. And now bishop g7 played. And finally, b3, जो break आप बता रहे थे, very important here. And basically, Sahaj, you are forcing the pawn to capture away from the center. So now की rook file open हो जाएगी. That seems like a good idea. Bishop a3 भी कल को option है. And now Firouzja is thinking, so far so good for Nihal, yeah?
Yeah, and by the way, CB3, AB3 taken, both players making the moves pretty quickly. And Nihal looking comfortable, yeah. Very, very comfortable.
Yeah. Hi, Nihal, Sareen, just do it, man. I think eh, not only do we need an Indian qualifier in the candidates, I think Nihal doing it would be amazing. Nihal's live rating, by the way, chat is 2703. How many Indians are 27? So I'm actually checking. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think Hari Krishna might have dropped out.
Hmm.
There should have been 8 otherwise. Nihal took with the pawn, of course, with the pawn, because Rook ka file open karna hai. Bishop can always come to b3 if need be after b4 and bishop e3 ऐसा चक्कर नहीं है, already pointing towards the king side as well, controlling that d3 square. So rook file open करना very very valuable, also keeping your pawns connected.
Exactly. So pawn captures हमेशा जो towards the center होते हैं, they are usually good ones. There is a very, I think, nice example of this. For example, कभी आपको G3 आप white से खेलते हो G3 and black takes on G3, right? With something piece or pawn. जैसे आपका knight G3 पे पड़ा हुआ है, ठीक है? Black मारता है bishop takes G3. This is an ever like for a beginner, it's very difficult to understand कि what's the better capture here. Should you go FG3 or HG3? Because HG3 feels like कि आपका किंग वीक हो रहा है, बट FG3 feels like आपका रुक ओपन हो रहा है. तो FG3 feels more natural, but 99% of the cases HG3 is going to be a better move here. Now I'm saying 1% because HG3 is usually not good unless black का रुक H8 पे पहले से पड़ा हुआ है, डबल रुक्स पड़े हुए हैं and आपकी मेट हो रही है. That's when HG3 is not good. But usually you should capture always towards the center, and I think it's a very um, good
Yeah,
decision
yeah.
by Nihal.
And
And
Sajma, I
if he
think you
wants
can
to
also
put
give
the
an
bishop, yeah, go
you
ahead.
can also give an example of an opening जहां पे ऐसा bishop g3 edge g3 capture आता है. If you could give one example of a great opening, like the bestest, the mind blowingest opening on the planet जिसमें ऐसा capture आता है, which would be that opening, Saj भाई, ताकि audience relate कर पाए थोड़ा सा.
So I'm thinking of an opening, Joe. I think it's my favorite opening of 2025. I have to say, and उसका नाम है Sozin, because उसमें आप
हम्म.
long castle करते हो, and white
हाँ.
का bishop b3 पे होता है, and black takes
हाँ.
bishop takes b3, and you capture back with the a pawn
But
usually.
Sahaj bhai, आपने G3 का एग्जांपल दिया. I think I want to see a G3 example. I'm hooked on that G3 concept, and I want to understand it deeper. Sahaj bhai, don't keep me away from more knowledge. So which is an opening
Oh,
जहाँ पे
in
G3 capture
G3,
होता
G3. Wait. Let me think very
है?
quickly. Pompovsky, जब अगर white का bishop g5 पे आता है, and then you go bishop h4 and bishop g3, and then black takes. No, I'm just kidding. He's
But
talking
Trompowsky.
about. He's talking about, of course, the London system, जो हम दोनों का एकदम favorite line है. And in that variation, white usually goes to bishop f4 and bishop g3 पे बैठता है, and black takes usually with the knight on g3 or with the bishop coming to d6 and bishop takes g3. दोनों possible होते हैं, and you are basically always capturing h takes g3 there. Always, always.
Actually, I was talking about the exchange Slav, Sahaj, but okay, I think London also works.
Oh,
But
धोखा धोखा दे दिया यार.
meanwhile, can you explain what's happening in the Vincent Keimer game? Apparently, castle करने का मूड किसी का है नहीं. What is G5 and what is Knight H2?
Is Parham tilting? This tournament उतना अच्छा नहीं जा रहा उसके लिए. नहीं, अनीश के साथ भी he had to defend for a long time, and he thought for 20 minutes before he played knight h2. Apparently fg5 hg5 knight g5 मार रहा था, but I mean who's gonna take this, yeah? Vincent
Yeah.
Keimer के आप 1 घंटा 35 मिनट देख रहे हो, and if he
Hmm.
plays g5 you don't take on g5. That's a natural thing.
Yeah.
And knight h2, of course, he goes away from theory. He's inviting gf4. And gf4 के बाद apparently bishop f4 is not the best move, and Parham will be in deep trouble already. भाई क्या हो रहा है? रुक g8.
Wow. I mean, he will take, yeah. Maybe he plays King H1 first, but he will take on F4 at some moment. Do we have to
भाई
take with the
कौन खेलेगा
knight or
किंग
the
एच वन?
rook? What's happening?
कौन खेलेगा किंग एच वन हियर यार? यू वुड गो बिशप एफ फोर, एंड देन यू वुड से ओके रुक जी एट के बाद आई विल गो किंग एच वन. मेरा पॉन अटैक्ड है ना.
True,
Feels weird,
true.
but yeah, but I'm already in trouble, and Vincent showing some crazy, crazy prep here.
Great. And meanwhile, Sahaj, we've had no moves from Prague. So maybe we go to Arjun's game and try to catch up with what's been happening. Because Arjun, feels like it's already equal, in fact, minus point 0.1. I would love to understand why.
Aye, this is pure chaos on the board. This is Benoni with reverse colors. Or like the most typical example. I mean, if you go in this position, we were discussing this earlier. Like Bishop D6 may take stakes. This is exact system of Benoni. ये just reverse colors है. White के पास एक extra move है क्योंकि आप ये black से खेलते हो usually. Knight A3 castle, Knight C2 E5, very natural moves. B4, Rook E8, Rook E1, A6, C5. When I say natural, I mean Benoni ke liye it's pretty natural. Yeah, Bishop F8 and Bishop G5. So Bishop G5 का idea is very simple. He doesn't want के black का knight D5 पे आके C3 को control करे. So
Hmm.
his plan is to take on F6 and remove this option of knight D5 altogether. We already have an imbalance on the board, and this is complete chaos to me. शायद ये अभी नहीं दिख रहा, but in 5 moves, 10 moves from now, because I've studied Benoni, from the black side. I used to play it, some games at least, and I used to love it. Yeah, it had
Yeah.
so many crazy ideas, and we will see some interesting ideas here as well. I think,
And
like
there
for
was a
example, if you
famous
play
player.
x6, yeah, हाँ कौन?
There was a famous player, Saj, who also loved the Benoni. An attacking player chat. If you know who that is, इसकी one of the most favorite openings थी, Benoni chat. Any guesses? कौन था वो famous attacking player जो Benoni का बहुत बड़ा fan था? I've seen one game. I think it was that player versus Petrosian. No, I'm not sure who it was. जहाँ पे कुछ he sacked like a piece for 2 pawns and crazy था.
Ah,
Tal,
okay, 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 okay,
yes,
okay. Yes,
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 Tal,
yes, yes,
exactly.
yes.
नहीं भाई ताल और टिक्कू में बहुत डिफरेंस है ताल एग्जैक्टली
Mhm.
एग्जैक्टली इट वाज ताल ही रियली लव्ड द बेनोनी यूज्ड टू लव प्लेइंग इट एंड यू कैन सी अर्जुन या मतलब लविंग दैट ओपनिंग एज वेल आई थिंक दैट्स एग्जैक्टली व्हाट ही नीड्स अ डायनामिक ओपनिंग जहां पे बहुत कुछ क्रेजी हो रहा है बिकॉज तीनों विन चाहिए सहज वी कैन नॉट इवन अफोर्ड अ सिंगल ड्रॉ तो जाना ही पड़ेगा ऐसी ओपनिंग्स के लिए इवन इफ इट मींस टेकिंग मोर रिस्क्स
Probably from for Sam Savion, it's the same thing because he also wants
या
to play for a win, and I think that's why they are agreeing to these hectic positions ताकि गलतियां हो board पे, and we
हम्म
see what happens. By the way, Abhimanyu Mishra, I think he does seem to have a lot of time, but he is a pawn down. He's a free pawn down against Hans.
ooh
But he is very much in prep though. So I mean, I'm not sure what to make of this. Is he? Because I have a feeling that this might be the game जहाँ पे that streak is broken of some 63 games. Um, and
but if
Hans के
Hans
chances अच्छे
wins
लग रहे हैं.
why Hans wins he could go to 6.5 and in the lead. Why Hans Niemann qualifying to the candidates would be a big, big statement. Yeah, that would be insane. And then we're
आग
gonna see
लग
Hans
जाएगी.
against Hikaru in the candidates. Oh my god. Oh my god. Imagine last round, Hikaru versus Hans, winner kind of challenge Gukesh. Baap re. That's gonna be insane.
किसी ने चैट में लिखा है विशाल ब्लंडर्ड. मैं
Vishal
विशाल कौन है?
Megamart?
विशाल कौन है? विशाल तो मेरे कोच का नाम था. आई मीन है.
Hans is confident. Yeah, but he's very overconfident. But I think confidence suits him to his personality at least. Um, is there in title norm before below FM? No norms, but title है भाई. तुम्हारे भाई का है below FM.
चलो
Titles का
चैट
I
से
think.
क्वेश्चन. Just one
Hmm.
question from the to the chat. Gukesh can play against three players. Okay, I'm giving you three players. ठीक है?
हाँ.
The first one is Gukesh versus Arjun. ठीक है? The second one is Gukesh versus Hikaru. ठीक है? And third is Gukesh versus Hans. Who do you choose as Gukesh's challenger for the World Championship title between these three
I am
players?
in. So if I'm Indian, which I am, I'm gonna choose Arjun. If I was not Indian, I of course want to see Hikaru. Like I want to see that matchup. So also, Hikaru and Fabi, I think, are two players who technically could stake a claim ki, they are strong enough, have been strong enough for so long to be the world champion. So I think Hikaru will make sense. But as an Indian, of course, I want to see Arjun there. Sajid, what's your answer?
By the amount of people who are saying Hans is a lot, just so you know.
नहीं,
It's a
मैक्सिम से
lot.
हिकारू दो, मैक्सिम से हिकारू यार.
Hikaru is also a lot, of course, but Hans is I think number two. Yeah, Arjun is number three in this. I'm genuinely surprised because I thought Arjun would be at the top here because we all would love to see that matchup, but Hans is
Yeah,
a bit of a surprise for me. But yeah, Hikaru also is there. You're right. For
yeah,
me, I
yeah.
think I think Arjun versus Gukesh is something I would love to see because in a match because it's like clash of two different styles, and I think it would be an insane thing to witness. But yeah, non-chess player, I in a non-chess way में अगर मैं मुझे पूछो हिकारू और हांस में से चूज करो तो आई वुड चूज हांस सिंपली बिकॉज इट वुड
Hmm.
बी सो मच फन वो ऐसे स्टेटमेंट्स डालेगा इस तरह की ऐसे उसको मार्केट करेगा आई थिंक इट विल बी सो मच फन
True, true, true. But I think गुकेश वाला डायलॉग याद आ रहा है मुझे भाई. I think it's हमें बहुत दूर है वो. So it'll be very interesting to see. I think Hans ka growth has been phenomenal in the last few years. So let's see if he has the, क्योंकि मुझे याद है हैंस ना ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड के क्वालिफिकेशन के आखिरी राउंड में निकल गए थे इन द लास्ट चांस क्वालिफायर. सो वो जो फाइनल मोमेंट में जो वो चाहिए होता है ना, जो पुश, मे बी दैट्स द थिंग मिसिंग with Hans, and that's what's preventing him from qualifying. If he can do that now, I think that could change his entire career. So let's see what happens. Career change से याद आया साज भाई, going to Nihal Sarin, Firouzja has still not played, and I mean he's 30 minutes behind now, 29 minutes behind. चल क्या रहा है भाई? If I was Nihal Sarin, मन में वही लड्डू फूटने चालू हो रहे हैं मेरे again and again.
oh by the way 95 played just as you say
What?
slight
Oh,
inaccuracy
that's a mistake. That's a big mistake, Sahaj, technically. Looking at the importance of this game, knight d5. What's the idea, first of all?
probably b6 bishop b7 I'm guessing it has to be
But
b6 bishop b7 no what else can you play you're not taking on c3 for sure
but why is knight d5, such an is like, is he planning knight b4?
नाइट बी फोर का लेकिन पॉइंट क्या बिशप बी वन सीधा तो हट रहा है
हाँ,
अच्छा नाइट
exactly.
डी
वही
थ्री
so, oh, is that the plan? Is knight b4 the plan?
नाइट डी फोर और नाइट बी थ्री प्रॉब्ली नाइट डी थ्री है
But knight b4, for example, white plays
तब
h3,
नाइट बी
knight
फाइव है मेरे
b4.
पास लेकिन so let's say if I go rook e1 you cannot play knight db4 here because bishop b1 knight d3 and I have knight b5 and I can take on d3 and play knight c7 check
Hmm. Also, bishop e4 is very strong apparently.
yeah
Just
yeah
kind
yeah
of moved.
for sure bishop e4 I think पहली move पे भी like you don't have to play rook e1 bishop e4 straight away is also a good move I think the best move in the position so yeah slight inaccuracy by Firouzja
भाई दिस इज एक्साइटिंग चैट. सो क्या पता कुछ हो जाए. एंड अपेरेंटली चैट यहाँ पे बेस्ट मूव इज नाइट c4. आई मीन द मोस्ट ऑब्वियस मूव इफ यू आस्क मी. Queen goes back to d7, let's say, and now bishop e4 anyways. And now, if you castle, that's a
no 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 no
blunder.
no ask the chat
Huh? So chat, for example, knight c4, queen to bishop e4. And if you castle chat, that's a big mistake. What is white's move in this position? Come on, chat, let's go. Sarwal, do you think he finds it like this bishop e4 idea? It's not trivial.
No, it's not difficult to find, especially if you see
Really?
bishop d5 and knight b6. Exactly,
Yeah.
bhai.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Beautiful idea.
Oh, Dr. Shray in the chat, bhai. Welcome, welcome. Long time. ab6 and rook 8, and then you are just an exchange up, and white says GG.
Yeah.
So, going back to the live board, knight d5 is the current position, and Nihal को knight c4 और bishop e4 निकालना है.
Wow. So a super interesting moment in the game. I'm going to ask you, Saj, do you think Nihal finds knight c4, bishop e4? Do you want to bet a Maggie on it? One Maggie bet. One Maggie
That he
bet.
finds us.
Finds or not finds it? One Maggie bet.
What do you say?
I say he doesn't find. Knight c4 and bishop दोनों moves. Knight c4 is easy, but he doesn't find. What do you think?
I think he will find knight c4 and bishop e4.
So let's put the Maggie where your mouth is, Saj. Why I eat it? Let's go.
Is it because yesterday you lost one and you want to go back to 23?
नहीं, because I think I want to win something here because I am worried कि निहाल ने नहीं निकाला तो position equal हो जाएगी. So I'm like, either Nihal gets the best move and he's better, or I get the Maggie. कुछ तो मिलेगा.
तो आर वी टॉकिंग दैट नाइट सी फोर एंड बिशप ई फोर इन ऑर्डर, या बिशप ई फोर नाइट सी फोर भी चलेगा?
किसी भी ऑर्डर में चलेगा।
किसी भी ऑर्डर में चलेगा, तो दीज टू मूव
हाँ,
शुड हैपन
बट
बेसिकली।
अगली
ठीक
दो
है,
मूव ये होनी चाहिए। हाँ।
ठीक है, डन
डन,
डन डन।
वन मैगी बैट, वन मैगी बैट चैट।
आई से
हु डू
यस,
यू
यू से
थिंक
नो।
हु डू यू थिंक विंस चैट? आएगा यस और नो भाई? डू यू थिंक निहाल फाइंड्स नाइट C4 एंड बिशप E4? Meanwhile, GK bhai, thanks to the chat. Sansat bhai, consider this event performance can Gukesh reclaim world champion? Tell truthfully. I mean, of course, yes. I think we always compare Gukesh to Magnus. That is the mistake. Magnus is the greatest player ever to exist on the planet. If you compare Gukesh to some other world champions, maybe they might have also had one bad event. It's happened to multiple players. So I would say, of course, he's the world champion. He deserves to be, and he can gain his form back in the next tournament itself. And that is the World Cup. उससे better moment हो नहीं सकता.
आई थिंक आई कंप्लीटली एग्री विद यू, बट या मैग्नस से कंपैरिजन नहीं करना चाहिए, ऑल्सो बिकॉज ही इज 19 ईयर्स ओल्ड. लाइक आई
Hmm.
थिंक, एज आई मीन वी हैव स्पोकन अबाउट दिस मल्टीपल टाइम्स, कि उसकी पीक जो होगी, आई थिंक इट वील ओनली सी इट इन 3-4 years टाइम, लाइक 23, 24, 25 ऑनवर्ड्स यू सी पीक गुकेश sort of shining. So abhi it's very difficult to compare him to, like, Magnus wasn't compared to anyone like at this age. Yeah, so I think that's one, like, people sort of accepted him as like one of the greatest players even at that age. So but now, because Magnus was so great, we keep comparing everybody else to Magnus, which is not fair to the player.
Sash, so what do you think that age is जहाँ पे that comparison has to come? Like, uh, basically, Magnus has been the world champion. He literally left the world champion as it is. He didn't even play it. So what is that age where you think कि growth करना as a player becomes so difficult कि you've kind of hit your peak in terms of your age, your fitness, your ability to improve and everything, because we know chess is a young man's game. Say a dogma say 14 and still fighting it out. What is that age is? उसके आगे you kind of do not have that comparison ki bhai Gukesh is just 19, we cannot compare him to Magnus.
Like, I think probably like Aronian is a very good example of that. You can peak even when you're a bit older. Like, he's had a spectacular year, I would say, so far. But chess is becoming a young man's game for sure. And I mean, you can say around 23, 24, 25.
Hmm.
This age, I think, is when you are peaking. I think
Hmm.
that's when also Magnus kind of was speaking. Yeah, because 23, 20, nobody could touch Magnus, I think, in those years. I
Hmm.
remember 2014 it was. How old was he when it was 2014? He was 24,
I
25,
think
no?
it's 2022, 22 he was. 24, 24.
24. No, so
24,
like in
yeah.
that range. He was 28, 89, basically that was his official peak, I would say. So yeah, I think around that age is what I think Gukesh will peak as well.
Yeah, I think fair enough. So it's under 25. So he has time, Chad Gukesh, for now. And Nihal, by the way, still not playing his moves. Sahaj bhai, डर लग रहा है क्या मैं खोदोगे आप?
नहीं नहीं नहीं, सोच रहा है तो अच्छी बात है। वो नाइट सी फोर वो सोच रहा है कि नाइट सी फोर, मैं पहले नाइट सी फोर खेलूँ या पहले बिशप ई फोर खेलूँ, दोनों ही ठीक लग रहे हैं मुझे। एंड इज थिंकिंग, यार क्या अली रेजा कोई बिशप D5 नाइट बिशप वाला प्लान दिखेगा क्या, नहीं दिखेगा, मे बी नहीं दिखेगा, तो मैं बिशप ई फोर पहले खेल देता हूँ। एंड आई एम जस्ट गोना लुक ऑन द अदर साइड ऑफ द बोर्ड, आई एम नॉट इवन गोना लुक एट द क्वीन साइड, एंड आई एम गोना
हाँ.
मेक हिम थिंक कि मैं मेरा प्लान H3 का है यहाँ पे।
एक बंदा कह रहा है रुपेश, I peaked at 24 years age with EL of 369.
भाई
Saj, I
अब
have a
कितनी है
question.
आपकी ये लो भाई? वुड लव टू
I
नो।
have a, I have a, I have a question, chat and Sajwai. So let's say you had the same chess games, but people could read, like players could read the chat, but it was an emote only chat. Not you cannot type, you can only send emotes. So chat, assume karo, this is an emote only chat, and this is I am I don't know भाई फिरोजा कैसे बोल दो अपने को, ओके मान लो मैं फिरोजा हूं या मैं निहाल हूं and साज भाई दूसरा बंदा है. So what will you type in the chat to give us hints? निहाल की मुंह
मतलब
है, what do you
भाई मेरे को
what do you
दूसरा
type?
बंदा क्यों बना दिया आपने?
अरे
दैट
मतलब
फील्स
अरे मतलब ओके यू आर निहाल बन जाओ भाई. द पॉइंट इज कि इफ यू कुड हैव दैट चेस जहां पे पीपल कुड जस्ट रीड इमोट्स. I'm trying to understand if that helps the players or kind of worsens it for them. Let's say निहाल की चाल है, what emote do you type? साज कुछ समझ में आ रहा है आपको ऐसा जो निहाल की हेल्प को होता?
भाई सब लोग तो बड़े इंटरेस्टिंग इमोट्स डाल रहे हैं यहाँ पे, मॉडरेटर्स का काम बढ़ा रहे हैं, आई फील।
चैट देखो, तुम्हें निहाल को मान लो ऐसा फॉर्मेट करे कभी कोई COB 15 या, एंड देन ओनली इमोट्स पढ़ सकते हैं लोग, तो क्या फर्क पड़े, क्या मतलब, कैन यू एडवाइस निहाल? ओ नाइट इज अ गुड वन। नाइट तो अच्छा है ना, पीकी ब्लंडर्स इज, आई थिंक दैट्स अ नाइस फाइंड। डू यू थिंक दिस इज हेल्पफुल सहज, और डू यू थिंक दिस इज जस्ट डिस्ट्रैक्टिंग?
I have no clue what is happening. वो तो गोल गोल घूम रहा है. भाई I'm too old to even understand
ओ बी
emotes.
फोर भाई साहब, एक बंदे ने नोटेशन ही लिख डाली।
मेरे को लगा निहाल ने B4 खेल दिया. I was shocked
भाई
for a
द
second.
सैड पार्ट इज इट्स द रॉन्ग मूव, B5 भाई, C4 था भाई, नाइट C4 है।
B5 था भाई, B5.
uh,
घोड़ा. Someone is putting घोड़ा in the position as well. That's crazy.
there's a weird concept. It's a nice concept, no? Like it will be fun to see how people play. Like imagine Samay versus Tanmay playing with an emote only chat. That would be hilarious. Why? Them trying to decipher what the chat is saying. That would be a nice format.
For Vidit की जल्दी खेलो. वाह, घड़ी for Vidit.
ठीक है, I think we can go back to normal chat now. Let's see what happens. Saj bhai, still no moves from Nihal. I think कोई और गेम है जहाँ हम जा सकते हैं? मेरी तो मैगी पक्की होने वाली है।
Yep, absolutely. Salva, just give me 1 minute. I'll just be right back.
हम्म।
1 sec.
हाँ, मैं ये नोट कर रहा हूँ, इमोट ओनली फॉर्मेट। Will be interesting to have this at some point. टाइप कर दिया मैंने एज अ नोट, बट ओके। दिया कौन है? अच्छा दिव्या। दिव्या के में जाएंगे चार, आई थिंक एज सुन साज भाई कम्स बैक, बट फिलहाल के लिए निहाल सरीन लूजिंग हिज टाइम एडवांटेज। ये साहस की कुर्सी आधी ब्लड क्यों है? पूरा ब्लड मैंने सुना है, हाउ समथिंग हाफ ब्लड? दिस चेयर लुक्स अ बिट वियर्ड। Okay, anyways, knight d5 on the board. I think Firouzja का idea basically ये है to confuse matters. He really wants to get Nihal out of his preparation, and he has done that job, but he's taken considerable risk. So you can, while you're driving, you might take an unknown, untrodden path, untrodden, whatever, less trodden path. Why I'm going to take the road less taken, but you also might get lost and then fear, get lost in the wilderness. So wait, this guy यहाँ पे, he's played something, but he is definitely putting himself on the line here. ठीक है भाई, जीएम कब हो रहे हैं? बहुत जल्दी, बहुत जल्दी, बस कल परसों में निकल रही है ट्रेन जीएम की, तो बन जाऊंगा। नाइट D5 के बाद नाइट C4 एज वी सॉ इज अ गुड मूव। ऑल्सो बिशप B2, आई थिंक जस्ट अ नॉर्मल मूव, डेवलपमेंट। डेवलप करो भाई, C4 D4 धीरे के आएगा। ऑल्सो फील्स वेरी वेरी लॉजिकल। ओह, नाइट का एंड भी अच्छा है, बट आई थिंक इट्स रॉन्ग, राइट? इट्स वन एरो अप एंड टू एरोज राइट। सो भाई राघव भाई, आपने लोल कर दिया। नाइट C4 इज द बेस्ट मूव। How long will it take for Gukesh to recover his rating? It will take a long, long time, unfortunately. At the top level, it is so difficult to kind of gain even 5 points. I mean, to recover, like, how many has he lost? 19 points. Oh my God, that's going to be so tough. I mean, at least three tournaments, I'm assuming. Maybe World Cup, it can be done quickly. Maybe two tournaments. Although
No
he
updates
wins
so
the
far?
World Cup, no updates, Sajbhai, and I think नो मूव फ्रॉम नेहाल। थोड़ा डर लग रहा है भाई मुझे आपके लिए कि मैगी को छोड़ दोगे, तो कौन सी गेम में जाए फिर?
भाई नाइट C4 तो आ रहा है, बता रहा हूँ मैं आपको. By the way, Parham in big trouble apparently after knight H2 and GF4, and he goes knight E2. That's an inaccuracy. Wow.
भाई परम मकसूद आई थिंक वाइल्ड वाइल्ड चेस खेलते हैं, एंड ही वाज लीडिंग द इवेंट सहज, ही वाज नंबर वन इन द स्टैंडिंग्स till round 6 or whatever, and suddenly loses one game to Nihal, draws one game, and suddenly if he loses this one, he's out of contention, he will have no chances. Maybe
For
not no
sure. And
chances, but yeah.
next to no chances, I think, for
Actually
sure.
no
Like,
chances, right? Because yeah, actually no chances, because 6 पॉइंट तो मिनिमम चाहिए, 6 is the cutoff chat.
exactly. So, and also let's not forget that Vincent Keimer just recently, entered top 10 in the Chennai Grandmasters, and also 2750 mark भी उसने same time पे तोड़ा, and still he's gaining rating in this event. So he's now
Hmm.
2754. He has overtaken Gukesh, and he's climbing up the ladder. I believe he's world number 8 right now. So Vincent Keimer not
Hmm.
stopping, yeah. We might have
Yeah,
another
agree.
sort of member in the elite club already.
एंड गुकेश का सेकंड थे, अब क्या पता गुकेश को ही चैलेंज करने के लिए पहुंच जाए. दैट्स गोना बी फ्राइटनिंग एज हेल. मीनवाइल इफ यू गो टू द Pragg game, Sahaj, I think Pragg did not find e5 again. He just played rook e1 and allowed black to take on e4, and now rook d7, putting pressure on that d4 pawn. It feels like ये pawn तो गयो, Sahaj, because bishop e3 there is c5.
Oh, oh, C5 is crazy. Yes, that's a very nice idea.
So what are we doing?
We will pretend कि ये this was part of our plan. So we will sacrifice it, but this was always part of our plan. So we can go queen c2, rook d4 and bishop f4 or bishop e3 whatever, and we'll just play this position. भाई compensation के लिए खेल रहे हैं. Counter play हमारे पास. He plays queen c2 by the way. I told you. When something like this happens, chat, you pretend like this was the plan all along.
Bhai, again, let's keep in mind, draw for Pragg, 100% out. 100% out of contention. So he needs to win this. A draw will not do, and he's already going to lose a pawn. So Wonder Leon must be very happy. एक central pawn है ऊपर से. Central pawns are much more important than a corner pawn. And I still don't see the counterplay, Sahaj, but I'm gonna trust Pragg here कि भाई ठीक है भाई, होगा compensation.
But I think again, Praggo, I mean, he would love to win this event, but I think he's qualifying to the fifth through the FIDE circuit
Hmm.
anyways. So most likely उसका selection guaranteed ही है इस event में.
Hmm.
So yeah,
Sahaj
let's
bhai,
not forget that.
one look at the Yakubov Demchenko game, because what we thought has happened: knight f5, bishop takes, pawn takes, king d8, and rook c1.
भाई उसने किंग टच कर दिया होगा और उसको कासल नहीं करने दिया होगा.
I mean, I think he must have put it on c8, and suddenly his brain must have realized, भाई ये मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ? I can't really castle.
Or like, when you play EF5 and then you look at your score sheet and then you think, oh, I moved my king. तो अब लॉन्ग कासल पॉसिबल नहीं है. But yeah, feels like this is just dead lost. It's over. Literally, it's over.
Yeah. So is Mamidyarov against Puranik as well, also plus 3.5. So this is also done, Sahaj.
Hmm. Puranik took a big risk, I think, against Mamedyarov. Plus three है position है.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, he has more hope though, for sure.
Hmm,
Although
hmm,
also by
hmm.
the way, Queen A4 के बाद Queen D7 he plays, so I don't know, threatening some Bishop F3, Queen D2 checkmate in the position, but yeah, it's less hope in this position. Still, he can play on for a bit, but दूसरा game तो खत्म है already. I feel like that's gonna
Yeah,
be over
yeah.
in like the next half an hour or so.
So, Sajma, let's go to the game of maybe the world champion and see कि वहाँ पे क्या हुआ है. Because honestly, this doesn't look like a game which is easy for black to win. The knight on d5 looking solid. You can't take because queen takes के बाद d6 pawn will be weak. Bishop on h6 right now, honestly, doesn't feel like it's doing much. What do you make of this position?
I think what you said is pretty accurate. Very hard to win this for black. Also, कभी भी क्वीन डी फाइव के बाद d6 जब अगर मर जाता है तो the game is pretty much equal. Maybe he will try to carry the game. I mean, you can play something like f5, but that might be very risky for Gukesh because even if I just take ef5, it feels like it's not black who is pushing here.
Yeah, look at this. So f5, ef5, gf5. Sorry,
h6 is
G6,
actually better.
G6, G6, and now EF5, GF5. And chat, find the best move for white here. Let's go.
Very
Saj
nice
भाई,
move.
I mean, नहीं आता
भाई आई
जैसे
थिंक
मुझे
आपने
लगता है ऐसे.
कास्टलिंग नहीं करी है तो कास्टलिंग करना चाहिए उधर. आई फील कास्टलिंग करो उधर. व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
साज भाई, मेरा रुक ना खिड़की के सामने खड़ा हुआ है. उसको ठंडी ठंडी हवा आ रही है, so खिड़की से अब बंद नहीं करनी भाई. ऑन खोल दी खिड़की. एसी घर पे है नहीं. लेट इट स्टे ऑन H1.
ओके. What do you think, Chad? Rook h6? No, rook h6 is not good. That was a trap, by the way. Rook h5 is like a second best move in the position, but there is a very, very strong move.
And the move chat is knight to f4 भाई.
Yeah, attacking the bishop
Knight to
and knight
f4.
e6 check.
या एंड क्वीन आपकी हैंगिंग है, सबको EF4 मारना पड़ेगा. बिशप C6 एंड आई थिंक D6 मर रहा है. F4 मारने के बाद G फाइल खुल रही है. माय किंग इज प्रीटी सेफ ऑन F1 एक्चुअली.
Yeah,
सो
yeah, and black's king is in a lot of danger. All the light squares are just completely gone here.
या सो मेरे ख्याल से आई थिंक गुकेश अंडर ह्यूज नॉट प्रेशर. आई मीन it's hard to win basically, Gukesh. I think that's the problem here. So
By the way,
yeah,
let's
let's
look
see how.
at let's
Hmm.
see how board one is doing, and would you look at that? Would you look at that? I feel Nihal has played a move here, Sahil. Would you care to tell us what this move का plan क्या है मतलब? Can you just explain it to us?
I think maybe bishop e4 is कि bishops want to prove कि they are better than knights. But
Hmm.
knights have been dominating the game because विशी सर ने कहा I like knights more. So bishops को बहुत ट्रोलिंग हुआ है पिछले कुछ 10 सालों में. So
Right,
bishops are
right,
like,
right.
भाई we're gonna reclaim what you owe us, and that's why bishop e4. So trying to basically point towards the knight and say कि I can attack you, but you can't attack me. मतलब we are better.
And what I think is, like the number 21 is like a very, very famous number. Yeah, I mean I feel like many people think about it. But if you think about, okay, 22 minus 1 is 20, it
हाँ
is 21, right?
हाँ.
And 2 plus 1 is 3. And bishop की value भी 3 होती है. So I feel like this is all like just fate at this point. क्या लगता है
Yeah,
आपको?
yeah, yeah. True, true, true. And I think I agree with you. On the other hand, maybe if black plays queen d8, Nihal might decide कि भाई अब there is free tempo नहीं मिल रहा है मुझे. मेरे को वैसे भी सामान शिफ्ट नहीं करना है किसी टेम्पो में, तो रुक टू E1 he can play Sahaj. And then potentially
But bishop
potentially
b4
instead
is
of.
already there. But bishop
Yeah, yeah,
e4 is already there.
but queen,
But
no, but
come
queen
on.
d8 rook E1,
अब
and then
अब
if.
कल को अब कल को फिरोजा यहाँ पे b5 खेल दे, अब बोलेगा इसने नाइट c4 यहाँ पे
हाँ
नहीं खेला
हाँ, ऑफ कोर्स
ये
ऑफ
थोड़ी
कोर्स
ना
ऑफ
होता है,
कोर्स.
ये
नहीं
थोड़ी ना
देखो,
होता है.
यू आई मेंशन लगातार दो चालें बिशप E4 और नाइट C4 इन एनी ऑर्डर आनी चाहिए. सो दैट्स
हम्म,
द पॉइंट.
हम्म.
सो या इफ दैट हैपेंस देन ऑफ कोर्स देन सब्ट्रैक्ट करने के बदले साज व्हाट आई रियली लाइक इज एडिशन. लाइक 22 plus 1 is 23.
ये
दैट्स
धोखा
व्हाट आई
दे रहे
लाइक.
हैं भाई, ये धोखा है, प्रॉपर धोखा. आई फील
नहीं
लाइक
नहीं भाई.
बिशप e4 इज प्रूव. अरे
भाई
यार.
भाई
ही
क्वीन
वेंट
डी के
क्वीन
बेस्ट मूव
d8.
इज स्टिल नाइट C4. बेस्ट मूव इज स्टिल नाइट C4. सो इट्स नॉट अ धोखा. द
No, no,
बेस्ट
I
मूव इज स्टिल
think
नाइट
now
C4.
knight c4 is very unlikely.
भाई इट्स द बेस्ट मूव इन द पोजीशन.
Bishop b2 for me is the best move.
भाई इंजन तो नाइट C4 कह रहा है, सो इट्स नॉट अ धोखा भाई. दैट्स द पॉइंट. सो लेट्स सी चैट क्या होता है. आई थिंक 22 plus 1 is 23, and I really like 23 because 23 is when I quit my job to play chess, Sahaj bhai. So I really have fond memories
हम्म.
of that number. So let's see भाई क्या
हम्म.
होता है.
सहज भाई कितने नंबर आते थे मैच में भाई, मत पूछो यार. मत पूछो, मैंने एट्थ के बाद मैथ्स नहीं करी एक्चुअली. आई वेंट इनटू आर्ट्स बिकॉज आई वांटेड टू फोकस ऑन चेस. तो एट्थ के बाद मेरी मैथ्स बहुत खराब है एक्चुअली.
कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता भाई. मेरे 12th बोर्ड में 95 थे और मैं भी यहीं बैठा और कोई मतलब नहीं है. पता है लेकिन मैथ्स कब से घटिया सी होती थी. बोर्ड की मैथ्स वाज सुपर इजी, बट आईआईटी की मैथ्स वाज डिफिकल्ट. इट्स लाइक यू आर रेटेड 2000, एंड देन व्हेन यू स्टार्ट डूइंग आईआईटी मैथ्स यू आर प्लेइंग इन द कैंडिडेट्स. इतना डिफरेंस था.
हम्म.
सो यू कुड नेवर मेक दैट लीप. तो चैट में जो
हम्म.
आईआईटी वाले हैं, वो समझेंगे.
23 December सेव द डे.
भाई
दैट्स
23
ग्रेट.
सबको आई थिंक जीसीएल है, इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन.
आप आईआईटी में थे बाय द वे, कोई पूछ रहा है?
नहीं नहीं भाई, नहीं था ना, तभी तो नहीं था भाई, तभी तो रो रहा हूँ.
क्रेजी क्रेजी.
By the way, important decision chat. Nihal, does he play rook e1? Does he play knight c4? Does he play bishop b2? Do I get Maggie's? It's all up for grabs in this moment, in this position. And Nihal's time. अबे यार.
मैं
चलो
बोल
कोई
रहा हूँ
ना.
यार. मैं बोल रहा हूँ आपको यार कि you have to understand the math here. Two plus one is three, and दोनों bishop and knight की value 3 point होती है भाई. This is meant to be.
Hmm.
It's meant to be.
Yeah.
And निहाल को कितने पॉइंट चाहिए? 3 out of 3.
Huh. True,
कितने
true,
राउंड्स
true.
बचे हैं? 3.
True.
Like
That's a fair
it's
point.
all
That's a fair point. All
it's
mathematical, proven
all
by science. Proven
connected.
by science. So knight c4. So clearly minus हो चुका है chat. 22, 20, 21 Maggie is now remaining. And Sajva, I'm still very happy. At least Nihal is now better. He found that plan, and apparently you can't castle as we discussed. So that's not a good move. And Firouzja has to either find rook b8, unpinning the a pawn, or he has to find bishop g4. But the surprising part is after bishop g4 and h3, you cannot take. You have to go back to e6.
Oh, okay. By the way, he plays rook b8. So that move is on the board.
Yeah,
And I saw a pretty
best move.
interesting line here, यहाँ पे, by the way, Sahil bhai. White can go knight to g5. Black has to go short castle, only move, by the way, to not lose immediately. And can you guess what White's best move here is, chat? मैथ्स तो आपने बहुत सिखा दी मेरे को, बट नाउ इट्स टाइम फॉर चेस भाई. किसी ने
Wow.
लिखा विश इज लेजेंड इज राइटिंग 3 times 3 divided by 3 is also 3. Why I love chat यार. They are so funny.
Wow.
What's the move, chat? No, could not go in f3. Something crazy. Think crazy. Vision, like this is your this tests your tactical vision. हमेशा chat हर position में scan all the direct moves first, then look at other things.
भाई रोज यूपीआई कोड स्कैन करते हो ना, वैसे ही स्कैन करो बोर्ड पे, हर जगह पे इतने ऐसे नजर लगाओ कि कहाँ पे कुछ हो रहा है, कुछ हो रहा है, कुछ मर रहा है क्या.
Yep, I think two people have found it. First was Prakash, and the second is Grow Chess. It's knight takes h7 because very nice move. Because the point is, if you go king h7, then I have this very sneaky check on h5. It's a pin, and I am also attacking your knight on d5. So I basically win a pawn. But of course, black को king h7 नहीं मारना. Black को knight c3 मार के वो pawn वापस लेना. But this position somehow is quite good for Nihal. He takes on c3. Black takes on d1. Only move, by the way, takes and king h7, and here you can go bishop f4 and sort of put pressure on the queen side. By the way, you're winning, I think, an exchange, but it's a hard thing to kind of assess here. You're playing bishop f4, black ko rook a8 खेलना है, and then knight b6, and you do win an exchange here, but still a lot of
बट
compensation for
या
Firouzja.
बिशप f5 apparently is the best move, and knight e8 के बाद बिशप e4, knight c7 and bishop c2, and somehow I think ये दोनों pawn मारे जाएंगे. So
Hmm.
black has some compensation there. So
I think I would
interesting
choose to
position
be
though.
black here actually.
या एक्चुअली बिशप पे बहुत खतरनाक है. सो आई थिंक रुक b8 के बाद आई थिंक नाइट g5 डेफिनेटली, बट द बेस्ट मूव इज एक्चुअली h3. And after
Immediately.
if you castle, apparently you're supposed to take on d5, queen d5, and just play d4, which is not easy.
Yeah, bishop d5 is not an easy decision. Definitely not. Knight e3 and like d5. Some you're supposed to go knight e3 and some rook a2 to get away from the pin, and then you're supposed to push like c4 and d5 in this position, and that kind of makes sense why it's better. But to have that vision from this position is not easy to evaluate कि भाई rook a2 खेलना है, ऐसे d4 खेल के bishop. आपका bishop कितना powerful भी है इस position में. Like I
Hmm.
would much rather just play like what I feel is very natural here is a move like knight e3, for example.
Yeah.
This is very natural. Like ठीक है भाई, आपका knight active, मेरा knight okay, maybe not as active. So you take this knight on e3, or you go away from the d5 square. You take, I take with my f pawn. Golden pawn मैंने touch कर दिया, but I think here is not. It's also going towards the center, so I feel like it makes some sense at least. You can go d4, c4 still. You have the f file open as well. I feel is normal.
Hmm. Agreed. I think knight e3 looks like the most logical move because you maintain your strong bishop on e4. देना bishop को थोड़ा सा logical नहीं लग रहा. So let's see what happens. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, apparently प्रणव गेम में कुछ हुआ है क्या? चैट तो कह रही है चीख चीख के कि प्रणव is now apparently just lost.
Oh wow, wasn't he like in a really good position some time ago? So let's
Yeah.
go from here. Queen c8 was an inaccuracy by black, and he went bishop g5. Not the best, but the second best move. h6 and bishop f6 now is a bad move. I'm guessing he missed that black can go gf6 in this position.
Hmm.
I'm guessing. And he goes knight g3, which is a blunder. And now takes and knight e8. Maybe he overestimated his attack on the king side, Sahil.
But what attack? I don't see the attack because I mean 98 knight g7. Isn't that just done? Did he
Maybe
forget
just
the queen is
queen
defending the
h.
bishop?
But queen h5, I'm guessing maybe he missed the idea of bishop g5 that defends his
Maybe.
pawn on h6. Because if you go knight g7 now, na, after queen h6, I have an attack because ये queen को आप हटा नहीं
Hmm.
सकते यहाँ से. And
Hmm.
slowly I can route my pieces like knight e4, rook e4 करके rook g4, and I can build the attack.
Okay, but that's a huge miss from Pranav, and now I think Amin Tabatabai is gonna possibly win and end his chances for good. So hard luck to Pranav there. Also, Arjun game, if we can have a look, a slight inaccuracy from Sam Sevian. I think we saw last we left was bishop g5, right? Bishop f5, knight h4 played, bishop d7, and now queen to f3. And that was a slight b6 खेलना था black को apparently.
Hmm.
But rook e6
b6,
played.
not an easy move, yeah, to play.
Hmm.
Doesn't make much. Also, अब b6 खेल के भी आप bishop f6 दे रहे हो वैसे. Queen f6, g6.
Yeah.
Nobody would voluntarily take this pawn on f6 and
Yeah.
weaken your king like that. Nobody would do that. Rook e6, very realistic mistake, I would say, by the black player, because now bishop f6 mein he can capture back with the rook and not damage his pawns. But yeah, at least this is the first time I'm seeing Arjun getting a good advantage in the position. He can play a4, which seems to be the best move. I'm guessing with some b5 ideas, and the queen sort of hits the b7 square.
You know, something very interesting I noticed. So I was thinking, why can't I just play bishop h3 here? And apparently the best move is h6, but I was like, okay, bishop e6, I win a rook, you win a bishop, I take on d7, you win a knight. Sorry, you take the bishop, sorry, on d7. And now knight g2, or I was thinking, what's the problem? What's the problem here? But after g4 and queen e2, apparently black is just better.
G4 immediately, queen d1, and rook queen e2, rook e8. Hard to evaluate, but probably
Yeah,
better because आपके पास rooks हैं, right? You have an exchange up, but एक भी open file नहीं है position में. And black's knight on f6 is the problem here because it can go to d5 and c3. And once ये knight c3 पे बैठता है, like it's gonna be a huge problem. I would happily trade this knight for the rook back because I think this knight is
maybe
stronger.
even worse, Sahaj, e4 and knight e5.
Oh, and then knight f3 also. Wow. Yeah, this knight on g2 is also a horrible piece as well.
Yeah. This looks very difficult. So yeah, I think bishop h3, the move I thought would be a big mistake if Arjun plays it. It's a nice. So Sam has seen all of this. Yeah, it's a nice
Hmm.
nice trap from Sam Savian.
Hmm.
Great positional understanding to kind of play rook e6 here.
For sure, for sure. Also, he didn't think much actually. He thought for
Hmm.
about 25 minutes when he played bishop f5, but this move पे just 16 seconds सोच के उसने लोकी से खेला. तो already something he has looked at long back.
Hmm. Yeah. So looking at all the games, by the way, no moves by Nihal after rook to b8. So he's still contemplating his choices. Meanwhile, Noderbek against Demchenko, we have a few moves, Sahaj, that's likely going to be ending soon. I think king d8, rook c1, c6 was played. The other Noderbek
नोदर
by Yakubov, no,
ओ अच्छा नोदर यार कंफ्यूज हो जाता हूँ मैं दोनों का नाम नोदर
Yakubov versus Demchenko. Rook
या
c1 was played, c6, rook fe1 attacking the queen, queen f7, and now queen to b4. The best move, attacking, multiple points. The b7 pawn, controlling e7. It just looks like it's over.
It's like a nice prophylactic move because black desperately wants to play knight d7 desperately because shields the king. Maybe he can connect his rooks at a later stage, but queen b4 just stops black from playing knight d7 ever because I can go queen takes b7. एंड नाउ
Yeah.
ही इज बेसिकली आउट ऑफ मूव्स बिकॉज ये इस नाइट को निकालना है, ये नाइट जब तक निकलेगा नहीं तब तक रुक नहीं निकलेगा। तो ब्लैक इज
Yeah.
टेक्निकली प्लेइंग विद टू पीसेस डाउन, या जहाँ पे दो पीसेस एकदम कोने में बैठे, ये रुक भी एट पे कुछ कर नहीं रहा बाय द वे, बट इट कैन स्टिल कम इनटू एक्शन विद रुक सी एट। दिस रुक इज नेवर गोना be moved, I think, in this entire game. So I think this is over.
Yeah, and this is about to be over soon, chat. So we'll see what happens in this game. So किस गेम में जाए साज भाई? अब कौन सी गेम एक्साइटिंग लग रही है?
Shall we check Divya very quickly?
Let's go.
Okay, so she some fire on the board already. B4 आता है, CB4, Queen B4. So we know this was her plan all along in the Rosso limo. Black goes Queen C7, Rook B1, attacking the B7 pawn. Black plays Rook D7, and now she plays F4. Maybe this is a move inspired by Gukesh, yeah,
Are you
because
planning 1 minute,
Gukesh
साज भाई?
also
1
had.
minute, huh? Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
sure, sure, sure. I was saying that this move is, I think, slightly inspired by Gukesh because Gukesh ne bhi last game mein against Divya, it was Rosolimo and he did play F4, if you guys remember that. Maybe this is something that, that she thinks is a good idea. Although it was a completely different position, but same opening though. But yeah, not the best move, F4. Immediately at least, EF4 black को मारना ही पड़ेगा. White goes knight F3 and I think knight E6 and black keeps the extra pawn for now. But बहुत pressure है, like B7 पे pressure है. You also have some ideas with E5. Also some ideas with Queen B2, setting up this battery against the F6 pawn. It all seems, yeah, it feels like she has good pressure though. By the way, he takes EF4. This is the current position. What if some player refuses to go to the candidates? Then I think the person who comes third will get the next spot. Or जो बंदा second आता है FIDE circuit board पे, that person gets the chance to play the candidates. I don't think it will happen though. I think everybody wants to play the candidates this year. Oh well, next year. Okay, so going back, Pranav game, please. Definitely, बिल्कुल लगाते हैं. The Pranav game was here, and I think no updates here. This was the current position. So we saw knight g3 was a big mistake here. Takes and knight e8, and we were looking at queen h5, जहाँ पे bishop g5 है black के पास, which defends both of these points in one move. And you cannot play a move like h4, yeah, because now bishop g4, not bishop g4 actually, you have queen g6 check, very very cute, but you have knight g7, and you just kick the queen away back to e2, and then okay, you play something like bishop f4, and black is just a piece up. So Pranav in deep trouble. Also, time is also a big factor. I don't think Pranav is going to make this one. Yeah, this looks very very sad, I think, for Pranav. I think this will effectively end his chances. Okay, moving back to another game जहाँ पे कुछ updates हो. Let's go to Pragg. Okay, because we saw this queen c2 and he went rook d4 and he did end up playing knight g5 in this position, attacking, sort of putting pressure on the h7 point. Maybe knight c4 can be the idea in the future. Also, he's inviting a move like h6 because if you play h6, then I can bring my knight back to f3 and go knight e5 and attack this pawn on c6. And that's, I think, a healthy compensation for the material here. Yeah, I think Pragg is fine, more or less. Pragg is fine, more or less, I think. Very, very good position. By the way, Nihal still. Oh, by the way, one update in. No, Nihal is still thinking here, yeah? Rook b8 ke baad. Nihal still thinking. If you could guess a move here, time तो same ही है यार. I think Nihal का not really something to worry about. It's exactly the same at this point. And I think Nihal is the one player जिसका time कम होता भी है. He still plays really good. I feel like his play just increases because उसको bullet की इतनी आदत है. But Ali Reza is also the same in that sense, yeah. If Pragg doesn't win, at least he should be in top 8 so that FIDE circuit this open gets added. Oh, really? That's an interesting fact actually, but I think he will make it regardless. There's also World Cup happening, and also he's I think going to perform really well. But that sort of, I think, format suits him perfectly when it's a match. We saw it last year, so like I think my pick for who's going to win the World Cup would, I mean, if I had to make a guess, I would say Pragg, yeah. Nihal is such a beast. Why he is the hope, the savior. If he wins today, I think that would be insane because it would most likely give him a 1 point lead. By the way, 1 point lead se aaya hai, we should also check out Abdusataro versus Blue Bomb because this match is super important for us as Blue Bomb is one of the leaders. He's finishing number one in the event right now. Sorry about that. But yeah, he's finishing number one right now, and he is having a slightly more comfortable position against Abdus Sadarov. At least bar तो यही कहता है. Also, his pawns are fixed perfectly, yeah, on the black squares in this position. Somehow, Abdus Sadarov को यहाँ पे f4 खेलना है. Like at some point, because once you take, maybe I can capture back with my queen and attack the c7 pawn and try to mess up, try to complicate matters here. भाई अब तो रेस्ट डे नहीं कोई नहीं 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 नो रेस्ट डेज एनीमोर नो रेस्ट डेज दिस मैचेस आई थिंक दिस टूर्नामेंट इज फिनिश्ड दिस 3 राउंड्स इन अ रो ऑल्दो लास्ट राउंड जो होगा आई थिंक वो 1 घंटा पहले होगा बिकॉज इट्स द लास्ट राउंड बट अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट नो रेस्ट डेज how does Gukesh bounce back from this performance? Does he take a break? I mean, I think he will for sure. I think, but it wouldn't be a long break because there is a World Cup happening as well, and he is very much expected to play. And I think he should for sure. Um, yeah, I think taking a break definitely helps. But I think right now मतलब वो after 3 losses you're in a really bad place, and once you take a break, you feel a bit better about yourself. And yeah, once he starts winning, I think in the World Cup, I think he'll start to feel like himself. Hello, Saj. What's the update on women's section? Let's take a look. Oh, ho, ho, ho. What is happening here? This is the current position. And look at this chat. So she went queenie one. This is around where we left it. Black goes knight d4 to attack c2. White defends. And black plays f6 to attack g5. And Vaishali says, no, I'm going to play f5. Low, why? If you go fg5, maybe I have f6, I'm guessing. But very nice move, I would say, by Vaishali here. Very nice move. Now, what are her chances? I think she's finishing second already. So, top two ही रहना है आपको. She has, there are two other players. The one she's playing, Yuxin Song, is also on tied second place. Then there is Bibisara as well, Asobayeva. I think Vaishali lost to her yesterday. So these are the three players on 6 points, but Vaishali has a best tiebreak amongst them. And if she beats this opponent, then I think she will definitely increase her chances to qualify. And I think the position definitely is amazing because there are so many captures. There's EF5, GF5, and FG5, and only one of them is good. GF5 is the only one that seems to be decent for black. But even if you go GF5, I just return my knight back to F3. I feel like this is a very long-term pressure on this king on E8. You cannot really castle because then G file already खुली हुई है, H5 का pawn थोड़ा सा weak है. So yeah, I think this is not really the best
भाई
situation.
निहाल ने अब तक चला नहीं यार, 54 मिनट्स रह गए. ही इज बिहाइंड फिरोजजा नाउ. व्हाट्स हैपनिंग?
Yeah, switching back. This is the current position. Nihal is thinking 53 minutes. कितना टाइम हो गया सोचते हुए?
भाई बहुत. I mean, 18 मिनट हो चुके हैं यार. What's happening? Nihal, I think he has to maintain that time edge. I think that was his crucial edge there. Position advantage तो है, but the moves are not easy as we saw that h3 idea with some weird. Uh, yeah, it's not easy to play this position as white, so he should play right about now, yeah.
93 is what I think is very, very logical. That's what I would do here. It has to be a good move.
Chat, Nihal is already 2700 by the way in the live ratings right now. He's 2701. So, I mean, even if he draws, he's going to stay ahead. 2703 in fact. But it's not about the rating right now. Trust me, Nihal Sarin का rating का thought दिमाग में एक second के लिए नहीं आएगा. It's all about the candidates. Whatever it takes to kind of reach the top two, you have to do it. Even if it means drawing against a weaker player, if it secures your spot. So, yeah, right now Nihal thinking, he's wondering, Saj, although this is a critical moment, right? So रुकबीर के बाद निहाल सोच रहा है कि मेरी एडवांटेज कैसे आएगी. How much time are you comfortable taking on a move max? Because एक max limit तो होनी चाहिए, and we are reaching that limit. I feel 19 minutes.
आई मीन ऑन अ क्लासिकल 90+30 वाला जो फॉर्मेट होता है उसमें आप 20 मिनट बोलते हो, लाइक यू कैन ओनली थिंक 20 मिनट्स ऑन वन मूव एंड देन यू शुड नॉट
हाँ
थिंक एज मच ऑन एनी अदर मूव। सिंस यहाँ पे टाइम कंट्रोल थोड़ा ज़्यादा है तो मे बी यू कैन से हाफ एन आवर, बट इट शुडंट बी मोर देन दैट। बट ही ऑल्सो डिड थिंक अबाउट अराउंड 18 मिनट्स ऑन वन मूव बिफोर विच वॉज बिशप E4, जहाँ पे एक मैगी मेरे को मिली थी। बट
भाई,
या
मेरी
ही
तबीयत
इज
खराब है, आई
अप्रोचिंग
वुड
दैट
लव अ
टाइम विच
मैगी
इज।
राइट नाउ भाई। कोई अगर, आई वुड लव अ मैगी राइट नाउ, मेरी तबीयत खराब है, गरम गरम मैगी, ओहो भाई क्या फील आएगी भाई। बट हेलो,
अरे
प्रेइंग
क्या
फॉर अ
हो गया
निहाल
आपको?
विन, इंडीड वी आर एज वेल। सही साज भाई।
क्या हो गया आपको?
बस भाई नॉर्मल भाई, चलता रहता है भाई, एज यूजुअल भाई, क्या करें। Does Vidit have a chance if he misses by point 0.5? Will he? Uh, I mean, I don't think anybody will miss by point 0.5, because Vidit especially has a quite a bad tiebreak, to be honest. So if he does miss by point 0.5 points, he will miss by a bunch of ranks. Like it will be like at least 5 or 6 ranks he'll miss by. So I don't think it will be that traumatic. In general, I think he has to win 3 games. He knows that Arjun has to win 3 games, Pragg has to win 3 games. They all know that कि कोई और मौका है ही नहीं. So tie breaks might not be as relevant as we might have thought. And कोई पूछा है, is knight a5 a bad move? सही बात है साज में, आई थिंक आई नीड टू गेट ब्लंडर साइन। कई बार खाली चेस्कॉम पे दिखाना काफी नहीं रहता है। आई वांट थ्रो इट लाइक अ चीयर लीडर, लाइक दिस ब्लंडर
प्रिंट करके
ब्लंडर।
रख दो ना, वो ऐसे करके वो
हाँ, मैं
जो
वही
दिखाते
करने
हैं।
वाला हूँ, आई वांट टू डू दैट। मैंने कल ही आइडिया है मुझे एक्चुअली, आई एम गोना गेट लाइक अ ब्रिलियंट साइन एंड अ ब्लंडर प्रिंटेड। सो एनीबडी हु कैन गेट दैट प्रिंटेड फॉर मी भाई, कोई अच्छा कोई पता ऑनलाइन, तो मुझे डीएम करना भाई इंस्टाग्राम पे।
इट्स अ
नाइट ए
गुड
फाइव।
आइडिया। बाय द वे, खत्म हो गया क्या उसका डेमचेंको का गेम?
चेकिंग मिस्टर
नोबडी इज डेड लॉस्ट
डेमचेंको।
या, लुक एट दिस पोजीशन।
वाओ।
डेड लॉस्ट, गेम ओवर।
The best move is Queen E1 check, by the way.
Yeah, to play knight B6,
Yeah,
bishop C7, king C7, rook E7, and you just resign here.
yeah. I mean, he made it that this far is also crazy, actually. This dead lost.
तो 4.5
Sajbhai,
पे, आई थिंक दिस losing like this must hurt a lot, I have to say.
yeah, yeah. आप डीएम देखते नहीं, बाय द वे, देयर यू सी। डीएम तो नहीं देखा, बट रिजाइन जरूर देख लिया हमने यहाँ पे, एंड दैट्स द फर्स्ट रिजल्ट फॉर टुडे दैट इज नॉट अ ड्रॉ। सो विल बी वेरी वेरी मच, चीयर लीडर शुड बी देयर, कह रहे हैं स्काई रॉकेट जी। बिल्कुल भाई, आईपीएल के फैन लगते हैं आप। मीनवाइल साज भाई, किस गेम में जाए हम? एक बार पुराने की गेम देख लें, अगर हम समझ ले कि भाई वहां पे कोई चांस बचे हैं कि नहीं। लग तो नहीं रहा है, बिकॉज नाइट D3 चेक आ रहा है। यू हैव टू टेक बिकॉज क्वीन F2 आ रहा है, एंड वंस यू टेक, I mean, it just feels like queen takes के बाद there is no hope.
Yeah, I mean, black is temporarily stopping this castle, but white has this maneuver. Yeah, queen G4 check, you move the king, and then queen E2, and then you go short
Yeah,
castle.
yeah.
Yeah, the opening went horribly wrong for Abhimanyu here. Definitely, like he forgot something, or misremembered something. Something went horribly wrong here. He took a big risk and it just didn't pay off.
एंड हॉरिबली रॉन्ग से याद आया, साथ में गुकेश की गेम अगर हम देखें, द बार हैज गॉन अप स्लाइटली फॉर वाइट। आई एम अ बिट स्ट्रेस्ड। आई थिंक लास्ट वी सॉ वाज बिशप C6, राइट? बिशप
Yeah.
G2, queen G5 was played by Gukesh, so bringing the queen into the game, fair. Bishop F3, defending the H5 pawn. बिशप D7, सो ये बिशप पहले C8 से B7 पे गया, फिर C6 पे आया, फिर D7 पे आया। ये पूरा मतलब उसने वो एक स्क्वायर बना लिया है। And the bar doesn't like that move after the move king to F1 for white.
King to F1. I don't like king F1 here. I don't like this move so much.
So what do you like here, Sajbhai? Apart from Maggie, which I would love, by the way.
I don't know what I would like here also, because H G6 is what I want to take, but I believe there is F takes G6, which can be a slight problem.
Yeah.
Like, I don't
By
want
the
to open
way,
up this F file.
hmm,
Yeah, go
agreed.
ahead.
So, Seva, can we have the Nihal board instead of the live board? Is that possible? Because I think that would make a lot of sense considering the current tournament situation. We can rename that as top board or something, and Just a thought, if that makes sense, Sajay. What do you think?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. King F1, I'm just still thinking about King F1 here, but Black कर क्या रहा है इधर? Like मुकेश का plan क्या है? To play F5 at some point, right?
Yeah, I think that is the plan. And that's why I think queen is nicely placed on g5 because defends those g6 and h6 points. Um, but yeah, I still don't. I'm still not worried for white. I think white's position still seems preferable. For example, king f1, f5, apparently just taking on g6, taking on g6, and just rook h2 is very
What?
strong. Just defending f2 apparently.
Why? But Rook H2 is like unbelievably difficult to play over the board.
But it's unbelievably strong also, Sahaj. If he finds it, थोड़ा स्ट्रेस होने लगेगा यहाँ पे गुकेश को.
Why Rook H2 कौन खेलेगा इधर यार? Makes like, I mean, that's very difficult move to play, I think. You go King H,
True.
King G2 or something like that, just normal challenge. Rook
King
H2
G2 is
is
also
like,
good. Also
King
good for
G2
white,
is,
actually.
but it allows F4, I think, yeah, for black.
I can't play rook h3.
Hmm.
Oh, g4 is best move. What?
You sack just G4, yeah?
Oh, wow, look at this. G4, bishop g4, and rook d g1.
Oh, ho,
That is
ho.
insane. Wow.
Beautiful.
And if you take on f3, king takes, you resign as white, black.
Oh, by the way, Queen D8 and now Queen F1 and then Queen G2. It's such a weird
Wow.
position. King एकदम F3 पे बिंदास, Knight D5 पे बढ़िया एकदम, and all the major pieces are in the back rank.
This is a beautiful game, actually. I love it. Nice. Nice, nice.
Um, Chat में कोई लिख रहा है show Arjun's game. You can check. Don't think there are many updates here. Okay, one update. Rook E6 के बाद he went A4, the best move. And now black plays h6. So now bishop f6 is mandatory. But if you guys remember, Arjun played bishop g5 because he wanted to take bishop f6. If he returns back to d2, then this knight can potentially get to d5 and then put pressure on c3 and also this pawn on b4 as well. So bishop f6, I think, is a very logical move in this position. I would expect it from Arjun.
Yeah, yeah. And also no decent squares for the bishop, so मारना ही पड़ेगा. Also helps him control the e4 square. Black का e4 आने के chances थोड़े कम होते हुए.
भाई निहाल आधे
Thank
घंटे
God.
से सोच रहा है.
हाँ, and thank God he didn't play bishop h3 by. I'm just happy with that, to be honest.
हाँ हाँ, ऑफ कोर्स बिशप h3 was scary. भाई लेकिन निहाल आधे घंटे से सोच रहा है यार, दिस इज स्केरी.
निहाल भाई, अब कम से कम चेकमेट इन 2 चाहिए. इतना सोच लिया तो.
अरे भाई 27 minutes, yeah.
I mean, if he now plays like rook e1, that will be sad. Like if he plays a normal move like rook e1, then all of this was for nothing. So he needs to find something, maybe h3 or at least knight e3 we need.
I feel like, many times when player kind of overthinks any position, the follow-up is not usually the best move.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it has happened a lot. Because you see the best move, but then then you find faults with like everything that you have found instantly. And then it's not an instinctive move anymore.
Hmm. Tiku
So I don't
bhai,
know,
I
rookie one
put
is possible.
yeah, I put your laugh as my alarm, and when it rings, my whole family gets up. So who gets up in the family first is the question, Rapport bhai. Meanwhile, Rook B8 के बाद कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है. Nihal is reminding me of Vishy's game, which he won. Which Vishy game? So you're talking about thousands of games. Saj bhai, how am I supposed to know which Vishy game?
It's a good question. Good. Tiku, I've put.
H4 works here or not? No, H4 doesn't work because H4 के बाद I think Bishop G4 is a very harmonious move and मेरा knight हमेशा के लिए pin हो जाएगा. Um, not हमेशा के लिए, but don't want him to get the G4 square. So yeah.
Please show Nordirbek game. Oh, by the way, he does seem to have a slight advantage now, Nordirbek. Well, it's more or less equal because of an inaccuracy by Blue Bomb in this position. He had to play f5 and tried for some f4 break here, but he went knight e7. I'm guessing because wanted to play bishop c6 and exchange this active bishop. But now Northern plays d4 and now he's back in the driver's seat. I'm guessing if you play bishop c6, do I have takes, I guess, or not? So I'll just be right back in a second, yeah?
Hmm. So this is the current position chat. Noderbek, clearly an Indian favorite. That's why Sahaj भाई उसकी गेम लगा के गए हैं. 38 minutes for Blue Bomb Matthias, जिसका हमें उतना फर्क नहीं पड़ता. एंड नोदेबिक से फर्क नहीं पड़ता है, बट ओके गेम देखेंगे हम लोग. D4 नाइस मूव. अगर आप मारोगे मेरे पॉन्स डबल हो जाएंगे, अनडबल हो जाएंगे. प्लीज शो हैंड्स नीमन गेम. जा रहे हैं भाई, हैंड्स नीमन पे जा रहे हैं हम. हैंड्स नीमन जरूर जाएंगे भाई. कुछ जोक मारने वाला था बट आई एम गोना ट्विटर पे ट्रेंड नहीं होना है. एंड या बाय द वे प्रग ऑल्सो स्लाइटली वर्स अपेरेंटली. ठीक भाई, दिन भर में कितनी बार, 3 बार खाना खाना चाहिए. आई थिंक दैट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. कई लोग कहते हैं इंटरमिटेंट फास्टिंग, बट ये सब ट्रेंड आते रहते जाते रहते हैं. 3 बार का खाना खाना बहुत 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 जरूरी है. हैंड्स का गेम लगाओ टिल्लू भाई. आई थिंक जब टिल्लू भाई आएंगे अभी तो लगाएंगे गेम. भाई इस गेम से तो अच्छा अर्जुन का गेम देखो, वो इंडिया है कम से कम. एग्जैक्टली माई पॉइंट. तभी मैं साजो को कहा कि जल्दी से आएंगे तो लगाएंगे. Is it possible Guki is just exploring various openings and moves and not playing the preparation he had for championship? नहीं नहीं, I think exploring करनी है तो घर पे करना चाहिए explore. I think he has shown up for the event. He's serious. He's taking it as a tournament. भाई उसी के qualification के लिए tournament है. The last thing he needs is to not play well at this tournament. It's like आपका स्वयंवर है और आप एक डिस्गाइज में अपने स्वयंवर के में ही घुस जाओ एंड उसमें ही आप सबसे पहले निकल जाओ. That doesn't feel like very satisfying. Tiku Pai is surprisingly and weirdly funny. Bro, I'm sick. I'm not funny. अभी के लिए बीमार हूं मैं, एक्चुअल में बीमार हूं भाई. प्रग मिस्टेक, आई नो प्रग मिस्टेक भाई. बट एंड मिस्टेक दिखाऊंगा मैं तुम्हें जैसे ही साथ भाई आएंगे. हाँ, ये कुर्सी थोड़ी सी अजीब है भाई. साज भाई की थोड़ा वियर्ड लग रहा है. आजकल शादी की बात बात कर रहे हैं टिक्कू. अरे शादी की बात कौन नहीं करता, दुनिया शादी कर रही है. मेरे इंस्टाग्राम पे 3 साल पहले तो कर रही थी. अपनी चेस जर्नी भी शेयर करो. बिल्कुल भाई. चेस जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई, E4 खेला एंड स्कॉलर्स मेट हो गए. Come on, Saj bhai. Need to switch to the game of अपना निहाल सरीन. जो अब कैन गिव निहाल्स बोर्ड एक बार के लिए प्रोड्यूसर साहब, अगर हम लगा, क्योंकि साज का बोर्ड वैसे भी गायब हो गया है. So can we have the live board on the Nihal game? Thank you, Prasad. And you can see 39 minutes for Nihal Sareen now. I am genuinely worried he's not gonna find the best move. Overthinking. चैट, कितने लोग चैट में ओवर थिंकिंग के मरीज है भाई. हमेशा ओवर थिंक करते हैं लाइफ में. कौन कौन है भाई चैट में भाई? आई एम डेफिनेटली वन ऑफ देम. अच्छा, स्मिरन के साथ, ओह वो अलग है. वो ऐसे बोलने का था ना भाई. आपका फेवरेट यंगस्टर कौन है अपार्ट फ्रॉम इंडियन? आई थिंक अपार्ट फ्रॉम इंडियन आई वुड से मे बी अनीश गिरी इज माय फेवरेट यंगस्टर. इतना क्यों सोच रहा है निहाल भाई? कुछ क्रेजी वेरिएशन सोच रहा है. आई वुड से कि भाई नॉर्मल भी चल दो एट दिस पॉइंट, बिकॉज कुछ क्रेजी में नहीं मिल रहा है तो भाई फिर नॉर्मल ही चाहिए ना यार. अगर नहीं ऑर्डर हो रहा, रात के 12 बज चुके हैं, स्विगी जोमेटो बंद हो चुके हैं, तो भाई फिर दाल चावल खा लो ना भाई. भूखे मत बैठो, लेट्स गो. कब तक हम वो बैठेंगे रट के कि नहीं भाई भूखा नहीं बैठूंगा, मुझे स्विगी बिरयानी ही खानी है? ऐसे थोड़ी होता है यार. खा लो दाल चावल, खुश रहो, एटलीस्ट पेट में कुछ तो जाएगा. लाइव करो पनीर. सहाज भाई म्यूटेड हो आप?
Did I get disconnected? Or was it
या सहाज
the...
भाई.
Oh, that's weird. Okay.
या
Is the board back?
कैन वी हैव द बोर्ड प्रोड्यूसर साहब? नॉट येट सहाज भाई, रिफ्रेश करो.
I just refreshed. Should be on now. Not yet. Okay, just refreshing very quickly again. And now?
एन वाई वाई नॉट येट.
Okay, I will stop share and I will share it again, okay?
मीनवाइल चैट, निहाल के पास कितना टाइम है? 37 minutes नाउ. भाई चल निहाल चल. साज भाई, आई थिंक वी नीड अ मूवी का वो इंस्पिरेशन, आई थिंक भाग मिल्खा भाग के बदले चल निहाल चल होना चाहिए, बट दैट साउंड्स रूड, साउंड्स
हम्म।
लाइक चल निहाल चल।
भाई अब तो यार बनता है, अब तो यार बनता है, इट्स बीन टू
भाई इफ
लॉन्ग।
यू,
इज द
चैट
बोर्ड
इफ यू
बैक बाय द
नीडेड
वे?
लाइक, नो नॉट
आई
येट।
सी इट ऑन यूट्यूब, इट्स देयर।
भाई दैट्स नॉट योर बोर्ड।
Oh, okay, 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 okay. Oh, that's the live board. I see, I see, I see, I see.
हाँ, so chat, if you needed like a alternative chess version of भाग मिल्खा भाग for निहाल, what could we have? कुछ सोचो भाई, कुछ crazy idea.
I'm not sure what am I doing differently here because I'm sharing.
By the way, Param Maksudlu is completely lost after his
Ooh.
last move. So Vincent Keimer is about to go to 6.5 points, and I think he's going to be the favorite now to qualify to the candidates unless Nihal, Sarin, and Matthews Blubam win. Wow.
Um, that is crazy news, by the way. But Ham, I think, sort of collapsing against Vincent Keimer.
Hey, आ गया बोर्ड, नाइस।
आ गया बोर्ड, बढ़िया।
बार दो क्यों है?
आ गया, बार भी दिख रहा
हाँ,
है।
आ गया आ गया आ गया आ गया आ गया।
ओके ओके परफेक्ट।
साज भाई, रुक डी वन बिग ब्लंडर फ्रॉम परम मकसूदलू, हु इज अबाउट टू गेट नॉक्ड आउट ऑफ द चांसेस, जो टूर्नामेंट लीड कर रहे थे।
Hmm. And Vincent also just bounces back, yeah? After that king pawn ending against Vidit.
या, वाओ। सो heartbreak for likely heartbreak for परम मकसूदलू। मीनवाइल सहाज, आई एम गोना आस्क यू अबाउट दैट गेम। कौन सी गेम के बारे में पूछने वाला था मैं? आई थिंक इट वाज
भाई
निहाल ही था
निहाल
क्या?
तो अभी भी भाई भाई निहाल played. He plays knight g5. Oh, he's going for that knight takes h7 wali line. But that's not very good, right? We looked at that.
So let's have a look. So he, that's why he took so much time. And now apparently chat, let's look at this first. If h6 first of all, let's say you don't castle, then chat, it is knight takes f7, king f7,
Wow.
queen f3, king e6. Okay, king e6, that would be ridiculous, I think. Rook e1 would be lost, I'm guessing. So
Mm-hmm.
knight f6 only move. And you take on c6 now, pawn takes c6, knight e5 check, king g8, and knight g6. That is Nihal Sarin's plan. Saj, does it feel convincing to you?
This feels like a, I mean, knight c6 नहीं मारना है आपको, queen knight g6 मारना है इधर.
हाँ,
But I think this feels like a decent position because you're also grabbing the a7 pawn as well, and black के पास तीन ही pawn बचे हैं. It's more than enough compensation for the piece.
got it.
This feels
So,
good, but what I
so
don't like
castles is
is,
forced, na?
yeah,
Huh.
what I don't like is short castle.
And knight h7, that's what we saw. Knight c3, pawn c3, queen d1, rook
Post.
d1, king h7, bishop f4. Now, e5, first of all, Sahaj, is there a weapon for e5?
But e5 is comfortable, I think, because once you play e5, this bishop on g7 becomes sort of passive, and the c3 pawn is no longer under attack.
Got
This
it.
I feel is decent.
So rook a8 then. And now I
Hmm.
think knight b6 was the idea, right? Bishop
Yeah.
f5, knight a8, bishop e4, knight c7. It's all forced. Bishop c2, and this is where we left it last time. Um, what do you play as white here now? Is the question.
I mean, there are only two options, rook d5 and rook d7. And out of the two of them, I think rook d7 makes more sense to me because it's the seventh rank. Rook d5
Hmm.
maybe, I mean, you can play, but maybe your plan is bishop b3 अगर मरता है, तो you can play rook b5 and you can capture the pawn on b7. But black doesn't have to take on b3. Black can take on c3 or play rook c8 also in this position. And just it's very decent compensation. Although it's a bit weird that it's decent compensation. So might
Yeah,
be
it's
hard
it's
for Firouzja to also play all of this.
let's hope so. It's hard enough, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna have a deep think. And Sahaj, as he thinks, if we go to the live position and then switch to the Abhimanyu Mishra game, because he's just played a mind-blowing move, knight to d4, and now his opponent hands has an only move in the position pawn to f3.
Why can Mishra qualify? Let's just have this conversation.
Why? He's not. He's technically not Indian. I mean, if Anish and Mishra qualify, then they're both half Indians. Yeah. So you kind of are happy.
Because what a move! What a move! And taking on d4 is of course a blunder because after pawn takes pawn, this knight के पास कोई अच्छा घर नहीं है जाने को. You don't want to play knight b1 of course. You already know this is going to be bad. And ये रुक भी एकदम बिशप और knight को देख रहा है. d3 का plan भी है of course आपका. So you're getting the piece back for sure. And now Hans is having 37 minutes on the clock and f3 is a very unpleasant move to play, right?
Yeah, and it's the only one. And even after this, after f3, knight takes c2, queen takes c2, like even e4 is a move.
अरे बाप रे.
This is dangerous. This is dangerous for Hans Niemann.
I don't even think f3 is like a. I mean, I get you want to defend the g4 pawn, but f3 just feels such an uncomfortable move.
Yeah.
Maybe knight g4 you can play, I guess. Because if you take on e2, I take with the queen. You take on e4, I take with the knight. And I'm saving some pawns, right? Or unless you have some bishop b5 and queen takes d5 plans, but that doesn't seem to be working. Because bishop b5 में I have queen f3. Okay, rook c8 first.
But a2
Queen
मर रहा है ना
c8 and
साज
just
भाई.
queen f3.
a2 मर रहा है ना, because for example rook c1, bishop c1,
Yeah.
and
Rook.
queen a5 check.
Ah, okay. You're also d5 ही मर रहा है.
Yeah, so queen d2 से d5 बचा लोगे, but then I'm guessing queen takes a2 is at least a pawn.
Yeah, also g4 भी मर रहा है भाई. So queen d2 मार के आप g4 भी मार सकते हो.
और
But
फिर
yeah,
f3
a2
खेलना
is the
पड़ेगा.
easiest.
Rolls. Wow. So hard position for Hans Niemann. I think knight d4 will be a shock. Um, Very interesting to see how he handles it. Meanwhile, why is Noderbek worse against Matthews Blue Bombs? Chat, I just want to highlight one thing. Right now, Vincent Keimer is completely winning against Param. Then you have, Blue Bomb better against Noderbek. And I mean, what's happening? And Mishra better against Hans. Sahaj, what's happening?
The youngsters are taking over, yeah? That's the one common thing between everyone. Saj and
Uh,
Sahil bhai, haven't looked at their interview. Have
Tell
you,
your
Sahil bhai?
views. I haven't seen that interview. I don't know how problematic for
Why was it
whom.
problematic to you,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Anushka?
Tiku, pronounce the name properly. Bhai, पहले first let me learn the name of Sahaj भाई. Sahaj
Oh,
Sahaj बोल के मैं खुद
thank you. Thank you.
पहले वो तो सीख लूं भाई. मेरा नाम का कुछ सीन है भाई. Youngsters taking over youngsters. Exactly my point. Exactly. That's insane.
There's like new youngsters coming up, essentially.
भाई 2 साल बाद I think we'll be talking about how a dogmas is too old.
Huh.
16 is too old to become a
But
chess player.
apparently, Pragg has an only move in the position. Let's take a quick look. Yeah, he does actually. Knight c4. But okay, not a very hard one though. Because you want to go knight takes f6 and queen h7. And also you're bringing the piece forward as well. But Pragg also in slight trouble, I would say. Because वो pawn का compensation उतना नहीं दिख रहा है मुझे.
Hmm. One good news though, apparently Katina Lagno is slightly worse against Bibisara. So I mean we don't have to switch for now for that game, but if she loses, then Vaishali has a chance to gain that lead again.
Mm-hmm. No, Hans blundered.
What?
Hans blundered. He played a4 in this position. Now he's dead lost. The move here is knight takes c2, queen takes c2 or knight takes c2. I don't know which one you're going to capture back with. Let's say queen takes c2 and now don't take on g4, but rather play e4 first and then take on g4. बिकॉज वाइट के पास फिर f3 नहीं रहेगा. आई वाज टेलिंग यू f3 इज अ वेरी डिफिकल्ट मूव, वेरी अनकंफर्टेबल मूव टू प्ले.
I think this is gone. If knight takes e2, I mean the most natural move, queen takes e2, and e4 के बाद your king is basically gonna get destroyed. You can't go to the queen side. आपने a4 खुद ही फेंक दिया अभी voluntarily. There's no home on the queen side. And king side तो मतलब जाना is like volcano में खुद dip swimming करने के बराबर है साज भाई. So I get a feeling it's gone. It's completely gone for Hans Niemann. There is no coming
भाई
back from this.
क्वीन साइड पे वो जाता भी कैसे, राइट? ही ऑलरेडी प्लेड रुक c1, तो दैट वाज नेवर अ प्लान. ओप, सॉरी अबाउट
Oh, he
दैट. ही
played
प्लेड,
f3. He played
वेट,
f3. What?
आई थिंक दैट वाज अ मिस्टेक परहैप्स. व्हाई डिड इट गेट अपलोडेड? कुछ अपडेट हुआ, कुछ ग्लिच हुआ था. दैट्स वियर्ड, नो?
ये क्या था भाई? Did Hans just time travel and change the move?
ब्लंडर फिक्स्ड, यप.
No, I think I expected Hans to play this. Yeah, I mean, I was shocked. A4 क्या move है? So f3 makes a lot of sense. But लगा ऐसे कि भाई time travel किया बंदा और move change कर दिया भाई. You can see time travel in real action.
Crazy. But yeah, f3 played. I still think it's a very uncomfortable move to play though. Because you have the stakes and e4 wale plans.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, also
crazy
short
move.
castling is just so difficult to do in this position.
Yeah. मिश्रा ने बोला चल वापस ले ले मूव गलत है तेरा.
Divya playing with who? Divya is playing against a 20, I think Shugirov Sanan, if I remember correctly. Yeah. And she is, I would say, more or less equal, maybe slightly worse against Shugirov Sanan. By the way, he also plays for Hungary now. Um,
भाई मेरा गला इतना दर्द हो रहा है ना. मैं कम कम बोल रहा हूँ तो मैं वेट कर रहा हूँ मोमेंट का जब निहाल जीतेगा. कैन वी गो टू हिज गेम अगेन? फिरोजा भी सोचे ही जा रहा है भाई 10 मिनट से. भाई दोनों प्लेयर टाइम प्रेशर में ऐसे घुसने वाले हैं ना.
ये तो पता ही था यार, ये तो लिखा हुआ था. आई थिंक अगर निहाल और अली रजा का मैच हो रहा है तो भाई वी नीड टू सी सम एक्शन, या सम बुलेट एक्शन.
भाई यू वुड एक्सपेक्ट द उल्टा कि ये लोग मतलब जल्दी से गेम खत्म कर लेंगे. हर टाइम यही दोनों बुलेट चैंपियंस ही ले रहे हैं.
नहीं 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 नहीं, अली रजा यूजुअली आता है क्लासिकल में बहुत टाइम प्रेशर में. एंड आई थिंक निहाल भी आया था कल. So I was expecting them to be in some time pressure as well. But yeah, it's a difficult position for Ali Reza because he has to calculate that line with short castle जो हमने देखा जहाँ पे he loses the exchange but he gets double bishops, and that's like some, how many moves is that? That's around castle knight h7 rook d1 king h1. I mean that's at around 5-6 moves deep with a lot of different variations in between. So not an easy decision for Firouzja, I would say. Guki mistake कह रहा है कोई. Let's take a look what the mistake by Gukesh was. Oh yeah, the bar does say. Oh, ये क्या हुआ? This is very comfortable for white, no? Because this is the ideal setup you get against a Sveshnikov, जहाँ पे you get both of these squares, and if you ever take, then I can capture back with my queen, and these two pieces are fantastic, and this bishop on h6 is, well, completely useless.
Sahaj bhai, could it happen?
I mean, Robert Hovhannisyan is a world junior champion, a very strong player.
Gukesh is a world champion Sahaj.
Fair. I I accept, of course. It's fair, but the position is really uncomfortable for Gukesh and very hard to find counterplay here. Like, yeah, maybe something like Bishop G4 he can play, not trade these. Once he trades them, and Bishop E4 यहाँ पे best move है black की. If you trade this, then I think उसके जीतने के chances zero हो जाते हैं.
Sahaj bhai,
Because
the
on
best move is bishop e4 takes, and now rook b8, best move, only move. Rook h f1, and now black's best move is queen d8. So मेरा गला सही दिन खराब हुआ है एक्चुअली. आज थोड़ा सा बहाना है बस. बोल सकता हूँ मैं. गला सही दिन
ये तो
खराब हुआ है भाई.
मतलब जीरो चांस है यहाँ पे जीतने का, आई थिंक ब्लैक का. This bishop is, I think, a horrible piece here.
This bishop is yeah, me in the candidates sightseeing. भाई साहज भाई क्या चल रहा है भाई ये. ये क्या हो रहा है गुकेश के साथ?
I
स्ट्रेस हो
don't
रहा है
know.
यार गुकेश के लिए, लाइक इट्स जस्ट नॉट
I
गोइंग हिज
don't
वे.
I don't know about, but this clearly he's not playing like himself. The last four rounds have been brutal for Gukesh overall. So he also dropping below 2750 is another um sad thing for Gukesh. Never thought it would happen, but yeah, difficult. By the way, apparently Mishra blundered.
नहीं नहीं, he didn't. 92 मारा उसने. He played the best move and he's still better actually. So hands under pressure still. Saj bhai, maybe we stick on Gukesh's game. I'm wondering what he does. Um, I'm genuinely worried.
Like even if you don't take Bishop E4, I think Bishop G4 is how you sort of play on in this position. But Bishop G4 because White has F3. And then you're supposed to go back to f5. If you go bishop e6 or something and keep the pieces on, then it's borderline lost because you have this rook h4, rook h1 ideas attacking this bishop on h6. इसका मतलब कोई काम ही नहीं है यहाँ पे. I think he's in. By the way, he plays rook bf8, so he allows bishop f5. Yeah, some hope still. But if white takes on f5, black takes back, and rook f1. I mean, rook f3 है आपके पास एक चाल. I'm wondering if I can take this. Probably it's unnecessary. Yeah, you just queen e4 is fine, and you're just dominating on the light squares. Black के पास एक temporary, ये f3 का hold है. But the moment I play rook d3, you're forced to return back. Or if you trade, then you're one step closer to good knight versus bad bishop, जहाँ पे bishop एकदम खाली है.
You know, I thought why not after bishop f5, why not gf5? Usually that's how you take. But apparently
Mm-hmm.
just f4 is lost.
And this bishop once again, yeah, this is the problem.
Khatam.
इसका कोई काम ही नहीं है.
Halas. Finish.
So yeah, I think looking like a
By the
bad day
way,
for Gukesh.
Hari Krishna has won his game. So that's a big victory for Hari. How did this happen? Because I just saw it was an equal position.
Isn't
Oh, the
Abdus Salimov finishing his games very quickly, I would say. This
he
was
just
the
blundered,
game.
yeah?
Yeah. This is the final position. He's just a exchange up, queen h8 mate incoming, and yeah, nothing you can do. What was the blunder? In this
Nice.
position, apparently there was a blunder. He went bishop c6, which was not the best move. And yeah, he was just lost, I think, from the opening itself.
By the way, कोई कह रहा है Gukesh is about to go below Vishy sir, and that is true. If he loses, he'll go below Vishy sir to world number 13. And if Nepo wins, then he goes to world number 14. If Hans wins, then he goes to world number 15, actually. So this is really a speed run right now.
Crazy, why crazy. Okay, switching back to Nihal's board, no updates have happened. Any other board you think is interesting?
Uh, Maybe Arjun's board, we can check what's happening there. There are a couple of updates.
We saw after h6, so bishop f6 he takes, very logical move, rook f6, and now queen comes back to e2. So now that knight on f6 is no longer there, no threats of this knight d5, knight c3 business. Although I don't like this knight on h4, yeah, isko kahin utha ke I want to put it on e4 on c4. So knight f3, knight d2, knight c4 or knight e4 is what I would want.
So Sarfai, this is a nice exercise, right? You can pick up your pieces and try to see which is the best square for them, right? And like you can visualize that way. For
Mm-hmm.
example, knight अगर हम यहाँ से उठाए h4, we put it on e4, you see how good it looks, packing the rook, coming to d6 and so on. Same
Mm-hmm.
way you pick up the black knight on c6. Like you can imagine, right? We pick it up, Sajay, for example. We drag it one file to the left, one file to the left, and then one more file to the left, and then we put it outside the board. Like we can
जा नहीं
visualize
रहा
what
है,
the
जा नहीं रहा,
visualize
धोखा
करना chat. Visualize. We have to visualize,
हो
yeah.
गया. धोखा हो गया. अरे यार. Vincent winning again. Yes, we know. Vincent is, I think, gonna finish. I think his game might actually finish very quickly. Already almost a -2 advantage here. So
By the way,
so far, I
no.
think Vincent is it's a battle between Nihal, Firouzja, Vincent, and I would say Blue Bomb as well because he's also in a better position against Abdus Satarov.
By the way, can we go to Nehal's game? Still no moves from Nehal Sarin.
No, no,
And
from Ali
that
Reza.
means the clock, sorry, Iza, and now the clock is again almost equal. They literally played 15 moves, 25 moves to go. भाई दिस इज गोना बी टाइम स्क्रैम्बल जहां पे एक चाल में गेम डिसाइड हो सकती है.
Hmm. Crazy. But yeah,
Let's
this follow up with short castle is not easy. So I understand why Nihal took 34 minutes, almost 35 minutes to play knight g5, and why Alireza is also not making a move this easily. Um, he's thinking for about 20 minutes in this position, right? That's insane. I think
I think
games are
yes.
games are a bit
uh,
slow right now, but I just
yeah,
wanna. I mean, I'm Sailba, you already know this, but I just want to inform the chat. Like Nihal ka board, I think within like half an hour or 1 hour is gonna be crazy because दोनों player का
yeah,
time बहुत कम होगा. I feel, and they will have a bunch of moves to complete, so it can
yeah,
go either way.
yeah. An example कैंसिल किया तो I think you're gonna see jump from move 15 to move 25 like literally in 10 minutes. तो
Hmm.
could happen very quickly, but let's see. फिलहाल के लिए फिरूजा nearing Nihal's time. It's very interesting that knight d5. Yeah, Firouzja could have just castled. He complicated the game,
Mm-hmm.
and now he's yeah a bit under pressure. Saj
For
bhai,
sure.
one look at the Vidit game maybe, and then we rush back here. Vidit's opponent, Vidit apparently has a slight edge here if he takes on e4.
Isn't he winning a pawn?
Yeah, I think so. And bishop has to move somewhere, and then we pick up the knight on e5.
Yeah, that's a free pawn. Two pawns here. And if you go bishop e4 just to capture the pawn back, bishop e4, and again you're losing b7 or e5, yeah? And you would
Yeah,
rather give up the pawn than playing knight c6.
true,
Like knight
true,
c6 तो
true.
कितनी घटिया चल लग रही है. Like I feel like you can always take bishop c6 whenever you want, doubling the pawns, and I can also just play something like queen c2 and then take the pawn, later on.
Yeah, look at the two bishops here. I mean, absolutely mind blowing.
Yeah, I think that's very, very good. But it's also playing
And
with a 99.6% accuracy, so thanks to Joy for letting us know. I think gonna be a
let's not
good day
forget,
for him.
शांत अर्जुन से पिछली गेम में ड्रॉ किए हैं, सो ही इज नॉट समबडी इजी टू बीट, बट विदित को जीतना ही पड़ेगा इफ ही वांट्स टू रीगेन द टाइटल ही won last time. So super interesting game. Maybe we go back to the Nihal game now, Sahaj bhai. Again, I'm super excited by that for that game because, and by the way, they did play d takes e4 there, so nice.
No, really. Okay. So, still thinking, almost 20, I mean, 20 minutes, 21 minutes हो गए, 22 minutes होने.
Abhimanyu Puranik has lost. I think it was expected after his opening blunder, and the final position is just a testament to the white pieces. Equal, at least pieces are equal. But yeah, this is completely lost.
Why the point is the rook is attacking the queen, and if you play queen g7 or something, then rook takes a6 check, ba6, queen c6.
Wow.
Puranik just didn't want to defend this because it's completely hopeless. Yeah, this just goes to show, bhai, at top level, even the slightest of inaccuracies in the opening, if you misremember something, it can
Yeah,
really be brutal for you. So a 2.5 घंटे में game finished is of course not ideal. Um, but yeah,
true.
that's just for you. Going back to Nihal's board.
Yeah, and 36 minutes for 35 minutes for Firouzja now. Mishra game. Chat is going absolutely crazy about the Mishra game. ऐसा क्या हो गया chat Mishra game में?
Same ही position है knight e2 queen e2 के बाद. I mean knight d4 was a beautiful beautiful move. So nice find there. But f3 knight e2 queen e2 के बाद I think थोड़ा materialize हो ही गया है position ये. But
Hmm.
there was some e4 move you were mentioning at some point. और कुछ था इधर e4 करके.
Yeah, yeah. E4 was strong. Also, H6 is equally strong. But E4 is very interesting because you're trying to basically force F takes E4, जहाँ Bishop G4 आ जाएगा. अगर Bishop G4 आ
Hmm.
गया, I think you're again struggling. But H6 also very good. I think kicking the knight back. Uh, but yeah, I think it's not the same as what we saw with A4. So Hans is still fighting. By the way, H6 played on the board.
Hmm. Time almost equal. यहाँ पर भी टाइम प्रेशर आएगा मोस्ट लाइकली. By the way, look at this. Knight e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, rook c1. I think not forced, but the best move. Bishop c1 and now f5.
Wow.
gf5 forced है यहाँ पे. gf5, you move the knight somewhere, either, let's say c3 or g3. I'm going to choose c3 just because. And now I think black can just play e4, and this is looking bit scary.
I would just rush to the queen side with my king, Sahaj. Like, I'm not. You can't convince me to go to the king side even with $1 million. Yeah, if my candidate
Hmm.
spot is on the line. But okay, bishop c3 आ रहा है, so वहाँ पे भी there's not really a home I have. Maybe f4 now.
f4. भाई f4 में कुछ bishop b5 करके bishop d3, I don't know. f4, king h7 is very good. Queen b6 is also very good. So many good moves here for black. Bishop
Wow.
c1 का एकदम खाली हो गया ना, कुछ point नहीं है.
Hmm.
By the way, knight g4 played by Hans. So knight e4 now only move, as you can see from the blue arrow. Played already with 54 seconds. Knight e4 तो forced दिया यहाँ पे, and then takes and you to go for f5. I think they're heading towards that exact same line.
Hmm.
Uh, Firouzja still thinking. Firouzja का टाइम कम हो गया है अपने हाल से बहुत.
Yeah, yeah. Also, Pragg did find that only move, knight ce4. Black
Nice.
found the only move, g6, bishop b2, and knight takes e4. So even though Bar says it's better for black, I think with the open diagonal, maybe white has some chances. Although black is threatening bishop f6 next move, so Pragg needs to find another way to kind of keep up the pressure.
Problem ये है ना कि if you take with the queen, then I can play bishop f6, and if you take with the knight, then I can play knight c6 and knight d4. In both ways, I am going to block this diagonal. So I think Pragg would have to defend, I think, a bit.
भाई पर अगर डिफेंड करना है तो then his chances go ना, because he needs to win this
Yeah.
one. Draw नहीं चलेगा.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Is
this
Gukesh
looks.
game really that drawish? But I don't think it's drawish. I think Gukesh is in trouble. I think he's in big trouble. Like this is a dream position for white in Sveshnikov to have this bishop on e4 and knight on d5. Like I've seen games where you sacrifice a rook for this bishop on f5 and you just get this exact same setup. ये तो मतलब this feels very comfortable for white.
Yeah. Come on, come on.
Okay, going to I think Arjun's board. We haven't looked at that in a
Oh,
while.
wait. Firouzja didn't find castles. Firouzja has blundered. Firouzja has blundered big time. What a big mistake. Bishop a3. He can't castle anymore. What?
भाई g5 नहीं मर रहा क्या?
I don't know. Bishop a3, queen g5, knight d6 check. Apparently, he's just winning for Nihal Sarin.
King d8 तो नहीं जा रहा मैं knight f7. By the way, Sahil bhai, I was missing this. Wait. The entire stream, I have to say.
भाई
You were
मेरा गला
saving
आज
it for the
खराब है.
right moment, but I was
इसी
missing
मोमेंट के
it.
लिए मैं चल रहा था भाई. मैं सारा सारा
Mhm.
वेट इसी में निकाल दिया मैंने. किंग d7 now only move, and you don't like take on f7 because there is queen f4 attacking the bishop and the knight. You play f4 first, occupying that square. And look at this. If queen f6, chat, white to play, what is the only move for white? You've defended f7 now, so कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा, but this is impossible to. He finds bishop a3. Bhai Sahab, what a move! Sacrificing a knight!
I'm not gonna lie, I was willing to bet Maggie's on the fact that bishop a3 is a very difficult move to find, but I am so impressed with this.
निहाल भाई, माफ करना भाई. मैंने सोचा आप डाउट किया कि आप 30 मिनट की 32 मिनट क्यों सोच रहे थे भाई. He played this in 40 seconds. And if
Yeah.
Firouzja has not seen this, he thought bishop a3, queen g5 is good. So I would expect another 15-minute thing here, Sahaj. What?
गए भाई गए. I think Nihal's gonna win this. You can play bishop f8 though.
I mean, bishop. Yeah, but I mean, that's admitting कि भाई लग गई.
Yeah, थोड़ा सा
Taj bhai,
for sure.
so let's go deeper because I think queen g5 is the critical move. Queen g5, knight d6 is the only move. So Nihal has to be precise. Now, for example, if you play king d8, apparently knight f7 is losing the queen. If you play king f8, then f4 is much stronger for some reason than king d7.
भाई
And
किंग
if
एफ
I'm
8 पे
being,
तो नाइट से 8 भी मर रहा है ना.
अच्छा हाँ, किंग f8 तो वैसे ही मर रहा है, राइट, हाँ, राइट 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 राइट, मे बी देन इट्स अ स्टूपिड मूव, या.
I think king
Okay,
f8,
so
you cannot go on any of the dark squares because of the bishop and the f7 pawn. I feel just you will completely discard them.
also I think knight f7 direct, there is queen f4, so f4 is the move. And don't forget, black can take that pawn with the knight technically, but now his queen can't come to f4, so knight f7 is winning for Nihal.
So he goes queen f6 or
Hmm.
somewhere, and
Queen
then
f6.
f5, gf5,
Wow.
bishop takes d5 because ed5 पे rook f5 and rook f7, gg. And look at this king, yeah, this king is horrible on d7. By the way, he goes for queen takes g5. Okay, bhai. Let's
Chat,
let's go.
this is the battle for the candidate spot. This is the battle for the candidate spot. Nihal has sacked a freaking piece. And imagine sacrificing 3 points of material, Sahaj, and being +3.
+3?
प्लस 2.58 दिखा रहा है मुझे अभी.
What? For me, it's plus
Yeah!
1.5.
भाई +2.58 दिखा रहा है. Once I play it, it goes down, but it keeps
Mhm.
increasing as you keep it. Yeah, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6.
Matlab, this is winning. Objectively, he's already winning.
Oh man, this could be the game of the year, bhai. If he wins this game, Sahaj, chat, can we have the standings once? I just want to highlight how important this game is. If you look at the standings, Nihal, if he wins, goes to 7 points. And assuming you have 2 to 3 winners, go to 6.5. He'll be leading the event. So leads Sahaj with 2 games to go.
Yeah,
He
I
just needs
mean,
2 draws.
exactly, just two draws. Bhai, okay. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let him find all of this. Come on, let's go 96 check. Come on, this is the easy move. Yeah, Bishop A3 तो
Ah, sorry,
Bishop
yeah.
A3 तो
What I
जल्दी
mean
ही खेल
is,
लिया आपने.
if you're sitting in front of Alireza Firouzja and he grabs Queen G5 in 1 minute, you also think कि भाई मैंने ही कुछ तो नहीं मिस किया साज. Like
Hmm.
you might also start doubting your own calculation. So it's a very important moment in the game and in the entire tournament. Board number 1 पे आग लग रही है भाई. Board number 1 पे.
But I mean, I don't understand why he played Bishop A3 so quickly and now he's thinking about knight D6. Like knight D6 check should be the natural. Maybe he's thinking about
He
playing F4
blundered.
first.
He didn't play 96 check. He played f4. Okay, it's still a good move. It's not losing. It's equal, but 96 check first क्यों नहीं?
Why? But look at this. If black plays queen f6 here, okay, white has to play queen to e1. And queen e1 का plan is to play bishop takes d5. And आप वापस नहीं मार सकते. And black's only move is king d8 here.
Sahaj, if after f4, queen f6, knight d6, it's already -1.2 for Alireza Firouzja.
अरे यार. Knight d6 check अब तो नहीं खेलेगा I think because you're not taking on f7 ना. But what's the difference? Oh, last time king d7 पे था. Remember, if the king was on d8 then knight f7 check. That's why पहले knight d6 खेल के f4 खेलना था. But I don't think his plan is to go knight d6. Maybe he's planning to go after queen f6. He's planning to go queen e1. It's a hard move to play though. You will go queen e2 probably. Makes more sense.
भाई डर लग रहा है यार साहज भाई, जेन्युइन डर लग रहा है भाई. Because
भाई
the
किसके
thing is,
लिए?
भाई निहाल के लिए, because at the end, we only have one shot at this, most likely, and that is Nihal. If he loses, अपने shots at the candidates go down drastically. Like very unlikely we get even one spot. Draw पे we maintain our chances.
But I mean, Nihal has sacked a piece. He has so much attack on the king side. On the center, ब्लैक ने कासल नहीं करा. आई मीन गेम को देख के तो ऑब्वियसली अलीरेजा के लिए डर लगेगा ना या तो.
हाँ बट साहब वही है ना, लाइक इफ लेट्स से यू आर अ बिजनेसमैन, आप अंबानी भी हो, आप बहुत अच्छे हो बिजनेस में, व्हेन यू इन्वेस्ट अ लॉट ऑफ मनी तो स्ट्रेस तो होता है, एंड सेम वे इन दिस पोजीशन लाइक निहाल डिडंट फाइंड नाइट D6 चेक, सो दैट्स मेकिंग मी वरी कि भाई we've taken a step in the wrong direction. I hope that's only one step and not two, because two steps means you might be lost.
And queen f6 feels natural for black, yeah, because you
Yeah,
want to defend the f7 pawn. So maybe this was a bit
yeah,
surprising for Firouzja as well. That's why he's thinking here.
yeah,
But the
very
position is
surprising, I'm
still
pretty sure.
better for Nihal, and that's why I'm optimistic. Yeah, अगर पीस सैक करके भी आपकी पोजीशन बेटर है, then it just goes to show आपके पास आपके pieces कितने active हैं. So and
But
until he
Sahaj,
gets a worse position, I don't think we should be worried at all, because यहाँ पे black usually जब पीस सैक करते हो आप आपका king मतलब ज्यादा unsafe होता है, then you are the one who makes a lot of mistakes, not the other way
but
around.
Sahaj, Bishop fit आ रहा है next चाल. So if Nihal doesn't do anything on the next move, I think it would just be completely lost. Like जो attack है वो एक move से completely negate हो रहा है, that is Bishop F8. Once that happens, I think Nihal is just dead lost. So he has to do after Queen F6, which is I think the only move and the natural move, right? You want to defend F7. He has to find Queen E1, Queen E1 or Queen E2 even. He has to find it. If he doesn't find it, I think he might just be on a downward trajectory in this game.
I
If Queen,
genuinely don't think that he's gonna play something. First of all, Queen E2 is what I expect more, because you are connecting your rooks and whatever. Queen E1 just feels like a computer move. So Queen E2 is what I would expect, and I think after that, I think he has good
Saj,
chances in the
look at
position.
the question is, let's say you play Queen E2, which I think we both agree is the natural move. King D8, Firouzja, let's say, finds it. Look at White's only move.
Yeah, Bishop D6. I saw that because you want to play Bishop E5, and also you want to take on B8 as well. But look, it's black only move as well. No, Bishop F8. Like
But I
Bishop F8 is
don't
not an
like
easy
Bishop B8.
decision.
I don't like Bishop B8, Knight B8 somehow. It just feels like हमने अपना
No,
star
no,
piece दे दिया.
I'm not gonna take. I will play Bishop E5. Knight E5, F E5. And you cannot convince
Ah,
me. You cannot convince me this position is
okay.
bad for
Okay,
Nihal.
this I
Come
like.
on.
This I like. This I like.
Knight
Because
D6 पे बैठ रहा है भाई.
this I like. This I really like. Because I think यहाँ पे pressure हर जगह से बन रहा है. I didn't like Bishop B8 because वहाँ पे black के सारे
Hmm.
problems खत्म हो गए. So, but okay, he still has to find Bishop D6 for that. And first Queen E2 or Queen E1 for that. So it's still a tough struggle, chat. But if he finds it, he could have good chances. But time जा रहा है. Firouzja is still thinking. So hopefully, I mean, I hope he plays Queen H5 or something, but that's not going to happen.
No, no, Queen H5 absolutely not. Queen F6 ही खेलेगा वो. तो कोई चाल ही नहीं है. Because Knight D6 check पे you want to defend this pawn for sure. You can play Knight F4, but I think Bishop D6 kind of ends you there. और Knight D6 check भी आ रहा है.
हाँ.
कुछ कितनी सारी चालें हैं White के पास.
Wow, what a game, chat. What a
और
game,
राकेश
right?
भाई in
Because
the chat says मुश्किल लग रहा है. I agree with Tikku. कितना मुश्किल होगा उनके लिए बोलना नहीं.
भाई, राकेश
But
भाई,
I genuinely feel that I see this position like आपके पास compensation इसलिए because you have initiative, right? White has initiative, a lot of initiative, and it's always easier to play when you have initiative than to play against initiative, because आपकी चालें normal नहीं है, natural नहीं है. Like King D8, Queen F6, Bishop F8, these are not natural looking moves.
या बट आई एम होपिंग फिरोजा मेक्स अ मिस्टेक. भाई इतना सोच रहा है तो क्या पता क्वीन F6 ना खेले, is my hope. But I think he maybe just didn't expect F4. I think he expected Knight D6, and that's why he's thinking. I agree. But I hope Firouzja also sees some ghosts in the position, Sahaj, and just does not play Queen F6. But that's so unlikely.
Hmm.
You can't chicken out of asking. I know nobody's chickening out. I don't think Nihal will chicken out. I just hope he doesn't. Like I hope he finds the best way to put pressure. Like even second best might not work. Sahaj, my
Firouzja
battery
looks very
100%.
stressed. I would be too. I think in this position, I would be very stressed for black here.
Thing is, if you're Firouzja, you just missed F4, right? So you'll be stressed until you come up with the correct idea. So um, it's a candidate spot at stake.
Hmm. भाई मैं क्या सोच रहा हूँ, आई थिंक कोई चैट में किसी ने पूछा व्हाई डिडंट ही प्ले नाइट डी सिक्स चेक, एंड आई एम गेसिंग लाइक इफ आई डोंट हैव द बार इन फ्रंट ऑफ मी, राइट, आई वुड ओनली लुक एट नाइट डी सिक्स check as a committal move. Like if black goes king d7 or whatever, then I will only look at knight f7 and taking the rook on h8. And I think what he missed is कि आप knight d6 के बाद f4 f5 खेल के ऐसे break कर सकते हो position, and it's basically dead lost for Firouzja. I'm guessing that's what he missed. So that's why also why I don't think his plan is to play knight d6 check in this position at all. I think he wants to keep the idea of knight d6 and also keep the plan of bishop d6 alive. And yeah, I think this is what his plan is. That's why he didn't play knight d6 check first.
Kapil Dev would have said mushkil nahi, but by the way, we have a move. Queen f6, best move played, and now queen e1 or queen e2 required, Sahaj. Otherwise, we are under pressure. We are under trouble.
Is one of the moves better here for you?
Yes, queen
Queen
e1
e1 or
is
queen?
better for some reason. It's not so clear why. I'm guessing it's some protection on c3 and also queen h4 ideas in the future, maybe some attack, but it's not clear at all. I think queen e2 connecting the rooks looks like such a logical move there.
Hmm.
Also, rook e1 is an option, but I mean, you don't want to leave the f4 pawn hanging, so queen e2 just feels more natural. But knight d6 now is a mistake, a big one.
Yeah, but
Um,
knight d6 doesn't make sense also because you cannot take on f7.
yeah, but I'm a bit worried. Maybe Nihal ने move order change ना कर दिया जैसे बिशप e4 में किया था ना साज भाई. I'm hoping he's not just changed the move order and he thinks it's the same.
Hmm.
Because, for example, if knight d6 and king d7 from Firouzja, we kind of reach the same position, right? So
Hmm.
knight d7, king d6 reach the exact position we had earlier.
Rakesh by also saying queen e1, queen g3, and f5 is probably could be a plan, which I think makes sense as well.
Chat, I think the major problem for both players here is the time. So usually when you have this position, you have some time on the clock. यहाँ पे we have a move. Queen into played by Nihal Sarin on the board. Super important. You know, king d8 only move for Firouzja.
But also, if you play something like knight d7 here, which also feels logical, then you are inviting knight d6 check, king f8 तो blunder है bishop c6 के बाद you're lost for some reason. King d8 खेलोगे तो g4. भाई g5 पे queen trap है.
I saw g4 in another variation actually, but I thought it was ridiculous. But apparently it works. Wow.
Like bishop f8 you have to play, and then g5 भी आता है, queen g7 में. Look at the state of these pieces.
भाई आई थिंक क्वीन ई2 इज अ ग्रेट फाइंड एंड यू नो साज कई बार क्या होता है कई बार यू हैव ऑप्शन बिटवीन टू प्लान्स आई नो इन दिस केस नाइट डी सी इज ऑब्जेक्टिवली बेटर बट यूजुअली अगर दो प्लान्स दैट इज ऑप्शन है एंड दे आर रफली द सेम स्ट्रेंथ you choose the one which your opponent likely has not seen because that means कि उसको दोबारा 15 मिनट कैलकुलेट करना पड़ेगा. He might be more likely to miss something there. It's also more of an emotional shock as you mentioned कि FIDE stream पे वो stress में लग रहे थे फिरोजा. And now I think king d8 is not easy to play, Saj. It's admitting ki bhai, my king is gonna be not castling and struggling for a while. But once you play it, then it's gonna be interesting. Let's see.
What I don't understand is if I go knight e7, knight d6 check, king f8 I think is more logical here, right?
Yeah.
Because you want to tuck the king away to g8 and h6, king h7 ऐसे करके आप save कर लोगे king को. But this is dead lost apparently after bishop takes e6. You cannot capture back with the knight because of knight e4 check and you win the queen. If black goes bc6, भाई कुछ भी यहाँ पे बनेगा white के लिए because सारे pieces एकदम paralyzed हैं.
By the way, Sahaj bhai, I had to be the
No,
क्या
no,
बोलते हैं
no, no,
फोर
no,
bringer
no,
of
no, no.
bad news. But should I tell you or should I just ignore?
I saw it.
Apparently, chat, Gukesh is losing. The world, we'll come back to Nihal, but the world champion has just blundered. I think rook h8 we left, rook h1, queen g4 was played. After bishop f5, gf5 was the best move. Queen f5 was the second best move, but he plays the worst capture. Rook takes f5, and after f3, guess where the queen has to go? Because queen h5, there is g4. Bye bye rook. The queen has to go to a4 now, Sahaj.
Why this is like a bit unbelievable, yeah?
I think Gukesh का थोड़ा सा वो confidence is completely shaken. This is what happens then. I think we have all been in the situation जहाँ पे confidence is completely down. Yeah, like imagine going out, asking somebody out on a date, and they just don't say no. This kind of belittle you in some way. Like you will not ask out somebody for the next year. So I think it's similar. I think not similar, but yeah, of course. I think he's lost 3 games, couldn't come out against Divya. His confidence is just shaken, and he's not making good decisions right now. Wow, that is
Yeah.
just traumatic, Sahaj bhai.
Is it just what is the eval for you? For me, it's plus 1.5.
Yeah, after f3, queen a4, knight c7, it's like plus 1.5, 1.6, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think practically it might be worse. It's going up, Sahaj, plus 1.7 now, because b5 is just lost.
Yeah, knight b5 is just losing, and then d6 is also by
Yeah, it's
definition.
going up. It's going up, Sahaj. It's going up but with time. So I think this is much worse than we think. Um, Maybe it's time to go to the Nihal Sarin game where Firouzja has just dropped below the 20-minute mark. So this is going to get super exciting, all guns blazing. Can Nihal Sarin be the first, Indian to take a spot in the candidates? Bhai, come on. Firouzja, bhai, galti to banti hai, bhai.
Yeah, I mean, very sad, yeah. Very sad for Gukesh in that sense. But yeah, you're right. We should focus on Nihal.
Yeah.
By the way, Pragg and Arjun also not having the best. Okay, Arjun still is, I think, pretty decent. He still has some chances, but okay, position is simplified enough. Might be a draw in Arjun's game as well, but Pragg, I think, might be worse. तो दोनों
And
के
let me
chances gone.
let me also kind of clarify that Vidit is also dead equal. So Vidit ke chances, um, I mean, he has a pass pawn. They're not non-existent, but are not that high now to win. So I
No,
think
Vidit, I
chat
think, has chances.
really.
Yeah, Vidit has chances there. ये तो मतलब इतना खेलेगा ना वो ये पोजीशन ये यहाँ पे this was the position and he went bishop takes b7 here and which was a mistake and then he took on d8 bishop e5 and bishop takes a6 very nice move takes and I think he can play this forever like he can put the bishop on d3 he can try to push his pawn to a6 and then slowly increases the pressure on
चलो
the king side.
चलो let's hope so he wins. And chat great stats by राकेश भाई कि पिछले वर्ल्ड कप विनर्स और रनर अप्स जो दोनों प्लेयर्स क्वालिफाई किए थे कैंडिडेट्स के लिए, लेट्स गो टू निहाल्स बोर्ड अभी साज भाई स्टे रेडी फॉर द मूव. कितने स्कोर थे उनके 9 राउंड्स के बाद, राइट? दैट्स सुपर क्रूशल. एंड इन 2019 वैंग हाउ का स्कोर था 6/9. So Nihal and Matthews are already there, and his final score was 8/11. Um, and
Mhm.
Caruana was also 6/9. In 2021, Firouzja was 6.5, and Caruana was also 6.5. And in 2023, Vidit was 6.5, and Hikaru was also 6.5. So 6 or 6.5 के जो लोग हैं, वही after today's round are likely to win the event and qualify to the candidate. So that's the cutoff, right? So 6 is the cutoff. Anybody below 6, I think, has no chance.
निहाल तो ऑलरेडी है वहां पे.
हाँ, निहाल का चांस तब भी रहेगा, right? So that's why Nihal is a bit less stress. He's a bit more stress free because even if he loses, his chances don't go to zero. But everybody
Hmm.
else, yes.
You hope he doesn't play king d8. Um, Look, I mean,
I hope.
I like 97 as well. I feel like this is more natural. Um, but yeah,
Yeah.
king d8 is the best move.
Chat, but the thing is, I like Sahaj's variation. If let's go king d8 after bishop d6, which Nihal has to find, of course. Bishop f8. I If Nihal takes on b8, I think he's gonna lose. That's my guess. But if he finds this move bishop e5, knight takes, pawn takes, I am very optimistic about white's chances here because black will be struggling for the rest of the game. Like at least for the next 5 moves, he will really have to find the best. For example, after king h1, the best move for black is f5. I mean, convince me to play f5 Sahaj by here. I mean, maybe it's possible,
Hmm.
but doesn't feel so, doesn't feel like a very risky move, to be honest.
Why another is if you played b6, right, which is also possible, but whatever you play, the next move is not bishop b7, but rook b7.
Oh, that's impossible. That's impossible.
It's like it's. I mean, I'm just mentioning variations that maybe the follow-up is not the easiest for Ali Reza here, and he has 16 minutes on the clock, so the chances of making a mistake is very high.
So that's the point. So after, if even if king d8 happens, Nihal should not take on b8. That is super crucial. Material के पीछे नहीं भागना है. हमने बड़े बड़े संतों को बोलते हुए सुना है, the monk who sold his Ferrari, but Nihal has to be the guy who let off the rook. So let's see what happens. 15 मिनट फ्यूजा के पास. सहज भाई, I want to stick to this game because वैसे ही बाकी गेमों में कुछ crazy हो नहीं रहा है. And Chad, I'll give you an update on all the Indian players playing in this event so far. सहज भाई, so Nihal Sarin is equal, ठीक है. Pragg is equal, Arjun is equal, Vidit is equal, Pranav is lost, so that ends his chances. And Leon is equal against Artemiev. Ronak has drawn against Daniel Darda. Uh, SL drew against Chaparinov. Hari defeated Abdisalimov. Kartikin Mulri equal against Nair. Aryan drew against Indich. And who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Who
Gukesh.
else? Divya slightly worse against Saran Sugirov, and Gukesh is losing to Robert Hovsisyan.
उन्होंने गुकेश शायद जान के नहीं बोला होगा.
नहीं 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 भाई,
I'm-
गुकेश आया नहीं एक्चुअली लिस्ट में फॉर सम रीजन. आई कुडंट सी गुकेश. वेयर इज गुकेश? Ah, he's there. I missed it. I missed it. 438. Yeah. Come on. 14 मिनट फिरोजा के पास. चैट ही, it's getting really really
भाई
down to the
कैंडिडेट्स
wire.
की याद आ रही है.
भाई सही में. एंड डे वन को हम सोच रहे टाइम विल नॉट बी अ फैक्टर. बाप रे.
Vaishali's game, Vaishali seems to
Oh, she's
be,
winning.
she's winning, yeah, almost winning.
She's winning. That is amazing. And Katina Lagno is losing. So if Vaishali wins, she's going to go to 7. Bibisara will go to 7. And she's defeating somebody who will be on 6. So it will be 2 players on 7 points after 9 rounds. And Vaishali will be one of them and probably having the better tiebreak.
Brilliant, brilliant. I think that's awesome news. At least in the women's section, I think Vaishali ka spot more or less confirm ho jata hai because okay, still 2 more rounds to go, but I think she will also not be playing top players anymore. So because unse wo already khel chuki hai, so I think that also
Yeah.
plays a factor here. So I think more or less it would mean even if she scores 1.5 out of 2, it would still, I think, sort of guarantee a spot. But let's see what happens.
Rakesh bhai, aa jao yaar. I think the fire is on the board. 13 minute. This would be a nice time to join in the stream. Stream भाई, मैं बीमार सच में हो गया हूँ भाई, क्या निकल रहा है मुझसे. So
Stream.
stream less than
देखता हूँ
13
बस.
minutes. King d7, king d8, what's the difference? I think at some point, maybe the bishop is open. King d7 blocks the bishop. There will be 95 checks after king d7. So, a lot of problems, I think. Come on, come on, come
Okay,
on.
he's joining in like around 10 minutes or so.
Awesome, awesome. Goodness sake, we switched back to winning boards. Yeah, we switched back to winning boards. 12 minute.
Knight f4 किसी ने बोला भाई ये तो poisoned pawn है. You don't want to touch this pawn. I mean, there's takes and queen e3, and I think you can just resign immediately. Knight d6 check is there, rook f4 is there, queen a7 is there. So many different ideas here. Going back to the game, Vincent with a brilliancy and +3. Wow. So Vincent is completely winning. I think he's definitely moving up with 6.5 points. And so Nihal, I think even though you say it, I mean, I really don't want this to not go our way, yeah, because I think then chances थोड़े difficult लगते हैं. यानी को pressure आ जाता है हमारे ऊपर. Blunder incoming by Alireza? I don't think so. Not here. Not here. Maybe a mistake. Maybe
See,
90. Oh, 97
let's
played.
go! Let's go! 97 mistake by Firouzja. I think he played your move, Sahaj. That definitely was more logical. This is not losing, but now 96 check is the move.
Or G4 even. G4 straight even possible because G5
But
से
we
queen
saw
trap
no
होएगी.
96 King F8 was winning on the spot, Sahaj. So we want to give Firouzja that option
Hmm.
of going wrong.
Yeah, because G4 Queen H4 के बाद अगर आप 96 खेलते हो तो King F8 is possible. So I don't want the king to go to F8. I want the king to go to D8 क्योंकि center में रहेगा तो there is more pressure there.
Yeah, yeah. Chat now Nihal hopefully has been using Firouzja's time because if he has the best plan in mind, he can play quickly and imagine Firouzja having 12 minutes with 22 moves to go.
Insane. Okay, so knight d6 check is what we are expecting. Okay, he has 32 minutes, plenty of time, but he would have looked at knight d7 before. So I wouldn't be surprised if he plays actually quickly here. Maybe he's just like recollecting his thoughts, जो उसने याद किया था, जो उसने calculate किया था. I think that's very important to go through right now. But I think most important thing is to understand कि knight d6 king f8 के बाद ये position dead lost है because if you just take, this is dead lost. Apparently,
Yeah.
there's queen e3, queen f2. Both of these moves attacking the a7 pawn is just game over. क्योंकि queen के पास कोई घर नहीं है. Queen अगर हटेगी नहीं तो bishop नहीं हटेगा. Bishop नहीं हटेगा तो king नहीं हटेगा. And then rook नहीं आएगा. And all of these pieces become completely paralyzed in the entire position. It's like black दो pieces से खेल रहा है. This rook on this bishop on c8 who are not doing much right now.
I think Nihal has time. He's using it productively. Um, Sahaj, meanwhile, can we do a quick roundup of all the leaders who are playing? कि कौन कौन 6 पे कौन कौन 6.5 पे जाने वाला है? So first of all, Nodebek versus Bluebam. What do you make of that position? As of now, Bluebam seems to be better.
I think positionally, probably I like Abdul Satarov's position more because of once you take and take, I can put pressure on the e5 pawn for a long time. Also, I have them some c5 breaks as well, which I quite like.
Yeah,
Black के पास, king side पे कुछ है, but I don't really know if it's gonna amount to anything because if you take on g3, I can take with the h pawn, and I feel like he's comfortable there.
yeah. So
So
you're
I
saying
think
it's
more or
roughly
less equal,
balanced,
roughly
equal.
balanced, yeah. Roughly
So
balanced.
Vincent is winning, right? He's completely winning. So he will go
Dead
to
winning.
6.5. Um, and now we go to Anish against Jordan. What do you make of that position?
Oh, this is not an easy position to hold for Jordan. I think I like Anish's chances here. The position objectively is equal, but I think I would pick Anish to win here.
So as of now, confirmed 6.5 पे एक ही बंदा जा रहा है, that is Kamer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Hans against Mishra. What do you make of the final position there?
I'll I think Hans still has chances here. Like it looks a bit uncomfortable for both players, but yeah, position is balanced, equal. Draw, you can say, with correct play for
Got
both
it.
players. But I like it
So
for Hans more. I just want to
हाँ, तो
put it out
6
there.
पॉइंट पे भीड़ होने वाली है चैट, दैट्स व्हाट आई एम सेइंग, एंड ये तो यही लोग हैं 5.5 पे, 5 वाले भी कितने जीतेंगे? सो आई थिंक द वे टू बी अहेड ऑफ द फील्ड इज टू विन, दैट इज टू गो टू एटलीस्ट 6.5, बेसिकली 6.5 पे आपको जाना है एंड ड्रॉ या विन चाहिए निहाल सरीन को. 6.5 पे अभी एक ही बंदा कंफर्म जा रहा है, दैट इज विंसेंट काइमर.
लग तो रहा है कि निहाल भी जा रहा है मोस्ट लाइकली. ड्रॉ तो होना ही चाहिए यहाँ पे यार.
But okay, Sahaj, I mean, this is still very, very complicated. Um, and one mistake, for example, could just end the game on the spot. For example, I was thinking, why not bishop d6 directly? Apparently, black just castles and black is winning.
Yeah, yeah,
So
of
it's very,
course. That's why he played 97. You cannot allow that.
yeah, you have to be very cautious here, Nihal.
Well, the hard task is after knight d6 king f8 to visualize, to evaluate कि bishop d6 b6 के बाद इतनी खराब है black की position. That's the harder thing for me. So that's my
Agreed.
only worry. Maybe that's why it doesn't go knight d6. Also, g4 is interesting, but I don't like the king going to f8 and getting comfortable there. That's what I don't like about this move.
Way to be ahead is to win. No, I think that makes sense here. मेरा point ये है कि once you're on 6, I think your chances go drastically down. So let's see. I think Nehal has amazing chances to win this one, but the position is still extremely complicated. Um,
But
कोई लोग कहते हैं
previously, I
सूत.
mean, 6 out of 9, maybe a lot of players qualified, no? Like you said,
I think that
Fabi
was
and Wang
first
Hao.
ग्रैंड स्विस. दैट वाज फर्स्ट ग्रैंड स्विस. पिछले वाले में 6.5 थे और उससे पिछले भी 6.5 थे. सो फर्स्ट वाले ग्रैंड स्विस में आई एम गेसिंग कि लेस नंबर ऑफ पीपल माइट हैव प्लेड साज बिकॉज इट वाज द फर्स्ट
Hmm.
टाइम. सो पिछले दोनों वाले में आई थिंक इट वाज 6.5 एंड दैट टेल्स मी कि 6.5 maybe might be the score to have if you genuinely want to qualify for the candidates.
निहाल को डर लग रहा है भाई, इस पोजीशन में व्हाइट को कभी डर नहीं लग सकता.
Hmm.
व्हाइट डरा कोड है ना, आई एम नॉट इन डेंजर, आई एम द डेंजर.
Yeah.
दैट्स व्हाट यू
Gukesh's
फील इन
opponent
दिस
has
पोजीशन एज व्हाइट.
blundered, by the way, chat carry hai.
Oh,
Oh, he didn't find knight c7. He played queen e4. What?
but still, yeah, I mean, I
Yeah,
still
okay.
really don't like that position for Gukesh, especially that bishop on h6. I feel is a really bad piece.
Chalo, at least we have hope now to draw this game. Uh, Meanwhile, Nihal's Sarin game still waiting for the move to come in.
By the way, MVL also completely winning against Erdogmas. So that's another result that's going to happen, I think, very, very soon.
Chalo, finally a win for the oldies against the youngsters. Yeah, youngsters was ज़्यादा ही strong with Saj bhai. Come on, come on. D4, Hemant is saying. Yeah, D4 feels too slow because black castle कर लिया ना, तो black is just a piece up.
Yeah, then it's
Um,
gone.
I think knight d5 and queen आराम से पीछे जा सकती है d8 पे, तो queen is not gonna get trapped. And you can't allow black to castle. ये भूलना नहीं है.
Oh, they are saying that G4, King D8, G4 में King D8 नहीं खेलेगा black because you have G5, so black will go King Queen H4 and Knight D6 check King F8, but the pieces are not stuck now because this, but black can play H5, the bishop can move, the king can also move here. जब Queen F6 पे थी, like if we compare this position to this Knight D6, King F8, Bishop C6, and Queen F2, like look at this queen doesn't have any squares. It doesn't have any squares on the board. No Fi, like no squares. And because of this, the bishop doesn't go out. Because of that, the king doesn't go out, and because of that, the rook doesn't go out. And let's not forget the knight doesn't move either because you have a discovered check idea. So this is where black is completely paralyzed. Whereas in the other position, the queen is already moved out to h4 and you've committed g4. So black has some hope that there can be h5 and the bishop can move. The king can also hide itself to h7. So black has more free moves here.
Wow, Gukesh is now kind of equal. Okay, good to know. That is
Magnus
nice.
greater than Fabi and then Gukesh in classical chess. Do I agree? I think that's fair, yeah. I think that's fair.
Hmm.
Fabi, I think Fabi's classical chess, I think is, of course, he was second best for the for a very long time. Would have been a world champion, I think, अगर Magnus ना होता तो. And I think he's also qualified to the candidate, so he still has a very good chance.
By the way, आज हमने एक रील डाला था. फुटेज नहीं है ना, तो I just took like text, wrote Gukesh versus Divya reel. नीचे ब्रैकेट में sorry we don't have footage and posted. And it did well. Nice, 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 nice,
Nice, very nice.
nice, nice, nice. अरे, that was nice
Wookie better
experience.
कह रहे हैं. Is that true? No, not better. Just looking at the game very quickly. This was the position. F3 हुआ, Queen A4, Queen E4 mistake, Queen B3 and Rook B1. Not better. 0-0-0 दिखा रहा है मुझे तो. But yeah, I don't like this position for Gukesh, I have to say.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
the Rook
knight
B1 is a bit
d5.
weird, यार. Why not Rook F2?
हाँ, I think knight और bishop compare करो. I think that is the problem.
The Rook F2 में तो
Um,
aim रहा है. Maybe that's why. Yeah, this knight and this bishop, of course, is a very big thing.
I think queen e4 ही गलत था and step in the wrong direction somehow.
Hmm.
Um, Maybe there are hopes for Gukesh somehow.
Yeah. Okay, going back to the Nihal game, this was the position. Knight D6, he has to find very,
Oh,
very, very tough
by
moment.
the way, a big update if we go to the Vidit game, Sahaj. This feels like a draw, but I'm praying that this somehow wins.
अरे यार, हाँ ये तो ड्रॉ है। ये also यार ये is a very typical 4 versus 3 and the deep one is the worst, yeah.
Yeah.
You need, अगर ये जितना pawn जितना दूर हो उतना better होता है। And I don't know if you remember in the chat that some time ago I said that if the pawns are on f6, g7, h6, then it's a very thematic draw. So that is true. But if the pawns are connected, like if white का pawn e3 पे होता, तो that's the structure you want. And when the pawns are disconnected, like एक pawn ऐसे फालतू में मतलब एकदम side में है, then you want the pawns on f7, g6, h5. This is the typical way to sort of equalize here. So you black plays h5, black will go g6, and white will also play h4 ऐसे ऐसे करके this pawn chain will be formed, and then you bring the king out, and that should be a draw.
Sanj, like rook c2, at least my rook can get behind the pass pawn. Is there any hope?
Sorry?
If rook c2 and idea rook d2, any chance like rook behind the pass pawn or
No, no,
no?
I have rook d1, no?
अच्छा हाँ राइट राइट बात ही खत्म हो गई.
I think you can play rook d2, but I don't think it will matter much क्योंकि ये pawn बहुत पास है, मैं king से रोक सकता हूँ उसको।
या
सहज भाई, क्या लिखा था? दिल पे हाथ रख के बोलना कि गुकेश जितने जीतने के चांसेस मैग्नस ने कब लिए क्लासिकल में, उसने सिर्फ पोजिशनल ग्राइंड्स किए। आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड योर क्वेश्चन, लाइक आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट यू आर ट्राइंग टू से। समझ नहीं आया मुझे।
हाँ एक बंदा कहता कि साहिल भाई के पास अपने कैमरा के भी राइट्स नहीं है. नाइस वन भाई, खरीद लेता हूँ.
Says, do you think Magnus, Fabio, or Hikaru, when they were Gukesh's age, have had bad tournaments like Gukesh is having right now? Magnus, I don't know. Fabi, can't think of it actually.
Actually, not for Magnus for sure. As we
Not
discussed,
for
I think
Magnus,
yesterday
I
कि
think.
3 गेम लगातार मैग्नस जब हारा था that he was 12 years old last. So
Hmm.
not for Magnus.
Fabi also, I don't remember. Fabi had that great run that, with 7 out of 7 in the Sinquefield Cup. That I remember. But ऐसा नहीं, I don't remember this. Hikaru also, I don't remember.
Yeah. ठीक है. Let's go back to the Nihal game maybe Saj bhai and wait for the crucial move to come in.
Nope, no moves, no moves.
Wow. 21 minutes. You know, I saw a reel when Nihal was winning against Param Maksudlu, he was very stressed. Like even when he
Mm-hmm.
was winning, he looked stressed. Um, that tells me kahin na kahin pe ki like this is also might be overwhelming for Nihal. Things, in classical chess have not gone his way for years. Like I'm sure it has taken some sort of toll on him, right? To see all his friends go up and stay a bit behind himself. Like थोड़ा बहुत ये emotionally overwhelming हो सकता है निहाल के लिए. That might kind of play with his decision making process, yeah.
Guess we'll find out. नॉर्वे चेस 2015 बहुत बेकार था मैग्नेस का, जब वो सेकंड आया था। आई मीन कौन सा नॉर्वे चेस की बात कर रहे हो
Oh man, come on. He plays
आप?
G4. Oh.
Yeah, that's a miss for sure because of Queen H4 के बाद Knight D6 and King F8 he has. It's the right direction, but in the wrong order.
Why is he refraining from knight d6? Yeah, दो बार I think
Hmm.
Gukesh can't win world championships. Wow. अच्छा है बंदे का नाम जोकर है वरना I would be offended.
Hmm.
साथ में you cannot become a GM. Difficult है. मतलब
मुश्किल
ये
है
क्या
भाई।
लो बहुत मुश्किल है भाई.
Nihal is yawning. Wow.
I hope so. By the way, Vaishali has lost a bunch of her edge and has 2 minutes to play 16 moves. Um, that's a bit worrying.
Yeah, again, also in such a position, it's normal to make mistakes, right? Because the position is extremely sharp. And
Yeah.
also we saw Ali Reza make a mistake as well when he took, Queen G5 and all of that. Um, that's normal, I think, for both players to make a mistake here.
So, Sahaj, question: do you think Magnus would make a mistake?
How would I know?
I I think one of the Indians needs to become the next goat by. We need a goat from India now. I think हो गया साज भाई है ना? We need somebody who dominates just like Magnus does nowadays.
I mean, I think it takes time, and I think Magnus level ka banda, you will. It's very difficult to find that. It's next to impossible.
But impossible के next है ना भाई मतलब next है मतलब हो सकता है मतलब it's possible.
Saj, what are you talking about? Hikaru wasn't even a top player when he was 19. Bhai, I didn't say that he was. I just said he didn't have like super, like इस तरह के events. I can't remember. That's what I said. And I think he was a top player, no?
I think he took a break for 1 year, Hikaru. Then he went
Mm-hmm.
back to studying. He was 2600, was struggling to get to 2700. So he went back to studies for a year. He realized कि भाई नहीं हो सकता. Then he came back
Bhai,
and then he just
he was
crushed.
world number 16 at 19.
Fair. Wish to see Ding Liren back in chess. कह रहे हैं हेमंत भाई. I mean, yeah, but I think Ding was not in. I think chess didn't give him happiness. Like that's what I sensed. By the way, Queen H4 has been played by Ali Reza Firouzja and Sahaj. Bishop takes C6. Only move for Nihal
Mm-mm.
Sarin, or he is dead lost.
No, no, there's 96 check as well.
Are you
Two
sure?
moves. Yeah, yeah, two moves, two moves.
अच्छा चलो
But I think
अच्छी बात
the
है फिर.
idea is still the same. 96 king f8 ऐसे अगर आप जाते हो तो I can go bishop c6, bc6, and then I can play bishop c5, and there is a repetition incoming here. Like I'm attacking a7, so you have to defend this via a6, and this is the weirdest repetition ever. Like bishop f2, black plays queen h3, white plays bishop c5, black plays queen h4 for some reason. Why would black play queen h4 here?
Wow.
But I have to say this looks harder for Nihal. By the way, 96 check played. This we will see this happening in real time.
Come on, chat. Let's go. Chat, अगर यहाँ बार चेंज हुआ ना, I'm gonna lose my mind. So let's hope Nihal Sarin plays the best move. Knight d6, king f6 played. Sahaj now bishop c5. Directly can also be played apparently.
Yeah, but then h5 and then you're in trouble. Yeah, that was a
Ooh.
bad call, I think, by Nihal. Now I think Firouzja has really good chances. Why?
Come
What
on, come
makes
on.
Magnus different from other players? Why can he remain so consistent and win almost every tournament they participate? Tata Steel 7 times. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Aliens, nice. Ah, it's a mix of many things. Yeah, I think his style, I think, is one of the biggest problems. I think for
साहब को
everybody
एक
else
डोर पे मैं आता हूँ
because
एक से ना.
yeah, yeah, sure. I think his style is the biggest um, uh, his biggest strength because he always plays a very long game. And again, Magnus introduced something new to the chess world. Yeah, to continue playing even drawn positions, drawn end game. Jo us time pe it wasn't that common, and then he evolved as a player. Like he wasn't just doing that. Then he started, of course, working on other areas of chess very, very deeply, and that skill just translated into other areas of chess as well. Also, that's why I think he's very consistent. But I think Pragg, for example, is more consistent. Like Pragg, say I can't remember a performance where he, had a disaster like this. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, exactly. Intuitive ability as well because Magnus feels the moves. Yeah, he can smell them. Vishali found a brilliant move. Amazing. But थोड़ा यहाँ पे रुकते हैं because the I think it's very stressful this position. Also, I mean, there's a very good chance के निहाल goes for F5, जो मतलब आग लग जाएगी बोर्ड पे, बट ये मतलब this is not what I want on the board, I have to say. Who is your inspiration? My Vishy sir, of course. I grew up, watching and learning about Vishy sir. Like I remember meeting him for the first time. He gave a simul in this tournament, जहाँ पे 24 players were playing, and he gave a simul to everyone. And I still remember that. Yeah, I mean, this was one of the core memories I have connected to chess. And growing up in India in those days, Vishy sir was treated like a god, and rightfully so. So I would say Vishy sir in that sense. F5 looks fun. भाई अब फन हमारा फन नहीं है ये ब्लैक की वाइट की थोड़ी खराब हो रही है यहाँ पे. But it's difficult to find the follow-up moves. Yeah, F5 पे E5 only move, by the way. G5 black white takes. Bishop F6 only move. FG6 मारा. HG6 only move. Bishop C6 मारा. B takes C6, not an only move, but yeah, kind of. Knight takes F7, because if you go King F7, then Queen takes E7. Don't forget this bishop is pinned. And then Rook H7, and suddenly black is better. So we don't want this. We don't want this. We want something simpler. Yeah, F5 में I think हमें ही ज़्यादा risk हो रहा है यहाँ पे. Why Sahaj? Why is here? Why? Where should I be? आप बताइए. What's your next tournament you will play? I will play the Romanian Super League, which is happening in I think about less than a week, or it's less than a week. Yeah, 19th को first round है मेरा. So I'm playing this. I think there's going to be a 2-3 day break, and then I will fly to Romania straight afterwards. जहाँ पे प्रणव भी खेल रहा है, by the way. Sahaj bhai, since 2020, best tournaments the candidates was peak. Absolutely. I think Olympiad also, yeah. Olympiad was also peak. That was pure domination. हर board पे it was pure domination. Gukesh, on other hand, is very volatile player. He can go 9 out of 11 winning streaks in Olympiad, and also 6 game winning streak in Zag. Yeah, of course. But it has its downsides also, yeah. But we know what he's capable of. But all of these players are super young. So, I mean, इनकी peak अभी तक आई नहीं है. Once we see the peak, that's gonna be scary. So I guess we'll see. So I'm living in Budapest, in Hungary. Okay, let's return to the game. साहिल भाई भी आ गए यहाँ पे. Let's go. Knight C8 तो नहीं मारना. This is the worst move possible in the position. You have to go bishop C6 or bishop C5. If he doesn't find any of these two moves, he's in trouble. Then I think Nihal's chances go drastically down.
Why? Vaishali's game is ending in a draw right now.
Oh, there's a repetition on the board. Just let's catch the last
Yeah.
few moments. The repetition right here, and she has to make the repetition because oh, sorry about that. If you don't make the repetition here, then white is just an exchange down. तो black के पास रुक है, white
Vaishali.
के पास bishop है.
Vaishali ने खो दी यार अपनी better position. And that's, I mean, it's amazing result, a draw. She will go to what? 7 points? No, 6.5 points. But
Mm-hmm.
Bibisara is likely to go ahead. Um, so
Oh
will be a
yes,
tough.
she's completely winning against Lagno.
This is going to be touch and go, chat, for
Oh
Vaishali.
wow.
Very
I think
interesting.
they're just repeating, yeah.
Yeah. So Vaishali's game is gonna end in a draw. I think the time pressure definitely, caused her to spoil her edge. But a great game. She's been playing an amazing event. I hope she qualifies, Sahaj, because I think she's kind of led the entire event all the way through, and it would be pretty deserving for her to get that spot.
I think correct. Also, she has very little time on the clock, so I think taking a draw is a good result here. She still has 2 rounds. If she wins both of them, I think top two should be guaranteed, I feel. Yeah, but it's gonna be a very close call.
No,
Okay, I'm gonna move back to Nihal's
हाँ,
board.
हम दोनों के जो सवाल आते हैं काफी डिफिकल्ट होते हैं. Sahaj कहता है, Sahaj भाई, you seems like you are a GM, you should be playing these events, I think. ऐसे करके दूसरे का मेरा आता है, साहिल भाई नवरात्र में गरबा करवाना करना है. सवाल काफी डिफरेंट टाइप के आते हैं, डिफरेंट.
Vincent, by the way, is
निहाल.
completely winning. And
वाह.
Nodirbek is equal. The Nodirbek की ये position है, it's more or less equal. Okay, I'm not sure who I'm going to prefer here. I think it's more or less equal. I mean, Queen A4 मरता देख के I don't like this so much, but yeah, I mean, it's equal at the end of the day. Vincent completely winning, dead winning, I think.
And Gukesh, by the way, has made a mistake.
अरे यार.
Um, and now he's again like +1 opponent.
Okay, is showing the mistake. Queen E4, Queen B3. Yeah, आधा board पे Bishop G5, Rook F2, Rook H8, Rook BF1 he plays, and now Bishop D8 was the mistake. Yeah, he's trying to find some place for this bishop here on B6, but the knight is just denying all of these squares to Gukesh. Maybe his plan
You
is Rook
guys,
H5 as well.
bhai,
That looks scary actually.
that does look scary. I think will be interesting. ओहो देखो जी कौन आया राकेश भाई इफ यू कैन जंप टू पहले गुकेश की गेम बता दो भाई राकेश भाई वेलकम कैसा लग रहा है आज गेम्स देख के
बढ़िया भाई बढ़िया लग रहा है। और होपफुली निहाल भाई, ऑल होप्स ऑन निहाल है फिलहाल।
भाई ये सही था गुकेश का गेम हटा के कैसा लग रहा है पोजीशन देख के आपको?
हाय बट पता नहीं यार, कुछ मतलब क्या क्या हो क्या गया है। एंड सहज आई वुड लाइक टू आस्क यू बिकॉज आप हो प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर, बट हैज अ टूर्नामेंट गॉन सो बैड फॉर यू एवर
Yeah,
इन
yeah,
द
yeah.
रिसेंट फ्यूचर?
Last year, I lost 5 games in a row. Which I mean,
ओह।
it's like a Pehla round was good, second round was good. I was 2 out of 2, something like that, and then one game I lost very badly, and then uske baad, I think you go into that cycle where it's difficult to even look at chess. It's difficult to make moves. Whatever decision you make, whatever you choose is just the wrong, um, it's just the wrong one, and you just need to snap out of it. Usually, a draw, like making a draw, can be quite I think useful because it gives you a break. But Gukesh is not making those draws. Yeah? He's trying to play for a win every single time. So I think he's not catching that break. But I think in today's position, he might have some chances. I like that Rook H5 stuff.
Yeah. And Rakesh bhai, as you just come in, I think by the way, VD ka game abhi equally shadow +0.5 doesn't mean much in that position. In this position, what do you make of the situation? Because दोनों players के पास 10-10 मिनट है and they have to play 20 moves in such a complicated position जहां पे you are literally playing on only moves. And as of now, Nihal seems to have the only move कि या तो मार के या directly Bishop C5 खेलना है. Anything else apart from Bishop C5 concept, and you are basically lost. And he missed a winning position. Yeah, he had a winning position.
Yeah, true. And I think it's all about the nerves यार। मतलब फिरूजा चैट बीन दैट डन दैट 2021 के ग्रैंड स्विस विनर है। बट निहाल के इसमें ना ऐसे वो एक ब्रेक थ्रू विक्ट्री नहीं आई है, लाइक वन वेरी बिग अचीवमेंट विच वी कैन रिमेम्बर। सो दिस वुड रियली मीन अ लॉट टू हिम एंड ऑफ कोर्स कैंडिडेट्स प्लेस। लास्ट ईयर उसने देखा उसके 3 भाई खेले कैंडिडेट्स, तो आई थिंक इट्स गोइंग टू बी, अगर निहाल ने नर्व्स कंट्रोल कर लिए तो वो जीत जाएगा।
Even now, you think, like in this position as well.
या इट्स अ, एंड आई थिंक टाइम ही है ना भाई, 20 मूव्स टू गो, 10 मिनट्स है। तो लिटरली 30 सेकेंड्स पर मूव, मतलब उसको तो इंक्रीमेंट मिलेगा, बट इट्स ट्रिकी।
And
And
Nihal के against कोई भी और होता ना भाई, I would agree with you, but Firouzja यार.
Saj bhai, Rakesh bhai, maybe we should take a 30-second detour to Pragg's game because he has an only move or he is also lost. And what a crazy position is this? Saj bhai, your take.
आई
I think G7 I can see from the blue arrow, and then Queen E6 and Queen B6, but oh, he plays.
प्लेड।
But I like
Wow.
this position more for Pragg. If you take and take, I mean, I have just a bunch of pawns. I will collect C5 as well. Knight B8 का ये आपका extra piece. I mean, this is not really a piece right now.
So Rakesh bhai, if he wins, I mean his chances are still maintained, right? दो गेम बचेंगे, दो विन 2 में 2 करना is not impossible for Pragg.
करेक्ट, एंड ही इज द टॉप सीड, लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट, ही इज एक्सपेक्टेड टू विन द टूर्नामेंट। और एकदम क्यूटी पुकी एवंडर लियांग से खेल रहे हैं, तो होपफुली उनको हरा देंगे। और एवंडर वेरी गुड पर्सन, बट प्रग के सामने तो आई विल चूज प्रग।
हाँ, true, true, true. By the way,
By the
Nihal
way,
Sarins will come back. Bishops have played on the board, and now h5 is the only move for Ali Reza Firouzja to survive in the game. Rakesh bhai, does he find it?
Maybe, it's the only counter play, क्योंकि ना क्वीन आ चुकी है वहां पे, तो रुक को जिंदा करने का एक ही तरीका है. एंड अगर H5 को अगर निहाल ने G5 खेला, देन द F5 स्क्वायर और वो F5 ब्रेक जो करना चाहते थे निहाल, दैट गोज आउट ऑफ द विंडो. तो आई थिंक फॉर दोज रीजंस H5 आ सकता है. सहज भाई मेरे को बताओ, H5 नहीं तो क्या खेलेगा क्या फिरोजा? डजंट लुक लाइक ही कैन इंप्रूव हिज पोजीशन बाय एनीथिंग.
the bishop f2 बड़ा annoying चाल है because आपको queen f6 पे वापस लेके जाना पड़ेगा. कुछ look at this. If you play let's say random move a6 whatever, I go bishop f2, queen h3, bishop g2, and now you have to put this queen on h6. I mean,
G5.
this is like look at
क्या
look at this repetition.
G5
Look at this bhai, look at this g5
कौन सा
queen oh sorry, what am I doing?
रेपिटेशन
Queen
भाई?
h5.
वाइट तो जीत रहा है.
हाँ हाँ बट आई एम जस्ट शोइंग यू दिस वेरी कूल. बिशप g2 करके आप रिपीट कर सकते हो. बट बिशप g4 पे यू आर विनिंग.
करेक्ट, करेक्ट.
तो फिरोजा भाई, हम करेंगे रिपीट, आप ये खेलो भाई, प्रॉमिस. लेट्स हम रिपीट करेंगे भाई, क्यों साथ में रिपीट करेंगे ना हम, राकेश भाई. चैट विल रिपीट, लेट्स गो फॉर
सो
दिस पोजीशन भाई.
भाई अभी समझा, इसके लिए ये ओनली मूव है, बिकॉज
हाँ.
H5, लेट्स शो दैट बिशप F2 को अभी वाइट, मतलब वाइट विल बी फेस्ड विथ क्वीन G4 चेक. क्वीन को भाई जगह बनानी पड़ेगी फिरोजा को. दैट इज व्हाई H5 इज द ओनली मूव हियर.
Yeah, and if you look at the moves, second best move is literally knight d4, just giving a piece, and h5 played on the board.
भाई कुछ भी
ओके
बोला, हाई लेवल चेस चल रहा है.
And now
यार मुझे अच्छा
Nihal's
नहीं लग रहा ये निहाल के लिए. आई डोंट लाइक दिस.
oh, he finds it. He finds the only move.
Like if I go hg4 in this position, it suddenly feels like फिरोजा का
पीस दे
किंग
दोगे?
एकदम सेफ हो गया और हमारा पीस
Sahaj,
खराब है.
hg4, there is rook a7. And now after rook a7, guess what Firouzja has to find? Rook h5.
उफ.
That is impossible. If he finds this, man, he deserves a draw, yeah? That's almost impossible with 7 minutes on the clock. So, Bishop c6 Nihal ने बहुत जल्दी खेला. That's a good sign.
पता नहीं. आई जस्ट फील लाइक hg4 rook h5 वैसे जो चालें इस पे feels like निहाल का king is worse
Hmm.
in comparison. That's why I just don't like this. And also I am giving back the piece because if after bc6 and rook a7 feels like you still have initiative in the position
Yeah.
because all of your pieces are super active. You're putting the pressure on e7 as well.
So, a question, Sahaj. यहाँ पे जो queen g4 का queen trade है, या फिर in any position here, who does it benefit more?
So let's go queen g4 hg4 just to show everyone. Takes. And I go rook takes e7 or bishop. I think bishop takes e7 is what I would play here. But rook e7, I would just be afraid of rook h5. But okay, I have rook c7 check, so this is fine. Pawns are equal. Yeah, pawns are equal. My bishop is better, my rook is better. Maybe slight preference to Nihal. But I think this is savable. What do you think, Rakesh
Got
bhai?
it.
Yeah, savable, but I think pleasant for Nihal क्योंकि 2 results है. But I think थोड़ा बहुत आगे का देख लिया. Let's come back to the live position because Firouzja under 6.5 seconds chat.
Minutes,
6.5
minutes.
minutes, I mean. तो अगर पॉन से मारा बिशप तो मैंने रिकैप्चर किया तो
वही तो देख रहे हैं अभी. rook a7.
still go for yeah that.
Rook a7 and queen g4 only move है यहाँ पे. This is what we're looking at. But yeah, I think
What is
here, if he
Firouzja
wants
thinking?
fire, yeah, if he wants fire, he'll go hg4 and that rook h5 wala plan. I feel that's scary for Nihal.
भाई फायर तो फिरोजा के पहले 3 लेटर का है नाम है, तो
True.
might choose that.
But I mean, from Firouzja's perspective, like if he loses, he's knocked out. He has 0 chances. Nihal थोड़ा सा risk ले सकता है. I mean, we discussed this earlier. So, I mean, he might just back down at that crunch moment. कि भाई यार, this is getting too scary. I cannot go for this with 4 minutes on the clock. And he might not play the critical move. Maybe.
By the way, very interesting result. Quite surprising actually, but not so surprising. But Andy Woodward, the World Puzzle Battle champion, defeats Aronian today with the black
Wow.
pieces.
And
The game is
Arjun
already
just two in
over.
a
So
row.
yeah, like a 2700 player. That's huge.
Wow.
Yeah, huge. You know what else is huge? If we go to the second board Tiku for like 15 seconds,
हाँ.
ऐसा लग रहा है कि that game might end in a draw, which means अगर निहाल जीत गया, he goes into a half point lead, which will be massive.
Wow.
Blue Worm
भाई
And
और
keeping
वो
अगला
it
ना
मैच,
solid, yeah.
अगला मैच वैसे by the way, if Nihal wins, will be Nihal versus Vincent, confirmed.
Sahil bhai, look at this. Oh wait, he played. Okay, he didn't go. I thought he was going to go
भाई
HG4. Wow.
तुमने सहज भाई, मैंने पटाखे फोड़ दिए थे भाई. भाई क्या कर रहे हो
Well,
भाई?
now we are
एक
even. Now we are even.
बैंक
Just so you
कमिश्नर,
know, you
एक
did it
मैगी
to me
ऐड करनी
once.
बनती है. एक मैगी
Huh?
ऐड करनी बनती है,
Nah,
कल
nah,
वाली
nah,
कट हो
nah,
जानी
nah,
चाहिए.
nah, nah,
हाँ
nah,
भाई,
nah,
बनता है
nah,
भाई.
nah,
भाई
nah.
इतना उम्मीद
Not
नहीं
the
थी भाई.
same. This is not
भाई
the
इट्स द
same.
सेम भाई. मैं तो
It's not the
सेलिब्रेट करने के
same.
लिए कूद गया था भाई
Chat, is it the
ऑलमोस्ट.
same? Please let us know. Is it the same?
क्या, इट इज द सेम भाई. आई थॉट निहाल जीत गया भाई.
Nihal जीत गया मैं.
मतलब
Of
ब्लंडर
course
कर दिया
not.
फिरोजा ने. ब्लंडर कर
Why
दिया आई थॉट.
I thought he took HG4, so I thought I was going to say कि Firouzja played the best move. You
नहीं
see,
नहीं नहीं नहीं.
intention गलत नहीं थी. Not the
ओह
same.
इंटेंशन. ओहो.
not
See,
the same.
everyone
Like
in the
Neil,
chat disagrees. Maggie Bet Commissioner, what do you think?
yeah, it stays, no problem.
चलो यार कोई ना.
Let's go.
भूखे रह लेंगे
21.
हम एक एक रात को. भूखे रह लेंगे हम लोग. चैट कोई ना भाई, नहीं यही याद रखूंगा मैं चैट ये. बाद में 3 मिनट फॉर फिरोजा.
Party time.
उफ, टफ चॉइस
जब
यार.
फिरोशा के 3 मिनट होते हैं ना तो हमें ज्यादा डर लगता है. आई थिंक ओपोनेंट को ज्यादा डर लगता है बिकॉज वी नो व्हाट ही इज केपेबल ऑफ. व्हाट ही डिड टू
बट
गुकेश.
बट सामने निहाल है ना भाई. सामने निहाल है. दैट्स द डिफरेंस. लाइक निहाल भी थ्राइव करता है इस सिचुएशन में.
या ट्रू.
भाई दोनों ही. और मतलब डोंट फॉरगेट भाई, फिरूजा इज मतलब रेनिंग बुलेट चेस चैंपियन, एंड निहाल सरीन ऑफ कोर्स अ बुलेट मॉन्स्टर. तो मजा आने वाला है चैट. बकल इन. 3 minutes टू गो. क्विक प्रेडिक्शंस. टिकू और सहज भाई, चैट बताइए. एक ही ऑप्शन, मे बी ये वो नहीं चलेगा.
निहाल विंस.
ओके, B6 played. I
इज
will
दैट अ
बिशप
say
टू.
ब्लंडर?
बिशप टू. ओनली मूव.
खेलेगा यार
भाई
बिशप F2
साज
तो
भाई, व्हाट डू
खेलेगा.
यू थिंक प्रेडिक्शन?
um
भाई अबे सोचा
draw,
टिकू विंस कैसा होगा
draw,
यार.
draw. I
ड्रॉ
think
यार.
draw.
ओके. राकेश भाई.
निहाल विंस भाई. निहाल ओपी.
एंड चैट क्या कह रही है? चैट व्हाट डू यू थिंक? निहाल
श्रेया
विन,
सुधीर
ड्रॉ
बोल रहे हैं
और
निहाल
लॉस?
जीतेगा.
हम्म.
एंड देवांग, गिरीश, काफी लोग बोल रहे हैं कि ड्रॉ होगा. रिचर्ड रैपर्ट सेइंग रिचर्ड बोर्ड. भाई रिचर्ड का गेम हो गया ना शायद.
सॉरी रिचर्ड भाई, आज आपका थोड़ा जाएंगे, बाद में जाएंगे आपके गेम पे. But bishop f2, I mean, how obvious is bishop f2 Sahaj here? Like, is it like because knight c8 the option hai, which I see, just to simplify matters. Do you think bishop
No,
f2
why
is
do you
pretty
want
normal?
to simplify? I mean, the problem is after bishop f2, queen g4, queen g4, hg4, you have to see rook a7.
Ah,
You're giving up the bishop, but your point is कि knight c6 के बाद rook f7 check, king g8 and rook c7 attacks both of them. And after bishop a6 now, you don't have to take this knight on c6. You have to go rook a1, which is not an easy
and then
thing
knight
to see.
a5, b4.
Yeah, rook a1, knight a5, and then b4.
I think he sees it. I think he sees it. He has time. If he
This
had
is
three
very
minutes, he
difficult.
would. No, he would see it. I think if he had 3 minutes, he would not see it. I think with 8, 9 minutes that he had, I think he'll see all of this.
Rakesh bhai, what do you think?
देख लेगा भाई, देख लेगा सब. भाई बाय द वे, ह्यूज अपडेट. बोर्ड ट्रू ऑफिशियली ड्रॉ. आप देख सकते हैं हमारे टॉप्स राइट ऑफ द स्क्रीन. Matthias Bluam has gone to 6.5, which means if
Ooh,
Nihal wins, he will become the sole leader with only 2 games to go.
come on. Come on, Nihal, do it for yourself, do it for India. This is the moment, yeah. I mean, there's nobody in sniffing range literally. If you go to 7, 2 games to go, दो draw चाहिए बस. दो draw पे you'll be guaranteed of a candidate spot.
हाँ मतलब फीडे कुछ चल के आएगा भाई. स्पॉट ले ले 8 8 पॉइंट पे तो.
And last round में the guy you're playing, ठीक है. I mean, you will have white, so not much risk there. सिर्फ एक गेम संभालनी होगी फिर. And you'll play Vincent. You'll end up playing Vincent.
Yeah. By the way, भाई चिंतन भाई बोल रहा है I am 900 and Bishop F2 feels natural. तो निहाल भाई खेलो.
But the follow-up is not natural, na?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
takes, and now Rook A7 is not natural.
भाई पॉन है फ्री का.
भाई बिशप भी तो मर रहा है
अच्छा.
फ्री.
वो एंड ऑल्सो 11वीं मूव पे शायद ये बिशप आया था A3 के डायगोनल पे कटिंग अक्रॉस
हाँ.
पेन और बढ़िया. तो वहां से हटाना might feel थोड़ा tricky for Nihal.
Exactly. I'm thinking Bishop A3 what he goes for, but that I feel Bishop A3 नहीं खेलेगा क्योंकि उसको Rook A7 मारना है इधर. That has been his plan for a long time. But B6 जैसी चाल I think उसने expect नहीं करी है बोर्ड पे.
By the way, Pragg has great chances to win now. Apparently, his opponent has two only moves. Okay, not to switch, but I think it's gonna be crazy there as well. So let's see on Nihal's game.
5 minutes.
राकेश भाई
Nihal,
स्पॉइलर दो भाई. चैट इज वेरी फनी. मतलब सूत्र है
see
ही
the
नहीं
only
भाई. सूत्र आर ऑन हॉलीडे टुडे.
only सूत्र राकेश भाई can even have इसकी भाई 15 मिनट पहले रिजल्ट का आइडिया लग सकता है. Because of 15 मिनट delay. We cannot know the moves. We cannot know कि 20 मिनट पहले क्या चल रहा है गेम में. So कोई आइडिया लग नहीं सकता.
व्हाट आई कैन
Sahil
टेल
Bhai
यू
is
दो.
kind of ignoring that one very specific joke जो वो कल बार बार मांग रहे थे. Whenever I mentioned the name Sutra, he was saying something. And then उसके
Yeah,
बाद
yeah, I was
chat
saying Nihal
started.
sir is gonna win. Let's go, Nihal. Bishop 2, bro. Bishop 2.
नहीं भाई काम योर सूत्रस. तो ऐसे no need of any spoilers there. But by the way, one update which I can give you, chat, is
हाँ.
Nihal Sarin ऐसे पीछे बैठे थे चेयर में. फीडे के स्ट्रीम पे देख रहा था. नाउ ही इज ऑन द एज ऑफ हिज चेयर. तो मूव नहीं आने वाली थोड़े टाइम में. और 1-2 मिनट तो शायद ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे. Because he looks, he is thinking.
Come
I
on,
think
come
because he didn't
on.
expect this. No? He was only looking at this Queen G4, H4 business.
भाई अब 4 मिनट रह गए यार. Now it's really 18 moves खेलनी है इनको. 18 चाले 4 मिनट में.
Okay, question. Do you think this match finishes before 40 moves?
100%.
Yes.
Really? Both of you?
No, I mean it's like you will know what's the result by 40th move. They might be going playing on. मान लो draw है या slide पे चल रहा है, but you'll know the result, I think.
मतलब अगर winning है तो मतलब it will be like completely winning. Draw है तो
हाँ,
मतलब
or it'll
dead
be like
draw.
a slight हल्का सा फुल्का सा edge and you know it's a draw. Like you'll know the result.
Hmm.
भाई अर्पित पाठक बोल रहे बुलेट जैसे क्लासिकल वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप कैंडिडेट स्पॉट फिक्स होगा. एंड इट इज ट्रू.
Knight
Okay, now
F5
he's
here, just G5. The threat is
nearing
to take here, not really a problem.
nearing nearing Firouzja's time. बिल्कुल डॉट बराबर टाइम होने वाला है निहाल का.
हो गया.
भाई
भाई बाय द वे,
निहाल.
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग नोट. 9 मिनट थे निहाल के पास एंड ही इज थिंकिंग फॉर 6 मिनट्स. थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया ना सहज.
बहुत ही ज्यादा हो गया. जल्दी खेलो. मतलब नाइट C8 ना
But
मार दे मेरे को. बस वो देख कर डर लग रहा है मुझे.
Sach,
अरे
I think he's
खेल.
considering your variation, the one we saw. I think that's why he's taking so much time. Knight state तो इसने खेल दिया 2 सेकंड में. That's the variation he's calculating right now. Rook F7, Rook C7, and so on. That's why he's taking time. Whether he finds it or not is a different question.
मतलब निहाल जब भी वो टाइम प्रेशर में होता है, it's still chilled. So I'm not
Maybe
worried
when
about that. Vincent draw now?
डूड.
what?
भाई दो दो मिनट है निहाल के पास फॉर 18 मूव्स. व्हाट द हेल इज
Bhai,
गोइंग ऑन.
Vincent has made a mistake, and it's still winning, but it's not completely clear now.
No, I mean, he has good chances there. It's not draw, bhai.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah.
draw at all.
Yeah, but okay, great for Nihal if he draws. Come on, Nihal. I mean, 2 minutes now. What's happening?
Okay, I take that back. I think थोड़ा सा stress आ रहा है.
भाई निहाल लुक्स वेरी वेरी नर्वस. फिरूजा भाई चिल में है फैशन डिग्री करके. बट
अरे वाह.
निहाल इज लुकिंग वेरी वेरी नर्वस. चैट.
I mean, that follow up, that entire line, yeah, move 22 से शुरू होती है, and that move finished on 29. So he had to find 7 moves, basically, and considering all the deviations inside that variation as well. That's also, I mean, that's a lot of lines to calculate with such little time on the clock.
Okay,
Like,
1.5 minutes now. He
bullet
has
mode
to
on now.
play.
Bullet
He
mode. You have
has
to
to
trust your
play.
instincts here.
I can assure you, Firouzja अपनी move लेके ready है. Whatever Nihal plays, he's gonna play in 10 seconds. He knows
Mhm.
this is the last chance he has.
If he goes bishop a3, it's a huge problem, I think, after h takes g4, because then Ali Reza will put the pressure here.
Yeah.
By the way, minor update, no need to go there, but Anish Giri completely winning.
Oh,
So
wow.
standings पूरा shake up होने वाला है chat.
Wow.
Oh, yep. Dead winning. That e5 pawn is gone.
How many points does
Jordan
Anish
तो फिर
have?
से हराएगा. 5. He comes to 6, I think.
6. Wow.
6 or 6.5?
6.5 ना, नहीं 6.5.
Oh,
Correct.
he takes on c8. Nihal takes on c8. Okay, it's not losing, but it's definitely not the best move. Now it's slightly better for Firouzja.
I throws away the golden chance.
Now bishop f2 only move, yeah? I mean, okay, that's
Yeah,
obvious.
that's the force, but queen g4 is also force. So we get a bunch of moves in. I think players will gain time also nearing the 40-minute mark. I'm not
Saad
sure
bhai,
if this is good for. I'm not sure if this is even. This is a very, very bad sign for Nihal, because now he's been thinking about, checkmating in this entire game. Yeah, piece sack kiya, pure king ko attack kiya, but now he has to completely shift his mentality into an end game. जहाँ पे maybe he has to
and
save the game. So there are big
and
consequences there.
imagine the knight coming to f5 now after you take on g4. I mean, black's piece placement is pretty smooth, and
Hmm.
yeah, this is not where you wanted to be. I mean, Nihal has missed 3 opportunities, I think, in this game, to be honest,
Hmm.
where he was winning or close to winning.
So now, by the way, bishop b7 only move for Nihal. Otherwise, he saves the a7 pawn and then it's GG. Okay, played.
Wow.
Yeah, played.
Oh, that is not easy. Played, thank God.
But I think Firouzja has chances here.
Okay, but Firouzja has to now play rook d8 as the best move. Maybe that's not
It's,
easy.
no, it's easy. You want to attack d2, no?
I thought rook c7 khelega just to pin the bishop.
No, I like rook d8 more. Because rook d8 say you are attacking d2, and you can connect it with the h rook here. And secondly, you can play rook d6 to defend b6 if needed.
Hmm. These missed
Pawns
chances
equal है फिर से. No.
are the reason why Nihal is not 2-7-5 right. Yeah, yeah, I think I have to agree. But Firouzja also missed those chances. I mean, he also made the same mistakes that Nihal couldn't capitalize on. So very hard to put it in exactly into those words. But yeah, he shouldn't have idly missed those chances. But Rook D8 played Sahaj.
Rook a7 only move again, yeah?
Wow. And of course, Rook A7, Rook
वो
D2,
तो
there's Rook
मारेगा ही ना.
A8. Uh,
ट्रू. अब रुक d2 मार नहीं सकता वो, क्योंकि रुक a8 चेक है. तो
hmm,
जस्ट क्लियरिंग सम स्पेस विद बिशप f6. तो बिशप b6 पे मेरे पास रुक d2 रहेगा. देखो, ही इज प्लेइंग सो क्विकली नाउ.
yeah. And now Rook A2, the only move
For what?
for equality. Some level of
भाई
equality.
मुश्किल है. मुश्किल है.
Otherwise, black is better.
I think Firouzja can take this now.
Yeah, Path Singh, you're absolutely right. Anish will go to 6.5 with a win. And Sahaj, I think rook a2 बहुत मुश्किल है to find this.
But yeah, I think if you play d4, then bishop block हो रहा है. Bishop e3
Yeah.
seems logical to me, but I think maybe there's
Knight
rook
f5
d7.
वगैरह आ सकता है
तो
ना.
knight f5 भी तो है यार. Knight f5 is scary.
Also I want the threat of bishop b6, right? So I don't want to tie my bishop to defending 2 pawns.
And if you play rook d1, then bishop c3 is also hanging.
Oh,
Chat, do you think rook a2 खेलेगा निहाल? ये और नहीं. भाई डर लग रहा है.
खेलेगा यार, खेलना
बाप
पड़ेगा.
रे.
The nation needs it.
The
He
nation
has
wants to
time now.
know.
He has time now. Wow.
Okay. A lot of people, no, not a single no, yeah. Crazy. Rook a2 I think easier. Rook a8 भी आ सकता है वैसे. You do have a point there.
बहुत चैट भाई। अरे भाई पता नहीं कभी हुआ ये, बट 1300 लोग देख रहे हैं, बढ़िया भाई, जॉइन इन।
Let's go.
Chat, we are literally looking at the match for the time.
यस।
Look at you play it. Let's go. Nihal Sarin finding the only move in time pressure. He's not ready to give up just yet. And Firouzja now apparently has to find a move like Rook H5.
Or even just Rook D6, no?
Rook D7, I thought Rook, King G7 है आपके पास. Now it's not
हाँ,
available.
Rook
Yeah,
D6
true.
बढ़िया चाल, King G7 लाओ, Knight F5 लाओ. But now I think this is very hard for Nihal psychologically because अभी आप जीतने के लिए खेल रहे हो, but now आपको पता है कि ये पोजीशन में कुछ गड़बड़ हो गई है.
Hmm.
और अब आपको बचाना है, वो भी एंड गेम में, तो एकदम मेंटालिटी शिफ्ट हो रही है एकदम, which is not the easiest thing to do that too with like 2 minutes on your clock.
But once he has a look at the other games, he'll realize कि 6.5 पे he's pretty safe because nobody's gonna cross him and he will be in tight first place and
भाई
likely
2 मिनट
he'll
पड़े हैं, कहाँ टाइम होगा उसके पास दो
नहीं वही
और
40
गेम
मूव के
देखने
बाद
का.
40 मूव के बाद he'll get that moment so
भाई
40
बट
मूव तक
दैट्स द
पहुंचना है.
प्रॉब्लम ना, 40th मूव तक पहुंचना है. 40th मूव के बाद आई थिंक ही कैन सेव दिस, बट उससे
Uh,
दैट्स द क्रंच मोमेंट.
also b5, yeah, just pushing the pawn could also be logical. um, so lots of options for Firouzja.
So भाई any would you like to update your predictions?
Predictions.
हाँ.
uh, maybe after
निहाल
this
जीतता
move,
तो नहीं लग रहा मुझे, like I can be,
maybe after
I'm
this
gonna be
move
super honest.
I'm
हाँ.
gonna wait one more move.
And राकेश भाई.
हाँ अपडेट भाई, अपडेट टाइम के साथ बदलते रहना चाहिए ना आदमी को।
हाँ
तो
of course.
ड्रॉ,
वाह
अभी
क्या
अभी
बात है.
अभी होपिंग फॉर अ ड्रॉ।
Hoping for a draw.
Yeah, and yes, chat is absolutely right, bhai. Good update coming from the Gukesh game that he has managed to equalize.
Oh nice, very
Oh
nice.
बढ़िया
wow, nice.
दिन
By
आ
the way,
गया ना भाई, गुकेश has
I'll be back
equalized
in
बोलने को
2 minutes
अपन
chat.
गुड न्यूज बोल रहे हैं।
हाँ. वाह. Have good, great
क्या
news,
यार,
Gukesh equalized. वाह.
how the time has turned.
By the way, now King G7 played, he's offering the B6 pawn. If he takes, then there is maybe some Rook B8 ideas, like attacking these two. And if you go Rook A7, then supposedly Knight C8 or Knight C6, and then you enter this opposite. Let's go Knight C6 for example. Takes and Rook B6, दोनों पे attack. And okay, he can defend with Bishop A4, but somehow it's worse for White this position.
Yeah, वैसे they say right, in opposite color bishops, if who has the attacking bishop plays like almost he's a piece up. So a bishop on a4 completely out of the game, and says let's show nice example to chat कि rook d6 खेला, hitting the
Hmm.
pawn, d4 को शायद I think rook takes d4 जैसी भी चाल है।
पता है मेरा दिमाग में वही था, बट Rook F7 है उधर. That's the
हाँ हाँ
problem.
हाँ।
I was thinking the same thing. But I think you can just go Rook C8 and just take one of the pawns
Oh,
very
that's bad,
easily.
that's bad। Let's come
So
back, let's
going
see
back to
what
the,
he's doing। भाई निहाल 30 seconds further।
I no idea what to do here. No idea what to do. By 28 seconds, Nihal, play. Come on. By the way, Bishop B6 नहीं मारा तो पोजीशन खराब है, बहुत खराब है.
भाई मारना तो पड़ेगा ना। 15 सेकेंड।
स्ट्रेस लग रहा है
निहाल
क्या निहाल?
खेल।
What's his
हल्का
body
सा,
language?
हल्का सा। ऐसा हाथ हमेशा हवे में ही है उसका।
अच्छा
लाइक
अच्छा अच्छा.
इज नॉट कॉन्फिडेंट ऑफ हिज मूव्स। बिशप
Bishop
ए6 कैसी
A6.
चाल है?
0.4 advantage after knight d5. You're losing at the f4 pawn, basically. But knight d5 not the easiest move for Firouzja either, क्योंकि knight को f5 पे रखना एकदम बढ़िया लग रहा है. The knight d5 if you play, and if I just try to defend this somehow, let's say if I go bishop g3, how are you saving this? Oh, bishop h4. This can turn very badly for Nihal yaar.
भाई शुभ शुभ बोलो बरदर। ऐसा नाइट डी5 यार मुश्किल है वैसे नाइट डी5 करना, टू बी ऑनेस्ट।
Knight d5 is difficult, yeah. Not an easy move for Firouzja, but उसके पास भी डेढ़, मतलब 7 seconds में खेला निहाल. और 11 चाले और हैं भाई.
11
क्या हुआ भाई?
40 37 सेकेंड, 11 40 37 सेकेंड टिकू।
भाई नहीं यार, हारेगा तो नहीं ना यार, हारेगा तो नहीं। आई मीन यू हैव टू अग्री कि हारेगा नहीं भाई, निहाल सरीन है अपना यार। आई डोंट थिंक हारेगा।
पोजीशन तो खराब लग रही है यार। बट नाइट D5 बिशप E2 कोई बोल रहा था चैट में, बट F4 मर रहा है एंड यू टेक G4, बट आई थिंक योर F4 pawn इज मोर यूजफुल क्योंकि इट्स कंट्रोलिंग सॉर्ट ऑफ दीज टू पॉन्स, एंड मेरा नाइट भी F4 पे विल बी वेरी वेरी स्ट्रांग देयर।
भाई दोनों प्लेयर्स के पास 40 सेकेंड। आई एम प्रेडिक्टिंग कोई भाई कोई ना कोई तो जीतेगा। वी विल सी वन ब्लंडर बिफोर मूव 40, ये मेरा प्रेडिक्शन है।
रियली?
बट व्हाट कैन
अपडेटेड
फिरूजा
प्रेडिक्शन।
ब्लंडर हियर? राकेश भाई, दैट्स माय क्वेश्चन। कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है, वो ब्लंडर कर क्या सकता
मैं
है?
थोड़ी बोला फिरूजा ब्लंडर ना।
अरे यार ऐसे मत बोलो।
अरे प्लेड, नाइट D5 प्लेड। फिरोजा यहाँ गलतियां नहीं करता ना, बिकॉज he's just too good when it comes to
हाँ।
faster time controls.
भाई वो ही
ओके, नाइस
लाइक
मूव।
2800 फॉर अ रीजन ना, मतलब जाके आया बंदा। 2800।
टफ पोजीशन चैट।
By the way,
आल्सो आफ्टर
quickly on
बिशप।
your point, yeah, I was saying the same thing. You
सेम
can go
सेम
ahead.
चीज यार। हाँ, गो
Mhm.
गो अहेड राज भाई।
He can play bishop H4 check and he can kind of gain some tempos here. Like white को bishop D4 खेलना forced है यहाँ पे, and he can go bishop F6 back, and then Nihal has to return bishop F2 again. So if he wants to gain some time and think about the position, he can do this once, and maybe just try to repeat, or he can just try to play on Nihal's time.
ओ 20 सेकेंड्स फॉर फिरूजा। ओ 12।
फिरूजा हैज अ लुक एट द क्लॉक। भाई मत देख, भूल जा टाइम के बारे में।
डिस्ट्रैक्ट करो फिरूजा, वो देख पीछे, देख पीछे भूत। भाई। अरे ओ।
Oh, I
ओके।
think he's on purpose playing moves जहाँ पे कोई आप immediate चाल नहीं खेल सकते, तो
हम्म।
Nihal is forced to think. This is the strategy.
आई लाइक हाउ कोई भी मूव के बाद ना हम पहले शांत हो जाते हैं, बार को देखते हैं और फिर अपने कमेंट्स देते हैं।
हाँ, समझ नहीं आता ब्लंडर है या अच्छी चाल है, बिकॉज इट्स सच अ वियर्ड मूव
एग्जैक्टली,
क्योंकि बी पर
इट्स अ
कौन
वेरी
फेंकता है ऐसे
वियर्ड
लाइक।
मूव। आई 20 सेकेंड्स। बुलेट चेस चैंपियन फिरूजा वर्सेस इंडियाज बुलेट किंग निहाल सरीन।
भाई वो
बिशप
बुलेट
G4।
छोड़ दो यार, वहां पे ट्रॉमा हुआ था निहाल को। होपफुली ही डजंट हैव इट इन हिज माइंड। कम ऑन
पांच
मारो
सेकेंड
G4।
3 seconds, he
सेकेंड
played with
में
3 seconds. 3 seconds.
ओ
बिशप
बाप
जी
रे।
फोर। गुड मूव दो, बट भाई निहाल इज स्कैरी मैन।
चैट, किस किसका हाथ मुंह में है भाई? आज डिनर करने की जरूरत नहीं है, दिस इज क्रेजी। B4, ओ बेस्ट मूव अगेन।
भाई C4 is a blunder, yeah, just mentioning it.
क्यों?
क्योंकि नाइट F4 एंड देन बिशप D4 पे बैठ सकता है, रुक D3 पे आ सकता है, नाइट D3 आ सकता है, सो मेनी चॉइसेस, दिस इज जस्ट अ बैड मूव, बैड पोजिशनल मूव।
तो क्या मारना चाहिए
B4।
सी?
हाँ, CB4 फोर्स्ड है। के रुके 7 अटैकिंग बिशप E6, नॉट रियली अ बैड मूव।
ओके, सो नाउ आई थिंक रुक H8, दैट्स अ नाइस मूव बिकॉज आप रुक को डिस्ट्रैक्ट कर रहे हो। H फाइल पे ड्रामा नहीं होगा, मुझे H फाइल पे ड्रामा बिशप H4 सोचना नहीं है।
हम्म।
दैट आई लाइक।
मेक सेंस।
मैं ये मारना जरूरी है यहाँ पे BC3, यू हैज टू टेक इट फर्स्ट।
Chess is interesting, definitely. And by the way, let's get to 500 likes. चैट जल्दी से लाइक कर दो and let's see कौन जीतेगा भाई. Still 9 more moves to go till time control.
यार बहुत ही बढ़िया मेंबरशिप क्वेश्चन रेडी है मेरे पास। फटाफट लाइक
Ooh.
दबा दो चैट। 7 सेकेंड फॉर फिरूजा।
Oh, he takes BC3 भाई, insane, and Nihal responds immediately.
Yeah,
क्या
अच्छा है तो
बात है।
टाइम मिल गया ना. Like for Nihal it was an obvious capture, so that gave us 30 seconds.
But still BC3 was an insane find, I mean, because bishop
Oh,
E6 was the
Arjun is
move.
completely winning. Eragacy Arjun is completely winning. Or turn around. He is going to maintain his chances. He's completely winning right now.
Beautiful,
One
क्या
move.
बात
beautiful.
है।
One move blunder by Sam Sevier and it's gone.
अभी
Wow.
आफ्टर दिस मूव सहज बट लेट्स शो द बोर्ड। भाई 1 सेकेंड
Bye bye.
ब्लैक डाउन है।
2 सेकंड।
Oh.
यार बहुत स्ट्रेस था यहाँ पे, 7 चालें ही बची हैं।
एक काम करते हैं, निहाल की चाल के बाद लेट्स गो देयर फॉर 10 सेकंड्स। निहाल की चाल के बाद
चलो ठीक है।
अभी चलता है ना, क्योंकि फिरोजा के टाइम में तो 30 ही सेकेंड है। अभी
अच्छा ठीक है,
फटाफट
रुको
जाके
रुको।
आओ।
ये पोजीशन है भाई, लास्ट
क्या
पोजीशन में लेके
ब्लंडर
जा रहा
किया?
हूँ।
हाँ।
This was the position, and he played king h8, which was a blunder because of knight e5, and he's just what?
F6।
Knight f7 check and knight d8 check. What?
ओ या,
तो खेला क्या
Oh,
उसने
I
आगे?
missed
maybe.
it।
Oh, he was in time pressure. Okay, then it makes sense. Oh, rook d8, by the way, only move for
वो निकाल देगा,
Brazil.
निकाल देगा अर्जुन। लेट्स
So
गो,
Definite
Arjun
है।
15
comes to
seconds.
6. Yeah, Arjun comes to 6, which is a great news for us.
By the way, c4,
Amazing.
great move by Nihal, best move in the position. Firouzja chops. Oh, by the way, c5 only move.
Hmm?
Also,
c4।
For
Alireza played the last move very fast. Yeah, yeah, 30
पर देखो
seconds. Now
क्या,
he's now he has a minute.
क्या बोला आपने ओनली मूव?
c5, he has to start push. Oh,
Goes for it।
wow.
यही
Whew.
मैच चाहिए था, बुलेट मैच भाई, लेट्स गो।
Wow.
सही में।
So Arjun will maintain his chances likely if he wins the game. So 6 पॉइंट कट ऑफ है चैट। हमें देखा राकेश भाई ने बहुत अमेजिंग स्टार्ट दिया था। राकेश भाई एक बार अपने मुंह से स्टार्ट दा दो भाई, जो आपने शेयर किया था मेरा कि 9 राउंड के बाद।
भाई 9 राउंड के बाद ना विनर्स और रनर अप दोनों के पॉइंट सेम थे, तो यहाँ पे
हाँ
6.5 पे तो कम से कम आई थिंक एक दो दो तीन लोग तो आने ही वाले हैं। सो लुक्स लाइक, और वो ही कैंडिडेट्स को क्वालिफाई होंगे। एंड 6 पॉइंट्स इज मिनिमम। आफ्टर 9 राउंड आपके होने ही चाहिए, वरना आप ऑनेस्टली रेस से बाहर है। तो 6 और 6.5 आफ्टर 9 राउंड इज नीडेड टू विन द टूर्नामेंट।
या 10 seconds for Riza Firouzja now. या 5। भाई कोई डिस्ट्रैक्ट, कोई गुदगुदी करो फिरोजा को।
खुद को ही करो। फिर से 2 सेकेंड भाई, इट्स गेटिंग सीरियस।
लोग बोले कमेंट्री से पता लग रहा है निहाल जीत गया, भाई हमें कुछ नहीं पता, लिटरली नथिंग।
भाई
आई
अगर
विश हमें
निहाल
पता
जीत
होता
गया होता
भाई।
ना, निहाल जीत गया होता ना, मेरे चेहरे पे स्माइल होते भी। या क्रेजी क्रेजी। So
बिशप b3, ओके नाइस मूव,
by the
सेविंग द
way,
बिशप।
tough now. Rook d5, the best move for Alireza Firouzja to attack that pawn on c5 yet again. Not the most obvious move, if you ask me. Rook c8 looks a bit more natural.
रुक d5 आई थिंक मोर नेचुरल फॉर मी। Okay,
Oh
played
wow.
which bishop I would play is I would make a mistake like bishop h6 check in this position because I want to take this bishop because it's a bit annoying, but I'm guessing you can just take and play king g5 and attack both of them and then it's gg.
Yeah, it's resigns actually. Bishop s6 would be a huge blunder. I think यहाँ पे rook d1 is the need of the hour. Also, bishop e2 seems to work. Basically, attacking the knight.
Oh, by the way, Arjun blundered.
What?
कुछ भी।
Arjun is not winning anymore.
अबे यार अर्जुन ने, अबे यार क्या क्या बात कर रहे हो साज भाई, कुछ भी मतलब। शर्म करो भाई, थोड़ी सी शर्म।
आई थिंक 5 मैगी काटने पड़ेंगे फॉर दिस
हाँ भाई, ये तो
हॉरिबल
अब तो कटने
जोक्स।
चाहिए भाई, अब
भाई
तो बनते
सोच
ऐड
किंग ने
कर।
बोला अर्जुन ब्लंडर,
भाई तो
दैट्स
सोच
व्हाई।
किंग चेस। भाई
भाई सोच किंग, भाई निकालना पड़ेगा मॉड स्टेटस सोच किंग।
एग्जैक्टली भाई, मॉड्स कह रहे हैं फिर तो यार आई हैव टू
मॉड्स कम ऑन यार।
like
हॉरिबल।
I didn't even see the game. I saw them. Oh, by the way, big blunder by Nihal. Bishop f3.
it's losing.
टोल्ड यू, टोल्ड यू चैट, बिग ब्लडर
It's
इनकमिंग।
completely lost rook e5 के बाद। But how is it so lost? Bishop d4. Oh.
To those who are wondering if there are any hopes here, in 3 moves, they're gonna hit the 50-minute mark and
Nihal 2 seconds,
you're
by the
just
way, 1 second.
completely winning.
Plays on two
एंड
seconds.
ऑल्सो दोज हु आर वंडरिंग कि भाई कोई ऑडियो इशू है, नहीं, वी आर जस्ट शेल शॉक्ड बाय दिस।
अरे यार, कोई कह रहा है सॉच किंग अच्छी बात नहीं करी आपने ये। क्या यार।
भाई उसका नाम लेते ही ब्लंडर हो गया यार।
सॉच किंग का ऑपरेट क्या है? किंग सॉच, कम ऑन भाई, कुछ तो करो यार। इज इट ओवर?
Yeah, it's over.
But why is it so bad?
Because you
I
have
mean,
two
pawn.
connected pawns.
Like अभी even rook c2, bishop d4 threat. Nihal has to be careful. हट गए check से.
Rook c2 incoming, bishop e3, and then rook h8 apparently, and you're getting the h2 pawn as well.
Chat, I think even if Nihal loses, his chances don't go to zero, but you have to admit, like looking at Nodirbek's better tiebreak, like it's difficult for Nihal if he loses, yeah? It's not that easy. Basically, like दोनों गेम जीतने हैं. Any chances for a comeback, Sahaj? Oh, it's -4. Wow.
देखो it is that bad कि शायद तू भी निहाल को हरा देगा black से. यहाँ
नहीं
पे.
इतना खराब भी नहीं है, but still भाई it's really
Dude,
bad,
it's
yeah?
over.
नहीं भाई,
Bishop
है उतना
e3,
खराब है,
rook h8.
उतना
You are a
खराब है
good
ही।
अच्छा
player.
रुक एच तो मैंने देखा ही नहीं. रुक एच
भाई अभी बोला मैंने रुक h8 यार, एंड देन एरो से भी रुक h8 और h2
भाई
का
मैं
पॉन भी
शॉक में हूं
दिखा
ना
रहा है।
भाई. मैं शॉक में हूं ना भाई. बिशप जीवन आ रहा है बट
ये देख के कितना अच्छा लग रहा है आपको?
अभी
Yeah,
लगेगा.
this is bad. But okay, I think it's still not over because maybe there's bishop e4 after that. If you play rook h8, I think he will go for it. 40th
साज
move,
भाई
by the way.
40th मूव थी. दिस इज फ्यूजा's 40th मूव.
Yeah,
मे
so
भी वो
she's
भूल जाए या कुछ हो जाए.
ने स्कोर शीट पे
40
कुछ
मूव.
गलत लिख दिया और फिर उसको काट के उसने नया लिखा और फिर उसमें 40th आ जाए. That's possible.
राकेश भाई कहा था समरकंद चले जाओ. अभी वहां घुस के उसकी स्कोर शीट पे कुछ हिकी पिकी कर लेते. अब क्या फायदा हुआ राकेश भाई? व्हाट इज दिस?
और भाई चैट में कुछ बोल रहे थे, यू आर हाइपिंग इट अप बिकॉज यू नो निहाल हैज वन. ऐसा ऐसा डाल रहे
हाँ,
थे पहले. भाई रुक एच8 प्लेड एंड टाइम भी ऐड हो चुका है शायद.
या
या बिशप g1 एंड देन g5. अब तो बिशप g1 तो फोर्स्ड ही है खैर, बट अब निहाल सोचेगा
चैट
थोड़ा.
I think basically Pranav is about to resign, so his chances will be gone. Pragg, I don't think is gonna win. Can we? I think they will take time now. We have time to go around and check all the Indian games now, right? Just to ensure कि कौन का chance बचेगा. 6 is the cutoff chat. 6 से नीचे कोई chance नहीं है. Zero chance. So Pranav, first of all, by the way, just resigned. Amin Tabatabai has won his game, so Pranav के chances वहाँ खत्म हो गए. Um, Vidit game, Sahaj and Rakesh, what do you make of the Vidit game? Any chances there?
जीत सकता है. 4
With it,
versus 3 rook and pawn is always tricky.
yeah, but the d pawn, na. If it was like the b pawn or the a pawn, I would agree with you, but with d pawn, I don't think so. It's too close.
So out of 100, how many games Vidi wins here, Sahaj?
Uh, with this time control, I think like one or two max.
Okay, so more than 0.3%, 0.23%, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So Vidi fighting on for now.
So Rakesh bhai,
And
what do you think? Same question.
10%.
So
oh
10 गेम
wow.
जीतेगा 100 में से.
हाँ, और डिपेंड्स ना किसके साथ खेल रहा है वो.
मतलब are you
Same
imagining कि
opponent.
वो same opponent या
शांत
फिर you thinking टिकू के
शांत
साथ
के
खेल
साथ.
रहे
टिकू के साथ खेलना तो बढ़ जाएगा ना भाई परसेंट.
भाई सॉच किंग का नाम ले लेते. सॉच किंग भी तो था. भाई हद है यार.
भाई और एक ब्लंडर आएगा अभी सोच किंग के नाम के बाद.
So
भाई
so
अर्जुन
let's
एक ही बंदा है क्या जो जीत रहा है मतलब आज, और
हाँ.
अनीश अमॉन्ग द इंडियंस.
yeah. So Vidit, let's say is at least still playing on. It's not done. Can we go to Pragg's game now? And your predictions, Rakesh भाई, कितने % चांस है विन के?
यहाँ पे भी आई थिंक 5%.
साज
भाई ये
भाई
पूकी है, बहुत अच्छा प्लेयर है यार. मतलब ही डजंट गिव अप वॉन्डरली एंड इजीली.
हम्म. somehow मुझे यहाँ पे उससे भी कम चांस लग रहा है like जीतने का. But
yeah.
it's more messy. Like पिछली पोजीशन में that's a theoretical draw. but यहाँ पर it's a complicated situation. So maybe that can play a part for Pragg.
I kind of agree with Sahaj on this one. I think ये वाले में मुझे लग रहा है कि there is absolutely no chance. In fact, King E3 Rook E7 वो repeat करने को बोल रहा है. Check King F2 Rook F7.
King
So
D to Rook D7 check with Bishop D5, Knight B4. We might see एक गलती by Pragg and we might see Sahil bhai's favorite end game once again. राकेश
चलो
भाई
वो
कितना
रु,
मजा आएगा आपको कि वो गला खराब है उनका and then he's talking about rules for like
रुक नाइट वर्सेस रुक।
हाँ रोकने में कल भी इतना मजा आया उनको मतलब
सो
सच गुड
सो
सही है।
मूड।
बेसिकली प्रग के चांसेस आर ऑलमोस्ट गॉन विद इट। हल्का सा फुल्का सा चांस है, मच्छर जितना। एंड अर्जुन की गेम पे चलते हैं, हम देखते हैं कि वहां पे क्या चल रहा है। ओ ही इज कंप्लीटली विनिंग या।
ये तो अच्छा लग रहा है, हाँ ये तो जीत जाएगा।
जस्ट रुक
ठीक है।
टेक्स बिशप इज द थ्रेट। तो जस्ट क्विकली शो, अगर बिशप E7 से बचाया तो आई थिंक यू हैव रुक E8, किंग F7,
डजंट मैटर, जस्ट क्वीन
या क्वीन, एंड यू शुड
टेक्स
बी
टेक्स।
विनिंग।
थोड़ा टेक्निक चाहिए इधर जीतने के लिए।
या
या इट्स विनिंग
सो
फॉर श्योर।
प्रणव के चांसेस गए, प्रग के चांसेस ऑलमोस्ट गए, विदित के हल्का सा फुल्का सा चांस है। एंड अर्जुन विल बी द ओनली वन आई थिंक हु हैज अ चांस। एंड गोइंग बैक टू निहाल सरीन, या
अर्जुन के
निहाल एंड
कितने
अर्जुन।
पॉइंट है? अर्जुन
पांच है
के भी तो
उसके,
छह ही
पांच है,
होंगे ना?
छह हो
6 हो
जाएंगे तो ही
जाएंगे।
विल जॉइन निहाल।
तो we'll have two Indians back on 6 out of 8, yeah? 6 out of 9.
या या
That's what it looks like.
बट यू नो व्हाट वी आर
Right.
बैंकिंग ऑन, वी आर बैंकिंग ऑन द 6 वाला डिफीटिंग से 6.5 वाला, तभी पॉसिबल है।
अभी अर्जुन आ रहा है ना वापस? मे बी प्लेस फिरोजा। That's possible actually. क्योंकि अर्जुन is white and Firouzja is black right now.
भाई बट इफ यू नो ग्रैंड स्लैम के पहले टॉप 3 इंडियंस, मतलब टूर्नामेंट के स्टार्ट में वर द टॉप 3 सीड्स, वहां से अगर कोई क्वालिफाई नहीं होगा दैट वुड बी शॉकिंग। मतलब
या ऑल्सो गुकेश ऑल्सो डिडंट प्ले वेल ना, लाइक इट्स लाइक कोई भी ऐसा नहीं खेलेगा जो आसपास भी हो, दैट विल बी सैड।
कैसी है गुकेश की पोजीशन? Is slightly worse. Still, this is the position. Final position लगा रहा हूँ. Slightly worse, yeah. Okay, looks like he will save this though.
Hmm. Yeah, this one possibly should be okay.
Yeah.
भाई और आई फील 6.5 में ना 4 लोग हो जाएंगे, ब्लू बॉम, विंसेंट, अनीश और फिरूजा। तो 6 पॉइंट वाला तो आपस में ही खेलेंगे, फिर पहले 6.5 6.5 ऊपर
Um,
खेल लेंगे।
Blue
दैट
Bomb,
इज नॉट,
Vincent, Anish और Firouzja, yeah.
या
Why Anish
एंड उन
is
दोनों में करेक्ट,
doing
अनीश हैज ग्रेट चांसेस।
like look at this, he's just a pawn up.
आई थिंक वो जॉर्डन को चेन्नई जीएम का ट्रॉमा अभी तक है, जो वो
हाँ.
जीत रहा था और अनीश ने कमबैक विन किया था।
Hmm.
भाई पर फिर तो मुश्किल है ना, बिकॉज 6.5 वाले अगर आपस में दो लोग जीत गए, वो 7.5 पे चले गए, तो बात ही खत्म हो गई ना। दे विल ड्रॉ द फाइनल राउंड एंड 8 पे चले जाएंगे विद द बेस्ट टाई ब्रेक।
हाँ वही होने वाला है। तो जो 6.5 वाले जीतेंगे वो आपस में नहीं खेले हुए रहने चाहिए, तो फिर 7 वाले उनको हरा के आगे जा सकते हैं। बट वी आई थिंक थोड़ा बहुत ही आगे का बात चल रहा है।
बेसिकली कल जो 6.5 पे 4 लोग होंगे उन सबका ड्रॉ होना चाहिए और निहाल और अर्जुन को जीतना चाहिए एंड देन द बैटल इज ऑन वंस अगेन। बट आई हैव टू से बाय द वे, निहाल का टाई ब्रेक बहुत ज़्यादा गिर जाएगा अगर वो अलीरजा से हार गया तो। Because right now his performance is fantastic, of course, 2.19 hai, but I'm not saying it's a bad performance or anything, but it's still worse than Blue Bomb. And once he loses any match, anywhere you lose, आपकी performance rating बहुत घट जाती है. And considering कि निहाल के 2700 के प्लेयर से उतने ज़्यादा मैचेस नहीं हुए, like if I look at the chart, I think Alireza is the first 2700 that he has played, 2750, 2700 also the only one that he has played. उनको हरा के तो आपकी परफॉर्मेंस रेटिंग बढ़ेगी, राइट? तो दिस
हाँ
इफेक्टिवली मीन्स कि अगर वो दोनों जीत भी जाता है तो ही वुड नीड अ वेरी प्रॉपर अपोनेंट, लाइक ही वुड नीड समवन who's 2750 and he would have to
बिल्कुल।
beat them. Then another round he would need another 2750 and he would have to beat them again. The likelihood is very less here.
सो वुड यू प्रेफर कि कल अर्जुन और निहाल का हो जाए, कि एक बंदा डेफिनेटली आगे जाए? वुड यू प्रेफर कि अलग अलग अपोनेंट से मैच होगा?
नहीं हो सकता क्योंकि दोनों के सेम कलर हैं एंड अर्जुन की परफॉर्मेंस रेटिंग इज 2762. So अर्जुन की भी परफॉर्मेंस रेटिंग, ही आल्सो हैज नॉट प्लेड अ सिंगल 2700 इन दिस टूर्नामेंट, अर्जुन, बिकॉज अर्जुन की रेटिंग ज़्यादा है he is the 2700 player, right? So he's expected to play those 20 high 2600 players. That's what he has done throughout this event. So what I'm trying to say is that, I mean, if it's 6 out of 9, we have two Indians there. It is still statistically very unlikely, दोनों जीतने के बाद भी, that their performance rating is going to be high enough.
सॉरी सहज में एक अपडेट था हल्का सा कि इट्स एवरेज रेटिंग ऑफ अपोनेंट्स नॉट परफॉर्मेंस रेटिंग टाई ब्रेक में
Average
बट
rating, that's
इससे
even worse, ना?
हाँ हाँ ऐसे तो वही तो आपका पॉइंट को डबल डाउन करके इट्स वेरी वेरी बैड टाई ब्रेक
Yeah, because I think
रेटिंग
unless
परफॉर्मेंस तो बढ़ सकता है शायद बट एवरेज
हाँ,
कैसे बढ़ाओगे आप
exactly. So it favors the weaker player in this sense. If you are a weaker, हो तो
करेक्ट
then you play against 2750s, 2760s. So very good
करेक्ट
chance that it doesn't add up.
That's a weird tiebreak, right? That blatantly kind of favors 2600s, I feel. I mean, it's much more difficult for them to reach the same level, but yeah, tiebreak, once you reach there, I think 2600 के लिए ज़्यादा आसान है.
मैं एक छोटा सा ब्रेक लेके आया, बी बैक इन लाइक 2 minutes. यही गेम छोड़ दूं?
हाँ भाई, hooks. राकेश भाई, क्या होगा दाढ़ी खुजलाने से भाई? निहाल क्या करेगा भाई, ये बताओ.
भाई क्या ये 50 मिनट क्यों बढ़ा देते हैं यार अभी तो मतलब ऐसे कुछ होता ही नहीं है फिर
भाई यही तो ट्रॉमेटिक जोन है, ये जो टाइम है ना, दिस इज द वर्स्ट बिकॉज यू काइंड ऑफ नो व्हाट्स कमिंग, बट अब बैठे रहो भाई 2 घंटा.
और आई थिंक इवन फॉर चैट मतलब चैट डू यू लाइक +50 ऐसा 50 मिनट्स आफ्टर 40 मूव बिकॉज इट्स सो बोरिंग मतलब पूरा वो एक मोमेंटम बिल्ड होता रहता है और वो ऐसा हाइप निकल जाता है इन अ वे
या एग्जैक्टली. आई वुड गिव एन एग्जांपल बट आई शुड नॉट. मीनवाइल अच्छा, विदित गेम में भी इक्वली चल रहा है भाई. Norway chess is the best time format. Agreed, भाई. Absolutely agree.
सेम सेम या +30 seconds इज इनफ इट्स गुड फॉर प्लेयर्स या आई थिंक आप 30 मिनट्स ऐड करो ना 50 मिनट इज आई थिंक वे टू मच
हाँ, और 15 बाद में अलग भाई साहब. एयर गैम्बिट फॉर निहाल. यार आई डोंट नो यार, आई थिंक ये की पोजीशन एयर गैम्बिट से बच गई तो फिर तो एयर गैम्बिट को मतलब प्रधानमंत्री एयर गैम्बिट योजना कुछ निकालना चाहिए हमें, आई थिंक, क्योंकि आई डोंट थिंक दिस कैन बी सेव्ड.
या आई थिंक वही है ना कि इट्स दिस इज व्हाट आई थिंक चैट में किसी ने लिखा था इट्स व्हाट डिफरेंशिएट्स 2700 वर्सेस 2150 लाइक निहाल को हैज टू फिनिश ऑफ दीज गेम्स
या
एंड देखो फिरूजा को हल्का सा चांस मिला एंड ही पाउंसेस ऑन इट यही फर्क
या
है आई थिंक हायर
या.
वो रेटिंग
Sweta has a good question. Do you feel the qualification to change? Some players working so hard, others like Nakamura playing Mickey Towns. I think on one side, Nakamura has worked hard to reach that rating. So it's his hard work came earlier. So it's not completely fair to Hikaru as well. On the other hand, I agree. I think 6 mahine ka, the World Championship cycle is a 2-year cycle. So why should the last 6 months ka rating matter? I am not completely sure on that. I feel कि अगर पूरे 2 साल का एवरेज रेटिंग लेते, so I'm with minimum number of games, that kind of forces more, makes it more fair. Even then, it's not completely fair, right? Hikaru could still do the same thing over 2 years instead of 6 months. So, um, rating spot, I think, हिकारू ने कहा था राकेश भाई कि रेटिंग स्पॉट फिटे ने इसलिए रखा है कि ताकि मैग्नस कभी भी चाहे तो खेल सके. डू यू थिंक दैट्स द रीजन? आई थिंक एमिल ने कहा कि ऐसा रीजन बिल्कुल नहीं है. डू यू थिंक दैट्स द रीजन, और व्हाई इज द रेटिंग स्पॉट सो इंपॉर्टेंट इन जनरल?
लाइक इट्स फेयर क्योंकि अगर मान लो नाकामुरा ही है 2800 में और बाकी के कोई भी कैंडिडेट्स 2800 नहीं है तो लोग वापस उल्टा यही पूछेंगे भाई वर्ल्ड नंबर 2 को तो आप नहीं चांस दे रहे हो वर्ल्ड नंबर 1 तो चलो खुद से आउट है तो वो जनता तो भी सवाल उठाएगी सो मे बी वन आइडिया इज मिनिमम गेम्स रखो टिकू आई लाइक योर आइडिया कि 6 महीना नहीं 2 साल का डाल दो एवरेज बट उसके साथ यू ऑल्सो हैव सम एवरेज रेटिंग या कुछ तो या
बट वो
इतने ही
बड़ा
अनटाइटल्ड
मुश्किल है.
प्लेयर के साथ खेल सकते हो आप ऐसा कुछ तो
वो
अनटाइटल्ड
बड़ा
प्लेयर
मुश्किल
हटा
है.
दो फिर ऐसा
हाँ, वो
कुछ
बड़ा मुश्किल है राकेश भाई, लेकिन कि वो रेटिंग एवरेज रखना, लाइक बिकॉज कई प्लेयर्स को ऑप्शन ही नहीं है स्ट्रॉन्ग प्ले से खेलने का, तो वो लोग करेंगे क्या? सो इट्स अ वेरी टफ डिसीजन.
Yeah, it is tough. I feel it needs change. Let's
हाँ,
add that कि कुछ तो
अग्रीड.
बदलना चाहिए फीडे को.
No, I don't think you need three spots in Grand Swiss. I think that's too much for one event. I think two spots is already a lot. World Cup is a much tougher event, much longer event. You test all formats, knockout भी है. I think वहाँ पे तीन spots deserving है. यहाँ पे दो is good enough, I think.
Yeah, agree.
Why not just top 10 in the world? But then top 10 में वही होगा जो हिकारू कर रहा है. Everybody, imagine सारे लोग अपने कंट्री के स्टेट चैंपियनशिप खेल रहा है. गुकेश खेल रहा है भाई हरियाणा स्टेट चैंपियनशिप. नहीं नहीं भाई, वो नहीं चाहिए.
Can
How
Nihal
bad is
save
it?
it
हाँ.
somehow? पूछ रहे चैट में.
No chance actually, I think.
Unlikely.
How bad for Nihal? I think pretty bad. This game is pretty much gone. Now what will happen is he will have to win the remaining two, pretty much in the same shoes as Arjun. Um, you also have to see who has the better tiebreak. I'm going to check who had the better tiebreak among Arjun and Nihal before this round. It will change. Arjun's tiebreak will improve, while Nihal's, I don't know, Nihal's will also improve actually, but I'm checking.
Arjun is
So
way ahead,
Arjun,
bhai.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
2674 है versus 2631. I honestly feel मतलब कुछ ऐसे don't want to jinx it, but I think Nihal Sarin's chances are done with this
Yeah.
loss. क्योंकि भाई 2631 है, तो 8 पे तो 3 प्लेयर तो जाने ही वाला है. So no chance for Nihal, I think. Nihal has to be in top 3 of World Cup to qualify now.
Yeah, I agree. I think
Yeah.
it's very difficult. He will need some results to go his way. वो RCB वाले कैलकुलेटर शायद निकालने पड़ेंगे. But maybe an outside chance. I think everybody only has an outside chance here. I don't think even Arjun has a real chance, Chad, to be honest, because I don't think his tiebreak will also be the best. There are stronger players with better tiebreak. So देखना पड़ेगा. I think final standings will give us an idea. But साहज भाई ऐसे आएंगे तो we'll switch to Gukesh. Oh, आ गए साहज भाई, welcome.
I'm here. Which game? Gukesh?
Yeah, one look at the Gukesh game and then we come back.
Yeah, after the Gukesh game, I have a very interesting game to show you.
By the way, F4 played here. I mean, probably black is or white is trying to kind of equalize matters. That's what I feel. But still some pressure on Gukesh. Gukesh ke jeetne ke chances, I think, are very minimal here. He can take on F4, white can take back. And Rook F4, I guess, is a mistake here because of knight D5. But okay, this is also looking pretty equalish. And you will
It
just take
reminds me
on
of
C7.
some Karpov Kasparov game. I don't know. Structure ऐसा कुछ है. Maybe I'm wrong, but anyways,
Like
yeah.
Gukesh plays on Rook F7. He doesn't want to give up the bishop now.
Interesting. But my king is safe on F3. I mean, I'm not really risking much, I guess. Knight
True.
G4 also possible.
So what was your game, Rakesh bhai?
Yeah. But before we go there, bhai, Gukesh is like winless since 6th September now. भाई बहुत दिन हो गए, एक हफ्ता हो गया गुकेश को जीत के. It's sad,
So मेरे
but
मेरे
hopefully he
बर्थडे के
wins
दिन से,
tomorrow.
हाँ, सेवेंथ को था बर्थडे, और तब से लेके अब तक he hasn't won a game.
So
Correct.
Gukesh
So
के
you
birthday के
are.
दिन Gukesh started beating Magnus, and Sahaj के birthday के दिन he started losing to 2600.
सही में. But Indians का इतना अच्छा टूर्नामेंट नहीं चल रहा है, and they are in need of a comeback. So on that note, can we go to Alexei Shirov's game? सहज भाई, known as Mr. Fire on the board, आनंद के साथ वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप फाइनल खेले 2000 में. एंड सिर्फ ये जो घोड़ा है G5 पे, उस पे नजर रखना. एंड सहज भाई शुरू से गेम दिखाना एकदम फटाफट, बट सिर्फ ये घोड़े पे नजर रखना. क्या
Okay.
कमबैक आर्क है, घोड़े का जर्नी देखो भाई. घोड़े का जर्नी बहुत ही बढ़िया. ये जो B3 का घोड़ा है अभी, ये तो लकीली एक्सचेंज हो जाएगा दूसरा वाला.
B3
चलो
B3
चलो.
वाला घोड़ा है.
हाँ, B3 वाला घोड़े पे नजर रखना, ये तो कट गया
ओके।
अभी। पड़ा पड़ा पड़ा, बहुत ही बढ़िया, देखो
ओहो।
अभी कोने में आ गया। यहां से कम बैक करेगा घोड़ा, सुंदर, यहां से धीरे धीरे, पोनी जैसे जंप करते करते।
ओहो हो, ब्यूटीफुल।
खेलो खेला रे,
ओ।
बहुत 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 चाले खेलेगा घोड़ा। थोड़ा, हाँ, थोड़ा मिस्टेक भी हो गया घोड़े से बीच में, बट कोई नहीं।
Wow, that's actually very nice. Like from seat
नाइस।
A1 to C2 to A1, A3, B5, C3, ऐसे करके G5. Crazy.
और फिर अभी और आगे जाएगा E6 तक।
अरे वाह।
वाह।
The savior, yeah.
नाइस।
द सेवियर भाई, नेवर गिव अप। काफी अच्छा एग्जाम्पल, बट आई होप ऐसे, चैट लेट्स नॉट गिव अप, ये घोड़ा कम बैक कर सकता है तो हम भी कर सकते
भाई एक बंदा कह रहा है यू ऑल आर स्पॉइल्ड विद इंडियन टैलेंट। कहना क्या चाहते हैं ये?
हैं। आई थिंक नॉट एनी, मे बी फॉरेनर है इन द चैट।
Yeah, so which game are we going to? By the way, Vincent completely winning now. He has 4 pawns.
या लेट्स चेक आउट विंसेंट और अनीश का गेम, बिकॉज दे विल बी द लीडर्स भाई आज के दिन के बाद।
Hmm. So looks like Vincent, he has there's a mate in one threatened. So Vincent has to play Queen D4, and if he takes this, then this is just dead loss. Because there's just too many pawns.
बट यू नो आई
So
फील
that's
दिस
gonna be
गेम इज
winning.
नॉट ओवर येट साज। लाइक थोड़ा सा ना वो बिशप जब तक वो A7 स्क्वायर कंट्रोल्ड है, इट जस्ट फील्स कि कुछ गलती हो सकती है, और टाइम बहुत है, यूर राइट, टाइम बहुत ज्यादा है। मे बी विद 3 मिनट्स समथिंग कुड हैव
Yeah,
हैपेंड।
time is too much on white के किंग के पास भी कोई कवर थोड़ी ना है, सारे पॉन्स चले गए हैं आपके।
ट्रू।
बिल्कुल। सो विंसेंट गोइंग टू 6.5। लेट्स चेक इन विद अनीश। अनीश का भी क्लियरली विनिंग है आई गेस।
या
सहज भाई जीतोगे, मतलब चैट को बता सकते कि हाउ डज व्हाइट विन दिस?
probably bishop you have to set it on f4, and you have to be careful of this g5 attack, so you probably have to play h4. So my ideal position is bishop c7, bishop f4, I play h4, and then I run the king to a6, and then I try to push this pawn. That's probably
ओके।
winning here.
Yeah, feels elementary, I think, at Anish's level.
Very.
हम्म।
For sure, yeah. Also, Anish going to 6.5 as well. So Blue Bomb and Anish and sorry, Vincent looks
एंड
Is
like
it
they are
फिरोजा
blue
भाई,
fighting.
bomb or is it blue bomb?
And Firouzja. Blue Bomb.
बेस्ट टाई ब्रेक्स पता है अभिमन्यु मिश्रा के, बिकॉज ही हैज प्लेड ऑल सुपर स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर्स। तो
By the
उसके
way,
बाद तो
Vidit's game, please, for a second. Apparently his opponent has an only move, otherwise Vidit has a plus +0.7 edge. King G7, only move. Which is not natural, if you ask me.
भाई ये ड्रॉ है, ये अभी भी ड्रॉ है। थोड़ा डेप्थ में जाएंगे तो it will be 0-0-0. Like I think the idea is because he wants to play g4 g5 check and sort of play king e5 to shelter, from all of these checks from the back. It's a bit difficult,
Look at
but
this,
I'm
Sahar. So, for
sure.
example,
Yeah,
let's
yeah,
say
yeah.
Rook D3, G4, Rook D1, G5, white is winning.
Yes, of course, of course. But as black, you want to exchange as many pawns as possible in this position. Also, I think the
Oh no, you
problem,
can't take. H takes G4 is lost.
right? So basically, विदित का जो sort of benefit है वो ये कि विदित ने इस king को cut off कर दिया है यहाँ पे. So that's why I think the computer is saying king g7 खेल के king f8 जाओ, ताकि white अगर king e5 खेले तो king e7 आ सके हमारे पास, and then we are
Oh,
safe.
but I mean, there's a chance, right? He makes a mistake or no? Rakesh bhai, what do you think?
Yeah.
भाई चंद भाई तो बोल ही रहा हूँ भाई, 10% था तभी से। सहज भाई जीएम है ना, तो वो उनके जीएम के हिसाब से सोच रहे हैं।
GM तो यार सर्जिशियन भी है. And he's a much stronger one.
हाँ, आपसे तो 200 पॉइंट ज्यादा है उसके।
एग्जैक्टली द दोस्त है।
हाँ, तो
ये
आपका क्या, टू
लाइटली
फोर
लाइटली रोस्ट कर रहे हैं। 190 है बाय द वे।
ओ भाई, बहुत फर्क हो गया 190 और 200 में।
190 फर्क होता है।
भाई
But yeah, king
यू नो
g7 makes sense because if you play king e5 now, then f6 check. Okay, that's probably not logical. Like that doesn't make a lot of sense.
ट्रिकी।
No, maybe a bit tricky, yeah.
बट ओके रुक d3 है लेकिन इंस्टेड ऑफ f6 आल्सो आफ्टर किंग e5.
Rook d3. Ah, you have to go king f4. हाँ, rook f4 भी जा सकते हो. But just giving this king and pawn this and your king is on g7 is a bit scary.
Oh, look at this. Beautiful, yeah. Rook e3 check. Only move. King d6. And now only move. One of the only moves is f5.
And if
Right.
d5, king
d5 apparently.
f7 only move.
Wow.
You don't
गए
You don't even. You don't even.
गए गए भाई, बोर्ड भी गया, सहज भाई भी गए। सहज भाई, टीकू भाई, आपको तो आवाज आ रही है
आ रही है भाई सहज भाई गए.
ना? क्या हिलेरियस पोजीशन में गए। चैट बेस्ट कमेंट ऑन सहज भाई विंस डायमंड मेंबरशिप।
देखा इस बार मैं एकदम प्रिपेयर्ड था बिकॉज आई न्यू दिस वुड हैपन एंड मैं फटाक से मैंने अपना वाईफाई चेंज कर लिया। इज द बोर्ड बैक?
सहज भाई गाना गा रहे थे. हो आई थिंक दैट वाज.
एंड नाउ आई जस्ट रिफ्रेश माय बोर्ड, जस्ट लेट मी नो। आ गया, ओके परफेक्ट। क्या हुआ?
रेटिया बेगर जो भी नाम है, तो सहज भाई मुंह बंद कर लो, मच्छर चला जाएगा।
बुडापेस्ट में मच्छर नहीं होते भाई।
ये
ओ
फ्लेक्स
नाइस.
फ्लेक्स
फ्लेक्स
भाई।
भाई.
लेट्स गो।
भाई मुझे
भाई
पता
अब तो
नहीं क्यों
क्या ही
लगा
करें।
कि शांत की डीपी मुझे सागर भाई की डीपी लगी फॉर अ सेकंड. आई डोंट नो व्हाई. वो बैकग्राउंड कलर थोड़ा येलो वैसा सा है बट या.
चश्मा नहीं लगाया ना उसने।
भाई कम ऑन यार शांत भाई कोई गलती कर दो यार.
By the way, some updates in Nihal board. Just gonna put it up right now. Bishop g1 happened, and then he didn't go g5. Yeah, he played rook h4. Rook a4 आता है best move by the way. Takes, and now rook a2, and seems like Nihal is fighting back.
Yeah. Bishop c6. I saved the pawn for now and it's not easy to grab that pawn. Or is it? Oh, it's not easy actually. Bishop c6, it's gone back to minus 1.8 for me.
प्लेड।
But yeah, played. But these two pawns are just looking super scary to me. I think I just want to find a way to push these pawns. If once you get this pawn in g6 f5 e4, I think it's basically done.
आसान है ना, बिशप e5 खेलो, f5 कदम कदम बढ़ाए जा, इसी।
Uh, But white can play probably bishop b5 or something, or no? Ah, then knight
यू
f4. ये
कैन,
lost है यार, position lost है।
एट देयर लेवल यू मीन ना, अपने लेवल पे तो नहीं।
अपने यार डिफेंस भी तो खराब ही होगा फिर अपने लेवल पे।
फिर
Can we sacrifice the knight for two pawns? This knight for these two pawns? Very unlikely, but I no, I think that would be equal. I think that would be a draw. Depends, अगर pawn थोड़े ज़्यादा advanced हैं तो probably it's working, but otherwise no.
भाई एक नजर ना अर्जुन की गेम पे मारते हैं. कभी तो कोई विनिंग पोजीशन दिखे. कैन वी जस्ट हैव अ लुक वंस थोड़ा सा आंखों के लिए भाई अच्छी फीलिंग के लिए वंस.
So Arjun, the last hope, yeah? Yep, this is winning completely. I think you probably want to go rook h8 and just capture this pawn, but maybe black has h5. क्योंकि rook h8 h5 के बाद you cannot capture this bishop d1 check. Uh, but you still fix this pawn temporarily at least. अगर आपने g4 provoke करा दिया तो ये pawn definitely मर जाएगा. You just capture one of these pawns and then you win the game.
I think
So if you have,
Arjun's win is much easier than Firouzja's win, for example.
For sure, yes, for sure.
by the way, Bishop E5 played by Firouzja.
Yep, he's starting the pawn roll. अब निहाल को भी h4 खेलना है यहाँ पे. h4 is really difficult, no?
But Bishop E5 possible, है ना Saj? And after Bishop E5, Firouzja's only move is Knight F4, by the way, for a clearly winning position.
Yeah, but that's why he played bishop e5
Yeah.
to get the knight to f4.
Saj भाई लॉजिक मत दिया करो यार भाई, थोड़ा लॉजिक से खेलोगे तो कैसे चलेगा? थोड़ा गलती वलती करना जरूरी है भाई.
और
Can you
टाइम
sacrifice
स्क्रैम्बल
our
में यार.
bishop for the pawn for the draw position? मतलब आई थिंक चैट बोल रही है बिशप e8 करके कुछ एक दो पॉन मिल जाइए भाई तो स्कोप बन सकता है for some kind of
Sacrifice the bishop for 2 pawns? नहीं, वो भी लॉस्ट होगा. एक पॉन बच गया फिर भी लॉस्ट है.
और ये फिरोजा को बिशप नाइट का चेकमेट भी आता होगा ना.
Of course यार. Sadly. But we just
यार
want मतलब निहाल का अगर ड्रॉ होता तो बेस्ट चांसेस कि रुक बिशप वर्सेस रुक आए, तो उसमें दो बेनिफिट रहेंगे. एक तो साहिल भाई को की फेवरेट एंड गेम है, दूसरा निहाल बचा भी
भाई
लेगा.
भाई I will take that any second भाई, like with both hands.
भाई
अगर बिशप
अब तो बनता है यार, अब तो बनता है.
रुक बिशप से रुक मिल जाए भाई यार तो बात बन जाए. विल टेक इट.
Abhimanyu Mishra is kind of equal, but Hans is putting some pressure here. This is the current position. He has an extra pawn, but it is equal. I'm guessing because he has some weaknesses on f3 and h4, so somehow you can put pressure here. कभी king को आपको you need to transfer the king to like c4 or b5 or something, but then the h4 pawn becomes a bit loose. Oh, he takes bishop f1. Wow, that's a nice
daring.
move actually. That's a very nice move. King f1 मारेगा तो just king d7 and you just wait with the bishop, and this is a fortress.
Wow.
This game ending in a draw. अभिमन्यु मिश्रा के chances लेकिन अभी भी बहुत high हैं, because he has played Nodirbek, he's played Hans, Anish, Gukesh and Pragg. So many 2700s and he's on 6 out of 8.
अर्जुन नो क्यों कर रहे हो भाई? अर्जुन तो जीत रहा है, एक ही बंदा जीत रहा है, उस पर भी नो कर रहे हो भाई. थोड़ा तो शर्म करो भाई.
हाँ, अर्जुन versus अभिमन्यु हुआ तो that will be interesting because he can take away अभिमन्यु's chances.
But how many points Abhimanyu is on?
He's
साढ़े
on
पांच.
5.5.
So you mean Mishra? I thought okay.
नहीं, पुराने तो lost ना very quickly. By the way, just checking the games. So Divya is the first girl to play in this. Matlab, there are two women playing in this tournament, right? There's Divya and Goryachkina. And Goryachkina defeated Boris Gelfand today with the black pieces.
Wow.
Another, I think, amazing result.
Yeah.
Can Arjun still qualify for candidates 2025? Yes, but I think World Cup is the only chance. उसमें top 3 आना पड़ेगा.
भाई ये भी तो है ना चांस ये टूर्नामेंट.
हाँ मतलब if he lost this tournament then.
अच्छा अच्छा.
Ear Gambit in which game? By Nihal, I think, is lost.
निहाल में ही
भाई
कर
आप
दो भाई.
हाँ
टूर्नामेंट के लिए कर दो ईयर गैम्बिट भाई.
हाँ भाई,
हाँ भाई कर दो
एयर
यार.
गैम्बिट ऐसी पोजीशन में एयर गैम्बिट थोड़ी ना चलती है. मेरे को खुद ही नहीं फील हो रहा है तो. और ऑलरेडी पहले दो गेम्स में भी जहाँ एयर गैम्बिट तो पहले होना चाहिए था, आई थिंक वुड हैव बीन बेटर, बट अब तो यार मुश्किल लग रहा है। और इट्स नॉट फॉर निहाल यार, ये तो गुकेश मतलब निहाल के लिए कुछ नया करना चाहिए आई थिंक। वैसे भी
नया
पूजा
जैसे कि
गैम्बिट स्पेशलाइजेस आई थिंक इन वर्स पोजीशंस टू मेक अ ड्रॉ।
आई कैन डू इट भाई, आई डोंट नो, बट बीमार पूजा गैमेट कितनी शक्तिशाली होगी मुझे पता नहीं है।
गेस विल फाइंड आउट।
कर सकते हैं भाई, कर सकते हैं, अगर लगता है, इफ इट हेल्प्स।
Yeah, I think this is completely gone. So Arjun's board is winning. Pragg is more or less equal. Still a very interesting sort of pieces because he has two pawns for a knight and दोनों king एकदम दूसरे side पे बैठे हुए हैं. This is the current position. Knight b4 was just played. If he goes rook a5, I'm guessing there's something, yeah? कुछ तो है यहाँ पे. What is there? If I go rook a5, rook g7, yeah. And you just win the bishop. सो प्रग विल मोस्ट लाइकली ड्रॉ एंड थियोरेटिकली भी प्रग का कोई चांस नहीं रहेगा फिर।
या
उसको तो प्रग को जरूरत ही नहीं है, वो हो गया क्वालिफाई,
हम्म।
ही सॉर्टेड।
Vidit's opponent is still thinking in his position. Actually, इतना सारा सोच रहा है। I feel like this could be going with its
कैन
way.
वीडी विन टाटा स्टील भाई
Oh, he
साहब?
just blundered.
क्या हुआ?
Vidit's opponent just blundered.
बोला
लेट्स
था
गो।
भाई। नहीं भाई, अरे 0.2% चांस है ब्लंडर करेगा, 100 में से 2 ही गेम जीतेगा, कौन बोल रहा था?
तुमने तो ये भी बोला था कि निहाल जीतेगा। वहां क्या हुआ?
ऐसे अब तू लॉजिकली फाइट बैक करेगा सहज, तो कंटेंट कैसे बनेगा यार?
भाई वहां पे टाइम प्रेशर था ना साज भाई, सो इसलिए।
हाँ
हम्म।
हाँ, अच्छा 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 अच्छा,
अरे
मुझे।
राकेश भाई, इतनी जल्दी हार एडमिट नहीं करने का, थोड़ा फाइट बैक करने का।
या विदित इज विनिंग ऑफिश एंड ही कम्स टू 6 भाई। हल्का सा चांस विदित का भी इंटैक्ट।
बट उसका टाई ब्रेक एब्सोल्युटली वर्स्ट है भाई विदित का, लाइक इट्स द वर्स्ट। तो
हाँ
हम्म।
आपके।
समझ में नहीं आ रहा राकेश भाई को इस बार क्या रोस्ट करूं।
बट या
हाँ यार, वो
विदित लुक्स लाइक इज गोना
19th
विन।
है। तो अर्जुन एंड विदित ने थोड़ा बचा लिया है आज।
बट व्हाई इज इट सो स्ट्रांग? किंग ई 3 खेले तो कैन वी
The
गो थ्रू
king
द मूव्स?
marches to the queen side, and this king is still cut off. That's why. I'm
दैट
guessing
इज
in the beginning, like he made some like bad decisions, and I think यहाँ पे he just had to make one accurate move, which is not easy to find over the board. And yeah, you're right. He will win this. There's a good chance.
एक बंदा कह रहा है गुकेश का दिखाएगा। क्या देखना है गुकेश भाई का गेम? हम दिखा सकते हैं भाई, बट गुकेश इज स्टिल वर्स, आई एम गेसिंग।
This
साज
is the
भाई,
position. Yeah, he's yeah really bad right now. By the way, e4 check only move in Gukesh's board. Otherwise, he might be lost.
वाओ।
Yeah, he think he is lost. So he has to play e4, king e4, and bishop g3. Gukesh is fighting for a draw here, yeah, basically.
ओ,
Oh, क्यों आए यहाँ पे यार?
आई फिर से।
बहुत। और किंग e4 भी कितनी नेचुरल चाल है नहीं?
या लुक्स वेरी नेचुरल ना, किंग ई4 आ जाओ, c4 खेल सकते हो एट द राइट मोमेंट एंड e5 ऑन इज गॉन, प्लेड।
प्लेड।
अब
भाई
now
बिशप
Gukesh
डी
just has
सिक्स।
to wait. Just wait. He
हाँ,
cannot, literally he cannot do anything here.
अगर बिशप डी सिक्स के अलावा कुछ भी खेला तो इट इज +4। ओके, बिशप इज प्लेड। But after G4 Sahaj bhai, apparently he just has to waste. या कुछ नहीं कर सकते. Wow.
Yeah, bishop is tied to this pawn, this rook is tied to this pawn.
But this is not how Gukesh plays. I mean, he
But I
will
think he's
find
a
a way for.
fighter. Yeah, Gukesh will fight. He'll not go down so easily.
Yeah.
Rakesh bhai, if I fight a gorilla, I still lose by. I mean, it's the problem ना. Position बहुत खराब है actually.
Hmm.
Position नहीं रे, player पे depend कर. So
He will fight though, I think.
अभी अगर बराबर से देखोगे टिको, you will see there are some chances for Guki.
Hmm.
चलो,
तो
let's
रुक
hope
C8
so.
आके मैं C3 मार सकता हूँ शायद,
Hmm.
and try some ideas there.
No, this I
By the
agree.
way,
This I agree.
Nihal has played rook to F3.
Okay, knight b4, knight f4. Just knight को d5 पे हटाओ, बिठाओ वहाँ पे, and that's it. And then you start pushing the pawns. नाइट d5 पे ना एक बहुत बढ़िया काम भी कर रहा है कि दिस pawn will remain on a4, क्योंकि a5 खेलने के लिए you need the bishop on b6, and this knight also guards the square on b6. So he goes knight f4. Is this lost?
Feels like it, bhai.
By the way, nice update in the women's section. Vaishali ended up drawing her game, and looks like Lagno will also draw her game. So she
Oh,
retains her
wow.
chances.
Wow. By the way, I found a way to draw Sajbhai in the Nihal game. So knight f4, bishop c5, and Firouzja ignores everything and just plays g5 because वो तो जल्दी है. Then rook a3. Firouzja says, "Oh no, rook trade." He exchanges rooks, and then somehow this is drawn because a pawn भी push हो रहा है.
मतलब the players are completely blind. That's how.
भाई
By the
मैं
way, don't be blind, chat. ध्यान
रुके
रखिए अपने
वन
फोनों के
चेक,
ऊपर.
चेकमेट,
अपने
रुक सी टू इनकमिंग, दोनों मर रहे हैं। रुके थ्री के बाद रुक सी टू इनकमिंग, रुक को मैं कहीं पे भी रख दूं यहाँ पे, वेयर इट डजंट गेट टेकन बाय द बिशप, आई एम स्टिल विनिंग।
बट साहस वही
अरे
ना,
आई वाज
लॉजिकल बातें
थिंकिंग
कर रहे हैं फिर से. हाँ.
ऑन अ सीरियस नोट, अगर मैं बिशप D4 खेलूंगा सहज तो कैसा रहेगा? ट्राइंग टू गेट इनटू वो ऑपोजिट कलर बिशप बोलते हैं ड्रॉ है, तो कैन आई ट्राई दैट?
Two connected pawns. There's a nice. Oh, but is there rook h2 hanging? Yeah, but rook h2 is hanging, no? Bishop d4, bishop d4, rook d4, rook f4,
हाँ
and rook
हाँ,
h2, no?
करेक्ट. किंग
Supposedly
H2
this is a
बिशप.
draw. Wait a second. How is this a draw? Oh, it's winning. King h2 and bishop e5. It's winning, yeah. The
तो
तीन
ये
pawn
भी नहीं
है.
चल
You
रहा.
will you will get a5, of course. Let's say you play a5. I put the bishop on f4, and I bring the bishop back to b8. Oh, by the way, f5 only move here for black to win. एक बार ये तीन pawns बैठ गए, then bishop b8, a7, and then you just start pushing the pawns, and then it's winning.
I guess you will
But
take
if
that, yeah.
yeah, but nice,
Oh,
nice fight.
and
I like it.
yeah, but can we go to the last position, please?
Yeah.
वो एंड F5 के जगह पे अगर आई थिंक आप बिशप पीछे ले जाओ तो किंग G4 है ना ड्रॉ.
Bishop d7, some really crazy move.
ओ, आप वो पॉन को हिलने ही नहीं दोगे.
Exactly. So if you play king f6, then king g4 now, because now I'm controlling this pawn. So if I play king e7, then bishop b5, it's some study like draw, I think.
ठीक है ठीक है, लेट्स कम. मैंने इनफैक्ट एक हिलेरियस चीज क्या देखा कि इफ यू कम टू द लाइव पोजीशन, बिशप D4 खेला तो फिरूजा विल बी लाइक अरे ब्लंडर, रुक A1 चेक, बिशप G1 पोस्ट और बिशप D4 खेलूंगा. बट रुक A1 चेक को बिशप इंटू A1 नहीं मार रहा है सीधा सीधा. But
In chapter 2 of Hopeful Chess,
Bishop b5, by the way, played.
apparently G5 is a slight inaccuracy.
But I wouldn't play g5. I'd play f5 first to fix the pawns on the light squares.
Apparently, f5 is a slight inaccuracy.
Is it? Okay.
हमें h4 आ रहा है. I mean,
Oh,
ridiculous.
yeah, of course, of course. h4 कैसे
Oh, by
miss
the way,
कर
look at
दिया?
this. f5, h4, king h6, bishop e3. Draw.
भाई वो king h6 क्यों जाएगा?
In episode 3
In
of
chapter
Hopeful
3.
Chess.
Like why king h6?
But I think hopefully we get some good results. Arjun जीते, VD भी जीते, और Gukesh maybe can hold the draw, and Nihal as well. And that's I'll be taking your leave. So enjoy the next phase of the time pressure chat. Hopefully मजा आया, and Indians please
राकेश
rooting
भाई,
for you.
so
बोलो
any chance
दोस्त.
for Nihal? क्या final result prediction?
Loss यार, difficult लग रहा है.
चलो, thanks a lot राकेश for joining. बहुत मजा आया भाई. See you
भाई एक
tomorrow
सेकंड
hopefully.
गुकेश का एक बार
हाँ
बताओ ना.
हाँ.
Gukesh is a fighter, तो draw करेगा Gukesh.
ओह ब्रिलियंसी बाय गुकेश.
हुई क्या?
Oh.
अभी?
हाँ ब्रिलियंसी है गुकेश के वर्ड पे. नाइस नाइस, वेरी नाइस, गुड
Hope
प्रेडिक्शन.
so Guki भाई बेचारा बहुत हारा है यार. Please एक he deserves a break, a breather.
फॉर श्योर.
Hopefully chat that will happen. See you. Take bye. Thank you Sej. Thank you Samay bhai.
See you Rakesh
यू
bhai.
भाई,
Thanks for joining.
थैंक यू फॉर कमिंग.
Bye bye.
Yeah, that was Rakesh bhai with his uh, words of hopeful chess and some wisdom. And Saj bhai, we all need some hopeful chess. By the way, f5 played by Firouzja. So h4, let's go.
भाई हो क्या रहा है h4 से? I don't even know what's the point of h4.
Maybe g5 रोक रहे हो. Maybe.
I guess probably even rook h2 you're stopping, no?
Yeah, at least pawn नहीं मर रहा rook h2 पे.
Is Vishi sir FIDE president and vice president? Yes. By the way, the best
Yeah.
move now is bishop c5. You play rook c2 and bishop g1. That's the best approach here.
And basically say प्रेम के नैया है राम के भरोसे है. मतलब
हाँ, एक बार a5 a6 आ गया फिर यहाँ पे होप है बहुत. तो I think the only hope he has is कि a5 किसी तरह से आ जाए.
Yeah. Vidit found the moves. That is great. That is great. Can we check out it once? Saj bhai, king c4 आ चुका है.
Oh, beautiful. You're Vidit winning now. Amazing,
Completely winning
actually.
actually.
Nice, nice, very nice.
So, but yeah, at least VD will also have his chances. So 3 Indians on 6 points. That is great. Let's see one check. I mean, king b5, I think. The most logical. Because you want to keep your
b5 I
pawn
would
free.
go, no? Just push this pawn, yeah. King b5, you go rook d1, I go king c6, and then फिर से check दोगे, then king d6 जाऊंगा ताकि मैं d5 खेल सकूं. And then I just push the pawn all the way, and I think Vidit will convert this. I think very,
एक बंदा
very
लिख रहा है,
nice
एक बंदा
endgame
लिख रहा है,
position.
Nihal won, I am in the room crazy. If Nihal wins this, एक बंदे को 6 महीने की मेंबरशिप भाई.
6 महीने की?
6 महीने
भाई
की
ज्यादा
मेंबरशिप
होना
निहाल.
चाहिए, ज्यादा होना चाहिए यार ये तो.
नहीं भाई, 1 साल तो कैंडिडेट स्पॉट पे है ना, इफ यू रिमेंबर. तो 6 महीना इज प्रीटी फेयर.
भाई निहाल अगर wins this तो I think
आधा
it
साल
would,
है भाई, आधा
but
साल है.
it would be, I'm telling you, it would be nothing short of a miracle if Nihal wins this.
ऑफ कोर्स. तो 6 महीने मेंबरशिप मेरेकल ही है, लेकिन साज भाई. हाँ, अब जिताओ भाई. हैं? ये क्या स्कैम था? कहता है अब जिताओ भाई, तुम ही कह रहे हो.
Okay, going back to Nihal's board, f5 played and Nihal thinking 33 minutes versus 26 minutes. The question is, can Nihal find a way to push a5? Because once he plays a5, a6 is covered by this bishop, a7 is covered by this bishop. So black's attention would completely shift towards the queen side, and that can give him a shot at,
Yeah.
holding this position down.
देखो भाई, आपकी तारीफ किया गुकेश से कंपेयर करके, मुझे मेंबरशिप चाहिए। बढ़िया भाई, थैंक्स भाई। मिलेगी मेंबरशिप आपको जरूर, चेस्कॉम की नहीं मिलेगी। फिरोजा वन इन द रूम, अब 1 महीना दे दो यार, उनमें से कोई भी रूम में नहीं है भाई। फिर क्यों लेना तुम?
Producer साहब and साहिल भाई, there's a chance मैं 1 सेकंड के लिए डिस्कनेक्ट हो सकता हूँ because I was on my phone. I'm just switching back to my Wi-Fi, okay?
या Sahaj bhai in the angry hip hop pose, and he's back. Welcome back, Sahaj bhai.
Oh, thank you so much. So that was not a problem. Board तो ठीक हुआ ना? Nothing wrong with the board? Board गया? बड़ा sensitive है यार board. Okay, I'm just refreshing. Let me know if the board is back. Perfect. Board है ना वापस? By the way, he played bishop c5, the best move in the position.
Wow. Nihal fighting for his life, yeah. And now, by the way, only 2 moves for Firouzja. One is rook b2 and one is rook c2. Anything else? And Nihal is apparently back in the game. For example, if you play king to f6, rook f2, and it's a draw. You play g5,
Okay.
rook f2, it's a draw. So rook f2 is a huge threat.
Okay, rook f2, rook a1 पे rook f1, and you're just basically saying that I'm not gonna allow this rook to survive.
Yeah.
Maybe still some
And
hope for
in
Nihal then.
Yeah, and rook d2 पे there is bishop e3, so d2 square doesn't work. That's why rook b2 or rook c2. अगर rook b2 खेला and you try rook f2 again, then there is rook b3 and black is still winning. But of course, Firouzja sees this. Yeah, I mean,
You never know. You never know. Rook c2 खेला तो bishop g1 is forced, and now it says to play knight d5. But I'm curious, what if I play a5 here? What am I missing here? So rook a2, a6, and knight c7. That's not so easy to play, I think.
that is very difficult. And after rook b3, you can't take on b5. You have to take on a6.
Because
That's an
b5
important point.
say e5 is under attack.
हाँ, हाँ.
So
But okay,
knight
this one I
a6,
think he will
bishop
win. Yeah, if you lose the
c4,
a6 pawn, then maybe it is winning.
knight c7, rook e3. It's still not easy. Rook a4, and then you attack this and this. Bishop b3 आता है, rook a4.
But okay, rook e3 is also
a3.
not easy. Yeah, I mean, ये सब
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
देखना पहले से. So I think Nihal's best chance is if Firouzja makes a mistake right about now.
Yeah. ठीक है भाई, I'm doing the air gambit here.
By the way, if you okay, हिला दो पहले, पहले हिला दो, पहले कर दो काम. Nice. Chalo, air gambit has been done. That hopefully gives Nihal the best chances. Meanwhile, Pragg's game has ended in a draw. King tak
Okay.
khele, and that is the end of Pragg's chances to qualify with the candidates via the Grand Swiss. Of course, he will qualify via the FIDE circuit likely. So Pragg has drawn. Apart from it, any other results? I'm checking. By the way, I think no results just yet. Yeah, only Pragg's game.
Let's try to stay here because there is a chance Alireza might not see this.
Yeah.
And if he plays something like king f6, then I'm putting a patent on this.
Yeah. Sahaj bhai, Sahil bhai, I made subscribe from many 13 phones. Oh my God. भाई तेरा फोन किसके पास है? By the way, rook a4 only move for Gukesh. He played it. Okay. Okay, it's a draw, by the way. Gukesh's game is also going to be a draw if we switch there quickly.
Okay. Okay, nice, nice. Okay, a2, knight b3. Okay, knight, white is a piece up, but it's not, knight एकदम कोने में है, so it's not a very, yeah, it's not really a
Yeah, it's
nice
done,
piece.
yeah? It's a dead
It's
draw. I
done.
think you will see the draw in
If
the
the king
next.
goes here, then the black king takes this and it's gonna be a draw. I
Yeah.
think they will just agree to a draw here. So yeah, Gukesh, I think still struggling, but I think it's an improvement, yeah?
barely escapes, but I think of course you take that over the loss. साहिल भाई निहाल रुकी थ्री खेलने में क्या कमी है यार? रुकी थ्री बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है, बिकॉज उसको 7-8 चाल पहले देखना है वो. By the way, draw
Hmm.
agreed. So Gukesh has also ended his game. So Gukesh draws and Pragg also draws. So the remaining games, Arjun is winning, Vidit is winning, and Nihal is losing. But Nihal का अगर switch हो जाए ना Sahaj bhai, then suddenly it's the dream day for India.
Yeah, and this is the, by the way, he did play Rook C2 and White went Bishop G1. So he is playing the best move so far.
And now look at this, Rook A2 or Knight D5. Only to Rook A2 तो repeat हो जाएगा, right? So that doesn't help Firouzja. He has to find Knight D5, Sahaj. If you ask me, that's not crystal clear. Even if he has 22 minutes, like that's the only move chat in the position. Knight to D5 or Nihal is back.
So we saw the point of knight d5, right? Because if white plays a5, then we had rook a2 attacking this pawn. And अगर आप a6 खेलते हो तो this knight sort of attacks the bishop and the pawn at the same time. And once you take this a pawn, then basically the game is over. If you can somehow exchange the a pawn for the e pawn, then white retains the chances. But otherwise, there are no chances here.
Come on, come on. पूजा गैम्बिट साहिल भाई, दोनों जरूरत है क्या?
Why I think so.
चलो कर लेते फिर भाई. ओके. हो गया भाई, चलो भाई. ईयर गैम्बिट डन, पूजा गैम्बिट डन. अब बस निहाल के हाथ में है भाई सब. वी तो ट्राइड आवर बेस्ट. कोई कह रहा है वाह वाह भाई, दिस हैज वर्क बिफोर. सो क्या क्या नहीं जितवाया भाई इन गैम्बिट्स ने हमें.
अब तो होना चाहिए भाई. अब it has to work.
By the way, Arjun has won. If he can switch for a second, Erigasi Arjun has won his game. And he, oh, by the way, look at Arjun's tiebreak. He's in second place.
No, but that's the performance rating, Sahil bhai. It's not performance rating, it's average of your
Ah,
opponents.
ah. But still, yeah. I mean, Arjun's tiebreak should be better, I think. There is some similarity, right, between both the things.
No. Performance is different than your average rating of your opponents.
Chalo, let's hope so. Let's hope so. कि अर्जुन का tiebreak अच्छा है, because at least he's on 6 points, maintains his chances. So Arjun wins. Gukesh has drawn. Anish, by the way, also about to win. Completely done. So let's stick to Nihal's game. I think इतना कुछ कर लिया है हम लोगों ने, इतना कुछ कर लिया है साज भाई. It has to work.
It just has to, bhai. That's the only hope.
By the way,
Anish
big
also
win by
dead winning, yeah? Completely winning.
yeah, big win by Arjun. I think barely holding on to his chances. And don't forget, Pragg will qualify via the FIDE circuit. So the people who needed the most are Nihal, Arjun, and Vidit, and all three ins with a chance, outside chance, but still with a chance.
Where no joke, even I would play knight d5 in this position. There is literally nothing else. No, there is something else. Like you can play g5, for example.
Yeah, to be
G5,
honest,
g4.
G5 to me looks like the most natural move. You want to push your pawns. Um, I disagree. I think knight D5 is
Even
elementary. It's not elementary. Maybe for Firouzja it is, but not for us. Like you will see knight D5 is winning, but you might not see ki everything else is drawn. Like that's the main point. You might think, okay, everything is winning. There's no stress. And of course, to allow the pawn to go to A6 Sahaj also requires, like intuitively, you think that's wrong. You might not even go that deep into the variations. Ki bhai, लगता है A6 पे pawn आ गया तो it might be dangerous.
बिल्कुल सही बोला आपने. And by the way, 12 moves remaining, because remember 60 moves के बाद there's another additional 15 minutes that the players get. So he has 12 moves, okay, 13 moves or so left for 18 minutes. So now that pressure is on again, I have to say.
फिरोजा भाई गलती कर दो यार, ड्रॉ चाहिए निहाल का, ड्रॉ भी ले लेंगे हम लोग.
Draw, I think, would be amazing.
I don't think h4 is a big threat there. I think g5, not to play h4, but also to just push your past pawns. I think that's how black wins at the end.
Mhm.
But I think in all moves, the main problem is the pawn pushing to a6. So Firouzja needs to understand that knight d5 is the only way where I can allow the pawn to go to a6 and still win. Baki sub cases, because look at the bishop on b5, look at the bishop on g1. They are supporting the pawn on a6 and a7. So एक बार pawn a5 पे पहुंच गया, it can rush to a7 quickly, and then white could win that in some cases. So that's why allow karna a5 is dangerous.
Yeah, king f6 also feels kind of logical to me. There's many logical
Yeah,
moves, I think, here.
yeah, and I'm pretty sure white का drawing move a5 होगा हर case में, because that's the plan.
Why not bishop c7? Because I actually thought about this, but bishop c7 doesn't really guard this, yeah, because you're also
Yeah,
controlling f4, so I can play a5 anyways. I thought about the exact same thing as you.
by the way,
Anish, I think, is like very close to winning. I think he's completely,
yeah,
it's just over.
yeah, wins in
Anish will
timer.
join, I think, four guys on six
Mhm.
and a half. I think very good chance for Anish to qualify, yeah. This
Yeah,
would be
would be. I think he
insane.
deserves it. He deserves
Yeah,
it. I
for
think.
sure. But Anish का performance अच्छा है, but लेकिन average ठीक नहीं होगा Anish का. I'm sure of it. Anish would have to score some wins, I think, like both wins.
Very interesting.
Then yeah,
I'll be back in 1 second, Sajay.
sure. Going back to Nihal's, but oh, he plays knight d5, the best move in the position. He sees the idea that after a5, rook a2, a6, there is knight c7 on the board.
Oh, he played, yeah.
He
अरे
played.
यार.
Firouzja is not going to miss these things.
Saj bhai, can we play rook f2 now?
Rook f2, I cannot trade, right? Because her position, mein, whenever I trade, it's bad for me. So rook c1, maybe? Is rook c1 a good move? Ah, no, rook f1 you have. That's interesting. Okay. Oh, look at this. If I play rook c2, and if I can play a5 now.
Oh,
Because if I go rook a2, a6, knight c7, bishop c4, rook a4 के बाद अगर rook f3 पे होता, तो there is no rook c3 to defend the bishop. But since the rook is on f1 now, you can play rook c1 and guard it. And this is once again equal.
so after rook f2, black has two moves: rook c3 or rook c8. Rook c8 is not going to happen, but rook c3 definitely a logical try.
Then if I play a5 now,
a5 now. Oh, now bishop d4 only move.
interesting. a6 is
Yeah,
possible.
I thought of that. Bishop f2, rook a3,
No,
a7, and
e5.
knight
Rook a3,
e7.
are you sure?
Yeah.
a7 and knight
Knight
e7. Yeah.
e7. But still tricky.
Yeah, for sure. Still
But I
very
like rook
tricky.
f2, I think. Rook f2 at least gives a threat.
a5 तो loses on the spot. I'm sure he will see that.
सारे मेंबरशिप क्वेश्चन सोच लो भाई. आई थिंक 500 लाइक हो चुके हैं. सो
अरे वो तो राकेश भाई ने करना था ना. राकेश भाई had
राकेश
a
भाई कहाँ चले
crazy.
गए अब?
पूछता उससे, रुको.
मैं एक सेकंड आया.
Yeah. अरे वाह, chat be ready. नहीं, अभी नहीं. Just give me like a few minutes. We will have the question for you very very soon.
चैट सब रेडी लिख दो. इफ यू आर रेडी.
अभी नहीं है भाई, अभी नहीं है. Just
अच्छा
wait.
ओके
I
ओके.
need to get the question. Do I need to do something? Yes, we will ask a question, and if you're the first one to answer, then you get a membership. Around chess, like it's not very technical, not like finding a position, like finding a combination or something like that. It's it tests your chess trivia, chess knowledge, and stuff like that. It's not a Viva, no. You are actually typing the answer. So no, no, no. I will let you know. I will give you enough time as well, but I'm just waiting for Rakesh bhai to get back to me. Test Google skills? Yep, absolutely. By the way, this is the game of Parham versus Vincent. He's still completely winning. He has 4 pawns, but he's refusing to trade queens, which I think is a good try by Parham.
By the way, Anish has won. So one more
Okay.
result. He comes to 6.5, as you can see. So, chat, we have 4 more important games remaining today. One is Nihal against Firouzja. One is Param versus Vincent, Hans versus Mishra, and Vidit versus Sargisian. For us, of course, it's 2 Indian games that are very important. Nihal's game and Vidit's game. Vidit is completely winning. So we expect him to convert that one. But Nihal is the game, yeah. We are hoping there's a turnaround.
Yeah, Vidit is completely won. Nihal is the problem. So in this position, Rook F2 was the critical move, where black has to choose between c3, c8, and c1. And c3 and c8 are fine, but c1, which feels the most logical to me, is actually not working.
You can play Rook C1 sometimes thinking you will repeat moves. And
Yeah, that's why. But we saw the nuance. Yeah, in some positions, when the knight is on c7, if attacking the pawn on a6, you cannot play rook c3 because of the bishop looking at the c3 square. But if rook is on f1, rook c1 is possible.
Hans' game will be a draw, chat. No updates there. So they will both come to 6 points. And Mishra's tiebreak likely will be the best. So he will go above Arjun, uh, even in the real standings. And Hans will also join on 6 points. So, yeah, tomorrow I think it depends. Yeah, 6.5 वाले आपस में खेलते रहेंगे तो सहज it can be very difficult because 4 6.5 पे होंगे तो 2 play each other, 2 wins 7.5, they play each other,
Mhm.
1 wins 8.5, तो उस एक को तो कोई रोक ही नहीं सकता. And if both draw the final round, they reach 8 points, and again nobody can stop them. So if Nihal loses, then it's not even clear that even with by winning both games, if somebody can qualify.
Yes, 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 of course. I think that not just I mean, it's pretty obvious, I think, that there won't be a chance because if it's rating average, then I think there is basically no chance because neither of the players has played a single 2700. I mean, Nihal has
Yeah.
played one 2700 and Arjun has played Gukesh, just one. And the players who will be who they're competing against have played a bunch of them. So maybe there is like 1 or 2 scenarios where it's possible.
Yeah.
By the way, he
Played.
plays Rook F2.
वाओ,
Nice.
नाइस मूव. ताज भाई, मैं डिनर करके आता हूँ 5 मिनट में. लेट्स होप कि जब मैं आऊँ तो कुछ क्रेजी हो बोर्ड के ऊपर. निहाल इज सडनली बैक.
Sure, bhai, sure, sure, no worries. Yeah, tiebreak one is the average rating, and that's why Abhimanyu Mishra has, I think, the highest average here with 2732. Like his opponents have been so like on average, his opponents have been 2732 performance. That is insane, actually, in 9 rounds. Um, and yeah, I think Nihal has an average of 2631, and then Arjun has an average of 2674. 6 पे कितने लोग हैं? 6.5 पे पहले मैटर करेगा ना? या Param also, what's just looking at the guys here, Vincent. So Vincent has an average of just taking a look, I'm not able to find him. 27 अरे नहीं नहीं 2650. यार विंसेंट की एवरेज ज्यादा है अर्जुन से. By the way, he plays rook c3. Oof, no mistakes by Ali Reza. He knows what's at stake. Also, his for Ali Reza's average is also pretty high with 2676 here. So, what are the chances of Firouzja blundering? Very, very, very minuscule. I think this was maybe the best shot in this position when he played Bishop C5. That he doesn't see that white's idea is rook f2, rook f1, and sort of trap this rook. But he did. He found the best move. Rook c2, bishop g1, knight d5, another like only move in the position. Rook f2 and rook c3, another best move in the position. So he's not backing down. Show Divya's game. Let's take a quick look. Oh, by the way, Divya is slightly worse. Okay, equalish position. Last position में king g6 अगर Sugarov खेल देता यहाँ पे तो it would have been winning for him. But he went bishop h4 and somehow Divya can still hold this. But this looks super scary to me. I feel that this is a yeah, this looks horrible. But she can still save it if she goes c5, c6. Like let's go a bit deeper. c5, king g6, c6. I mean, let's go king f5, I don't know. And c7. You just push it all the way down. And rook c8 आएगा तो मेरे पास rook c1 है. I can defend this pawn on c7. And perhaps there's some knight b7, knight d6 ideas. Perhaps bishop a7 as well at some point. But it looks like a really weird position to me to hold. Again, ignored, I guess. भाई अब इसका मैं क्या जवाब दूँ प्रखर भाई? It's the same position in Vidit's board, by the way. The position that we left. This is the position. We will only move if the players have moved. Otherwise, you can't just stay on one board constantly. Unless it's the top board, yeah, then it's different. But I think Vidit winning also means I think he's going to be on 6 out of 9, if I'm not mistaken. And Vidit ki average kya hai? 2640. Yeah. I think that's also very low. Unless Vidit plays two 2700s back to back and he wins both of them, which is unlikely, yeah, because Vidit is 2712 himself. Shahid, does analyzing these Super GM games on stream and commentating on them helps your chess as well? Like, do you think it improves your chess? I don't think it improves my knowledge of chess because I'm watching more games, so I can recollect more games. But I wouldn't say it's improving my ability to calculate because I think to be on a stream, it's the commentator's job to always provide the correct information. So you need at least one person to look at the bar, consistently, and I think that kind of damages your calculation abilities. So I do think that I'm not as sharp as I used to be since I became a commentator. Very sad, to be honest. If Vidit would have won against Ivanchuk, he would have had. Yes, exactly. That is indeed very sad, yeah. And also against Vincent, yeah, it was a dead drawn king pawn ending. And yeah, that was really sad, I think, to me. And he also thought for around 30 minutes in that king pawn ending, and then he made a blunder there. I mean, it was a complicated one, but it's sad, I think that. I think since then, I think it's just gone. Like since then, his chances are gone. But maybe still that 0.23% chance. Okay, let's hope he wins this one, and we can do that. Sahil doesn't do that. You mean Sahil doesn't look at the engine? Actually, I do both. So I will switch it off if Sahil is looking at one. But if Sahil is not, since I'm the one looking at the board right now, then I'm also looking at the bar as well. So when I'm looking at the bar, I'm also looking at the moves from time to time, just to provide correct information there. And also, I also mix it up. Like if the computer says something is strong, I'm not gonna immediately say it. I'm gonna say what makes the most sense to me. But yeah, what is my elo? It's 2460, I think, right now. It's very low. I have dropped a bit of points, but I'm playing a tournament very soon. In the next like 5 days, I'm going to play Super League, which is going to be a lot of fun. And hopefully I can gain some rating back. Let's go. Okay, looking at Nihal. By the way, he plays Rook F1 in this position. Maybe he's trying to go Rook A1 and putting the rook behind the passed pawn so he can push this pawn down. And now Firouzja can play Rook A3, which is possible. Actually, no, King F6 seems to be the only move here. If you play King F6, By the way, played यार, ये गलती नहीं कर रहा है. He's playing all the best moves in this position. This is insane actually. So if I go rook a1, what's happening? Ah, okay, rook c2. Because you want to access the a2 pawn, and if white goes rook a3, I guess, then bishop d6, I guess. Or rook c1 is also good. And you start bothering the bishop. If the rooks are exchanged, yes, it's very good for white. Then because nobody can stop this pawn. You can push this pawn all the way to a7. And that means one of the pieces is going to be distracted defending this, and you can hold that position down. But he's not going to exchange the rooks there. How are you, GM? Then doesn't it needs? I used to have 2,500 like 6 months ago. I mean, in the last, this is another reason, yeah, because since I started commentating, my rating has dropped a bit. I think around 6 months ago, I was 2,519, if I'm not mistaken. Somewhere around that. I don't remember the exact date, but yeah. But once you reach 2,500, then, you don't need to reach it again. But of course, I plan to reach it again. 2,519 थी यार एक time पे. I'm pretty sure. It was not, maybe not 6 months ago, like 8 months ago. I don't remember exactly when it was. But yeah. You only need it once. Yeah, exactly. Bishop d4. No, that's blundering a bishop for both plays. So that's not going to happen. Or maybe you meant here. No, 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 it's not working. Yeah, bishop d4 is a plan here. Maybe that's what you meant. Next target 2533. Yeah, because 2532 is my peak, basically. Are you into teaching chess now? I do from time to time. But mostly I'm commentating. Yeah, this takes, guys, this is like six and a, every day it's 6.5 hours long stream. So, when you're talking nonstop for that long, it can be a bit tiring. So I do teach, but not when I'm commentating. I do it in other times. But when I'm not commentating, then I do teach, yes. Can I become your second? Bhai, you will predict my moves wrong then. I think that was all a destiny for Vidit because pairing differs. I don't know. By the way, taking a very quick look at Hans versus Abhimanyu Mishra, and it looks like it's a fortress. There is no way to hold it. He plays bishop c7. Yeah, there is basically nothing, no ways for white to make a breakthrough. So safe to say that this game will end in a draw as well, and Mishra will keep his streak alive. Vincent still completely winning against Parham. I think that game might end very, very quickly. Switching back to Alireza. What happens with rook a2 in Nihal's game? Right, rook to c3 पे. Do you mean rook a3? So instead of king f6, rook a3? Rook a3 is possible, but I think I will go bishop c5 to bother this rook again, and then you have to come back to c3. You can go to a, you cannot go to a2 actually, because there's rook f2, yeah? Remember, these squares are not safe because this bishop controls f1, this bishop controls f2. So I will make sure that you will trade this for sure. And once you trade, it's a draw. That's Nihal's only way to secure a draw if he manages to exchange the rooks. So that's why he's keeping his rook on c3. He sees that once you play a5, I have rook a3, and if you go a6, I have knight c7, attacking both of them, and you will capture one of the pawns, and it is just GG. So he's not going to allow that. And after king f6, if if you cannot play a5, then what do? You're basically running out of moves. You cannot play bishop b6 also. The knight is sitting here. You cannot remove this bishop because you need to control the a4 pawn as well. Rook a1 made a lot of sense to me because, then maybe you have some plans, but it's just not working. Arjun ka game laga hona bhai. Arjun won already against Sam Sevion. This was the position. So he finished about like 15-20 minutes ago. So yep, he's on 6 out of 9. And on standings, he's number 3 right now, but that's performance ratings, not your rating average. The rating average ke hisab se Arjun will be a bit lower. He was on the he was like in the middle before. And he beat 2692. So thoda sa increase hoga. He does have some chances, but a lot of things have to go his way. How will black proceed in that position? I'm assuming you're talking about this one. Oh, by the way, he plays rook e1. He doesn't go rook a1. Rook e1. I'm not really sure what the point of this move is. Because now if I understand correctly, you had f2 and f1 because ये दोनों इसको बचा रहे थे, right? But e2 you have because the bishop still controls that square, but e1 no one is controlling this. So maybe I can go rook a3 back. If bishop c5 then just rook a2. And if rook e2 then rook a1 check. And also oh knight f4 check भी है मेरे पास king g2 के बाद. Completely forgot about that. What if dark squares bishop get traded? It would help black. It would help black. Any bishop gets traded, it's going to help black. क्योंकि double bishop advantage चला जाता है फिर. If you take this away, then I think you can push this pawn very easily. Or yes, I understand that if you this bishop is very annoying because it always looks at h2. I understand why you're asking the question. But also remember that you also need your bishop to control these two squares जहाँ पे आपका pawn आने वाला है. So if you remove any of your bishops, then it's a problem. Now if Nihal had played rook a2 instead of rook f1, you mean rook a1 instead of rook e1, yeah? Here, rook a1. This position, yeah? Rook c2 is the move. And if you play rook f1 again, then you can just simply play g5. You wait कर रहे हो a5 का and then you play rook a2 and if white plays a6 then there is knight c7. So it is very very good. By the way, rook e1, rook a3 played. He is too sharp, yaar. He's not making a single mistake. Welcome back, Sahil bhai.
भाई कुछ वेलकम तो दिख नहीं रहा है फिरोजा की तरफ से, चाहता नहीं है मैं आऊंगा भाई.
He's just not making a single mistake. I mean, look at the precision at what he's playing chess. Like rook c2 found, knight d5 found, rook c3 found. We were discussing this. Rook f1, king f6 best move. Rook e1 and rook a3 because now f2 and f1 were controlled, right? याद है आपको? But now e2
Yeah.
and e1 are not controlled. Because e1 is no longer controlled. It's just like he's so sharp.
I think this is gone, Saj bhai. I think now it's not just one move. Now everything wins. And when you reach that territory, I think it's simple. And now just g5, g4, f4, just keep pushing pawns. Not much to do. And you never have bishop b6 now, regardless, because knight controls that square. So it's just gone.
Sahaj bhai, can you become my third to help me become Mohalla champion? Bhai, I think आपने साहिल को misspell कर दिया वहाँ पे.
मोहल्ला चैंपियन बनना इतना आसान नहीं है. बहुत मुश्किल है मोहल्ला चैंपियन बनना.
See,
चेन्नई के
already he's being your second.
भाई चेन्नई के मोहल्ले में जाओ ना भाई, फिर बनो सेकंड, फिर बनो
हाँ
मोहल्ला
तो
चैंपियन.
Sahaj, I
वीडी
am
गेम.
going to a district tournament tomorrow. How hard will it be for a 1400 rapid rated? यार डिपेंड करता है आपके फर्स्ट लाइक टॉप सीड कौन है, लाइक जनरल प्लेयर्स कौन है. ऐसे मतलब आपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट भी तो नहीं बताया ना कहाँ पे हो.
साज भाई,
तो चेन्नई में तो बहुत
अगर
डिफिकल्ट होगा भाई.
Vidit
यस.
has 1 minute to play 9 moves. It's winning, of course, but maybe we can have a look. This is depressing game, so the better ही
ओके.
है.
सच भाई क्वेश्चन कब दोगे यार? गुड क्वेश्चन. राकेश भाई ने तो दिया नहीं यार कोई क्वेश्चन. साहिल भाई आप ही पूछ लो यार कुछ.
मैं पूछूं?
हम्म.
चैट रेडी हो गया? फिर मेरे सवाल थोड़े हटके होंगे भाई, देख लो.
कर लो कर लो कर लो. इट्स ऑल
पूरा रेडी
फेयर.
लीजिए चैट. It's all fair in love, war and memberships.
एक वो गेम ऑफ थ्रोन्स का कोट है ना बहुत फेमस, क्या था वो? माय फादर बिलीव्स द पर्सन हु passes the sentence should swing the sword or something like that. अब आप मेंबरशिप ऐड कर रहे हो तो आपको ही क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहिए ना.
Wow, what a quote.
I think it's in the first episode of Game of Thrones. I remember it. It's a very nice quote.
Nice. मैं सवाल रेडी कर रहा हूँ, चैट. Give me 1 minute.
गेट रेडी चैट, लेट्स गो। क्रूक F4 ये देख के थोड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है, एक्चुअली एनर्जी आ रही है वापस। Oh, by the way, King E5 only move for Vidit. But okay,
ओ माय
not a
गॉड।
very difficult one. He has a minute on the clock. Not a very difficult move to play, though.
चैट रेडी हो?
Play.
सवाल के लिए बता दो मुझे। सो जो भी आंसर करेगा, यू हैव टू राइट द आंसर अलोंग विद योर चेस कॉम आईडी, अदरवाइज इट डजंट काउंट। सो पहले ही बोल दिया।
लोग कह रहे हैं नो।
नो, रेडी नहीं हो क्या? बढ़िया भाई, चलो मेंबरशिप बंद की भाई।
अच्छा नहीं, वो विदित की गेम में कह रहे थे। भाई विदित ने तो
अच्छा।
सारी सही चाल निकाली है भाई।
सो चैट,
भाई अभी से मत डालो अपना यूजर नेम
हाँ,
आंसर के
आंसर के साथ
साथ।
डालना है। सो चैट, आपको पता होगा कि सारे चेस टूर्नामेंट्स का जो पेयरिंग्स आता है वो आता है चेस रिजल्ट्स वेबसाइट पे। और उसके मुताबिक हमें देखा कि अभिमन्यु मिश्रा इज वन ऑफ द गाइज हु हैज द हाईएस्ट tie breaker. Who in this tournament has the lowest tiebreak one? Not the points. Who is that player who has the lowest tiebreak? सिर्फ नाम बताना है उनका। भाई लोएस्ट टाई ब्रेक है तो क्लियरली कोई ऐसे गुकेश नहीं है भाई।
हाँ
साज
मिल गया
भाई,
मुझे।
मिल गया? कितना दिख रहा है आपको
टू
टाई
फाइव
ब्रेक
सिक्स
उस
फोर
बंदे का? हाँ।
फन फैक्ट, ही एक्चुअली लॉस्ट टू दिव्या।
कोई बंदा दिख रहा है सही आंसर वाला?
नहीं। नो एक्चुअली ऑल ऑफ यू आर रॉन्ग भाई, सही क्वेश्चन पूछा आपने। भाई किसी ने नहीं लिखा अभी तक ना। ओ वेट,
वाओ।
समवन रोट इट, सैमी। सैमी,
सामी,
आई
आई
सी।
सी, आई सी अमृतांशु, उससे पहले कोई है क्या?
मृतांशु, आई डोंट सी हिम।
देवांश गुप्ता से ऊपर? सैमी आई सी।
सैमी
सैमी,
इज आई
मैं
थिंक
आपको
द वन।
मैं आईडी कॉपी कर लेता हूँ उनका। एंड बाई चांस कोई और नहीं हुआ तो ही विंस। नहीं,
ओके।
आईसी उससे पहले देखो। अनिमित, साज भाई, जस्ट 3 चैट ऊपर।
अच्छा हाँ, अनिमेत, यस, इविच वाले मेरे।
अनिमित, आपका आईडी सही है ना? हाँ, आई डोंट सी एनीबॉडी एल्स, आई थिंक अनिमित इज द करेक्ट आंसर।
नाइस। किसी ने इवान साविक लिखा। व्हाट डिड यू
हाँ वो,
राइट? आई
हाँ
थिंक
वो गलत
गलत
है।
लिख दिया उन्होंने। यू कुड हैव बीन
हाँ, बट वो
फर्स्ट।
काउंट नहीं हुआ। अनिमित भाई, होपफुली योर आईडी इज करेक्ट। चेकिंग। हाँ सही है भाई, यू विन 1 1 डायमंड मेंबरशिप।
अमेजिंग, दैट वाज अ नाइस क्वेश्चन। नाइस लिटिल एक्सरसाइज फॉर द चैट एज वेल।
हाँ भाई, चेस यूजर्स का प्रमोशन भी हो गया भाई। कोई तो
हम्म।
पैसे दे दो भाई, मैगी वालों तुम ही दे दो यार।
By the way, Nihal still thinking. 10 minutes on the clock. Yeah, so looks like pretty. This looks like it's winning though, of course. But I'm talking about Nihal's board. Nihal's is, of course, not looking amazing here. You can play something. The thing is, it's very hard to find moves for Nihal. Whenever you're in a worse position, you want to play something direct. You want to play something forcing, but यहाँ पे कुछ forcing है नहीं, and that's a very big sign that your position is quite bad. दिव्या देशमुख लड़, दिव्या की तो पोजीशन खराब ही थी ना। I'm not mistaken. This was the position. Oh, wait, E7. Big blunder by Divya. But why is this a blunder? Okay, I don't see. I don't think this is a. Okay, bishop E2 and F3 he has to find, but I don't know if he finds that. Like, it's a weird position.
Yeah.
Can Nihal try bishop F2 and H4? Let's take a look. Bishop F2 by bishop F2 में G5 है simple. It's a nice move though. Bishop H4 check का threat, but I just have G5 and it's GG. Like you don't achieve much, and then you have to return back to G1 and probably it's bad. By the way, he plays bishop D7, so putting some kind of a pressure on the E6 and the E5 pawn. साहिल भाई आप हो? आपका कैमरा
हाँ हाँ
गया?
भाई, मेरे बैटरी।
अच्छा अच्छा. Oh, an interesting development here in the Nihal board. He seems to be threatening bishop takes e6, king e6, and bishop d4. So let me just show it for the chat. Let's say black plays g5 here now. I go bishop e6, king e6, and just bishop d4, and now the bishop is pinned.
Is this a draw? Like rook
This is a
f4?
draw, yes, it's a draw.
Rook e5 वाला है, rook e5 वाला है। नहीं, rook e5 नहीं है, I
But
don't know.
black has to play either f4 because if you pin the bishop, then I can play knight e3. Like, let me just show that. So bishop f4 खेला मैंने. You take, king takes, bishop d4. And now since my pawn is on f4, this square is guarded, so I can play knight e3, and you're no longer hitting my bishop on e5. That's move number one. And move number two is even more scary to me. Like you play rook a2. The point is simple. You go bishop e6, king e6, bishop d4, and this is a classic example of why imbalances are working so well for the winning side usually. जब भी आपको जीतने के लिए खेलना होता है, you need more imbalances on the board rather than less. You have two choices. You can take on h2 or you can take on a4. If you take on a4 feels safer क्योंकि ये कोने का pawn है, बढ़ सकता है, whatever whatever, and you also secure कि ठीक है मैं ये गेम हार नहीं सकता कभी. But a4 के बाद ये position theoretically drawn है. But if you go rook h2, that creates a further imbalance in the position. After king g1, you go back rook a2, and this is winning for black. So that's the breakdown of the position after bishop d7. There is rook a2, there is f4. Two winning moves for Alireza.
Yeah. By the way, अबे सोजा जी, with the real questions, टिक्कू भाई बिरयानी और छोले भटूरे. Um, I'm really thinking about it, yeah. Whether
I don't
biryani or
know if
chole.
there is anyone in this world who would choose chole bhature. Come on, biryani is too
No,
good.
I mean, but what helps Nihal win here, Saj? Chole bhature or biryani? That's the main question, right?
Biryani, the
So
answer is
if
always biryani.
no, if we अगर हम यहाँ पे फ्यूजा के सामने क्या रखें कि वो गेम से डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो जाए, that's the question. I think that's what
Biryani,
he's trying to ask.
biryani
नहीं,
bhai.
but maybe his cuisine is not really, like maybe he's
Bhai,
more
ye
interested.
Persian food, no? They like biryani. I know.
Ah, but maybe he's bored with biryani, yeah? Maybe he wants something new. Chole bhature.
छोले भटूरे ज़्यादा स्पाइसी हो जाएगा उसके लिए यार. बिरयानी इज नाइस.
By the
दिल्ली
way,
वाले भाई नहीं.
has
क्या बात कर रहे हो
Vidit
यार?
has VD has made a slight mistake.
ओके.
Question mark दिख रहा है मुझे. Like he's still winning, but it was not the best. But I don't know what else he could have played.
9 सेकंड में खेला बाय द वे वो. Oh no, it's winning. It's winning. It's winning. It's winning. The follow up is h4 only move, by the way. Rook h4, rook takes f3, only move. d6 only move. Rook takes g3 only move. d7, king h4, and d8 queen allow करना है black को. And let me just say that a computer can save this position, a human cannot. Like the best way to save this if black pawn was on f7, black king was on g7, and rook ऐसे e6 g6 e6 g6 करके बैठ सकता है. But because king is already sort of a bit ahead and आपने f5 खेल दिया है, this will be not this won't be easy. I don't know if this is a theoretical draw. I don't think so. So it will be very easy for Vidit to convert this. So not really a mistake, chat.
And Saj bhai, I would take a rook knight versus rook endgame over this endgame any day.
ये तो बढ़िया एंडिंग है भाई. मजा आएगा इसको देख कर.
भाई क्वीन वर्सेस रुक पॉन नहीं चाहिए भाई, प्लीज. Can Arjun still qualify? Yes, he can. if he wins both games and some of the other results go his way, it's possible. But पहले दो गेम में जीतना पड़ेगा. That already is very difficult. But yes, hypothetically, yes.
आई एम फ्रॉम राजस्थान फ्रॉम अ थर्ड टियर सिटी क्या होता है भाई? राजस्थान थर्ड टियर सिटी कब से हो गई? बढ़िया सिटी है।
राजस्थान राजस्थान स्टेट है भाई.
मतलब तभी तो मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, अपने थर्ड टियर सिटी क्यों बोला उसको?
A tier 3 city in Rajasthan, he means.
ओ ओ, ओके 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 ओके, नाउ आई अंडरस्टैंड। समझा नहीं मैं आपका पॉइंट यार, सॉरी। माय बी। अच्छा, नहीं, आई 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 गेट इट नाउ। उफ, कौन सी सिटी है भाई? Actually, I've been to Rajasthan before. One of my very good friends used to live there before. Also a chess player.
Yeah, I've also been to a third tier city. दिल्ली में रहा हूँ मैं.
आपको मराठी आती है राइट साहिल भाई?
नहीं भाई,
I
किसी को
heard
बताना
from
नहीं.
someone you know that you know Marathi.
नहीं भाई, I know couple of words.
अच्छा 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 अच्छा। किसी ने बोला मुझे कुछ टाइम पहले।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा.
एक रिलायबल सोर्स।
मराठी बोल कह रहे हैं मॉन्डल जी. भाई chess 24 मराठी नहीं है भाई, luckily for now.
निहाल की गेम दिखाओ बस, लेट्स गो। दिस इज द पोजीशन ऑफ निहाल। एज आई मेंशनड, रुक A2 एंड F4, टू मूव्स। अलीरजा स्टिल थिंकिंग, एंड 8 मूव्स खेलने हैं उसको 8 मिनट के अंदर। 8 मूव्स 8 मिनट के अंदर। ये होता है chess 24 इंडिया, समझ रहे हो? हाफ एंड हाफ, हिंदी एंड इंग्लिश।
मार अगर मैं ना होता तो मैं हंसता जरूर. साल भाई, I promise.
Olisa, yeah, I know that player is having. I think. What did he do today?
Who?
हारा क्या वो आज?
कौन?
Yeah, he lost. The last seed of this event. Olisa
आ
Tennyson.
मैंने पुलिस सोचा, मैंने कहा पुलिस कहाँ से खेल रही है भाई.
Mhm. He had one draw in this entire tournament. Yeah, against Abdul Salimov Abdul Malik. Crazy.
वाह.
F4 will be played by Ali Reza. I think between Rook A2 and F4, I like F4 more because it feels natural. Ali Reza लेकिन कोई गलती नहीं कर रहा भाई. Player of the tournament. Ask me again in 2 days. फिर उसके बाद okay. So far, I think Anish is pretty impressive. I think Vincent is also pretty impressive. How he bounced back.
By the way, let's go to Vidit. 5 moves, 50 seconds. Only move D6. Of course, he's going to push, but let's
अब
just
तो
make
निकाल ही
sure.
देगा ये. D6
Come
is
on, VD
simple.
D6.
He's going into that ending, yeah.
अरे यार, लंबी एंड गेम है भाई.
हाँ, क्या कह रहे थे आप? I will prefer this ending, क्या कुछ कह रहे थे आप?
I would prefer Rook Knight versus Rook over this end game.
अच्छा 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 अच्छा, ऐसे साइड तो ऐसे पलटे हैं आपने।
नहीं, I literally said that. I would prefer Rook Knight over this. This is even longer.
बिकॉज लॉन्गर इसलिए क्योंकि आप थोड़ा खेल के F4 पुश कराओगे, फिर वापस खेल के F3 पुश कराओगे, एंड देन इट बिकम्स अनोइंग। बाय द वे, D6
Wait,
प्लेड।
I think ब्लैक को किंग F6 खेलना चाहिए, कोशिश करनी चाहिए किंग से रोकने के लिए.
किंग बिहाइंड पास पॉइंट्स, महान इंसान ने कहा था।
हाँ.
फिरोजा प्लेड, इज इट F4? जस्ट टेकिंग अ वेरी क्विक लुक। रुके टू यार, टॉप मूव ही खेला ऊपर से। You played the top move yet again. Bishop E6 and Bishop D4 is what we were discussing, and both of them are not working for Nihal. And remember that Black's simple threat now is Knight C3 and just to take this pawn. That's it. एक और क्वेश्चन कब पूछोगे? जब 1000 लाइक्स होंगे तब। ओपन टूर्नामेंट्स आर बेटर देन क्लोज टूर्नामेंट्स, अग्री। डिपेंड्स आपकी आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है। अगर आपको नॉर्म्स करने हैं या फिर आपको लेट्स से रेटिंग बढ़ानी है तो क्लोज टूर्नामेंट्स कैन बी वेरी गुड, स्पेशली एट अ लोअर रेटिंग। लाइक अगर आपकी 1700-1800 रेटिंग है, यू प्ले एन IM इवेंट, देन यू कैन गेन सम रेटिंग। 1700-1800 देंगे, 2100 पे यू कैन गेन रेटिंग मच क्विकर इन क्लोज इवेंट्स। कि क्लोज इवेंट्स में ज़्यादातर मोटिवेटेड लोग नहीं खेलते हैं, बट देन अगेन अगर आप एज अ टाइटल प्लेयर क्लोज इवेंट्स खेलते हो तो देन दैट कैन बी बैड फॉर यू। Exchange the rook for bishop. You mean bishop e6 or bishop d4? Oh, this you mean? नहीं 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 नहीं, that would be just GG immediately because king e5 के बाद आप push नहीं कर सकते ना इसको, pawn को. Olisa Tennyson is literally not a title player, so why is he playing? I don't know what was the thing for him to qualify. By the way, h4 played by Nihal. Nice move, but knight c3 is incoming and he's losing the a4 pawn now by force. I don't really know why he's how he qualified. Maybe there are odd number of players. I don't really know actually. My guess is as good as yours. Maybe he won some African individuals or some African zonals or something like that, and probably that's where the selection criteria came from.
What is Nihal hoping for, Saj? What mistake can
अब
Firouzja
तो नहीं है
make?
ना मिस्टेक भाई, नाइट C3 नाइट A4 मिल गया फिर तो कुछ है भी नहीं आपके पास। एक्चुअली नाइट C3 कहना को अच्छा ये भी पॉसिबल नहीं है ना, बिशप E6 खेलोगे तो किंग E6 एंड इफ यू गो बिशप D4 देन जस्ट नाइट E4। जी जी, अब तो ये भी काम नहीं कर रहा। भाई ओलेसा से अच्छा आप चले आते भाई, फिर यहाँ कौन बैठता? वो भी तो इम्पोर्टेंट है ना भाई। By the way, Vincent, again, still in that same position. Yeah, he's trying to win this for so long, but Varham is putting up a spectacular fight. He just wants to push this pawn down. It is technically winning, but he's not making it easy. How is Nihal losing? Because he blundered on move 37 in time pressure. होता है, it happens, but it's sad. H4 के बाद Ali Reza सोचते हुए यहाँ पे, and then I'm switching back to Vidit's board because this is the current position. He took Rook G3 here, and Vidit plays D7 and King H4 is incoming, and we are going to see that endgame on the board.
बाप रे.
Yeah, this is not pretty. Accuracy कितनी है निहाल फिरो की? I'm just going to show. Nihal is at 90.5 and Firouzja is 93.1, basically.
How is
Knight C3
Nihal
is...
losing?
Uh-huh.
भाई pawn down है ना यार, simple pawn down है. You can't push the H pawn. You can't push the A pawn. Black will push his own pawns.
Wow.
Simple.
By the way, knight c3, knight e4, knight g3 is also happening. That's another like thing to worry about.
भाई A4 pawn किया तो do you think Nihal resigns or does he play on? He plays on, I think, because yeah, stakes ही
He
ऐसे है ना.
plays on, yes. Jai आप chess coaching देता हूँ भाई, but rarely. But yeah, when I'm not commentating. Majestic Knight, I already answered your question some time ago. Did Arjun win? Yes, he did. VD game please. Okay. भाई वो गेम सबसे लंबा चलेगा from the looks
साथ
of
में
it.
how much do you charge? पूछ रहे अमितांशु.
How much do I charge? It depends, yeah. It depends on various factors. Depends on various factors. साहिल भाई शादी कब हो रही है आपकी?
शादी मेरी यार आई थिंक जब भगवान ने कहा है तो तब होगी भाई, वो
अच्छा
तो
अच्छा,
क्यों.
कभी सुना
हम
था एक
कौन है,
मैं, कभी
हम
सुना
कौन है
था।
डिसाइड करने वाले
अच्छा
साज
अच्छा
भाई.
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, crazy.
भाई
Crazy,
एट दिस
crazy.
पॉइंट हम एक दूसरे के मजे लेने को आ गए, गेम में मजा नहीं आ रहा भाई। दोनों गेम है डिसाइडेड है, बस चल रही है।
वो कह रहा है पंडित को भेजता हूँ. Rajbhai, are there people who coach for free just for the fun of it? I do. Actually, I have a student who I don't charge anything from. It's not for fun. It's because you see something really bright in them. But yes.
ओह, साज भाई ये बताना नहीं था कि
Sorry?
ये नहीं बताना था कि मैं आपका स्टूडेंट हूँ भाई, बताना नहीं था। सीक्रेट था भाई वो।
किसी को पता नहीं कौन है. Sahil actually.
दिव्या व्हाट न्यूज? दिव्या ये क्या न्यूज है साज भाई? चैट पूछ रही है।
um, Putting up the game. Oh, by the way, e7 was a blunder, so a miss by Shigeru. I told you this wasn't easy to find. Bishop a7, bishop e7, bishop d4. Only move played. Takes knight into another only move played. Bishop b7, rook f4, bishop c8, knight f1. Rook aata hai a3 pe, and she plays rook e4, and she has equalized once again.
कोई कह रहा है हाउ इज कोलकाता फॉर चेस, वन साइड डिफीटेड गांगुली। भाई वैसे
Wait, wait, wait,
काफी
wait, 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 wait.
इम्प्रेसिव है।
Slight mistake by Firouzja. I think a pretty big mistake by Firouzja. If I go rook b1, because he didn't go knight c3. Is it just gone, or am I just too
Rook
hopeful?
b1 apparently is a strong move, yeah? Did he just mess it up?
A bit, I think. A bit.
Because rook b1, I think let's play rook b1. I think the obvious move is bishop h4, right? You take the pawn, but there's bishop d8 and you win the
Yes, for
bishop.
sure.
So, what's the move? Knight f2 check. Can we play?
Knight f2 check is not good. King g1 aa raha hai udhar.
Knight s3,
This
king
is
h1,
already
yeah?
equal. Well, you are
King f1,
entering
sorry.
equal territory.
Oh, wow. Bhai, there is hope.
Yeah, some hope for sure.
भाई
Knight
किस
e4
किस ने
वापस गया तो
हाँ
bishop की check only move. King e5, bishop c7 check only move. Look at this. King d4 I have bishop b6 check only move. यार ये थोड़ा निहाल के लिए भी डिफिकल्ट है.
बट हमने इंडिया साउथ अफ्रीका का मैच देखा था वो यार, जब साउथ अफ्रीका था ना भाई, जहाँ पे कैच पकड़ा था उन्होंने। आ,
यार क्रिकेट वाले
सूर्य
रेफरेंसेस
कुमार
नहीं समझ आएंगे मुझे.
सूर्य कुमार यादव ने कैच पकड़ा था भाई, बॉर्डर नो, साउथ अफ्रीका वाज कंप्लीटली विनिंग
हम्म.
T20 वर्ल्ड कप से, याद है कौन सा था, व्हाटएवर।
हम्म.
ही हिट अ सिक्स, बॉल बाउंड्री पे जा रही है, द गाय jumped, threw the ball in the air, went past the boundary line, came back and caught it.
Oh, that is
And he
so cool.
and that was the guy who was hitting, so he got out, and then India won. Like it was so easy, like it was like this position, yeah, it's very easy to win, but then India won the World Cup. So कुछ भी हो सकता
Nice.
है भाई।
That's very cool. That sounds very cool. By the way, switching to VD's game, यार mods इतना मतलब excite हो रहे हैं विदित के गेम को लेके.
Oh, Ruby1 played by Nihal. Ruby1 played by Nihal.
भाई 60 मूव्स हो गई हैं विदित के बोर्ड पे. 15 मिनट आ गए हैं उसके पास. आई एम स्विचिंग बैक टू निहाल्स बोर्ड.
Log
रुक बी
on, log
वन.
on.
Okay.
Yes.
He messed it up, I think, for sure. He can mess it up again, I think.
And G5 is the only move now, like the cleanest move at least.
But g5 is not an easy decision, right? Because takes
Yeah.
you are accepting bishop e4 here. Like
Yeah.
this position, king g5 के बाद, you are accepting this position as white, as black. You maybe you assess it as white has some chances there. Okay, but the rook is on 7th rank, so it is winning. Does he find
No, I
g5?
think
Chat.
and G5 के बाद भी I think Rook B1 king pawn takes, let's say G5 pawn takes king takes. There's apparently move like one is A5, of course, that's the obvious move. There's also Rook B4, a freaky move. I
समझ
don't
नहीं आया.
think Nihal finds this, but I think a5, yeah, logical.
Hmm.
And then king
A5.
g4 only move. a5, king g4 only move.
Instead of rook b4 if I play a5. Okay.
Yeah. And
The
then
king g4 तो logical है ना भाई, क्योंकि king h3 king
but then bishop b7, and now king h3 pe there is bishop takes e4, which is also it's still winning, yeah. Still
hmm.
winning. Crap. So
His
g5 खेल
position
रहा है,
is
then he's
too
winning.
strong. But let's see. But he has to find g5 though.
Yeah,
And
what to
Alireza
do?
has a minute on the clock. भाई
भाई
कान तो हिल चुका भाई,
पांच
पूजा गैम्बिट भी हो चुकी है.
पांच चालें खेलनी है उसको, पांच चालों में कुछ निहाल को मत करना है, पांच चालों में नहीं हुआ था, नहीं होगा. यार बहुत निहाल. 1.5 मिनट सहज भाई, कुछ हो सकता है.
Actually, definitely possible. G5, not easy because it's a committal move. You have to be sure that it is winning before you play it. Where is GM Rajavov? I think he has an academy, like a chess academy. So I think he's not playing as much, but I think he's coaching actively.
I think he lost like, oh, by the way, something
Wait,
played.
that's a
Bishop f2.
that's a mistake.
That's a mistake. Bishop d8 check, only move for Nihal now.
Wait. Still
Oh,
trying to
this is not.
understand how it's.
So bishop d8 checks, very difficult. Bishop d8 check. First of all, king g7 page, you have to play rook b7 check and suddenly
Hey,
go on the offensive, which is not easy.
King G7, Rook B7 check only move. King H6 गया तो
King h6 पे bishop e4. You take the knight, f
F
takes,
E4.
and now rook b4. This is impossible.
No, this is like godlike calculation. Rook B4, E3, and then Bishop B6.
Oh, this is not happening. Yeah.
देखो यार, ईयर गैम्बिट और पूजा गैम्बिट यहाँ तक लेकर आ गई है. ठीक है. एंड नाउ इट्स इन निहाल्स हैंड्स.
Draw नहीं है भाई. It's still I think. Yeah,
नो नो,
it's a
इट्स
good.
इट्स अ ड्रॉ. इट्स अ ड्रॉ.
No, I mean, it will not likely be a draw still. I think जो देखा हमने variation, it's impossible. Also, bishop d8 check पे, king e5 पे, as you mentioned, bishop c7 check, and then king d4 पे, oh, not bishop b6, but a5.
एंड देन बिशप टेक्स H4 भी मर रहा है यार.
Bishop h4 पे, bishop b6, अब check देना है भाई. That is.
King C3. Your plan is to just give checks to the king. King D2 आया तो rook C4. Yeah, then you go rook A4 or something. Yeah, this is, you basically put all of your eggs in one basket, which is this pawn.
Bhai, but the basket is changing every move. That's the problem.
It's a different basket with each move.
Yeah, this is difficult. I'm still hoping, but बहुत difficult है. बहुत. If Nihal finds this, like, this will be insane.
He doesn't need to find it all the way. He can even play the move and come to that position because anything else kind of loses. Bishop C7 maybe doesn't. I don't know. Yeah, probably. But clearly, Alireza saw something and then he misevaluated. अगर ये बचा लिया निहाल ने, it would be insane, I think. भाई सब बोल बोल के थक गए, विदित गेम दिखाओ भाई. विदित का गेम सेम पोजीशन पे पड़ा हुआ है. दिस इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट. यहाँ पे 4 मूव्स बचे हुए हैं. एक प्लेयर के पास 3.5 मिनट है, एक प्लेयर के पास 1.5 मिनट पड़ा हुआ है. एंड वी हैव अ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट मोमेंट हियर. सो लेट्स स्टे हियर एंड इन 4 मूव्स वी कैन गो बैक टू द विदित बोर्ड.
Also, Vidit game, I think, is gonna
It's a long
really
game भाई.
last long game actually.
Very long game.
I'm gonna collapse before that game ends anyways. So उस पे बाद में आते हैं, पहले पहले इसको खत्म करते हैं भाई।
I can almost guarantee कि साहिल भाई का कैमरा जाएगा वो गेम खत्म होने से पहले। It's
भाई
that
मैं
long.
ही जाऊंगा, कैमरा तो दूर की बात है, मैं ही जाने वाला हूँ भाई। आप करना भाई अकेले कमेंट्री।
3 minute remaining for Nihal. Bishop d8 check only move. You cannot. By the way, someone was asking in the chat, can we exchange the bishop? This is a good example. Like if you exchange the bishops, it's dead lost because you cannot play a5 anymore.
या वैसे पॉन को पुश करने के लिए यू नीड सपोर्ट ऑन ए5 ए6 ए7 ए8, चारों स्क्वायर पे तुम्हें एक सपोर्ट चाहिए। एंड
Played. Let's
वाओ,
go. Okay. Now what? Does Ali Reza plan King G7? And question is after king goes King E5. Wow,
oh,
Bishop C7 check. Oh, this is actually happening on the board. Only move for Nihal.
only move, only move. I think he'll go back to f6. He's trying e5 once, then he'll go back to f6. I think. I don't think he'll come to d4.
But that
Although he
only
might,
gives.
because
Yeah, yeah.
नहीं difficult है, because rook b7 check देख लिया होगा फिरोजा ने, maybe he's scared of that check though.
But remember that line with Rook B4 and E3 के बाद Bishop B6 खेलना था. You think he saw all of
He
that?
might have seen it. He might have seen
I
Firouzja.
don't.
Firouzja might
Like
have seen
that's
it.
very
Yeah.
difficult, I think.
I'm still surprised Nihal even found it. Yeah, but I hope he finds the continuation. Wow.
Bishop C7 check played. Let's go. Okay. Some hope. Yeah, you are
Okay.
right.
See, he went back. Okay. The crucial moment, chat. If he comes to e5, he can't go back now. So now is the committal moment. Where does he go?
Hmm. No, actually he can, no? This was the first time. So Bishop D, this is the first
No,
time.
but no, but the second time check again, na f6 पे. King e5, king bishop c7, king f6, bishop d8. So it's been checked twice. And
एक ही
Firouzja is
बार तो
just
चेक
trying
आई
to
ना?
दो बार आ गई समझ में।
भाई एक ही बार आई है. Like
नहीं,
Bishop
bishop
F2 was
d8
the position. Bishop
57
D8
and
is
59.
this is first. Yeah,
हाँ,
57.
57 is first and 59 the second.
So you mean if he plays King E5, then he has to go King D4. Ah, okay, yeah, you're right, you're right, you're right.
हाँ, but I think Firouzja is just trying to get the 60th move. So the thing is, लेकिन ये 59th move है. So if this was two moves later, he would love that extra 15 minutes, but he doesn't have time. Perfect
Mhm.
time पे आया है साथ भाई choice dilemma. And
By the way,
question for you,
Divya
chat and
under severe
Sahaj.
time trouble against. Yeah, go ahead.
By the way, King G7 Firouzja has played. Who do you think benefits more from gaining extra time, Nihal or Firouzja?
Nihal, for sure.
Nihal ना, वही मुझे लगता है,
For sure,
because
for sure.
but now he has to find rook b7 check, and this is 60th move, Sahaj. 60th move, chat. 60th move. If he finds rook b7, I think there might be some chances of him holding the game. एक move निकालना है.
Very big chance, I think.
Because the thing is, chat, even let's play check Sahaj once. King, let's say, comes to h6. From here, you can see rook b4. I think a player
Yeah,
like Nihal, from here with extra 15 minutes, can find rook b4. So even though he might not have seen it earlier, he might see it now. So rook b7 check खेलना बहुत जरूरी है लेकिन.
but takes. Rook B4 आता है. I mean, it's still not simple. Rook E2 भी खेल सकता हूँ मैं इधर, for example.
But a5?
Then I bring my king up to H5, then King G4. Like Bishop B6 only move here. All right. It's not easy.
Yeah, but
None
he
of this
can.
is easy.
But he can. I think process of elimination से maybe he can find, like, at least hope तो है.
Hmm. Divya just now has made a huge blunder in time pressure and she is now lost. Wow. अरे मेटिन ये तो मेट हो गई दिव्या के बोर्ड पे. शी इज डेड लॉस्ट.
Can we show the board once? ये रहने दो भाई, रहने दो, अभी
मैं
रहने दो, कुछ चेंज मत करो, अभी ये रहने दो भाई.
भी सोच रहा था यही करने देते ना.
This is the version of not getting up from the seat when, like, India is doing well in cricket. Let's not change anything.
एब्सोल्युटली. बाय द वे विदित का बोर्ड बिकॉज उसके अपोनेंट के पास इतना ज्यादा टाइम है He can just. I don't think he's gonna fall for it.
नहीं मीडी जीतेगा भाई आराम इतना भी अच्छा 26 मिनट है उसके पास ओ
26 मिनट है ना. And I'm not sure
ओके
if it's a holdable position. कि 45 seconds for निहाल. Let's go. भाई एक चांस और मिला है.
कम ऑन निहाल सरीन दिस इज द मोमेंट you have been waiting for.
Okay, 25 seconds. There's rook b7 and maybe there's also bishop g5 straight away, which keeps the king at bay. Maybe you have some check ideas.
10 seconds
Doesn't.
almost for Nihal Sareen. He knows it's the 40th move. Come on, Nihal. Rook b7 check. We need that check. Now. अरे यार
Yeah,
अरे
I thought
यार
this would happen actually. Okay, you were asking me who does it benefit? Now it benefits Firouzja. But okay, it was an insane find to begin with.
Can we go deeper, Saj? Because I think this is still not easy. So bishop g5, the only move now is knight takes. Okay?
Yeah.
Pawn takes. And now bishop e3, only move. First of all. So, you might think kuch aur hoga, bishop e3 only move. Now check.
What
King.
else are you supposed to do? Rook b7, king
But
f8.
now king f8 only move because bishop e8 aa raha hai otherwise. And now bishop to d7.
King e7.
E7.
I have 3 pawns.
I thought you'll play e5, but
No, king e7. I want to keep the pawn on the light squares for as long as I can.
okay. What if I
This is
give a
simple.
check? Rook b8 check, king e7, bishop e8,
Rook b8, king
bishop
f,
g5,
bishop g5. ये तो winning है.
bishop g6, rook a4, lost. Yeah.
This is winning. This is winning. This is winning. Theoretically won. By the way,
मार
knight
दिया
g5,
यार उसने.
knight g5. Okay, now they have 15 minutes added. By the way, Vincent about to win his game against Parham. His pawn has reached the a3 mark. So he's definitely going up to 6.5 out of 9. Jumping to Vidit's board very quickly. This is the position. He pushed f4 here. So he's trying to promote this pawn all the way. But there's a very good chance that this is a fortress.
नहीं, I think fortress नहीं होगा. I think he'll win.
Fortress, I think.
क्या
Good
बात
chance.
कर रहे हो भाई?
I think fortress.
Okay, let's say I play king
Fortress
d5.
as in, you know what I mean, no? Like it's not possible to win.
Okay, let's say मैंने कुछ खेला king d4, king d5. I don't know which one is better.
Rook g2 or rook g5? Rook g2
Rook g2,
probably.
king e5.
Rook check.
Check. Let's say king f5.
King f6 you mean?
नहीं, f5. What's wrong with f5?
भाई f5 पे कैसे जाओगे? मैंने चेक दिया ना
अच्छा,
आपको rook
g5
g5.
check दिया. Oh, I thought e2
हाँ.
check दिया. King, let's say d4.
Then rook g2 वापस.
Rook g2. Mm,
Like I don't know. Like I think it's not easy for Vidit to win this. I'm not actually sure if this is. एक सेकंड टेबल पे चेक कर लेता हूँ मैं.
interesting. अगर it draws this, of course his chances vanish. So इसमें कोई doubt ही नहीं है. But then Firouzja still has to play bishop e3, the only move. But
It's winning. It's winning.
yeah, नहीं है क्या?
Yeah, it's winning. In 42 moves, it's winning.
Oh wow, only. And one
Only
mistake and it
42
might be
moves.
drawn.
Easy. इतना easy है भाई.
Arjun has already won, bhai. So that game is over.
Long
Gukesh
time
has
ago.
drawn. Pragg has drawn.
This is Nihal's board right here. This is the current position, bishop e3. By the way, let's check out Divya's blunder. What happened there? So apparently, oh, by the way, she has already lost her match. Wow. Someone said it was a six. Oh, this was the position. Sahil bhai, look at this. It was a 60th move. She had 38 seconds on the clock and she played bishop b2. And bishop b6 check resigns. That is so sad.
I mean, can't I just play bishop e3 or something? Like, kya ho raha hai?
Hey, bishop e3 was fine, bishop f2 was fine, and it's a draw, basically.
Wow.
It's a sad loss for Divya, I think. Yeah, of course. I mean, I would be devastated here too. I mean, come on, this is you defend for such a long time, like 6+ hours, and 60th move pay, 60th move curse kind of striking again. That's definitely very sad. But if Vidit goes king d4, it's the best move in the position. Oh, that's sad to hear actually. भाई अर्जुन का मैच खत्म हो गया है. Long time ago. He's not playing anymore. He won. He finished. Yep, this is VD's position. Now going back to Nihal. This is the current position. Bishop e3, by the way, only move. 15 minutes each. Well, 12 for Ali Reza. साल में आया like 1 minute में. Right back.
Yeah. It's heartbreaking. Yeah. I mean, it's always is. Yeah. Chess में ये होता है ना कि एक move में you can just lose everything. That's just how chess is. That's why it imitates life as well. Blunder incoming from Firouzja. Yeah, but I kind of agree with Sahaj here. Bishop e3 के अलावा what else? If the king was on f7, I would say okay, king e7 is an option. But there's nothing else because rook b7 check aa raha hai. There's nothing else black can do. Can Arjun and Nihal play tomorrow? Yes. But in color, I think same hai. So is less likely, but possible. Arjun still has chances. But लेकिन दोनों जीतने हैं and कुछ result अपने साथ जाने चाहिए. She was almost crying but resigned with a smile. Yeah, I mean, वही है ना भाई, chess is very hard because you can blame no one. All you can do is blame yourself. And एक चाल में हारना इतना घंटे खेलने के बाद it will always hurt. I mean, imagine यार मतलब imagine तुम IKEA का बेड फिक्स कर रहे हो, ठीक है? एंड तुमने पूरा का कुछ 2 3 4 घंटे हो गए एंड देन सडनली तुम्हें रियलाइज हुआ तुमने एक कुछ चीज उल्टा डाल दी है एंड यू हैव टू अनस्क्रू एवरीथिंग एंड डू इट अगेन लाइक इट्स द सेम फीलिंग यार मतलब इतना मेहनत किया सब पानी में. If Pragg had drawn, he has no chance. Yeah, Pragg has no chance now. Pragg के chance खत्म. How did you get the NM scheme? NM, I think I got accidentally. I didn't know it was a title. I just played in the US and got the title 2200 rating पे. CM 2200 rating हुई, मैंने अप्लाई कर दिया था. Actually मैंने अप्लाई नहीं किया था. I applied after COVID when I realized कि भाई अब खेलना वेलना है नहीं. Anish is playing candidates for sure. I wouldn't say it's sure because anything can happen. अभी 2 गेम पेंडिंग है. 2 गेम में कुछ भी हो सकता है. 2 गेम पहले तो लिटरली Param Maksudlu was leading the tournament. So anything can happen in 2 games and Param is already out. Which should place in qualify candidates? I think Vincent Keimer is one of the favorites now. Vincent Keimer is one of the favorites. I feel he has a genuinely good chance. Second, I think it will be Anish or Arjun. Anish/Arjun side Nodrbek. I think Keimer qualify करेगा. And then Anish/Arjun/Nodrbek. इनमें से कोई होगा. निहाल के chances मुझे बहुत कम लग रहे हैं unless he defends this. नहीं भाई 2200 रेटिंग करनी पड़ती है. You need a FIDE rating of 2200. ऐसे अप्लाई करने से पहले 2200 रेटिंग करनी पड़ती है भाई. NM is the lowest. Yup, it is the lowest one, bhai. What is CM? CM is Chief Minister, bhai. Can Gukesh say, I am not defending my title like Magnus? He can, but why would he say that? I mean, Magnus had won it 5 times. He did not want to play classical chess. Gukesh loves classical chess. Blue नहीं करेगा. I think लोगों का difficult है because now he's going to face some tough competition. Saj, do you think Luva Matthias can qualify with the candidates? I think it's going to be difficult for him.
I mean, he has a very good chance. His
I don't
tiebreak
know.
is fantastic. I think if I look at his tiebreak, I'm just taking a quick look. Blue Bomb is number one right now, 267. Yeah, he has a very high average rating, but the challenge will be for him to win 2 games in a row.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I feel is going to be difficult because
Or 1.5 out of
anybody.
2 he needs.
Yeah,
The one win is going to be challenging.
agreed. I think it's just कि final वो जो lap जो होता है ना करना, it requires nerves of steel, and वो nerves है कि नहीं पता नहीं because we've not seen him at the top before. A bit like Nihal. Nihal से आज crumble हो गया, right? So
No, I
it
mean,
could
but
happen
he's
to.
playing fantastic chess. No, I mean, after playing Norderbeck, also his rating average would increase a lot, and he defended that position against Norderbeck with the black pieces. I mean, I think it's pretty impressive what he's doing so far. By the way, Bishop H4
Blunder!
played.
Blunder by Firouzja. Sahaj, that's a big mistake.
But why?
But how? Let's have a look.
That's not a
Check,
mistake. Rook B7
check,
check, King F8,
King F8, Bishop D7,
King
King
E7,
E7, and now Bishop B5 check apparently is strong.
King D6. Ah, that rook is on A2. That means rook A6, King E5 पे I have rook E6 check.
Oh, that is beautiful. King E5, rook takes E6.
Yeah,
And it's a
that's the move.
draw.
That's why the bishop had to be on E3 to
So
not
King
allow rook
D5
B6
only
check.
moves, Sahaj. King D5 is the only way to move forward. And then Bishop D7. Basically, जब Bishop E3 पे था, why did not have the B6 square for his rook? That's the difference.
But if I play rook, yeah, exactly. If I play rook E2 to defend this, can I push A5 now? Yeah, you can push A5 now. Bishop F2, rook B5. I still think this is very difficult to hold though. Very difficult to hold.
Very difficult, but at least there's a hope. There's chance, yeah?
Yeah, for sure there is a chance. And now Nihal thinks for the final 15 minutes. He has to find this. He has to find a way forward.
मैं भी सोच ही रहा था यार अगर बिशप E3 हो गया तो यार हमारे सूत्र ऐसे खाली हाथ क्यों आ रहे हैं बट द गेम गोज ऑन
Yep. Rook B7 check played instantly. Wow.
भाई एक बंदे ने लिखा टिक्कू फ्यूचर जीएम वॉर्ड ने उसको मैसेज को डिलीट कर दिया भाई दैट्स क्रेजी कैन Sahaj beat Divya in classical I guess it will be close
I mean, I guess nobody will know unless we play, yeah?
वो कान्ये वेस्ट वाला करना पड़ेगा आपको भाई people ask me what I would do if I played against Divya I guess we'll never know कहता हूँ
Yeah.
भाई ऐसे कुछ करना पड़ेगा
Awesome. King F8 played, by the way. So 14 minutes for Nihal. He has a time though.
And Chad, the thing is now, okay, they have, by the way, have they gained the time or are they supposed to gain the 15 minutes?
They have already gained it.
They have, right? So Firouzja has 8 minutes now.
Also
कुछ भी हो
tough for
सकता है भाई.
Firouzja, yeah? Yeah, tough
Yeah,
for him.
Bishop D7 though. Only move Bishop D7. Bishop D7.
Hmm. But the Vidit's opponent still thinking in that position after King D4. So there's not an update there anymore. Bishop
Oh, he
D7
plays
played.
it.
Let's go.
Fine, Nihal Sarin fighting for his life. And now King E7 only move for black. Chad, because if E5, there is Bishop E6. And I think this Nihal comfortably will draw. I genuinely feel so. Because the king
Why
is
rook
kind of a
A?
bit.
Wait, rook A4?
Rook A4, rook F7 check. King E8, rook G7. Apparently, is a dead draw.
Ah, because you win rook G6 and Bishop F5 both. Okay, nice. Good chance here.
I mean, you can
Good
save
chance for
F4, but there's Bishop D7.
ये
So,
F4 तो F4 खेलते ही तो हमें Bishop D7 पे रुक किंग मतलब King F8 है मेरे पास.
हाँ.
Then rook H Bishop D7 is a draw क्या? If I play F4, it is a draw, yeah. King F8, Bishop rook G6. Bishop A4 is also a draw, by the way.
Wow. Sahaj bhai, is there hope?
Let's hope so. Let's hope there is hope. सूत्रों के अनुसार ड्रॉ हो गया? नहीं भाई, सूत्रों ने कुछ
क्या
नहीं
तुमने
बताया अभी
लास्ट
तक।
टाइम ये बोला था ना, निहाल ने अगली चाल में ब्लंडर किया था भाई, ये मत करो भाई प्लीज।
हाँ, अगर हमें पता चले, वुड यू वांट टू नो चैट?
हाँ दैट्स अ गुड क्वेश्चन, अभी नहीं पता है ऑनेस्टली।
नहीं पता है हमें,
पर
बट इफ
पता
वी
लगे
नो।
तो बताना है कि नहीं बताना है?
हाँ,
आई डोंट थिंक बताना चाहिए वैसे।
आई डोंट थिंक बताना चाहिए इधर। Alright, I'm seeing one no and like so many yeses.
नहीं वैसे
Please
पता भी
don't
नहीं है भाई
spoil.
शायद, पता भी नहीं है, एंड जब वो सूत्र आएगा देन वील सी।
Crazy actually. So many people saying yes. That's insane actually. पोल करना चाहिए यहाँ पे। साहिल भाई,
नहीं नहीं आई
सूत्रों
थिंक
के अनुसार।
देखो जब वो आएगा ना तुम्हें भाई शक्लों से वैसे ही पता लग जा रहा है, बिकॉज वी आर सो एक्साइटेड अबाउट दिस गेम। आई डोंट थिंक वी कैन हाइड इट साहज भाई ऑनेस्टली।
No, no, no. Poker face.
दैट्स द गिव अवे ना कि पोकर फेसेस दे विल फिगर इट आउट।
I don't think so.
रियली चलो लेट्स सी।
They don't know the moment, na, the crunch moment when it happens. By the way, Ali is thinking so he definitely missed something in this position.
भाई जितनी बार मैं चीख चुका हूं ना, उतने ब्लंडर मैंने इस गेम में देखे हैं भाई। कम ऑन भाई फ्रीजा भाई, एक दो गलती और।
If Nihal holds this, it would be very, very impressive. 6.5 hours long match. I mean, that is not a joke.
भाई वो टाइम डिफरेंस इज क्रूशियल एक्चुअली। 14 वर्सेस 5 है ना, दैट इज एक्सट्रीमली क्रूशियल आई थिंक।
Hmm.
उसके बिना इट्स इम्पॉसिबल।
Well, already, I mean, he's going to be in huge time trouble, and maybe there's a chance he misses something else.
सो क्वेश्चन फॉर यू साज, हैज ही सीन दिस रूकी सिक्स आइडिया?
I think so. For sure. He sees the rook on it. I mean, once you see the follow up, it's not that difficult, I think, Bishop b5 check to play over the board. I mean, he could have played King e7, also Bishop b5 check के बाद वापस King f8 चला जाए, just to repeat once. But okay, this Bishop c4 also, immediately.
या
He knows he is messed up.
व्हाई इज
Definitely he
टिकू नॉट
knows.
प्लेइंग इन इंडिया वर्सेस यूएसए? भाई कोई स्लॉट में फिट नहीं होता यार। व्हाट इज द प्रोसीजर टू अप्लाई फॉर फिटेड टाइटल आफ्टर 2300? आई वुड से कि आई थिंक आई डोंट नो हाउ आई अप्लाइड फॉर द एनएम टाइटल। सिर्फ मेल करना होता है उनको भाई, इट्स नॉट इवन दैट कॉम्प्लिकेटेड। बस नॉर्म वॉर्म होते नहीं है, सो देयर इज नो रियली
I
अ
don't understand.
चेक या।
Are you actually 2300? Because I don't know. I don't buy the fact that no 2300 knows how to do this. Like when if you become
इट्स
2300,
पॉसिबल एक्चुअली, इट्स
I
पॉसिबल
don't
लाइक
think so.
मतलब
Come on.
आई डिडंट नो हाउ टू अप्लाई फॉर अ टाइटल जब वो सीन का करना था, तो आई टू सर्च एंड वो सर्च करना पड़ा था पूरा प्रॉपर एंड लुक कि क्या है।
Hmm. King e7 on the board. 4 minutes left for Ali Reza.
Oh wow. Now bishop b5 only move.
Yeah, bishop c8 check also a very attractive move, but king d6 के बाद rook b6 check. You do win this, but I think there is a mating net on the king if I understand it correctly. Like bishop c8, king d6. If you go rook b, ah no, there's king c7. This king c7.
You win the piece.
Yeah, yeah. Bishop e6 पे there is rook a1 check, so my rook doesn't fall. So nice little trick there. So ज़्यादा नहीं सोचना होगा यहाँ पे निहाल को. Bishop b5 check is easy.
See, I mean, I think I agree with you actually, because bishop c6 there is king d6. That feels like a nothing move. Bishop
Mm-hmm.
e8, bishop g5, bishop g6, rook a4. You know this is lost,
Mm-hmm.
right? There's nothing to do. So you can't play bishop e8. Um, bishop d5, bishop e4, not possible. Bishop f3 does squat. Bishop g2 does squat. So, I mean, you don't have any choices. You have to play bishop b5.
Bishop c8 check is the other move. जो king d6 के बाद, I
हाँ
think you will look at this one check, and then once you see king c7, then you're saying, okay, this is not working anymore. So bishop b5 check is probably what he goes for.
चैट जितने भी लोग हैं चैट में, एक बार सबके सब लोग निहाल ओपी लिख दो भाई। क्या पता हमारी दुआ काम कर जाए भाई, एक बार सबके सब लिख दो, बिकॉज अब तक जब भी निहाल ने कम बैक किया है गलती वापस करी है। सो एक बार सबके सब लोग भाई निहाल लिख दो, हु नोज इट वर्क्स। एंड 4 मिनट है फिरोजा के पास बाय द वे।
And Nihal also taking his time. I think a very smart decision. Arre, lovely. Very nice.
भाई ड्रॉ के लिए ही कह रहा हूं मैं, ड्रॉ के लिए ही कह रहा हूं, ड्रॉ वुड बी अ विन के बराबर है यहाँ पे ऑनेस्टली।
Hmm. By the way, looks like Vidit is going to win this. बार थोड़ा सा ऊपर गया है, but still not an easy way forward. ओपोनेंट के पास बहुत टाइम है, और विदित के पास 6 मिनट है, उनके पास 12 मिनट पड़े हैं। सहज
आज
भाई
भाई
ये
एक
ड्रॉ है क्या हाई
हाँ,
डेप्थ में? आई थिंक सो, आई थिंक सो। ऑलरेडी हम डेप्थ 26 पे यहाँ पर ऑलरेडी पहुंच चुके हैं, एंड इट शोज -111, दैट मीन्स इट्स अ ड्रॉ।
सूत्र उत्र नहीं हुआ भाई, कोई सूत्र नहीं है भाई। यू कैन काउंट द टाइम यार, 10-4 है, अगर सूत्र आगे होते तो 10-19 तक गेम खत्म हो जाती। 10-19 तक गेम खत्म नहीं होगी।
ओके, सो किंग E7।
By the way, Kemer has won. One update. He goes to 6.5. Hans Zimmer will draw, by the way, dead drawn position. Opposite color bishops. No, same color bishops, sorry, but no chance. They were playing for a
Anish
long time.
also in six
So,
and a half, yeah. So two very strong players now fighting
yeah.
for the candidate spot. Anish has a very, very good chance, I think.
Yeah. Now the question is who will join them? Yeah. Nihal or Firouzja. One of them will join them on 6.5 और एक 6 पे 5.5 पे कुछ रह जाएगा. Let's see.
Also, let's not forget Anish was playing. Anish was with white, and Vincent was with black. So Vincent also having a crazy tournament. Tomorrow, if he wins, then
Yeah.
like he would only need a draw after that.
True. By the
Kicking
way,
is
10 minutes for Nihal.
भाई डिनर करके हो गया। नाइस टू सी निहाल इज स्टिल फाइटिंग एंड विद अ चांस। अरे थैंक यू भाई, ही स्टिल फाइटिंग। व्हाट अ वॉरियर भाई, 6.5 घंटे के बाद ही स्टिल फाइटिंग, नॉट गिविंग अप।
Come on. Bishop B5 check. Can we all write Bishop B5 check in the भाई देखते हैं भाई, क्या पता यूनिवर्स सुन ले भाई। Bishop B5 check. Let's go भाई निहाल। बिशप E5 नहीं भाई, तुम लोग तो वो भी हराम हो गए। B5 नहीं भाई, बिशप B5 check.
Oh, by the way, I do have the. Acha, you did the question already, huh? Yeah, sorry. I
हाँ
do have
सर।
another question. Rakesh bhai just send it to me.
बाद में 1000 लाइक पे एक और होता है, 625 लाइक हो चुके चैट। इफ यू नीड डायमंड मेंबरशिप लेट्स गेट टू 1000 लाइक्स। पॉसिबल है, 1000 लोग ऊपर देख रहे हैं अभी।
We can ask another question before the game finishes. वो जो अभी तक खत्म नहीं हुआ है।
थैंक्स अ लॉट चिंतन भाई। व्हाई
निहाल
नॉट
ड्रॉ
बिशप।
पे भी
हाँ
मेंबरशिप क्वेश्चन। डन बोलो।
हाँ, डन भाई डन।
डन, ओके। निहाल के ड्रॉ पे भी मेंबरशिप क्वेश्चन।
दिस इज क्लासिकल। या उजैर भाई बिल्कुल। कैन दिव्या प्ले वर्ल्ड कप? आई मीन आई थिंक शी depends if she has a spot. I don't think she has one unless she's given a wild card or something. Has she been given a wild card? I don't know.
8 minutes for Nihal. By the way, Vidit has 3 minutes on the clock, just making a very quick switch. This is the position: King G4, Queen G6, King H3, Queen F5 check, and King H4. So it's a trap on the board. If you take this, I have Rook G4. सहज की शक्ल देख के भाई, I don't even know what the result is.
चैट सिंपल है भाई, तुम टाइम नोट करो। 10-8 हो गए।
I don't
अगर
know
10
भाई।
10-23 तक रिजल्ट आ गया तो मतलब साहब वाज लाइंग, एंड आई नो ही इज नॉट लाइंग। कोई रिजल्ट नहीं आया। साहब टेक केयर ऑफ योर हेल्थ भाई। ये गेम का अगर निहाल ड्रॉ हो गया तो मैं तो चला भाई, फिर साहज भाई इज कमेंटेटिंग ऑन द वीडियो गेम। क्योंकि
By the
मेरी
way,
तबीयत तो
by the way, I
खत्म
think this is the longest stream of us for this tournament.
ऑलरेडी। क्या
Yeah, already.
डैम। डैम 6.5 घंटे से ऊपर हो चुके हैं भाई, आज ही होनी थी भाई जब मेरी तबीयत खराब है
हाँ,
सबसे
सच
ज्यादा।
7 हो सकते हैं, 7:30 भी हो सकते हैं। अरे इमेजिन जब वो 8.5 घंटे का मैच चला था वहाँ पे, नॉर्दरबेक और एर्दोगमस का। Yeah, Queen F6
कैमरा
check
अंदर
played
सो
by
जाओ।
Vidit. I'm going back to Nihal's board.
मुंबई टू यूरोप फ्लाइट टाइम लोल एग्जैक्टली। The best part of chess match is the thrill of not knowing when the players will do. Yeah, we will not spoil anything, but I can assure you there is no spoiler anyways.
Hmm. Why is he overthinking? Because he doesn't have a bar in front of us telling him what to play.
And I think he senses is a critical moment. एक बार किंग d6 आ गया, escape हो गया ना किंग, it's lost. उसके बाद he
Hmm.
can play quickly. Like अगर मान लो यहाँ पे आपने एक चाल वेस्ट कर दी, like king g1, I don't know, he knows it's lost. Bishop g5, he knows it's over. So यही चाल है जहाँ सोचना है.
I think right uh, approach here. 6 minutes left.
ये बैटमैन रोनाल्डो फेक न्यूज फैलाया जा रहा है भाई.
निहाल 1 गाइस, यार ये तो ज्यादा हो गया थोड़ा। निहाल कैसे जीत सकता है पोजीशन? तो ये तो
हाँ,
लिटरली पॉसिबल नहीं है।
पॉजिटिविटी भाई, बट टॉक्सिक पॉजिटिविटी भी नहीं चाहिए ना भाई, कि जहां पे
हाँ
ड्रॉ से भी हम डिसअपॉइंट हो जाएं.
हाँ, एग्जैक्टली।
एक रियलिस्टिक भी होना चाहिए.
By the way,
तुम्हारे चैनल
Hans
पे जो
still
हाँ,
fighting that position. Still. He's still looking for a way to win, but Abhimanyu Mishra is not cracking.
थैंक्स अशोक भाई, वो वीडियो जी 10 मिनट की होती है और यहाँ पे 10 घंटे होने वाले हैं तो
Mhm.
थोड़ा फर्क पड़ जाता है. ये फिरूजा ब्लंडर रुक, हाँ हाँ हाँ, अभी फिरूजा आके गिफ्ट भी देगा फिर निहाल को गेम के बाद, थैंक यू फॉर बीटिंग मी.
अब
होता है
तो
कई बार.
दे तो दिया रुक गिफ्ट, और क्या चाहिए? Max Death Leela shows drop. Yeah, I think that's accurate. I'm just gonna try and refresh and see. अगर डेप्थ अगर थोड़ी ज़्यादा जाती है तो never
इमेजिन
mind.
इफ अलीजा प्लेज रुक बी टू. वाओ देवांश भाई, मतलब कई लोग सोने से पहले स्ट्रीम देखते हैं, आप सोते सोते देख रहे हो भाई, दैट्स क्रेजी. सपने रियल टाइम.
4 minutes left. Come on, Nihal. I mean, it's still not super clear, so we still need some extra time somewhere, so it doesn't, वो crunch
देयर
moment
इज
एक
नो
और
एक्स्ट्रा
आएगा,
टाइम
I
नाउ.
feel.
अब 60 मूव हो चुके हैं, कोई एक्स्ट्रा टाइम नहीं है, तो
Hmm.
द गेम कैन नॉट रियली लास्ट मच लॉन्गर सहज, बिकॉज वीडी गेम माइट लास्ट लॉन्ग बट दिस गेम हैज टू एंड बिकॉज बोथ प्लेयर्स ओनली हैव 4 मिनट्स इंक्रीमेंट पे खेल रहे हैं, तो गलती तो हो सकती है कभी भी.
But VD also has 2 minutes on the clock. Opponent has 12.
ओ सो वहां पे भी तो टाइम नहीं है.
Yeah, but it's the worst situation. Yeah, it's black के पास एक फोर्टर जैसी पोजीशन है, आपके पास टाइम नहीं है और अपोनेंट के पास टाइम है. It's the worst situation that can happen.
आई होप ब्लैक प्लेस किंग f6. वाओ वाओ, आई एम जेन्युइनली इम्प्रेस्ड एक्चुअली. मेरा जुकाम चला गया भाई देख के किंग f6. वाओ.
Northern hasn't faced a single 2700. Yeah, that is true. But he did play Parham 2692. So close enough.
बाय द वे लेस टाइम
He's
देन
also
फिरोजा
there, yeah.
नाउ.
Sorry?
Nihal has less time than Firouzja now. He has to find.
Hmm.
सॉरी मत बोलो साहज भाई, सॉरी तो हमें फिरोजा को बोलना है भाई गेम के बाद, दैट इज द गोल.
Okay. जैसे मैं अपने डेटाबेस में क्या देखा था विराट की पोजीशन में, ही वाज विनिंग. इट्स कॉल्ड टेबल बेसिस. जब भी आई थिंक 5 या 6, आई थिंक 7 पीसेस तक काम करता है. व्हेन देयर आर 7 पीसेस ऑन द बोर्ड इंक्लूडिंग द किंग, देन चेस इज सॉल्व्ड. 7 पीसेस तक.
बट उसकी
So
फाइल
that's
जो
what I
होती
was
है यू
checking.
कैन डाउनलोड इट, बट इट्स लाइक टीबीज में फाइल होती है, लाइक इट्स लाइक 1 TB और समथिंग, या मे बी इवन
More, more,
मोर.
more, 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 more.
मोर टेंस ऑफ
पांच
टीबीज.
6 होती थी आई थिंक, 1 टेराबाइट इफ आई रिमेम्बर, 7 में मोर
हाँ,
ज्यादा होंगी।
सो लैपटॉप पे डाउनलोड करके रख सकते हो। एंड देन 7 पीसेस तक इंक्लूडिंग किंग्स, एंटायर चेस इज सॉल्व। 140 TB है क्या? क्या बात कर रहे हो?
नो
आई
नो
वुड
नो नो,
नॉट
आई
बी
डोंट थिंक
शॉक
सो।
दो।
टू मच। 2.5 मिनट पड़े हैं। 140, 2 लोगों ने बोला बिशप b5 चेक प्लेड, लेट्स गो।
Oh, wow, let's go. Oh, now wait. Do we play rook b6 or do we play rook g7? Apparently, both are possible.
एंड बोथ आर ड्रॉन, are both drawn. Is rook d7 a draw here? But I would play rook b6 check, no? Because I mean, I can see this king e5 rook e6 wali tactic. Still thinking. Can you explain the 7 move thingy once again? It's not 7 moves, 7 pieces. When there are 7 pieces on the board, including the king, chess is solved basically. And there is a software called Table Basis. It was invented by this guy called Nalimov. So Nalimov Table Basis, and you can just search it on Google, and you can put up the position, any position you want, and it will tell you the truth. ये अगर ये win है तो
Saj, but
कितनी चाल में win है?
isn't rook g6 a bit more forcing or no?
Rook g7 you mean?
Rook g7, sorry. Or no? Maybe not actually.
I don't know. Rook g7 looks tempting though.
Actually, it's not forcing. It's not forcing at all. I just went. Yeah, it's not forcing.
Is that software available for free? Yes, it is. It's basically you can Google it. I'm on the website right now. I can just and I put up the position of Vidit, and it
Saj
told
bhai,
me
is
that
the
Vidit is
table
winning in
base?
some 41 moves.
साथ मेरे को लिंक नहीं है टेबल बेस का। आप डाउनलोड करके मुझे गूगल ड्राइव लिंक भेज दोगे क्या?
Google Drive link भाई।
हाँ, डाउनलोड कर लो फिर मुझे गूगल ड्राइव भेज देना।
1 महीने बाद जब वो अपलोड होगी ना फाइल। And not to forget all the money I have to spend on getting that space for Google Drive. By the way, Rook G7 played.
He plays it.
Okay.
And now bishop g5 I think will be played, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Not the best move, Rook G7, but I think a very logical one. Rook G6 pe, you have to go Rook A1 check. Because if you move the bishop, then once again there's Rook E6 check.
And chat, let's not forget the logical consequence of even Nihal finding all the best moves is rook bishop versus rook. Yeah. This game could really last 8 hours, Sahaj.
No, 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 not 8 hours. Yeah, दोनों के पास time थोड़े ना है. The
That's
moves
true.
will be really quick.
Wow. Almost पौने 7 घंटे हो गए.
But it's worth it, boy. It's worth it. Let's go. Okay, Vidit, by the way, making some good progress. I think he's close to a winning position. Three minutes for Ali Reza. You have to take and play Rook A1 check. Only way to try. You play anything else, it's drawn. Dead drawn.
By the way, Vidit is playing only moves.
This is the
Um,
correct position.
yeah.
Queen d5, f3, and then he plays king e3. Of course, king e3 is the only move here. Rightfully
Yeah.
so.
Still not clear how is he.
It's not clear. That is true. Nihal draws, right? We don't know why. We don't know. We really don't know. Okay, going back.
I was playing with the engine and with its game. After a few moves, it shows plus 33. And then when I keep playing, it goes back to plus 3, plus 33, plus 3, plus 33.
Oh, wow.
Win नहीं निकाल पा रहा वो.
No, no, there is a win. There is a win. Nalimov confirmed. Do I think MVL can qualify? Very difficult, I think, because his tiebreak is bad.
Okay, I found the win. मतलब, with the help of the engine, I found the win. So, ठीक है, it is winning.
रुक जी 6 ओके नाउ रुके 1 check forced फॉर अली रेजा 2 मिनट दोनों प्लेयर्स के पास गेम्स आर हीटिंग अप लेट्स गो द मोमेंट ऑफ ट्रूथ कैन निहाल होल्ड दिस अरे बिशप
And
e3 इज
now,
लुकिंग स्कैरी
yeah, it is, chat. The point is, after bishop e3, you can't play bishop c4 because there is rook g1 check.
can happen and you want to play bishop e3 also because you are assuming white a5 a6 खेलेगा and then you're already stopping the pawn on a7 that's another. You might say,
Yeah.
why not bishop d2 then? Because firstly, I have bishop c4. Secondly, I need to keep it on this diagonal ताकि मेरे pawns जब बढ़े तो this bishop can sort of help cover the dark squares.
Chad, if you remove the rooks, this is a dead draw, I think. And rooks are the pieces that give black the winning advantage. Not winning, I don't know if I think it's winning anymore, but chances to win still.
I can tell from commentators' mood that why देखो like we are happy that it's not losing for Nihal, but we still don't know. Like there is no acting, there is nothing like that here. And of course, let's try to focus on the games. There is no let's try to see how he saves this, yeah, or if he saves this, that is.
By
But
the
right now
way,
we don't know.
yeah, no सूत्र. So अगले 15 मिनट तो गेम खत्म नहीं हुई. So guaranteed. Oh, bishop 3
Guaranteed.
played.
So matlab they played for 15 minutes for 1 minute each, yeah.
And king
With
f3
one
only
minute.
move now for Nihal. Again, Sahaj.
Yeah, but that's logical. That's logical.
I mean, everything is logical, but it's just कि मतलब थोड़ा सा समझ रहे हो, like it's
Mm-hmm.
still like right on the wire. One wrong move and it's over. Long move, wrong move.
King f3 के बाद क्या चला? You go bishop b6. I mean, you put the bishop on anywhere on this diagonal and you're fine. As long as
And
it's
after
not
bishop
getting taken.
c4, bishop b6, bishop c4, you have to now find rook e1.
Yeah, king of the bishop b6 is probably the best because bishop c4 rook e1 में I'm also stopping a5.
And how do you progress as black here? So let's say मैंने rook h6 खेल दिया उसके बाद. I just wait. How are you progressing?
It's a good question. It's also difficult to play a move like rook h6, I think.
Very difficult actually.
You can progress though. You must be able to. Must be. Oh, by the way, some moves are happening. So king f3, bishop b6 already on the board. Now bishop c4 is what we were discussing. In VD game, it shows plus 70. Is really? Really?
But chat, the thing is, not revealing anything, but वीडी का भी सूत्रों में कोई नामो निशान नहीं है. So I'm a bit confused, Sahaj. I thought वीडी गेम तो खत्म हो जाएगी 15 मिनट में.
हाँ, actually.
है ना?
That's a
That's a
good
bit
point.
surprising. We don't have
एक
VD or
44 seconds पे खेल रहा है with it. Maybe he's not
हाँ.
able to find the win.
ओह हाँ हाँ भाई. किंग f4. इंटरेस्टिंग.
King f4, okay. या फिर bishop c4. Whichever one. You are actually completely right about Vidit's board because it is weird. कि Vidit के board पे अभी तक कुछ नहीं आया. But his opponent does have 7 minutes on the clock. Okay, 28 seconds for Nihal. But this is getting way too less for my comfort. Why peak? क्या जवाब दूँ उसका भाई? King e2. Wait, what? He plays King e2. King f4 जाना था most likely. Because still we're fine. But Rook a3 gives black a very solid advantage here.
Nihal
Sahaj,
is
do you think
close. Yeah.
Sahaj, do you think peak Caruana was better than peak Magnus as he won a tournament in which Magnus was playing? भाई एक टूर्नामेंट जीतने से आपकी पीक नहीं पता लगती, उसके लिए आपको कंसिस्टेंट रहना होता है. तो I think they're very close, but no, I think Magnus was still better.
Do you know why Arvind is not playing Swiss Open as well as World Cup? Swiss Open, I think, makes sense. His last tournament did not go as well, Uzbekistan Chess Cup, so he might be practicing. I'm not sure if he's not playing the World Cup. He might be playing, as far as I know. Peak Sahel would have 14-0'd Magnus in World Checkers Championship. Possible, bhai. Actually, it is possible. Like, कुछ भी possible है.
Rook to check, okay. Nice move. Now forcing the king back to
But
f3 perhaps?
साहा जितना मैं लंबा छोड़ रहा हूँ उतना इंजन फ्यूचर के फेवर में जा रहा है भाई. Is this objectively lost?
I don't know. I don't think so. It shouldn't be. Maybe that king e2 was a slight inaccuracy by him because यहाँ पर थोड़ा कम था. Okay, by the way, some moves are coming in. King d3 he plays. Okay, that's a blunder.
What?
Oh, that's a blunder. Now it's lost. King f3 पे रखना था. Rook a3 check he plays. Best move. Okay. Yeah. That's a blunder. Now I don't know why. The position is very complicated. Maybe this king c. Can he play king c4?
No, first question is what happens on king, yeah, d2, for example. What's the problem?
f4. Apparently this is lost. Immediately it's lost. -2
Bishop
means it's
c4?
lost. Bishop c4 पे rook e3 and you save the pawn. Yeah,
Oh.
king cutoff is a good example of it as well. अगर फिरोजा की जगह विदित खेल रहा होता तो किंग c4 पे किंग c5 खेलते. But Vidit still playing. Still playing, why? Insane. Vidit is insane.
भाई विदित कब जीतेगा भाई?
अगर जीतेगा, I'm not sure if he sees the winning plan.
Can we go to the
Did you
Vidit
see
game
the
for a
winning plan?
second?
Yeah.
King h2 now only move. You can't play, oh, you can play king e3. Rook
And then rook
g3.
d3 वापस.
Maybe queen
Oh.
e4 now.
Queen c2 check is winning, no? Queen e4 पे Queen e4 doesn't make sense. Queen c2 check दो ना. Queen f2 पे रख
Queen
दिया फिर तो winning होगी.
c2, f2 check.
Oh, very nice. King e2.
Ah.
This is winning. King g2 आएगा and then
Rook
queen check.
g2.
Rook g2. But I'm just showing king g1 पे queen a1 check and then you win. Queen b1 check, sorry. Queen a1 पे कैसे ले गया मैं? Queen b1 check. King g2 आता तो queen f2 and you win this. Oh, by the way, you don't. You cannot take this pawn with either pawn. दोनों ही
Oh.
poisoned है.
But the king h2 played.
Okay,
Nihal,
king
by the
h2,
way,
king e3 on
lost.
the way.
We have the same variation, so I think he's about to lose, maybe.
Okay, going back to Nihal board. Rook e3. This is bar is just going down and down. Yeah, king d3 was a big mistake. 10 seconds for Nihal. He has to play quickly. I mean, this is not an easy position to save there. I mean, it's wishful thinking.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
he
mean,
fought for 7 hours. Come on.
Rook f6 is a nice try. I mean, you want to attack the pawn, and there is no way to defend it technically.
If I played f3, what's happening? a5, क्या?
F3, A5. I distract the bishop. Bishop A7, A6. At least I get something.
Hmm.
But bishop A5, best move played.
King C2 पे तो रुक C3 check है and you win this. तो King D1 forced है. Okay, played. And now F3 also, yeah?
है यार, साज भाई लॉस्ट लग रहा है मुझे.
Yeah. F3 played.
I think VD game King E3 played and Rook G3. So
Switching back very quickly. King E3, Rook G3 हो गया. This is the position we were talking about, yeah? Before. 9 seconds for Vidit.
how is VD's game not over yet, Sahaj? I still don't understand.
It's a fortress.
Quick, tell.
Some kind. It's not an easy position to convert, I think.
After King G2, Queen D5 only move, by the way.
Yeah, to not allow F to F. आप हार भी सकते हो. Sorry, not F to F1.
हाँ.
ये VD के गेम जीतेंगे कैसे? I mean, probably some sort of zugzwang is what I'm thinking. Some zugzwang. ये position होगी Advaretsky में for sure. It's not an easy one. Though going back to Nihal's board, Rook F7 played by Nihal.
By the way, very interesting. Because they have repeated this Vidit move a few times, there are chances of a photographic draw. So
Oh
Vidit has
wow.
to be now careful. After Queen D5, for example, after Queen D5 played in the game, Rook H3 pe, Queen G5 check is already repetition. After Rook G3, it's a draw.
But we know that that's not what happened, right?
No, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, because we don't see the result. But point is like, Vidit has to be extra careful now, not to
But is
repeat.
it why we are not seeing it? Because he claimed it and the arbiter is looking.
But 15 मिनट थोड़ी लगेंगे सहज भाई. Like,
लग सकते हैं. I mean, you never know.
नहीं, I don't think so.
तो रुकेश 3 वाली पोजीशन में कितनी बार हो गया है?
ये हो चुका है. अगर Queen G5 खेला, it's a draw. Queen G5 is already a draw.
अच्छा, ओके. Going back to Nihal's board.
It's
Bishop
even a draw.
A6.
Yeah, it's a draw. It's a draw. Queen C6, okay.
Wait, I'm on Nihal's board, yeah?
Okay.
Wow, 7 hours in.
By the way, 5 games in total remaining. Evich Velimir is playing Sumenkov. Aryan Chopra playing Alexander Indich in a Rook Bishop versus 2 Rooks endgame.
Oh, nice. Who has the
Vidit
2
playing.
rooks?
Indich has the 2 Rooks.
Okay.
Vidit playing against Shan Sargisian, of course. Hans Abhimanyu about to be a draw. And Nihal, of course, is still playing.
By the way, E4 incoming. बार बढ़ता जा रहा है.
By the way, Rook F5 last try. Cutting off the king, yeah? Only move.
By the way, 7 seconds.
Okay, it is over now.
Oh.
It is over now, chat. Now it's over. King moves up and it is time to resign.
Yeah.
Sajbhai, so if Nihal loses, I mean, then we have Arjun and Nihal on 6 points. And Firouzja, 4 people on 6.5. So now the only hope we have is Arjun and Nihal winning the remaining 2 games. That's it. Nothing else.
What if they cannot play each other now, right? Because it's the same nationality का जो rule होता है.
Last round, I think they cannot play. Second last, I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay, rook e7, check. King goes to d4. नहीं भाई, अभी भी चल रहा है game. 7 hours in, he's still fighting, but looks like he's losing. It was crazy, yaar. It was a crazy fight. But you need a mistake by Alireza, which I mean, I mean, his endgame technique has been phenomenal. He hasn't made a single mistake. Yeah, he made one mistake like in the past. Yeah, bishop h4 जो था, bishop e3 की जगह bishop h4. Apart from that, he's just played fantastic. Okay, king d4, -4 now. Yeah, this is over. King d4, maybe rook d7 check. Yeah, I think at this point probably Nihal also knows it's lost, no? Why they were muted up?
ओ वाह, मैं अपने आप से बात कर रहा हूँ भाई, बढ़िया है भाई,
Mhm.
बहुत बढ़िया है भाई.
Okay, king c3, yeah, -10 I'm seeing now. Yeah, this is lost. Sadly, yeah.
भाई, the crazy part is no update on the Vidit results still. साज भाई, आई डोंट थिंक आई विल बी वेकिंग अप नॉर्मल टाइम टुमारो. कल लगता है आपको अकेले स्ट्रीम करना पड़ेगा. मैं तो कल मुश्किल है, मेरी तबीयत सही होने वाली है.
Right. No worries, no worries. Health should come first. But it's
क्या
crazy,
चल रहा है
why?
भाई?
You guessed Nihal. Why? Wow, really? You guessed Nihal. Commentators mood को देख के भाई, -8 देख के आपको नहीं लग रहा है ये?
Oh, it's mate in 9 now.
अरे
Over.
check यार. Rook d1 and f2, I guess. Yeah. Can join at the start. Sure, bhai. Sure, sure, sure. Would be lovely. Oh, f2 now.
Okay, over.
It's over.
Yeah. Nihal Sarin has lost, and Firouzja joins the leaders on 6.5 in second place. And Nihal के लिए heartbreak, yeah. मतलब this must be very hard to digest because you're so close, Sahaj.
And now he knows that, you know, most likely this means that even if he wins the next two games, that his tiebreak just won't be good enough to qualify in the top two.
By
But
the
it was a
way,
great
Sahaj
fight.
bhai,
He defended for 7 hours.
the trauma doesn't end because with it, again, I think we have repeated this position twice already. Yeah, Queen G6, King H2, we just saw, right? We just saw this. Oh, it's a draw! It's a draw! Oh my god, it's a draw! King G1 draw!
Why is it a draw? Is it a threefold repetition?
It is a draw. King G1. There is no way to win for White Sahaj now. It's over. It's a draw. Yeah, Queen G6, King H2 is repetition. That's the only way to push forward. But Queen G6, King H2 is claim draw.
But maybe he doesn't claim it. King G1 played.
No, but he will claim. Yeah, I mean, I remember this. And we were barely looking at this game. It's going to be a draw, Sahaj. He messed it up.
Queen D1 check he plays. Even he realizes it. But okay, it's not a very easy draw though.
क्या चल रहा है साज भाई?
Crazy, boy, crazy.
Sad day, yeah.
Yeah,
Overall. So I think
very
only
sad day.
Arjun and Nihal now in the running. And best chances now Arjun, I feel, with this tiebreak. Yeah. By the way, King G1 played, Queen D1 and King G2. Vidit knows it's a repetition, so it's gonna be a draw now. Rook H4 check.
Hmm. It's a very interesting way. Like, I'm not really sure how he could have won this. I think
Might
it's
be a
just
fortress.
unfortunate that he got into this position. Yeah, he was pushing
Yeah.
from very, very early on. Very unfortunate.
But
The
he
king
also got
d2
a
queen
chance
d5.
also, right, in that end game. Like there was no other way, I think, to win.
Mhm.
Wait, blunder! Wait, black has blundered again!
Oh, wait, what was the right move? Rook h4 check and then king g5 gaya to rook a4. Okay,
Okay, that's not
ridiculous.
happening.
Okay,
भाई
blunder.
क्या चल रहा है भाई?
Okay, मुझे तो इंजन यूज करके भी नहीं मिल रहा. हाँ, वो आई थिंक फोर्ट्रेसेस आर ऑलवेज डिफिकल्ट. इंजन मत यूज करो. आई थिंक टेबल बेस यूज करो. दैट्स इजियर.
Wow.
Okay, now what? Queen b3 apparently is winning.
Queen B3, Rook
कुछ
H3 again.
कोई मोटिव है यहाँ पे. क्वीन b3, क्रूक h3, क्वीन g8, king h2 is forced, queen a2, king g1, queen a1 check, not queen b1 check. It's queen a1 check. Okay, king g2, queen g7 check. भाई ये this is not easy. King h2 and then king e3. This is ridiculous. Rook g3 and queen b2 check. I feel like I'm just saying computer moves and I have no idea what I mean. f2
Yeah,
check
yeah,
पे
yeah.
king e2. Oh, by
Basically,
the way, he
आपको
missed
king,
something.
yeah, आपको king और rook H5 पे साथ में लाने हैं. Then you have to play king E3, I think. Um, you
Yeah,
have
but
to
it's not
do
so
it.
simple. Yeah, because I can
Yeah,
still
it's
play
not
rook
simple.
g3.
Yeah, it's not possible. And meanwhile, yo Shri bhai, what's up? भाई क्या हो रहा है यार? Very few chances now.
I still don't understand how this is winning actually. Wait, Sahil bhai, there is a threefold repetition.
Is
Like
it?
chess.com just claimed a threefold repetition.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Yeah. Chess.com claims a threefold repetition in this position. It has
I can't
happened.
see it.
Move 72, move 78, and move 87. Oh, but black doesn't claim it.
I don't see it on my screen though, Saj bhai. I don't
Yes,
know.
it is. I'm telling you, no, after king e3. I don't know which moves did I say. It's been very long, but it was a threefold repetition. I saw it on my screen as soon as he played king e3.
Wow. And now king F4, back only move. You can lose this as white. Yeah, F2 check.
Yeah, very easily. Yeah, king e3, rook h3 is a photographic. Yeah, even Srinath says.
Yeah, the players
But
must have forgotten.
it's not
Agreed.
happening, right one after another. It's like 10 moves before and then 10 moves before, something like that. So both players didn't claim. But anyways, king f4 plus 14 now again.
How though? After king G2, how is it plus 14? It's not
Queen
really, I
b7
think.
again. Like it's if we can go. I have no idea how this is Robert. It's saying to go into this position.
Yeah.
King h2, queen b1 check, king g1. Again, queen g7 check for some reason.
Basically
King
वही है जो
h2.
king, yeah, king rook is on h3, king is on f4, queen g7 check देना है. And after king h2, queen b2 check देना है.
हाँ.
Vidit's queen had the same position but from g6.
But if I play
And
f2 check here and then king e2.
f2 king e2, we saw this already, I think.
But f1 queen? Oh, king f1 queen is a check.
Yeah, and if we do the same from g6, for example, I'm just trying to set it up. Queen g6 पे king h2, क्वीन C2 चेक पे किंग G1 है, and somehow queen B2 check पे king G1 doesn't work, but queen
This
C2
is
check पे
some.
it works.
This is very difficult, I think. I think a bit unlucky for Vidit. Very
Ah, of
unlucky.
course भाई. नहीं wait, I'm not sure still. भाई क्या कंफ्यूजन है भाई.
Okay, rook h3. Queen g8 check now again. Last chance I think he has. Mate in 48. Queen g8 check finally played. Okay, king h2 pe queen a2 check he has to find. What now? Queen a2 check or king e3. Both are winning here. भाई आज ये देख के लोग पागल हो जाएं. हाँ भाई. It is actually you are seeing the bar go up and you're thinking it's winning, but this is very, very difficult to convert for Vidit.
Yeah,
Especially, and also I think what didn't work in his favor is that he has, I mean, seconds on his clock and his opponent had
yeah.
like 10-15 minutes. So he had more time to think and how to complicate the position as much as he could. He's still keeping that 2 minutes extra, which I think is helping
Basically यहाँ
him.
पे you need one long think of like 20 minutes, 15-20 minutes,
Hmm.
जो वीडियो का भी मिला नहीं.
He
And
if he did it, he would find it, I think.
yeah. Chat, by the way, only VD's game remaining in the entire event now. Everything else is over.
Really, all
I'm
the
just,
games are finished.
yeah, 7 hour and 11 minutes already.
Crazy. Last game. Really, come on.
सूत्रों से पता करो. तुम जानना चाहोगे क्या लेके सूत्रों से? I don't think you would love to
Do
know
you want to
anyways.
know? You think he's finding it now?
I don't
Okay,
know.
King
King
G2.
G2.
Everyone's saying no now. Nihal ke time pe everyone said yes. Now everyone is saying no. Queen G7 check only move, by the way, in this position. I think it makes sense also because otherwise you have F2 incoming. If you play Queen B2 check. Okay, Queen G7 check. King H2, I think. Moves. Side steps.
Sahaj, we have the position right now. Queen G7, King H2, King E3 is winning.
Yeah, perfect position. King E3 is the move. Does he find it? Literally, final
It's
try.
easily
Bhai.
winning. It's easily winning. King E3 he has to play. It's winning. King E3.
Rook G3. It's not easy though. Come on.
Rook G3 Queen
Queen
B2 check ना
G3.
देखा हमने. It's completely
Queen
winning.
B3
King E3
F2 check, no?
F2 King E2. We saw this, right?
F2 King E2 and then King H3 or King G1.
King H3, but then this should be winning, yeah?
It's
Maybe
not that
Queen.
simple.
Wait, Queen H8 check?
Where? After Rook G2.
After King H3. Are you playing King H1 क्या? King G1.
King G1 I was playing, yeah.
अरे यार Queen B2 check खेला. King E3 खेला. King E3 was the winning move, I think.
It's like once you see the answer, I mean, we both have the bar in front of us, but it's still not
Uh,
easy to figure out how he's winning.
like he
It's actually
had the
very
position, I
interesting
think.
endgame.
Yeah,
Very
he had the
interesting endgame.
position.
Hmm. You have the position. Yeah, it has to be studied, I think, this position. Oh, that's a mistake.
Oh,
Oh,
I think it's King G2.
this is treacherous till the end.
This is over, right? Because whatever you do, F2 now.
The
I
King
mean, Queen
G2, you
G6
can play Queen
check,
B7, no? Queen B7.
but Queen G6 chess is repetition, right? We saw that King S2 is repetition. So Queen
But he's
D7
not
he can
gonna
play.
know. He's not going to know that it's a repetition.
He'll know this, bhai. He'll know this because I remember it. वो 10 का था, ये मुझे याद है. Oh, he
Look,
played
he
him. Oh,
played.
he's gonna claim a draw.
That's a threefold repetition. He's not
That's
gonna
a
claim it.
threefold.
He's
He'll
not
claim
gonna
it.
claim
Chat,
it.
I think he'll claim it.
One Maggie
I
bet.
think he'll. मैं नहीं bet लगा रहा भाई, मैं बीमार हूँ भाई. मेरे को मैगी खानी है, but I think he's gonna claim it भाई.
Not
चलो
gonna
लगा
claim.
ली एक bet, लगा ली भाई.
चलो ठीक है.
ठीक है, अभी कितना 22 है ना?
भाई 21 है भाई, 21.
अरे भाई
21.
claim क्यों नहीं किया इसने?
That's, by the way, this is another photographic draw, and that's 20 now.
अरे यार 20 हो गई मैगी, फालतू का bet लगाया भाई मैं. If he gets it wrong, it will really mess things up. But black claim क्यों नहीं कर रहा है ये मुझे पता नहीं. If I was black,
Because
I would be
in the
claiming on.
time that you claim it, and let's say it's a wrong claim, Vidit now gets to think that
True,
moment.
true. Practical
And
chess,
Vidit
yeah.
can find out a way to win.
But King E3 is winning now. King E3 is again winning, bro. Play it. Of course, it is GN Srinath, yeah. मतलब
Oh, it's possible he claimed it here. It's very possible he claimed it here in this position.
did I win the bet then? Oh my god.
No, you didn't. You said Queen G6 check के बाद.
नहीं, but इसी move पे ही claim ना. It's the same move.
No, it was the move before that I was talking about.
नहीं भाई, ये तो this is a claim. It's over. Vidit has to play one more move. It's the same move, right?
It's not the same move.
नहीं,
Claim denied.
नहीं, it is same move.
Oh yes.
नहीं यार.
And it's a
Oh, draw! King E5 draw गया.
It's a draw.
Same move. Let go भाई. 23 नहीं, 22 मैगी. Let's go.
It's
एक
not.
और.
He did claim
Bye.
it. He could have claimed it in
Bhai,
the
he
previous
claimed on the
move.
same move. He claimed same
But it
move.
wasn't the same move. He could have claimed
But
it
he
in the
can't
previous
claim it in
move.
his move, right? He has claimed it in his move. King S2, I think. Or
These technicalities don't matter now. Point है
नहीं,
कि
he did not play
पहले
King S2.
claim होता
He
कि
did
नहीं.
not play King S2. उसे नहीं खेला होगा गेम में. It's impossible. He cannot claim it in his
But he
move, I
played
think.
King
He
E5,
has to
no?
play it. नहीं, वो King E5 थोड़ी खेला उसने भाई. वो तो गेम में बाद में लगाया उसने.
How
कुछ भी
do you
मतलब.
know? He
कुछ
played
भी.
King
I know.
E5.
I can check the video भाई. We
He
don't have the
played King
cameras.
E5.
Other people
He
have the
just
cameras.
played King E5. I can see it.
नहीं, I can check it. I can check it right now भाई. Don't
अरे
worry भाई.
chat यार, ये धोखा
FIDE
दे
is
रहे
still
हो
streaming. Chess India is still streaming. I'll check it on wait.
मुझे.
I'm checking when he claimed. Wait a second. Very easy to check. कैमरा हमारे पास है भाई. Don't worry.
दिखा
I'm
नहीं
gonna
सकते
check
बट
it.
है.
हाँ, दिख रहा है. I can check. We were standing by the way through this entire process.
What do you mean?
Oh, he didn't play king S2. He did. The arbiter put the king on S2. He claimed it. Let's go भाई. चलो एक मैगी तो मिली भाई extra. Thank God. Oh, कुछ तो मिला
Vidit
इस
didn't
लंबा गेम
flag,
का.
by the way, chat. He did not flag.
Yeah. So chat, this is the end of day number 9. I wouldn't say a great day for Indian players. I think only Arjun won. And Divya lost. Nihal lost. Gukesh barely drew, to be honest, was lost at one point. Pragg drew. And if you can have the standings once, would love to see the overall standings there. You see, there's nobody on 6.5 now, Sahaj, and we are losing it. Only, I think, Arjun, number 6. And you have to imagine, right? If Arjun wins both, he could go from number 6 to number 2. Like, that is possible. So, really
By the
cheering for
pairings
Arjun.
are already out.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Ah, they are already out. Can I reveal?
हाँ, बताओ.
Okay, Firouzja plays Anish. Firouzja is white, Anish is black. Kamer Vincent plays Blue Bomb. The two country mates again. Yu Yangi plays Arjun. It's
Oh,
a tough pairing, I would say, with the white pieces. Yu Yangi is white and Arjun is black. And Nihal plays white against guess who?
I
Guess
guess
who?
Nodirbek.
हाँ, Nodirbek.
चलो भाई. So tomorrow chat, I think 2 Indians in the running. मेरे हिसाब से at least. Can we have the standings once more? एक बार देखना है. So, Sahaj bhai, I think tie-break wise, it's pretty obvious Pragg has no chance. Pragg, 5.5 पे chance ही नहीं है. So only Nihal and Arjun, I would say, have chances. Arjun may be slightly higher chances. So chat, kal, if Arjun and Nihal draw, that will be the end of the Indian chances. But as of now, it is looking very difficult. But we're going to pray for the best and hope Arjun and Nihal win and maintain the chances. So I won't keep you for here longer, chat. And Sahaj bhai and Sohaib bhai, let's go back. Have a good night's sleep. Be back for the second last round tomorrow. It's going to be exciting. Thank you, Sahaj bhai. Thank you, Sohaib bhai. Thank you, chat. See you tomorrow. Bye bye and good night.
Good night.